Day 3, the 10th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Decameron by Giovanni, Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 3, the 10th story. Alibech turns hermit, and is taught by Rustico, a monk, how the devil is put in hell. She is afterwards conveyed thence, and becomes the wife of Niebali.
Dioneo, observing that the queen's story, which he had followed with the closest attention, was now ended, and that it only remained for him to speak, waited not to be bidden, but smilingly thus began.
Gracious ladies, perchance you have not yet heard how the devil is put in hell. Wherefore, without deviating far from the topic of which you have discoursed throughout the day, I will tell you how 'tis done. It may be that the lesson will prove inspiring. Besides which, you may learn therefrom that, albeit love prefers the gay palace and the dainty chamber to the rude cabin, yet for all that he may at times manifest his might in wilds matted with forests, rugged with Alps, and desolate with caverns, whereby it may be understood that all things are subject to his sway. But to come to my story, I say that in the city of Capsa in Barbary there was once a very rich man, who, with other children, had a fair and dainty little daughter, Alibech by name. Now Alibech, not being a Christian, and hearing many Christians that were in the city speak much in praise of the Christian faith and the service of God, did one day inquire of one of them after what fashion it were possible to serve God with as few impediments as might be, and was informed that they served God best who most completely renounced the world and its affairs, like those who had fixed their abode in the wilds of the Thebaid desert. Whereupon, actuated by no sober predilection, but by childish impulse, the girl, who was very simple and about 14 years of age, said never a word more of the matter, but stole away on the morrow, and quite alone set out to walk to the Thebaid desert, and by force of resolution, albeit with no small suffering, she after some days reached those wilds, where, espying a cabin a great way off, she hied her thither, and found a holy man by the door, who, marvelling to see her there, asked her what she came there to seek. She answered that, guided by the Spirit of God, she was come thither seeking if haply she might serve him, and also find some one that might teach her how he ought to be served. Marking her youth and great beauty, the worthy man, fearing lest if he suffered her to remain with him he should be ensnared by the devil, commended her good intention, set before her a frugal repast of roots of herbs, crab apples, and dates, with a little water to wash them down, and said to her, "My daughter, there is a holy man not far from here, who is much better able to teach thee that of which thou art in quest than I am. Go to him, therefore." And he showed her the way. But when she was come whither she was directed, she met with the same answer as before, and so, setting forth again, she came at length to the cell of a young hermit, a worthy man, and very devout, his name Rustico, whom she interrogated as she had the others. Rustico, being minded to make severe trial of his constancy, did not send her away as the others had done, but kept her with him in his cell, and when night came, made her a little bed of palm leaves, whereupon he bade her compose herself to sleep. Hardly had she done so before the solicitations of the flesh joined battle with the powers of Rustico's spirit, and he, finding himself left in the lurch by the latter, endured not many assaults before he beat a retreat, and surrendered at discretion, wherefore he bade adieu to holy meditation and prayer and discipline, and fell a musing on the youth and beauty of his companion, and also how he might so order his conversation with her, that without seeming to her to be a libertine, he might yet compass that which he craved of her. So, probing her by certain questions, he discovered that she was as yet entirely without cognizance of man, and as simple as she seemed. Wherefore he excogitated a plan for bringing her to pleasure him under colour of serving God. He began by giving her a long lecture on the great enmity that subsists between God and the devil, after which he gave her to understand that, God having condemned the devil to hell, to put him there was of all services the most acceptable to God. The girl, asking him how it might be done, Rustico answered, "Thou shalt know it in a trice. Thou hast but to do that which thou seest me do." Then, having divested himself of his scanty clothing, he threw himself stark naked on his knees, as if he would pray, whereby he caused the girl, who followed his example, to confront him in the same posture. The following are untranslated.
E così stando, essendo Rustico più che mai nel suo desidero acceso per lo vederla così bella, venne la resurrezione della carne, la quale, riguardando Alibec e maravigliatasi, disse: Rustico, quella che cos'è che io ti veggio, che così si pigni in fuori, e non lo io? Oh, figliuola mia, disse Rustico, questo è il diavolo di che io t'ho parlato, e vedi tu, ora egli mi dà grandissima molestia, tanto che io appena la posso sofferire. Allora disse la giovane: oh, lodato sia Iddio, che io veggio che io sto meglio che non stai tu, che io non ho cotesto diavolo io. Disse Rustico: tu di vero, ma tu hai un'altra cosa che non la ho io, e haila in iscambio di questo. Disse Alibec: o che? A cui Rustico disse: hai l'inferno, e dicoti che io mi credo che Iddio t'abbia qui mandata per la salute dell'anima mia, perciò che se questo diavolo pur mi darà questa noia, ove tu vogli aver di me tanta pietà e sofferire che io in inferno il rimetta, tu mi darai grandissima consolazione e a Dio farai grandissimo piacere e servigio, se tu per quello fari in queste parti venuta a sé. Che tu di? La giovane di buona fede rispose: o padre mio, poscia che io l'inferno sia pure quando vi piacerà. Disse allora Rustico: figliola mia, benedetta sia tu. Andiamo dunque e rimettiamolovi sì che egli poscia mi lasci stare. E così detto, menata la giovane sopra uno dei loro letticelli, le insegnò come star si dovesse a dovere incarcerare quel maledetto da Dio. La giovane, che mai più non aveva in inferno messo diavolo alcuno, per la prima volta sentì un poco di noia, perché ella disse a Rustico: per certo, padre mio, mala cosa dee essere questo diavolo, è veramente nemico di Dio, che ancora all'inferno, non che altrui, duole quando egli vi dentro rimesso. Disse Rustico: figliola, egli non avverrà sempre così. E per fare che questo non avvenisse, da 6 volte, anzi che di su il letticel si movessero, ve li misero tanto che per quella volta gli trasser sì la superbia del capo, che egli si stette volentieri in pace. Ma ritornatagli poi nel seguente tempo più volte, e la giovane ubbidiente sempre a trargliele si disponesse, avvenne che il giuoco le cominciò a piacere, e cominciò a dire a Rustico: ben veggio che il ver dicevano che valentuomini in capsa, che il servire a Dio era così dolce cosa, e per certo io non mi ricordo che mai alcuna altra ne facessi, che di tanto diletto e piacer mi fosse, quanto è il rimettere il diavolo in inferno. E perciò io giudico ogni altra persona che ad altro che a servire a Dio attende essere una bestia. Per la qual cosa essa spesse volte andava a Rustico e gli dicea: padre mio, io son qui venuta per servire a Dio e non per istare oziosa, andiamo a rimettere il diavolo in inferno. La qual cosa facendo diceva ella alcuna volta: Rustico, io non so perché il diavolo si sfuga dell'inferno, che se egli vi stesse così volentieri come l'inferno il riceve e tiene, egli non se ne uscirebbe mai. Così adunque, invitando spesso la giovane Rustico, era al servigio di Dio, confortandolo, sì la bambaggia del farsetto tratta gli avea, che egli a talora sentiva freddo che un altro sarebbe sudato. E perciò egli incominciò a dire alla giovane che il diavolo non era da castigare né da rimettere in inferno, se non quando egli per superbia levasse il capo. E noi, per grazia di Dio, l'abbiamo sì sgannato, che egli priega il Dio di starsi in pace. E così alquanto impose di silenzio alla giovane, la qual, poi che vide Rustico non la richiedeva a dovere il diavolo rimettere in inferno, gli disse un giorno: Rustico, se il diavolo tuo è gastigato e più non ti dà noia, me il mio inferno non lascia stare, perché tu farai bene che tu col tuo diavolo aiuti a tuttare la rabbia al mio inferno, come io col mio inferno ho aiutato a trarre la superbia del tuo diavolo. Rustico, che di radici d'erba ed acqua viveva, poteva male rispondere alle poste, e dissele che troppi diavoli vorrebbero essere a potere all'inferno attutare, ma che egli ne farebbe ciò che per lui si potesse. E così alcuna volta le soddisfaceva, ma sì era di rado che altro non era che gittare una fava in bocca al leone, di che la giovane, non parendole tanto servire a Dio quanto voleva, mormorava anziché no.
However, the case standing thus, deficiency of power against superfluity of desire between Rustico's devil and Alibec's hell, it chanced that a fire broke out in Capsa, whereby the house of Alibec's father was burned, and he and all his sons and the rest of his household perished, so that Alibec was left sole heiress of all his estate. And a young gallant, Nerbali by name, who by reckless munificence had wasted all his substance, having discovered that she was alive, addressed himself to the pursuit of her, and having found her in time to prevent the confiscation of her father's estate as an esciat for failure of heirs, took her, much to Rustico's relief and against her own will, back to Capsa, and made her his wife, and shared with her her vast patrimony. But before he had lain with her, she was questioned by the ladies of the manner in which she had served God in the desert, whereto she answered that she had been wont to serve him by putting the devil in hell, and that Nerbali had committed a great sin when he took her out of such service. The ladies, being curious to know how the devil was put in hell, the girls satisfied them, partly by words, partly by signs. Whereat they laughed exorbitantly, and still laugh, and said to her, Be not downhearted, daughter, 'tis done here too. Nerbali will know well how to serve God with you in that way. And so, the story passing from mouth to mouth throughout the city, it came at last to be a common proverb, that the most acceptable service that can be rendered to God is to put the devil in hell, which proverb, having travelled hither across the sea, is still current. Wherefore, young ladies, you that have need of the grace of God, see to it that you learn how to put devil in hell, because 'tis mightily pleasing to God, and of great solace to both the parties, and much good may thereby be engendered and ensue. End of Day 3, the 10th story.
Day 3. The conclusion of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by H.M. Rigg. Day the 3rd. The conclusion. 1,000 times or more had Dioneo's story brought the laugh to the lips of the honorable ladies, so quaint and curiously entertaining found they the fashion of it. And now at its close the Queen, seeing the term of her sovereignty come, took the laurel wreath from her head, and with mien most debonair set it on the brow of Philostrato, saying, "We shall soon see whether the wolf will know better how to guide the sheep than the sheep have yet succeeded in guiding the wolves." Whereat Philostrato said with a laugh, "Had I been hearkened to, the wolves would have taught the sheep to put the devil in hell, even as Rustico taught Alibech. Wherefore, call us not wolves, seeing that you have not shown yourselves sheep. However, as best I may be able, I will govern the kingdom committed to my charge." Whereupon Nephila took him up. "Hark ye, Philostrato," she said, "while you thought to teach us, you might have learnt a lesson from us, as did Masetto da Lamporecchio from the nuns, and have recovered your speech when the bones had learned to whistle without a master." Philostrato, perceiving that there was a scythe for each of his arrows, gave up jesting, and addressed himself to the governance of his kingdom. He called the seneschal and held him strictly to account in every particular. He then judiciously ordered all matters as he deemed would be best, and most to the satisfaction of the company, while his sovereignty should last; and having so done, he turned to the ladies and said, "Loving ladies, as my ill luck would have it, since I have had wit to tell good from evil, the charms of one or other of you have kept me ever a slave to love, and for all I shewed myself humble and obedient and conformable, so far as I knew how, to all his ways. My fate has been still the same, to be discarded for another, and go ever from bad to worse, and so I suppose it will be with me to the hour of my death. Wherefore I am minded that to morrow our discourse be of no other topic than that which is most german to my condition, to wit, of those whose loves had a disastrous close, because mine, I expect, will in the long run be most disastrous; nor for other cause was the name by which you address me given me by one that well knew its signification." Which said, he arose and dismissed them all until supper time. So fair and delightsome was the garden that none saw fit to quit it and seek diversion elsewhere; rather, for the sun now shone with a tempered radiance that caused no discomfort, some of the ladies gave chase to the kids and conies and other creatures that haunted it, and scampering to and fro among them as they sat, had caused them 100 times or so some slight embarrassment. Dioneo and Fiammetta fell a singing of Messer Guglielmo and the Lady of Vergio. Philomela and Pamphilo sat them down to a game of chess, and as thus they pursued each their several diversions, time sped so swiftly that the supper hour stole upon them almost unawares, whereupon they ranged the tables round the beautiful fountain, and supped with all glad and festal cheer. When the tables were removed, Philostrato, being minded to follow in the footsteps of his fair predecessors in sway, bade Lauretta lead a dance and sing a song. She answered, "My lord, songs of others know I none, nor does my memory furnish me with any of mine own that seems meet for so gay a company; but if you will be content with what I have, gladly will I give you thereof." "Naught of thine," returned the king, "could be other than goodly and delectable. Wherefore give us even what thou hast." So encouraged, Lauretta, with dulcet voice, but manner somewhat languishing, raised the ensuing strain, to which the other ladies responded:
What dame disconsolate may so lament as I, that vainly sigh, to love still dedicate? He that the heaven and every orb doth move, form'd me for his delight, fair, debonair, and gracious, apt for love, that here on earth each soaring spirit might have foretaste how above that beauty shows that standeth in his sight. Ah, but dull wit and slight, for that it judgeth ill, liketh me not, nay, doth me vilely rate. There was who loved me, and my maiden grace did fondly clip and strain, as in his arms, so in his soul's embrace. And from mine eyes love's fire did drink amain, and time that glides apace in naught but courting me to spend was fain, whom courteous I did deign even as my peer to entreat, but am of him bereft. Ah, dolorous fate! Came to me next a gallant, swollen with pride, brave in his own conceit, and no less noble eke, whom woe betide that he me took, and holds in all unmeet suspicion jealous-eyed. And I, who wot that me the world should greet as the predestined sweet of many men, well nigh despair to be to one thus subjugate. Ah, woe is me! Cursed be the luckless day when, a new gown to wear, I said the fatal I. For blithe and gay in that plain gown I lived, no whit less fair, while in this rich array a sad and far less honour'd life I bear. Would I had died, or e'er sounded those notes of joy, ah, dolorous cheer, my woe to celebrate. So, list my supplication, lover dear, of whom such joyance I as ne'er another had. Thou that in clear light of the Maker's presence art, deny not pity to thy fear, who thee may ne'er forget, but let one sigh breathe tidings that on high thou burnest still for me, and sue of God that he me there translate.
So ended Lauretta her song, to which all hearkened attentively, though not all interpreted it alike. Some were inclined to give it a moral after the Milanese fashion, to wit, that a good porker was better than pretty quean. Others construed it in a higher, better, and truer sense, which 'tis not to the present purpose to unfold. Some more songs followed by command of the king, who caused torches not a few to be lighted and ranged about the flowery mead, and so the night was prolonged until the last star that had risen had begun to set. Then, bethinking him that it was time for slumber, the king bade all good night, and dismissed them to their several chambers. End of Day 3. The conclusion.
Day 4. The introduction of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by H. M. Rigg. Day the 4th. The introduction. In this year, the 3rd day of the Decameron, beginneth the 4th, in which, under the rule of Philostrato, discourse is had of those whose loves had a disastrous close. Dearest ladies, as well from what I heard in converse with the wise, as from matters that not seldom fell within my own observation and reading, I formed the opinion that the vehement and scorching blast of envy was apt to vent itself only upon lofty towers or the highest tree-tops. But therein I find that I misjudged, for whereas I ever thought and studied how best to elude the buffetings of that furious hurricane, and to that end kept a course not merely on the plain, but by preference in the depths of the valley, I should be abundantly clear to whose looks at these little stories, written as they are not only in the vulgar Florentine, and in prose, and without dedicatory flourish, but also in as homely and simple a style as may be. Nevertheless, all this has not stood me in such stead, but that I have been shrewdly shaken, nay, all but uprooted by the blast, and altogether lacerated by the bite of this same envy. Whereby I may very well understand that it's true, what the sages aver, that only misery is exempt from envy in the present life. Know then, discreet ladies, that some there are who, reading these little stories, have alleged that I am too fond of you, and that it is not a seemly thing that I should take so much pleasure in ministering to your gratification and solace, and some have found more fault with me for praising you as I do. Others, affecting to deliver a more considered judgment, have said that it ill befits my time of life to ensue such matters, to wit, the discoursing of women, or endeavouring to pleasure them. And not a few, feigning a mighty tender regard to my fame, aver that I should do more wisely to keep ever with the Muses on Parnassus, than to foregather with you in such vain dalliance. Those again there are, who, evincing less wisdom than despite, have told me that I should shew sounder sense, if I bethought me how to get my daily bread, than going after these idle toys, to nourish myself upon the wind, while certain others, in disparagement of my work, strive might and main to make it appear that the matters which I relate fell out otherwise than as I set them forth. Such then, noble ladies, are the blasts, such the sharp and cruel fangs, by which, while I champion your cause, I am assailed, harassed, and well nigh pierced through and through; which censures I hear and mark, God knows, with equal mind. And though to you belongs all my defence, yet I mean not to be niggard of my own powers, but rather, without dealing out to them the castigation they deserve, to give them such slight answer as may secure my ears some respite of their clamour, and that without delay. Seeing that if already, though I have not completed the third part of my work, they are not a few and very presumptuous, I deem it possible that before I have reached the end, should they receive no check, they may have grown so numerous that it would scarce tax their powers to sink me, and that your forces, great though they be, would not suffice to withstand them. However, I am minded to answer none of them until I have related in my behoof, not indeed an entire story, for I would not seem to foist my stories in among those of so honourable a company as that with which I have made you acquainted, but a part of one that is very incompleteness may show that it is not one of them. Wherefore, addressing my assailants, I say that in our city there was in old time a citizen named Filippo Balducci, a man of quite low origin, but of good substance and well versed and expert in matters belonging to his condition, who had a wife that he most dearly loved, as did she him, so that their life passed in peace and concord, nor there was aught they studied so much as how to please each other perfectly. Now it came to pass, as it does to every one, that the good lady departed this life, leaving Filippo enough of hers, but an only son, that she had had by him, and who was then about 2 years old. His wife's death left Filippo as disconsolate as ever was any man for the loss of a loved one, and sorely missing the companionship that was most dear to him, he resolved to have done with the world, and devote himself and his little son to the service of God. Wherefore, having dedicated all his goods to charitable uses, he forthwith betook him to the summit of Monte Asinaio, where he installed himself with his son in a little cell, and living on alms passed his days in fasting and prayer, being careful above all things to say nothing to the boy of any temporal matters, nor to let him see aught of the kind, lest they should distract his mind from his religious exercises, but discoursing with him continually of the glory of the life eternal, and of God and the saints, and teaching him naught else but holy orisons, in which way of life he kept him not a few years, never suffering him to quit the cell or see aught but himself. From time to time the worthy man would go to Florence, where divers of the faithful would afford him relief according to his needs, and so he would return to his cell. And thus it fell out that one day Filippo, now an aged man, being asked by the boy, who was about 18 years old, whither he went, told him. Whereupon, Father, said the boy, you are now old and scarce able to support fatigue. Why take you me not with you for once to Florence, and give me to know devout friends of God, and you, so that I, who am young and fitter for such exertion than you, may thereafter go to Florence for our supplies at your pleasure, and you remain here? The worthy man, bethinking him that his son was now grown up, and so habituated to the service of God as hardly to be seduced by the things of the world, said to himself, He says tell. And so, as he must needs go to Florence, he took the boy with him, where, seeing the palaces, the houses, the churches, and all matters else with which the city abounds, and of which he had no more recollection than if he had never seen them, the boy found all passing strange, and questioned his father of not a few of them, what they were and how they were named, his curiosity being no sooner satisfied in one particular than he plied his father with a further question. And so it befell that, while son and father were thus occupied in asking and answering questions, they encountered a bevy of damsels, fair and richly arrayed, being on their return from a wedding, whom the young man no sooner saw than he asked his father what they might be. My son, answered the father, fix thy gaze on the ground, regard them not at all, for naughty things are they. Oh, said the son, and what is their name? The father, fearing to awaken some mischievous craving of concupiscence in the young man, would not denote them truly, to wit as women, but said, They are called goslings. Whereupon, wonderful to tell, the lad who had never before set eyes of any woman thought no more of the palaces, the oxen, the horses, the asses, the money, or aught else that he had seen, but exclaimed, Prithee, father, let me have one of those goslings. Alas, my son, replied the father, speak not of them, they are naughty things. Oh, questioned the son, but are naughty things made like that? Ay, returned the father. Whereupon the son, I know not, he said, what you say, nor why they should be naughty things. For my part I have as yet seen naught that seemed to me so fair and delectable. They are fairer than the painted angels that you have so often shown me. Oh, if you love me, do but let us take one of these goslings up there, and I will see that she have whereon to bill. Nay, said the father, that will not I. Thou knowest not whereon they bill. And straightway, being aware that nature was more potent than his art, he repented him that he had brought the boy to Florence. But enough of this story. 'Tis time for me to cut it short, and return for those for whose instruction it is told. They say then, some of these my censors, that I am too fond of you, young ladies, and am at too great pains to pleasure you. Now that I am fond of you, and am at pains to pleasure you, I do most frankly and fully confess, and I ask them whether, considering only all that it means to have had, and to have continually before one's eyes your debonair demeanour, your bewitching beauty and exquisite grace, and therewithal your modest womanliness, not to speak of having known the amorous kisses, the caressing embraces, the voluptuous comminglings, whereof our intercourse with you, ladies most sweet, not seldom is productive, they do verily marvel that I am fond of you, seeing that one who was nurtured, reared, and brought up on a savage and solitary mountain, within the narrow circuit of a cell, without other companion than his father, had no sooner seen you than it was you alone that he desired, that he demanded, that he sought with ardour. Will they tear, will they lacerate me with their censures, if I, whose body heaven fashioned all apt for love, whose soul from very boyhood was dedicated to you, am not insensible to the power of the light of your eyes, to the sweetness of your honeyed words, to the flame that is kindled by your gentle sighs, but am fond of you, and sedulous to pleasure you. You, again, I bid them remember, in whom I hermit, a rude witless lad, liker to an animal than a human being, found more to delight him than in aught else that he saw. Of a truth who taxes me thus, must be one that, feeling, knowing naught of the pleasure and power of natural affection, loves you not, nor craves your love, and such an one I hold in light esteem. And as for those that go about to find ground of exception in my age, they do but show that they ill understand that the leek, albeit its head in white, has a green tail. But jesting apart, thus I answer them, that never to the end of my life shall I deem it shameful to me to pleasure those to whom Guido Cavalcanti and Dante Alighieri in their old age, and Messer Signo de Pistoia in extreme old age, accounted it an honour and found it a delight to minister gratification. And but that it were a deviation from the use and wont of discourse, I would call history to my aid, and show it to abound with stories of noble men of old time, who in their ripest age studied above all things else to pleasure the ladies, whereof if they be ignorant, go they and get them to school. To keep with the Muses on Parnassus is counsel I approve, but tarry with them always we cannot, nor they with us, nor is a man blameworthy, if, when he happen to part from them, he find his delight in those that resemble them. The Muses are ladies, and albeit ladies are not the peers of the Muses, yet they have their outward semblance, for which cause, if not for other, it's reasonable that I should be fond of them. Besides which, ladies have been to me the occasion of composing some 1,000 verses, but of never a verse that I made were the Muses the occasion. Howbeit it was with their aid, it was under their influence that I composed those 1,000 verses, and perchance they have sometimes visited me to encourage me in my present task, humble indeed though it be, doing honour and paying, as it were, tribute to the likeness which the ladies have to them. Wherefore, while I weave these stories, I stray not so far from Mount Parnassus and the Muses, as not a few perchance suppose. But what shall we say to those in whom my hunger excites such commiseration that they bid me get me bread? Verily I know not, save this. Suppose that in my need I were to beg bread of them, what would be their answer? I doubt not they would say, Go seek it among the fables. And in sooth the poets have found more bread among their fables than many rich men among their treasures. And many that have gone after fables have crowned their days with splendour, while, on the other hand, not a few, in the endeavour to get them more bread than they needed, have perished miserably. But why waste more words on them? Let them send me packing, when I ask bread of them, not that, thank God, I have yet need of it, and should I ever come to be in need of it, I know, like the Apostle, how to abound and to be in want, and so I am minded to be beholden to none but myself. As for those who say that these matters fell out otherwise than as I relate them, I should account it no small favour if they would produce the originals, and should what I write not accord with them, I would acknowledge the justice of their censure, and study to amend my ways. But, until better evidence is forthcoming than their words, I shall adhere to my own opinion, without seeking to deprive them of theirs, and give them tit for tat. And being minded that for this while this answer suffice, I say that with God and you, in whom I trust, most gentle ladies, to aid and protect me, and patience for my stay, I shall go forward with my work, turning my back on this tempest, however it may rage. For I see not that I can fare worse than the fine dust, which the blast of the whirlwind either leaves where it lies, or bears aloft, not seldom over the heads of men, over the crowns of kings, of emperors, and sometimes suffers to settle on the roofs of lofty palaces, and the summits of the tallest towers, whence if it fall, it cannot sink lower than the level from which it was raised. And if I ever devoted myself and all my powers to minister in any wise to your gratification, I am now minded more than ever so to do, because I know that there is naught that any can justly say in regard thereof, but that I, and others who love you, follow the promptings of nature, whose laws whoso would withstand has need of powers preeminent, and even so will ofttimes labour not merely in vain, but to his own most grievous disadvantage. Such powers I own that I neither have nor to such end desire to have, and had I them, I would rather leave them to another than use them myself. Wherefore let my detractors hold their peace, and if they cannot get heat, why, let them shiver their life away, and, while they remain addicted to their delights, or rather corrupt tastes, let them leave me to follow my own bent during the brief life that is accorded us. But this had been a long digression, fair ladies, and it is time to retrace our steps to the point where we deviated, and continue in the course on which we started. The sun had chased every star from the sky, and lifted the dank murk of night from the earth, when, Philostrato being risen, and having roused all his company, they hied them to the fair garden, and there fell to disporting themselves. The time for breakfast being come, they took it where they had supped on the preceding evening, and after they had slept they rose, when the sun was in his zenith, and seated themselves in their wonted manner by the beautiful fountain, where Fiammetta, being bidden by Philostrato to lead off the story-telling, awaited no second command, but debonairly thus began. End of introduction of Day 4th.
Day 4, the first story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 4, the first story. Tancred, Prince of Salerno, slays his daughter's lover, and sends her his heart in a golden cup. She pours upon it a poisonous distillation, which she drinks and dies. A direful theme has our king allotted us for today's discourse, seeing that, whereas we are here met for our common delectation, needs must we now tell of others' tears, whereby, whether telling or hearing, we cannot but be moved to pity. Perchance 'twas to temper, in some degree, the gaiety of the past days, that he so ordained, but whatever may have been his intent, his will must be to me immutable law. Wherefore I will narrate to you a matter that befell piteously, nay, woefully, and so as you may well weep thereat. Tancred, Prince of Salerno, a lord most humane and kind of heart, but that in his old age he embrued his hands in the blood of a lover, had in the whole course of his life but one daughter, and had he not had her, he had been more fortunate. Never was a daughter more tenderly beloved of a father than she of the prince, who for that cause, not knowing how to part with her, kept her unmarried for many a year after she had come of marriageable age. But then, at last, he gave her to a son of the Duke of Capua, with whom she had lived but a short while, when he died, and she returned to her father. Most lovely was she of form and feature, never woman more so, and young and light of heart, and more knowing, perchance, than beseemed a woman. Dwelling thus with her loving father, as a great lady in no small luxury, nor feeling to see that the prince, for the great love he bore her, was at no pains to provide her with another husband, and deeming it unseemly on her part to ask one of him, she cast about how she might come by a gallant to be her secret lover. And seeing at her father's court not a few men, both gentle and simple, that resorted thither, as we know men used to frequent courts, and closely scanning their mien and manners, she preferred before all others the prince's page, Guiscardo by name, a man of very humble origin, but preeminent for native worth and noble bearing, of whom, seeing him frequently, she became hotly enamoured, hourly extolling his qualities more and more highly. The young man, who for all his youth by no means lacked shrewdness, read her heart, and gave her his own on such wise that his love for her engrossed his mind to the exclusion of almost everything else. While thus they burned in secret for one another, the lady, desiring of all things a meeting with Guiscardo, but being shy of making any her confidant, hit upon a novel expedient to concert the affair with him. She wrote him a letter containing her commands for the ensuing day, and thrust it into a cane in the space between two of the knots, which cane she gave to Guiscardo, saying, "Thou canst let thy servant have it for a bellows to blow thy fire up to-night." Guiscardo took it, and feeling sure that 'twas not unadvisedly that she made him such a present, accompanied with such words, hied him straight home, where, carefully examining the cane, he observed that it was cleft, and opening it, found the letter, which he had no sooner read and learned what he was to do, than, pleased as ne'er another, he fell to devising how to set all in order that he might not fail to meet the lady on the following day, after the manner she had prescribed. Now hard by the prince's palace was a grotto, hewn in days of old in the solid rock, and now long disused, so that an artificial orifice by which it received a little light was all but choked with brambles and plants that grew about and overspread it. From one of the ground-floor rooms of the palace, which room was part of the lady's suite, a secret stair led to the grotto, though the entrance was barred by a very strong door. This stair, having been from time immemorial disused, had passed out of mind so completely that there was scarce any that remembered it was there, but love, whose eyes nothing, however secret, may escape, had brought it to the mind of the enamoured lady. For many a day, using all secrecy, that none should discover her, she had wrought with her tools until she had succeeded in opening the door, which done, she had gone down into the grotto alone, and having observed the orifice, had by her letter apprised Guiscardo of its apparent height above the floor of the grotto, and bidden him contrive some means of descending thereby. Eager to carry the affair through, Guiscardo lost no time in digging up a ladder of ropes, whereby he might ascend and descend, and having put on a suit of leather to protect him from the brambles, he hied him the following night, keeping the affair close from all, to the orifice, made the ladder fast by one of its ends to a massive trunk that was rooted in the mouth of the orifice, climbed down the ladder, and awaited the lady. On the morrow, making as if she would fain sleep, the lady dismissed her damsels, and locked herself into her room. She then opened the door of the grotto, hied her down, and met Guiscardo, to their marvellous mutual satisfaction. The lovers then repaired to her room, where in exceeding great joyance they spent no small part of the day. Nor were they neglectful of the precautions needful to prevent discovery of their amour, but in due time Guiscardo returned to the grotto, whereupon the lady locked the door and rejoined her damsels. At nightfall Guiscardo reascended his ladder, and issuing forth of the orifice, hied him home, nor, knowing now the way, did he fail to revisit the grotto many a time thereafter. But fortune, noting with envious eyes a happiness of such degree and duration, gave to events a dolorous turn, whereby the joy of the two lovers was converted into bitter lamentation. 'Twas Tancred's custom to come from time to time quite alone to his daughter's room, and tarry talking with her a while. Whereby it so befell that he came down there one day after breakfast, while Gismonda, such was the lady's name, was in her garden with her damsels, so that none saw or heard him enter, nor would he call his daughter, for he was minded that she should not forego her pleasure. But finding the windows closed and the bed curtains drawn down, he seated himself on a divan that stood at one end of the corners of the bed, rested his head on the bed, drew the curtain over him, and thus, hidden as if of set purpose, fell asleep. As he slept, Gismonda, who, as it happened, had caused Guiscardo to come that day, left her damsels in the garden, softly entered the room, and having locked herself in, unwitting that there was another in the room, opened the door to Guiscardo, who was waiting. Straightway they got them to bed, as was their wont, and while they there solaced and disported them together, so it befell that Tancred awoke, and heard and saw what they did, whereat he was troubled beyond measure, and at first was minded to upbraid them, but on second thoughts he deemed it best to hold his peace, and avoid discovery, if so he might with greater stealth and less dishonour carry out the design which was already in his mind. The two lovers continued long together, as they were wont, all unwitting of Tancred, but at length they saw fit to go out of bed, when Guiscardo went back to the grotto, and the lady hied her forth of the room. Whereupon Tancred, old though he was, got out at one of the windows, clambered down into the garden, and, seen by none, returned sorely troubled to his room. By his command, two men took Guiscardo early that same night, as he issued forth of the orifice accoutred in his suit of leather, and brought him privily to Tancred, who, as he saw him, all but wept, and said, Guiscardo, my kindness to thee is ill requited by the outrage and dishonour which thou hast done me in the person of my daughter, as today I have seen with my own eyes. To which Guiscardo could answer naught but, Love is more potent than either you or I. Tancred then gave order to keep him privily under watch and ward in a room within the palace, and so it was done. Next day, while Gismonde wotted naught of these matters, Tancred, after pondering divers novel expedients, hied him after breakfast, according to his wont, to his daughter's room, where, having called her to him and locked himself in with her, he began, not without tears, to speak on this wise. Gismonde, conceiving that I knew thy virtue and honour, never, though it had been reported to me, would I have credited, had I not seen with my own eyes, that thou wouldst so much as in idea, not to say fact, have ever yielded thyself to any man but thy husband. Wherefore, for the brief residue of life that my age has in store for me, the memory of thy fall will ever be grievous to me. And would to God, as thou must needs demean thyself to such dishonour, thou hadst taken a man that matched thy nobility, but of all the men that frequent my court, thou must needs choose Guiscardo, a young man of the lowest condition, a fellow whom we brought up in charity from his tender years, for whose sake thou hast plunged me into the abyss of mental tribulation, insomuch that I know not what course to take in regard of thee. As to Guiscardo, whom I caused to be arrested last night as he issued from the orifice, and kept in durance, my course is already taken. But how am I to deal with thee, God knows I know not. I am distraught between the love which I have ever borne thee, love such as no father ever bare to daughter, and the most just indignation evoked in me by thy signal folly. My love prompts me to pardon thee, my indignation bids me harden my heart against thee, though I do violence to my nature. But before I decide upon my course, I would fain hear what thou hast to say to this. So saying, he bent his head, and wept as bitterly as any child that had been soundly thrashed. Her father's words, and the tidings they conveyed, that not only was her secret passion discovered, but Guiscardo taken, caused Gismonde immeasurable grief, which she was again and again on the point of evincing, as most women do, by cries and tears, but her high spirit triumphed over this weakness. By a prodigious effort she composed her countenance, and taking it for granted that her Guiscardo was no more, she inly devoted herself to death rather than a single prayer for herself should escape her lips. Wherefore, not as a woman stricken with grief or chidden for a fault, but unconcerned and unabashed, with tearless eyes, and frank and utterly dauntless mien, thus answered she her father. Tancred, your accusation I shall not deny, neither will I cry you mercy, for naught should I gain by denial, nor aught would I gain by supplication. Nay more, there is naught I will do to conciliate thy humanity and love. My only care is to confess the truth, to defend my honour by words of sound reason, and then by deeds most resolute to give effect to the promptings of my high soul. True it is that I have loved and loved Guiscardo, and during the brief while I have yet to live shall love him. Nor after death, so there be then love, shall I cease to love him. But that I love him is not imputable to my womanly frailty so much as to the little zeal thou showedst me for my bestowal in marriage, and to Guiscardo's own worth. It should not have escaped thee, Tancred, creature of flesh and blood as thou art, that thy daughter was also a creature of flesh and blood, and not of stone or iron. It was, and is, thy duty to bear in mind, old though thou art, the nature and the might of the laws to which youth is subject, and though thou hast spent part of thy best years in martial exercises, thou shouldst nevertheless have not been ignorant how potent is the influence even upon the aged, to say nothing of the young, of ease and luxury. And not only am I, as being your daughter, a creature of flesh and blood, but my life is not so far spent, but I am still young, and thus doubly fraught with fleshly appetite, the vehemence whereof is marvellously enhanced by reason that, having been married, I have known the pleasure that ensues upon the satisfaction of such desire. Which forces being powerless to withstand, I did but act as was natural in a young woman, when I gave way to them, and yielded myself to love. Nor in sooth did I fail to the utmost of my power so to order the indulgence of my natural propensity that my sin should bring shame neither upon thee nor upon me. To which end love in his pity and fortune in a friendly mood found and discovered me a secret way whereby non-witting I attained my desire. This from whomsoever thou hast learned it, howsoever thou comest to know it, I deny not. 'Twas not at random, as many women do, that I loved Guiscardo, but by deliberate choice I preferred him before all other men, and of determinate forethought I lured him to my love, whereof through his and my discretion and constancy I have long had joyance. Wherein 'twould seem that thou, following rather the opinion of the vulgar than the dictates of truth, find cause to chide me more severely than in my sinful love. For as if thou wouldst not have been vexed, had my choice fallen on a nobleman, thou complainest that I have foregathered with a man of low condition, and dost not see that therein thou censurest not my fault but that of fortune, which not seldom raises the unworthy of high place and leaves the worthiest in low estate. But leave we this. Consider a little the principle of things. Thou seest that in regard of our flesh we are all moulded of the same substance, and that all souls are endowed by one and the same Creator with equal faculties, equal powers, equal virtues. 'Twas merit that made the first distinction between us, born as we were, nay, as we are, all equal. And those whose merits were and were approved in act the greatest were called noble, and the rest were not so denoted. Which law, albeit overlaid by the contrary usage of after times, is not yet abrogated, nor so impaired that it is still traceable in nature and good manners. For which cause whoso with merit acts does plainly show himself a gentleman, and if any denote him otherwise, the default is his own, and not his whom he so denotes. Pass in review all thy nobles, weigh their merits, their manners and bearing, and then compare Guiscardo's qualities with theirs. If thou wilt judge without prejudice, thou wilt pronounce him noble in the highest degree, and thy nobles one and all churls. As to Guiscardo's merits and worth, I did but trust the verdict which thou thyself didst utter in words, and which mine own eyes confirmed. Of whom had he such commendation as of thee for all those excellences whereby a good man and true merits commendation? And in sooth thou didst him but justice, for unless mine eyes have played me false, there was naught for which thou didst commend him but I had seen him practise it, and that more admirably than words of thine might express. And had I been at all deceived in this matter, 'twould have been by thee. Wilt thou say then that I have foregathered with a man of low condition? If so, thou wilt not say true. Didst thou say with a poor man, the impeachment might be allowed to thy shame, that thou so ill hast known how to requite a good man and true that is thy servant. But poverty, though it take away all else, deprives no man of gentilesse. Many kings, many great princes were once poor, and many a ditcher or herdsman has been and is very wealthy. As for thy last perpended doubt, to wit, how thou shouldst deal with me, banish it utterly from thy thoughts. If in the extreme old age thou art minded to manifest a harshness unwonted in thy youth, wreak thy harshness on me, resolved as I am to cry thee no mercy, prime cause as I am that this sin, if sin it be, has been committed. For of this I warn thee, that as thou mayst have done or shalt do to Guiscardo, if to me thou do not the like, I with my own hands will do it. Now get thee gone to shed thy tears with the women, and when thy melting mood is over, ruthlessly destroy Guiscardo and me, if such thou deem our merited doom, by one and the same blow. The loftiness of his daughter's spirit was not unknown to the prince, but still he did not credit her with a resolve quite as firmly fixed as her words implied, to carry their purport into effect. So, parting from her without the least intention of using harshness towards her in her own person, he determined to quench the heat of her love by wreaking his vengeance on her lover, and bade the two men that had charge of Guiscardo to strangle him noiselessly that same night, take the heart out of the body, and send it to him. The men did his bidding, and on the morrow the prince had a large and beautiful cup of gold brought to him, and having put Guiscardo's heart therein, sent it by the hand of one of his most trusted servants to his daughter, charging the servant to say, as he gave it to her, "Thy father sends you this, to give thee joy of that which thou lovest best, even as thou hast given him joy of that which he loved best." Now when her father had left her, Gismonda, wavering not a joint in her stern resolve, had sent for poisonous herbs and roots, and therefrom had distilled a water to have it ready for use, if that which she apprehended should come to pass. And when the servant appeared with the prince's present and message, she took the cup unblenchingly, and having lifted the lid, and seen the heart, and apprehended the meaning of the words, and that the heart was beyond a doubt Guiscardo's, she raised her head, and looking straight at the servant, said, "Sepulture less honourable than of gold had ill befitted heart such as this. Herein has my father done wisely." Which said, she raised it to her lips and kissed it, saying, "In all things and at all times, even to the last hour of my life, have I found my father most tender in his love, but now more so than ever before. Wherefore I now render him the last thanks which will ever be due from me to him for his goodly present." So she spoke, and straining the cup to her, bowed her head over it, and gazing at the heart, said, "O sojourn most sweetly of all my joys, accursed be he by whose ruthless act I see thee with the bodily eye. 'Twas enough that to my mind's eye thou wert hourly present. Thou hast run thy course, thou hast closed the span that fortune allotted thee, thou hast reached the goal of all. Thou hast left behind thee the woes and weariness of the world, and thy enemy has himself granted thee sepulture, and accordant with thy deserts. Now circumstance was wanting to duly celebrate thy obsequies, save the tears of her whom, while thou liv'dst, thou didst so dearly love, which that thou shouldst not lack, my remorseless father was prompted of God to send thee to me, and albeit my resolve was fixed to die with eyes unmoistened, and front all unperturbed by fear, yet will I accord thee my tears, which done, my care shall be forthwith by thy means to join my soul to that most precious soul which thou didst once enshrine. And is there other company than hers, in which more of joy and peace I might fare to the abodes unknown? She is yet here within, I doubt not, contemplating the abodes of her and my delights, and, for sure I am that she loves me, awaiting my soul that loves her before all else. Having thus spoken, she bowed herself low over the cup, and, while no womanish cry escaped her, 'twas as if a fountain of water were unloosed within her head, so wondrous a flood of tears gushed from her eyes, while times without number she kissed the dead heart. Her damsels that stood around her knew not whose the heart might be, or what her words might mean, but melting in sympathy they all wept, and compassionately, as vainly, inquired the cause of her lamentation, and in many other ways sought to comfort her to the best of their understanding and power. When she had wept her fill, she raised her head and dried her eyes. Then, "O heart," said she, "much cherished heart, discharged is my every duty towards thee. Naught now remains for me to do but to come and unite my soul with thine." So saying, she sent for the vase that held the water which the day before she had distilled, and emptied it into the cup where lay the heart bathed in her tears. Then, nowise afraid, she set her mouth to the cup and drained it dry, and so with the cup in her hand she got her upon her bed, and having there disposed her person in guise as seemly as she might, laid her dead lover's heart upon her own, and silently awaited death. Meanwhile the damsels, seeing and hearing what passed, but knowing not what the water was that she had drunk, had sent word of each particular to Tancred, who, apprehensive of that which came to pass, came down with all haste to his daughter's room, where he arrived just as she got her upon her bed, and, now too late, addressed himself to comfort her with soft words, and seeing in what plight she was, burst into a flood of bitter tears. To whom the lady, "Reserve thy tears, Tancred, till fortune send thee hap less longed for this. Waste them not on me, who care not for them. Whoever yet saw any but thee bewail the consummation of his desire? But if of the love thou once didst bear me any spark still lives in thee, be it thy parting grace to me, that as thou brookedst not that I should live with Guiscardo in privity and seclusion, so wherever thou mayst have caused Guiscardo's body to be cast, mine may be united with it in the common view of all." The prince replied not, for excess of grief, and the lady, feeling that her end was come, strained the dead heart to her bosom, saying, "Fare ye well, I take my leave of you." And with eyelids drooped and every sense evanished, departed this life of woe. Such was the lamentable end of the loves of Guiscardo and Gismonda, whom Tancred, tardily repentant of his harshness, mourned not a little, as did also all the folk of Salerno, and had honourably interred side by side in the same tomb. End of Day 4, the first story.
Day 4, the second story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miette. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 4, the second story. Fra Alberto gives a lady to understand that she is beloved of the angel Gabriel, in whose shape he lies with her sundry times. Afterward, for fear of her kinsman, he flings himself forth of her house, and finds shelter in the house of a poor man, who on the morrow leads him in the guise of a wild man into the piazza, where, being recognized, he is apprehended by his brethren and imprisoned.
More than once had Fiammetta's story brought tears to the eyes of her fair companions, but now that it was ended, the king said with an austere air, I should esteem my life but a paltry price to pay for half the delight that Gismonde had with Guiscardo, whereat no lady of you all should marvel, seeing that each hour that I live I die 1,000 deaths. Nor is there so much as a particle of compensating joy allotted me. But a truce to my own concerns, I ordain that Pompineia do next ensue our direful argument, wherewith the tenor of my life in part accords, and if she follows in Fiametta's footsteps, I doubt not I shall presently feel some drops of dew distil upon my fire. Pompineia received the king's command in a spirit more accordant with what, from her own bent, she divined to be the wishes of her fair gossips, than with the king's words. Wherefore, being minded rather to afford them some diversion, than, save as in duty bound, to satisfy the king, she made choice of a story which, without deviating from the prescribed theme, should move a laugh, and thus began.
'Tis a proverb, current among the vulgar, that whoso being wicked is righteous reputed, may sin as he will, and 'twill never be imputed. Which proverb furnishes me with abundant matter of discourse, germane to our theme, besides occasion to exhibit the quality and degree of the hypocrisy of the religious, who flaunt it in ample flowing robes, and, with faces made pallid by art, with voices low and gentle to beg alms, most loud and haughty to reprove in others their own sins, would make believe that their way of salvation lies in taking from us, and ours in giving to them. Nay, more, as if they had not, like us, paradise to win, but were already its lords and masters, assign therein to each that dies a place more or less exalted according to the amount of money that he has bequeathed to them, which, if they believe, 'tis by dint of self-delusion, and to the effect of deluding all that put faith in their words, of whose guile were it lawful for me to make as full exposure as were fitting, not a few simple folk should soon be enlightened as to what they cloak within the folds of their voluminous habits. But would to God all might have the like reward of their lives as a certain friar minor, no novice, but one that was reputed among the greatest at Venice, whose story, rather than aught else, I am minded to tell you, if so I may, perchance, by laughter and jollity, relieve in some degree your souls that are heavy laden with pity for the death of Gismonde. Know then, noble ladies, that there was in Imola a man of evil and corrupt life, Berto della Mazza by name, whose pestilent practices came at length to be so well known to the good folk of Imola that 'twas all one whether he lied or spoke the truth, for there was not a soul in Imola that believed a word he said. Wherefore, seeing that his tricks would pass no longer there, he removed, as in despair, to Venice, that common sink of all abominations, thinking there to find other means than he had found elsewhere to the prosecution of his nefarious designs. And, as if conscience-stricken for his past misdeeds, he assumed an air of the deepest humility, turned the best Catholic of them all, and went and made himself a friar minor, taking the name of Fra Alberto di Imola. With his habit he put on a show of austerity, highly commending penitence and abstinence, and eating or drinking no sort of meat or wine, but such as was to his taste. And scarce a soul was there that wist that the thief, the pimp, the cheat, the assassin, had not been suddenly converted into a great preacher without continuing in the practice of the said iniquities, whensoever the same was privily possible. And withal, having got himself made priest, as often as he celebrated at the altar, he would weep over the passion of our Lord, so there were folk in plenty to see, for tears cost him little enough, when he had a mind to shed them. In short, what with his sermons and his tears, he duped the folk of Venice to such a tune that scarce a will was there made but he was its executor and depository. Nay, not a few made him trustee of their moneys, and most, or well nigh most, men and women alike, their confessor and counsellor. In short, he had put off the wolf and put on the shepherd, and the fame of his holiness was such in those parts that St. Francis himself had never the like at Assisi. Now, it so befell that among the ladies that came to confess to this holy friar was one Mona Lisetta of Calquirino, the young, silly, empty-headed wife of a great merchant, who was gone with the galleys to Flanders. Like a Venetian, for unstable are they all, though she placed herself at his feet, she told him but a part of her sins, and when Fra Alberto asked her whether she had a lover, she replied with black looks, "How now, Master Friar? Have you not eyes in your head? See you no difference between my charms and those of other women? Lovers in plenty might I have, so I would, but charms such as mine must not be cheapened. 'Tis not every man that might presume to love me. How many ladies have you seen whose beauty is comparable to mine? I should adorn paradise itself." Whereto she added so much more in praise of her beauty that the friar could scarce hear with patience. Howbeit, discerning at a glance that she was none too well furnished with sense, he deemed the soil meet for his plough, and fell forthwith inordinately in love with her, though he deferred his blandishments to a more convenient season, and by way of supporting his character for holiness began instead to chide her, telling her, among other novelties, that this was vainglory. Whereto the lady retorted that he was a blockhead, and could not distinguish one degree of beauty from another. Wherefore Fra Alberto, lest he should occasion her too much chagrin, cut short the confession and suffered her to depart with the other ladies. Some days later, accompanied by a single trusty friend, he hied him to Mona Lisetta's house, and having withdrawn with her alone into a saloon, where they were safe from observation, he fell on his knees at her feet and said, "Madam, for the love of God, I crave your pardon of that which I said to you on Sunday, when you spoke to me of your beauty, for so grievously was I chastised therefore that very night, that 'tis but to-day that I have been able to quit my bed." "And by whom," quoth my lady, Battledore, "were you so chastised?" "I will tell you," returned Fra Alberto. "That night I was, as is ever my wont, at my orisons, when suddenly a great light shone in my cell, and before I could turn me to see what it was, I saw standing over me a right goodly youth with a stout cudgel in his hand, who seized me by the habit and threw me at his feet and belaboured me till I was bruised from head to foot. And when I asked him why he used me thus, he answered, 'tis because thou didst today presume to speak slightingly of the celestial charms of Mona Lisetta, whom I love next to God himself. Whereupon I asked, And who are you? And he made answer that he was the angel Gabriel. Then said I, O my lord, I pray your pardon me. Wheretofore he answered, I pardon thee on condition that thou go to her, with what speed thou mayest, and obtain her pardon. Which, if she accord thee not, I shall come back hither and give thee belabouring's enough with my cudgel to make thee a sad man for the rest of thy days. What more, he said, I dare not tell you until you first pardon me. Whereat our flimsy, pumpkin-pated Lady Lackbrain was overjoyed, taking all the friar's words for gospel. So after a while she said, And did I not tell you, Fra Alberto, that my charms were celestial? But so help me God, I am moved to pity of you. And forthwith I pardon you, lest worse should befall you. So only you can tell me what more the angel said. So will I gladly, madam, returned Fra Alberto, now that I have your pardon. This only I bid you bear in mind, that you have a care that never a soul in the world hear from you a single word of what I shall say to you. If you would not spoil your good fortune, wherein there is not today in the whole world a lady that may compare with you, know then that the angel Gabriel bade me to tell you stands so high in his favour that again and again he would have come to pass the night with you, but that he doubted he should affright you. So now he sends you word through me that he would fain come one night and stay a while with you. And seeing that, being an angel, if he should come visit you in his angelic shape, he might not be touched by you. He would, to pleasure you, present himself in human shape, and so he bids you send him word when you would have him come, and in whose shape, and he will come. For which cause you may deem yourself more blessed than any other lady that lives. My Lady Vanity then said that she was highly flattered to be beloved of the angel Gabriel, whom she herself loved so well that she had never grudged for solely to burn a candle before his picture, whenever she saw it, and that he was welcome to visit her as often as he liked, and would always find her alone in her room, on the understanding, however, that he should not desert her for the Virgin Mary, whom she had heard he did mightily affect, and indeed 'twould so appear, for wherever she saw him, he was always on his knees at her feet. For the rest, he might even come in what shape he pleased, so that it was not such as to terrify her. Then said Fra Alberto, Madam, 'tis wisely spoken, and I will arrange it all with him just as you say. But 'tis in your power to do me a great favour, which will cost you nothing. And this favour is that you will be consenting that he visit you in my shape. Now, here wherein you will confer this favour, thus it will be, he will disembody my soul, and set it in paradise, entering himself into my body. And as long as he shall be with you, my soul will be in paradise. Whereto my Lady Slender Wit, So be it, she said. I am well pleased that you have this solace to salve the bruises he gives you on my account. Good, said Fra Alberto, then you will see to it that tonight he find when he comes your outer door unlatched, that he may have ingress for coming as he will in human shape. He will not be able to enter save by the door. It shall be done, replied the lady. Whereupon Fra Alberto took his leave, and the lady remained in such a state of exultation that her nether and knew not her chemise, and it seemed to her 1,000 years until the angel Gabriel should come to visit her. Fra Alberto, bethinking him that 'twas not as an angel but as a cavalier that he must acquit himself that night, fell to fortifying himself with comfits and other dainties, that he might not lose his saddle for a slight cause. Then, a leave of absence gotten, he betook him at nightfall with a single companion to the house of a woman that was his friend, which house had served on former occasions as his base when he went chasing the fillies, and having there disguised himself, he hied him, when he deemed 'twas time, to the lady of the house, where, donning the gewgaws he had brought with him, he transformed himself into an angel, and going up, entered the lady's chamber. No sooner saw she this dazzling apparition than she fell on her knees before the angel, who gave her his blessing, raised her to her feet, and motioned her to go to bed. She, nothing loath, obeyed forthwith, and the angel lay down beside his devotee. Now, Fra Alberto was a stout, handsome fellow, whose legs bore themselves right bravely, and being bedded with Mona Lisetta, who was lusty and delicate, he covered her after another fashion. Then her husband had been wont, and took many a flight that night without wings, so that she heartily cried him content. And not a little therewith did he tell her of the glory celestial. Then, towards daybreak, all being ready for his return, he hied him forth, and repaired, caparisoned as he was, to his friend, whom, lest he should be affrighted, sleeping alone, the good woman of the house had solaced with her company. The lady, so soon as she had breakfasted, betook her to Fra Alberto, and reported the angel Gabriel's visit, and what he had told her of the glory of the life eternal, describing his appearance, not without some added marvels of her own invention. Whereto Fra Alberto replied, "Madam, I know not how you fared with him, but this I know, that last night he came to me, and for that I had done his errand with you. He suddenly transported my soul among such a multitude of flowers and roses as was never seen here before, and my soul, what become of my body I know not, tarried in one of the most delightful places that ever was from that hour until matins." "As for your body," said the lady, "do I not tell you whose it was? It lay all night long with the angel Gabriel in my arms. And if you believe me not, you have but to look under your left pap, where I gave the angel a mighty kiss, of which the mark will last for some days." "Why then," said Fra Alberto, "I will even to-day, what 'tis long since I did, to wit, undress, that I might see if you say sooth." So they fooled it a long while, and then the lady went home, where Fra Alberto afterwards paid her many a visit without any let. However, one day it so befell that while Mona Lisetta was with one of her gossips canvassing beauties, being minded to exalt her own charms above all others, and having, as we know, none too much wit in her pumpion pat, observed, "Did you but know by whom my charms are prized, then, for sure, you would have naught to say of the rest." Her gossip, all agog to hear, for well she knew her foible, answered, "Madam, it may be as you say, but still, while one knows not who he may be, one cannot alter one's mind so rapidly." Whereupon my Lady Featherbrain, "Gossip," said she, "'tis not for common talk, but he that I wot of is the angel Gabriel, who loves me more dearly than himself. For that I am, so he tells me, the fairest lady in all the world, ay, and in the Marima to boot." Whereat her gossip would fain have laughed, but held herself in, being minded to hear more from her. Wherefore she said, "God's faith, madam, if 'tis the angel Gabriel, and he tells you so, why, so of course it must needs be. But I wist not the angels meddled with such matters." "There you erred, gossip," said the lady. "Zounds, he does have it better than my husband, and he tells me they do it above there too. But as he rates my charms above any that are in heaven, he is enamoured of me, and not seldom visits me. So now, dost see?" So away went the gossip, so agog to tell the story that it seemed to her 1,000 years till she was where it might be done. And being met for recreation with a great company of ladies, she narrated it all in detail, whereby it passed to the ladies' husbands and to other ladies, and from them to yet other ladies, so that in less than 2 days all Venice was full of it. But among others, whose ears it reached, were Monna Lisetta's brothers-in-law, who, keeping their own counsel, refused to find this angel and make out whether he knew how to fly, to which end they kept watch for some nights. Whereof no hint, as it happened, reached Fra Alberto's ears, and so, one night, when he was come to enjoy the lady once more, he was scarce undressed, when her brothers-in-law, who had seen him come, were at the door of the room and already opening it, when Fra Alberto, hearing the noise and apprehending the danger, started up, and having no other resource, threw open a window that looked on to the Grand Canal, and plunged into the water. The depth was great, and he was an expert swimmer, so that he took no hurt, but, having reached the other bank, found a house open, and forthwith entered it, praying the good man that was within, for God's sake, to save his life, and trumping up a story to account for his being there at so late an hour, and stripped to the skin. The good man took pity on him, and having occasion to go out, he put him in his own bed, bidding him stay there until his return, and so, having locked himself in, he went about his business. Now, when the lady's brothers-in-law entered the room and found that the angel Gabriel had taken flight, leaving his wings behind him, being balked of their prey, they roundly rated the lady, and then, leaving her disconsolate, betook themselves home with the angel's spoils. Whereby it befell that, when 'twas broad day, the good man, being on the Rialto, heard tell how the angel Gabriel had come to pass the night with Monna Lisetta, and, being surprised by her brothers-in-law, had taken fright, and thrown himself into the canal, and none knew what was become of him. The good man guessed in a trice that the said angel was no other than the man he had at home, whom on his return he recognized, and, after much chaffering, brought him to promise him 50 ducats, that he might not be given to the lady's brothers-in-law. The bargain struck, Fra Alberto signified a desire to be going. Whereupon, "There is no way," said the good man, "but one, if you are minded to take it. Today we hold a revel, wherein folk lead others about in various disguises. As one man will present a bear, another a wild man, and so forth. And then, in the piazza of San Marco, there is a hunt, which done, the revel is ended, and then away they hie him, whither they will, each with the man he has led about. If you are willing to be led by me in one or another of these disguises, before it can get wind that you are here, I can bring you whither you would go. Otherwise, I see not how you are to quit this place without being known, and the lady's brothers-in-law, reckoning that you must be lurking somewhere in this quarter, have set guards all about to take you. Loath indeed was Fra Alberto to go in such a guise, but such was his fear of the lady's relations that he consented, and told the good man whither he desired to be taken, and that he was content to leave the choice of the disguise to him. The good man then smeared him all over with honey, and covered him with down, set a chain on his neck and a vizard on his face, gave him a stout cudgel to carry in one hand, and 2 huge dogs which he had brought from the shambles to lead with the other, and sent a man to the Rialto to announce that whoso would see the angel Gabriel should hie him to the piazza of San Marco, in by the chain behind, and through a great throng that clamoured, "What manner of thing is this? What manner of thing is this?" He brought him to the piazza, where, what with those that followed them, and those that had come from the Rialto on hearing the announcement, there were folk without end. Arrived at the piazza, he fastened his wild man to a column in a high and exposed place, making as if he were minded to wait till the hunt should begin, whereby the flies and gadflies, attracted by the honey with which he was smeared, caused him most grievous distress. However, the good man waited only until the piazza was thronged, and then, making as if he would unchain his wild man, he tore the vizard from Fra Alberto's face, saying, "Gentlemen, as the boar comes not to the hunt, and the hunt does not take place, that it be not for nothing that you are come hither. I am minded to give you a view of the angel Gabriel, who comes down from heavens to earth by night to solace the ladies of Venice." The vizard was no sooner withdrawn than all recognized Fra Alberto, and greeted him with hootings, rating him in language as offensive and opprobrious as ever rogue was abused withal, and pelting him in the face with every sort of filth that came to hand. In which plight they kept him an exceedingly great while, until by chance the brute thereof reached his brethren, of whom some 6 thereupon put themselves in motion, and, arrived at the piazza, clapped a habit on his back and unchained him, and amid an immense uproar led him off to their convent, where, after languishing a while in prison, 'tis believed that he died. So this man, by reason that, being reputed righteous, he did evil, and 'twas not imputed to him, presumed to counterfeit the angel Gabriel, and, being transformed into a wild man, was in the end put to shame as he deserved, and vainly bewailed his misdeeds. God grant that so it may betide all his likes. End of day 4, the second story. Recording by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast.
Day 4, the third story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 4, the third story. 3 young men love 3 sisters and flee with them to Crete. The eldest of the sisters slays her lover for jealousy. The second saves the life of the first by yielding herself to the Duke of Crete. Her lover slays her and makes off with the first. The third sister and her lover are charged with murder, are arrested and confess the crime. They escape death by bribing the guards, flee destitute to Rhodes, and there in destitution die.
Pompinea's story ended. Philostrato mused awhile, and then said to her, "A little good matter there was that pleased me at the close of your story, but before it was reached, there was far too much to laugh at, which I could have wished had not been there." Then, turning to Lauretta, he said, "Madame, give us something better to follow, if so it may be." Lauretta replied with a laugh, "Harsh beyond measure are you to the lovers, to desire that their end be always evil. But, as in duty bound, I will tell a story of three, who all alike came to a bad end, having had little joyance of their loves." And so saying, she began.
Well may ye wot, young ladies, for 'tis abundantly manifest, that there is no vice but most grievous disaster may ensue thereon to him that practises it, and not seldom to others. And of all vices, that which hurries us into peril with loosest rein is, methinks, anger, which is naught but a rash and hasty impulse, prompted by a feeling of pain, which banishes reason, shrouds the eyes of the mind in thick darkness, and sets the soul ablaze with a fierce frenzy. Which, though it not seldom befall men, and one rather than another, has nevertheless been observed to be fraught in women with more disastrous consequences, inasmuch as in them the flame is both more readily kindled and burns more brightly, and with less impediment to its vehemence. Wherein is no cause to marvel, for if we consider it, we shall see that 'tis of the nature of fire to lay hold more readily of things light and delicate than of matters of firmer and more solid substance. And sure it is that we, without offence to the men be it spoken, are more delicate than they, and much more mobile. Wherefore, seeing how prone we are thereto by nature, and considering also our gentleness and tenderness, how soothing and consolatory they are to the men with whom we consort, and that thus this madness of wrath is fraught with grievous annoy and peril. Therefore, that with stouter heart we may defend ourselves against it, I purpose by my story to show you how the loves of 3 young men and as many ladies, as I said before, were by the anger of one of the ladies changed from a happy to a most woeful complexion. Marseilles, as you know, is situate on the coast of Provence, a city ancient and most famous, and in old time the seat of many more rich men and great merchants than are to be seen there today, among whom was one Narnald Cluada by name, a man of the lowest origin, but a merchant of unsullied probity and integrity, and boundless wealth in lands and goods and money, who had by his lady several children, 3 of them being daughters, older each of them than the other children, who were sons. 2 of the daughters, who were twins, were, when my story begins, 15 years old, and the third was but a year younger, so that in order to their marriage their kinsfolk awaited nothing but the return of Narnald from Spain, whither he was gone with his merchandise. One of the twins was called Ninette, the other Madeleine, the third daughter's name was Berthelle. A young man, Restagnon by name, who, though poor, was of gentle blood, was in the last degree enamoured of Ninette, and she of him, and so discreetly had they managed the affair, that never another soul in the world witting aught of it, they had had joyance of their love, and that for a good while, when it so befell that 2 young friends of theirs, the one Foulque, the other Hugues by name, whom their fathers, recently dead, had left very wealthy, fell in love, the one with Madeleine, the other with Berthelle. Whereof Restagnon, being apprised by Ninette, bethought him that in their love he might find a means to the relief of his necessities. He accordingly consorted freely and familiarly with them, accompanying now one, now the other, and sometimes both of them, when they went to visit their ladies and his. And when he judged that he had made his footing as friendly and familiar as need was, he bade them one day to his house, and said, "Comrades most dear, our friendship, perchance, may not have left you without assurance of the great love I bear you, and that for you I would do even as much as for myself. Wherefore, Loving you thus much, I purpose to impart to you that which is in my mind, that in regard thereof you and I together may then resolve in such sort as to you shall seem the best. You, if I may trust your words, as also what I seem to have gathered from your demeanour, by day and night burn with an exceeding great love for the two ladies whom you affect, as I for their sister. For the assuagement whereof, I have good hope that, if you will unite with me, I shall find means most sweet and delightsome, to wit, on this wise. You possess, as I do not, great wealth. Now, if you are willing to make of your wealth a common stock with me as third partner therein, and to choose some part of the world where we may live in careless ease upon our substance, without any manner of doubt, I trust so to prevail that the three sisters, with great part of their father's substance, shall come to live with us, wherever we shall see fit to go, whereby each with his own lady we shall live as three brethren, the happiest men in the world. 'Tis now for you to determine whether you will embrace this proffered solace, or let it slip from you. The two young men, whose love was beyond all measure fervent, spared themselves the trouble of deliberation. 'Twas enough that they heard that they were to have their ladies, wherefore they answered that, so this should ensue, they were ready to do as he proposed. Having thus their answer, Restagnon, a few days later, was closeted with Ninette, to whom 'twas a matter of no small difficulty for him to get access. Nor had he been long with her before he adverted to what had passed between him and the young men, and sought to commend the project to her, for reasons not a few. Little need, however, had he to urge her, for to live their life openly together was the very thing she desired, far more than he. Wherefore she frankly answered that she would have it so, that her sisters would do, more especially in this matter, just as she wished, and that he should lose no time in making all the needful arrangements. So Restagnon returned to the two young men, who were most urgent that it should be done even as he said, and told them that on the part of the ladies the matter was concluded. And so, having fixed upon Crete for their destination, and sold some estates that they had, giving out that they were minded to go a-trading with the proceeds, they converted all else that they possessed into money, and bought a brigantine, which with all secrecy they handsomely equipped, anxiously expecting the time of their departure, while Ninette, on her part, knowing well how her sisters were affected, did so by sweet converse foment their desire, that till it should be accomplished they accounted their life as naught. The night of their embarkation being come, the three sisters opened a great chest that belonged to their father, and took out therefrom a vast quantity of money and jewels, with which they all three issued forth of the house in dead silence, as they had been charged, and found their three lovers awaiting them, who, having forthwith brought them aboard the brigantine, bade the rowers give way, and tarrying nowhere, arrived the next evening at Genoa, where the new lovers had for the first time joyance and solace of their love. Having taken what they needed of refreshment, they resumed their course, touching at this port and that, and in less than 8 days, speeding without impediment, were come to Crete. There they bought them domains both beautiful and broad, whereon, hard by Candia, they built them mansions most goodly and delightsome, wherein they lived as barons, keeping a crowd of retainers with dogs, hawks, and horses, and speeding the time with their ladies in feasting and revelling and merrymaking, none so light-hearted as they. Such being the tenor of their life, it so befell that, as 'tis matter of daily experience, that however delightful a thing may be, superabundance thereof will breed disgust, Restagnon, much as he had loved Ninette, being now able to have his joyance of her without stint or restraint, began to weary of her, and by consequence to abate somewhat of his love for her. And being mightily pleased with a fair gentlewoman of the country, whom he met at a merrymaking, he set his heart upon her, and began to show himself marvellously courteous and gallant towards her. Which Ninette perceiving, grew so jealous, that he might not go a step but she knew of it, and resented it to his torment and her own with high words. But as, while superfluity engenders disgust, appetite is but whetted when fruit is forbidden, so Ninette's wrath added fuel to the flame of Restagnon's new love. and whichever was the event, whether in course of time Restagnan had the lady's favour or had it not, Ninette, whoever may have brought her the tidings, firmly believed that he had it, whereby from the depths of distress she passed into a towering passion, and thus was transported into such a frenzy of rage that all the love she bore to Restagnan was converted into bitter hatred, and, blinded by her wrath, she made up her mind to avenge by Restagnan's death the dishonour which she deemed that he had done her. So she had recourse to an old Greek woman that was very skilful in compounding poisons, whom by promises and gifts she induced to distil a deadly water, which, keeping her own counsel, she herself gave Restagnan to drink one evening, when he was somewhat heated and quite off his guard, whereby, such was the efficacy of the water, she dispatched Restagnan before matins. On learning of his death, Fulk and Hugues and their ladies, who knew not that he had been poisoned, united their bitter with Ninette's feigned lamentations, and gave him honourable sepulture. But so it befell that not many days after, the old woman that had compounded the poison for Ninette was taken for another crime, and, being put to the torture, confessed the compounding of the poison among other of her misdeeds, and fully declared what had thereby come to pass. Wherefore the Duke of Crete, breathing no word of his intent, came privily by night, and set a guard around Fulk's palace where Ninette then was, and quietly and quite unopposed took and carried her off, and without putting her to torture, learned from her in a trice all that he sought to know touching the death of Restagnan. Fulk and Hugues had learned privily of the Duke, and their ladies of them, for what cause Ninette was taken, and being mightily distressed thereby, bestirred themselves with all zeal to save Ninette from the fire to which they apprehended she would be condemned, as having indeed richly deserved it. But all their endeavours seemed to avail nothing, for the Duke was unwaveringly resolved that justice should be done. Madeleine, Fulk's fair wife, who had long been courted by the Duke, but had never deigned to show him the least favour, thinking that by yielding herself to his will she might redeem her sister from the fire, dispatched a trusty envoy to him with the intimation that she was entirely at his disposal, upon the twofold condition that in the first place her sister should be restored to her free and scatheless, and in the second place the affair should be kept secret. Albeit gratified by this overture, the Duke was long in doubt whether he should accept it. In the end, however, he made up his mind to do so, and signified his approval to the envoy. Then, with the lady's consent, he put Fulk and Hugues under arrest for a night, as if he were minded to examine them of the affair, and meanwhile quartered himself privily with Madeleine. Ninette, who he had made believe had been set in a sack and was to be sunk in the sea that same night, he took with him, and presented her to her sister in requital of the night's joyance, which, as he parted from her on the morrow, he prayed her might not be the last, as it was the first fruit of their love, at the same time enjoining her to send the guilty lady away, that she might not bring reproach upon him, nor he be compelled to deal rigorously with her again. Released the same morning, and told that Ninette had been cast into the sea, Fulk and Hugues, fully believing that so it was, came home, thinking how they should console their ladies for the death of their sister. But, though Madeleine was at great pains to conceal Ninette, Fulk, nevertheless, to his no small amazement, discovered that she was there, which at once excited his suspicion, for he knew that the Duke had been enamoured of Madeleine, and he asked her how it was that Ninette was there. Madeleine made up a long story by way of explanation, to which his sagacity gave little credit, and in the end, after long parley, he constrained her to tell the truth. Whereupon, overcome with grief and transported with rage, he drew his sword, and, deaf to her appeal for mercy, slew her. Then, fearing the vengeful justice of the Duke, he left the dead body in the room, and hied him to Ninette, and with a counterfeit gladsome mien said to her, "Go we without delay whither thy sister has appointed that I escort thee, that thou fall not again into the hands of the Duke." Ninette believed him, and being fain to go for very fear, she forwent further leave taking of her sister, more particularly as it was now night, and set out with Fouque, who took with him such little money as he could lay his hands upon, and so they made their way to the coast, where they got aboard a bark, but none ever knew where their voyage ended. Madeleine's dead body being discovered next day, certain evil-disposed folk, that bore a grudge to Hugues, forthwith apprised the Duke of the fact, which brought the Duke, for much he loved Madeleine, in hot haste to the house, where he arrested Hugues and his lady, who as yet knew nothing of the departure of Fouque and Ninette, and extorted from them a confession that they and Fouque were jointly answerable for Madeleine's death. For which cause, being justly apprehensive of death, they with great address corrupted the guards that had charge of them, giving them a sum of money which they kept concealed in their house against occasions of need, and together with the guards fled with all speed, leaving all that they possessed behind them, and took ship by night for Rhodes, where, being arrived, they lived in great poverty and misery no long time. Such then was the issue to which Restagnon by his foolish love, and Ninette by her wrath, brought themselves and others. End of Day 4, the third story.
Day 4, the fourth story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 4, the fourth story. Gerbino, in breach of the plighted faith of his grandfather, King Guglielmo, attacks a ship of the King of Tunis to rescue thence his daughter. She being slain by those aboard the ship, he slays them, and afterwards he is beheaded.
Lauretta, her story ended, kept silence, and the king brooded as in deep thought, while one or another of the company deplored the sad fate of this or the other of the lovers, or censured Ninette's wrath, or made some other comment. At length, however, the king roused himself, and raising his head, made sign to Elisa that was now for her to speak. So modestly Elisa thus began.
Gracious ladies, not a few there are that believe that love loses no shafts save when he is kindled by the eyes, contemning their opinion that hold that passion may be engendered by words, whose error will be abundantly manifest in a story which I purpose to tell you, wherein you may see how mere rumor not only wrought mutual love in those that had never seen one another, but also brought both to a miserable death. Guglielmo the second, as the Sicilians compute, king of Sicily, had 2 children, a son named Ruggeri and a daughter named Costanza. Ruggeri died before his father, and left a son named Gerbino, who, being carefully trained by his grandfather, grew up a most goodly gallant, and of great renown in court and camp, and that not only within the borders of Sicily, but in divers other parts of the world, among them Barbary, then tributary to the king of Sicily. And among others, to whose ears was wafted the bruit of Gerbino's magnificent prowess and courtesy, was a daughter of the king of Tunis, who by averment of all that had seen her, was a creature as fair and debonair, and of as great and noble a spirit as nature ever formed. To hear tell of brave men was her delight, and what she heard, now from one, now from another, of the brave deeds of Gerbino, she treasured him in her mind so sedulously, and pondered them with such pleasure, rehearsing them to herself in imagination, that she became hotly enamored of him, and there was none of whom she talked, or heard others talk, so gladly. nor, on the other hand, had the fame of her incomparable beauty and other excellences failed to travel, as to other lands, so also to Sicily, where, falling on Zerbino's ears, it gave him no small delight, to such effect that he burned for the lady no less vehemently than she for him. Wherefore, until such time as he might, upon some worthy occasion, have his grandfather's leave to go to Tunis, yearning beyond measure to see her, he charged every friend of his that went thither to give her to know, as best he might, his great and secret love for her, and to bring him tidings of her; which office one of the said friends discharged with no small address, for, having obtained access to her, after the manner of merchants, by bringing jewels for her to look at, he fully apprised her of Zerbino's passion, and placed him and all that he possessed entirely at her disposal. The lady received both messenger and message with gladsome mien, made answer that she loved with equal ardour, and in token thereof sent Zerbino one of her most precious jewels. Zerbino received the jewel with extreme delight, and sent her many a letter and many a most precious gift by the hand of the same messenger, and 'twas well understood between them that, should fortune accord him opportunity, he should see and know her. Of this footing the affair remained somewhat longer than was expedient, and so, while Zerbino and the lady burned with mutual love, it befell that the king of Tunis gave her in marriage to the king of Granada, whereat she was wroth beyond measure, for that she was not only going into a country remote from her lover, but, as she deemed, was severed from him altogether. And so this might not come to pass, gladly, could she but have seen how, would she have left her father and fled to Zerbino. In like manner Zerbino, on learning of the marriage, was vexed beyond measure, and was ofttimes minded, could he but find means to win to her husband by sea, to wrest her from him by force. Some rumour of Zerbino's love and of his intent reached the king of Tunis, who, knowing his prowess and power, took alarm, and as the time drew nigh for conveying the lady to Granada, sent word of his purpose to King Guglielmo, and craved his assurance that it might be carried into effect without let or hindrance on the part of Zerbino or anyone else. The old king had heard nothing of Zerbino's love affair, and never dreaming that 'twas on such account that the assurance was craved, granted it without demur, and in pledge thereof sent the king of Tunis his glove. Which received, the king made ready a great and goodly ship in the port of Carthage, and equipped her with all things meet for those that were to man her, and with all appointments apt and seemingly for the reception of his daughter, and awaited only fair weather to send her therein to Granada. All which the young lady seeing and marking, sent one of her servants privily to Palermo, bidding him greet the illustrious Zerbino on her part, and tell him that a few days would see her on her way to Granada, wherefore 'twould now appear whether or no he were really as doughty a man as he was reputed, and loved her as much as he had so often protested. The servant did not fail to deliver her message exactly, and returned to Tunis, leaving Zerbino, who knew that his grandfather King Guglielmo had given the king of Tunis the desired assurance, at a loss how to act. But prompted by love, and goaded by the lady's words, and loath to seem a craven, he hied him to Messina, and having there armed 2 light galleys, and manned them with good men and true, he put to sea and stood for Sardinia, deeming that the lady's ship must pass that way. Nor was he far out in his reckoning, for he had not been there many days, when the ship sped by a light breeze, hove in sight not far from the place where he lay in wait for her. Whereupon Zerbino said to his comrades, "Gentlemen, if you be as good men and true as I deem you, there is none of you but must have felt, if he feel not now, the might of love. For without love I deem no mortal capable of true worth or aught that is good. And if you are or have been in love, 'twill be easy for you to understand that which I desire. I love, and 'tis because I love that I have laid this travail upon you. And that which I love is in the ship that you see before you, which is fraught not only with my beloved, but with immense treasures, which, if you are good men and true, we, so we but play the man in fight, may with little trouble make our own. Nor for my share of the spoils of the victory demand I aught but a lady, whose love it is that prompts me to take arms. All else I freely cede to you from this very hour. Forward then! Attack we this ship, success should be ours, for God favours our enterprise, nor lends her wind to evade us. Fewer words might have sufficed the illustrious Gerbino, for the rapacious Messenices that were with him were already bent heart and soul upon that to which by his harangue he sought to animate them. So when he was done, they raised a mighty shout, so that 'twas as if trumpets did blare, and cut up their arms, and smiting the water with their oars, overhauled the ship. The advancing galleys were observed while they were yet a great way off by the ship's crew, who, not being able to avoid the combat, put themselves in a posture of defence. Arrived at close quarters, the illustrious Gerbino bade send the ship's masters aboard the galleys, unless they were minded to do battle. Certified of the challenge, and who they were that made it, the Saracens answered that 'twas in breach of the faith plighted to them by their assailant's king that they were thus attacked, and in token thereof displayed King Guglielmo's glove, averring in set terms that there should be no surrender either of themselves or of aught that was aboard the ship without battle. Gerbino, who had observed the lady standing on the ship's poop, and seen that she was far more beautiful than he had imagined, burned with a yet fiercer flame than before, and to the display of the glove made answer that, as he had no falcons there just then, the glove booted him not. Wherefore, so they were not minded to surrender the lady, let them prepare to receive battle. Whereupon, without further delay, the battle began on both sides with a furious discharge of arrows and stones, on which wise it was long protracted to their common laws, until at last Gerbino, seeing that he gained little advantage, took a light bark which they had brought from Sardinia, and having fired her, bore down with her, and both the galleys, upon the ship. Whereupon the Saracens, seeing that they must perforce surrender their ship or die, caused the king's daughter, who lay beneath the deck weeping, to come up on deck, and led her to the prow, and shouting to Gerbino, while the lady shrieked alternately mercy and succour, opened her veins before his eyes, and cast her into the sea, saying, "Take her, we give her to thee on such wise as we can, and as thy faith has merited." Maddened to witness this deed of barbarism, Gerbino, as if courting death, recked no more of the arrows and the stones, but drew alongside the ship, and, despite the resistance of her crew, boarded her, and as a famished lion ravens amongst a herd of oxen, and tearing and rending, now one, now another, gluts his wrath before he appears his hunger, so Gerbino, sword in hand, hacking and hewing on all sides among the Saracens, did ruthlessly slaughter not a few of them, till, as the burning ship began to blaze more fiercely, he bade the seamen take thereout all that they might by way of guerdon, which done, he quitted her, having gained but a rueful victory over his adversaries. His next care was to recover from the sea the body of the fair lady, whom long and with many a tear he mourned. And so he returned to Sicily, and gave the body honorable sepulture in Ustica, an islet that faces, as it were, Trapani, and went home the saddest man alive. When these tidings reached the king of Tunis, he sent to King Guglielmo ambassadors, habited in black, who made complaint of the breach of faith, and recited the manner of its occurrence, which caused King Guglielmo no small chagrin, and seeing not how he might refuse the justice they demanded, he had Gerbino arrested, and he himself, none of his barons being able by any entreaty to turn him from his purpose, sentenced him to forfeit his head, and had it severed from his body in his presence, preferring to suffer the loss of his only grandson than to gain the reputation of a faithless king. And so miserably, within the compass of a few brief days, died the two lovers by woeful deaths, as I have told you, and without having known any joyance of their love. End of Day 4, the 4th story.
Day 4, the 5th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 4, the 5th story. Lisabetta's brothers slay her lover. He appears to her in a dream, and shows her where he is buried. She privily disinters the head, and sets it in a pot of basil, whereupon she daily weeps a great while. The pot being taken from her by her brothers, she dies not long after.
Elisa's story ended. The king bestowed a few words of praise upon it, and then laid the burden of discourse upon Philomela, who, full of compassion for the woes of Gerbino and his lady, heaved a piteous sigh, and thus began.
My story, gracious ladies, will not be of folk of so high a rank as those of whom Elisa has told us, but perchance 'twill not be less touching. 'Tis brought to my mind by the recent mention of Messina, where the matter befell. Know then that there were at Messina 3 young men, that were brothers and merchants, who were left very rich on the death of their father, who was of San Gimignano. And they had a sister, Lisabetta by name, a girl fair enough and no less debonair, but whom, for some reason or another, they had not as yet bestowed in marriage. The 3 brothers had also in their shop a young paysan, Lorenzo by name, who managed all their affairs, and who was so goodly of person and gallant that Lisabetta bestowed many a glance upon him, and began to regard him with extraordinary favour, which Lorenzo, marking from time to time, gave up all his other amours, and in like manner began to affect her, and so, their loves being equal, 'twas not long before they took heart of grace, and did that which each most desired, wherein, continuing to their no small mutual solace and delight, they neglected to order it with due secrecy, whereby one night, as Lisabetta was going to Lorenzo's room, she, all unwittingly, was observed by the eldest of the brothers, who, albeit much distressed by what he had learned, yet, being a young man of discretion, was swayed by considerations more seemly, and, allowing no word to escape, spent the night in turning the affair over in his mind in divers ways. On the morning he told his brothers that which, touching Lisabetta and Lorenzo, he had observed in the night, which, that no shame might thence ensue either to them or to their sister, they after long consultation determined to pass over in silence, making as if they had seen or heard naught thereof, until such time as they in a safe and convenient manner might banish this disgrace from their sight before it could go further. Adhering to which purpose, they jested and laughed with Lorenzo, as they had been wont, and after a while, pretending that they were all 3 going forth of the city on pleasure, they took Lorenzo with them, and being come to a remote and very lonely spot, seeing that 'twas apt for their design, they took Lorenzo, who was completely off his guard, and slew him, and buried him on such wise that none was ware of it. On their return to Messina, they gave out that they had sent him away on business, which was readily believed, because 'twas what they had been frequently used to do. But as Lorenzo did not return, and Lisabetta questioned the brothers about him with great frequency and urgency, being sorely grieved by his long absence, it so befell that one day, when she was very pressing in their enquiries, one of the brothers said, "What means this? What means this? What hast thou to do with Lorenzo, that thou shouldst ask about him so often? Ask us no more, or we will give thee such answer as thou deservest." So the girl, sick at heart and sorrowful, fearing she knew not what, asked no questions, but many a time at night she called piteously to him, and besought him to come to her, and bewailed his long tarrying with many a tear, and ever yearning for his return, languished in total dejection. But so it was, that one night, when, after long weeping that her Lorenzo came not back, she had at last fallen asleep, Lorenzo appeared to her in a dream, wan and in utter disarray, his clothes torn to shreds and sodden, and thus, as she thought, he spoke: "Lisabetta, thou dost not but call me, and vex thyself for my long tarrying, and bitterly upbraid me with thy tears, wherefore be it known to thee that return to thee I may not, because the last day that thou didst see me, thy brother slew me." After which he described the place where they had buried him, told her to call and expect him no more, and vanished. The girl then awoke, and doubting not that the vision was true, wept bitterly, and when morning came, and she was risen, not daring to say aught to her brothers, she resolved to go to the place indicated in the vision, and see if what she had dreamed were even as it appeared to her. So, having leave to go a little way out of the city for recreation in company of a maid that had at one time lived with them and knew all that she did, she hied her thither with all speed, and having removed the dry leaves that were strewn about the place, she began to dig where the earth seemed least hard. Nor had she dug long before she found the body of her hapless lover, whereon as yet there was no trace of corruption or decay, and thus she saw without any manner of doubt that her vision was true. And so, saddest of women, knowing that she might not bewail him there, she would gladly, if she could, have carried away the body and given it more honourable sepulture elsewhere. But as she might not do so, she took a knife, and, as best she could, severed the head from the trunk, and wrapped it in a napkin, and laid it in the lap of her maid, and having covered the rest of the corpse with earth, she left the spot, having been seen by none, and went home. There she shut herself up in her room with the head, and kissed it 1,000 times in every part, and wept long and bitterly over it, till she had bathed it in her tears. She then wrapped it in a piece of fine cloth, and set it in a large and beautiful pot of the sort in which marjoram or basil is planted, and covered it with earth, and therein planted some roots of the goodliest basil of Salerno, and drenched them only with her tears, or water perfumed with roses or orange blossoms. And 'twas her wont ever to sit beside this pot, and all her soul one yearning, to pour upon it, as that which enshrined her Lorenzo, and when long time she had so done, she would bend over it, and weep a great while, until the basil was quite bathed in her tears. Fostered with such constant unremitting care, and nourished by the richness given to the soil by the decaying head that lay therein, the basil burgeoned out in exceeding great beauty and fragrance. And the girl persevering ever in this way of life, the neighbours from time to time took note of it, and when her brothers marvelled to see her beauty ruined, and her eyes as it were evanished from her head, they told them of it, saying, "We have observed that such is her daily wont." Whereupon the brothers, marking her behaviour, tried her therefore once or twice, and as she heeded them not, caused the pot to be taken privily from her, which, so soon as she missed it, she demanded with the utmost instance and insistence, and, as they gave it not back to her, ceased not to wail and weep, insomuch as she fell sick, nor in her sickness craved she aught but the pot of basil. Whereat the young men, marvelling mightily, resolved to see what the pot might contain, and having removed the earth they espied the cloth, and therein the head, which was not yet so decayed, but that by the curled locks they knew it for Lorenzo's head. Passing strange they found it, and fearing lest it should be bruited abroad, they buried the head, and, with as little said as might be, took order of their privy departure from Messina, and hied them thence to Naples. The girl ceased not to weep and crave her pot, and so weeping died. Such was the end of her disastrous love, but not a few in course of time coming to know the truth of the affair, there was one that made the song that is still sung, to wit, "A thief he was, I swear, a sorry Christian he, that took my basil of Salerno fair," etc. End of Day 4, the 5th story.
Day 4, the 6th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eugene Smith. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 4, the 6th story. Andreula loves Gabriotto. She tells him a dream that she has had. He tells her a dream of his own, and dies suddenly in her arms. While she and her Maya are carrying his corpse to his house, they are taken by the Signory. She tells how the matter stands, is threatened with violence by the Podestà, but will not brook it. Her father hears how she is bested, and her innocence being established, causes her to be set at large. But she, being minded to tarry no longer in the world, becomes a nun.
Glad indeed were the ladies to have heard Philomena's story, for that, often though they had heard the song sung, they had never yet, for all their inquiries, been able to learn the occasion upon which it was made. Where it was ended, Pamphilo received the king's command to follow suit, and thus spoke.
By the dream told in the foregoing story, I am prompted to relate one in which two dreams are told, dreams of that which was to come, as Lisabetta's was of that which had been, and which were both fulfilled almost as soon as they were told by those that had dreamed them. Wherefore, loving ladies, you must know that 'tis the common experience of mankind to have diverse visions during sleep, and albeit the sleeper, while he sleeps, deems all alike most true, but being awake, judges some of them to be true, others to be probable, and others again to be quite devoid of truth. Yet not a few are found to have come to pass. For which cause many are as sure of every dream as of aught that they see in their waking hours, and so, as their dreams engender in them fear or hope, or sorrowful or joyous. And on the other hand, there are those that credit no dream, until they see themselves fallen into the very peril whereof they were forewarned. Of whom I approve neither sort, for in sooth neither are all dreams true, nor all alike false. That they are not all true, there is none of us but may many a time have proved, and that they are not all alike false has already been shown in Philomena's story, and shall also, as I said before, be shown in mine. Wherefore I deem that in a virtuous course of life and conduct there is no need to fear aught by reason of any dream that is contrary thereto, or on that account to give up any just design. And as for crooked and sinister enterprises, however dreams may seem to favour them, and flatter the hopes of the dreamer with auspicious omens, none should trust them. Rather should all give full credence to such as run counter thereto. But come we to the story. In the city of Brescia there lived of yore a gentleman named Messer Negro da Ponte Carraro, who, with other children, had a very fair daughter, Andreola by name, who, being unmarried, chanced to fall in love with a neighbour, one Gabriotto, a man of low degree, but goodly of person and debonair, and endowed with all admirable qualities. And, aided and abetted by the housemaid, the girl not only brought it to pass that Gabriotto knew that he was beloved of her, but that many a time, to their mutual delight, he came to see her in a fair garden belonging to her father, and that naught but death might avail to sever them from this their gladsome love, they became privily man and wife. And while thus they continued their clandestine intercourse, it happened that one night, while the girl slept, she saw herself in a dream in her garden with Gabriotto, who, to the exceeding great delight of both, held her in his arms. And while thus they lay, she saw issue from his body, somewhat dark and frightful, the shape whereof she might not discern, which, as she thought, laid hold of Gabriotto, and in her despite with prodigious force reft him from her embrace, and bore him with it underground, so that both were lost to her sight for evermore. Whereby, stricken with sore and inexpressible grief, she awoke, and albeit she was overjoyed to find that 'twas not as she had dreamed, yet a haunting dread of what she had seen in her vision entered her soul. Wherefore, Gabriotto being minded to visit her on the ensuing night, she did her best endeavour to dissuade him from coming, but seeing that he was bent upon it, lest he should suspect somewhat, she received him in her garden, where, having culled roses many, white and red, for 'twas summer, she sat herself down with him at the base of a most fair and lucent fountain. There long and joyously they dallied, and then Gabriotto asked her wherefore she had that day forbade his coming, whereupon the lady told him her dream of the night before, and the doubt and fear which it had engendered in her mind, whereat Gabriotto laughed, and said that 'twas the height of folly to put any faith in dreams, for that they were occasioned by too much or too little food, and were daily seen to be, one and all, things of naught, adding, "Were I minded to give heed to dreams, I should not be here now, for I too had a dream last night, which was on this wise. Methought I was in a fair and pleasant wood, and there, a hunting, caught a she-goat as beautiful and lovable as any that ever was seen, and, as it seemed to me, whiter than snow, which in a little while grew so tame and friendly that she never stirred from my side. All the same, so jealous was I lest she should leave me, that, meseemed, I had set a collar of gold around her neck, and held her by a golden chain. And presently meseemed that, while the she-goat lay at rest with her head in my lap, there came forth, I know not whence, a greyhound bitch, black as coal, famished, and most fearsome to look upon, which made straight for me, and for, meseemed, I offered no resistance, set her muzzle to my breast on the left side, and gnawed through to the heart, which, meseemed, she tore out to carry away with her. Whereupon ensued so sore a pain that it brake my sleep, and as I awoke, I laid my hand to my side to feel if aught were amiss there. But finding nothing, I laughed at myself that I had searched. But what signifies it all? Visions of the like sort, ay, and far more appalling, have I had plenty, and naught whatever, great or small, has come of any of them. So let it pass, and think we how we may speed the time merrily. What she heard immensely enhanced the already great dread which her own dream had inspired in the girl, but, not to vex Gabriotto, she dissembled her terror as best she might. But though she made great cheer, embracing and kissing him, and receiving his embraces and kisses, yet she felt a doubt, she knew not why, and many a time, more than her wont, she would gaze upon his face, and ever and anon her glance would stray through the garden to see if any black creature were coming from any quarter. While thus they passed the time, of a sudden Gabriotto heaved a great sigh, and embracing her said, "Alas, my soul, thy succour, for I die." And so saying, he fell down upon the grassy mead. Whereupon the girl drew him to her, and laid him on her lap, and all but wept, and said, "O sweet my lord, what is it that ails thee?" But Gabriotto was silent, and gasping sore for breath, and bathed in sweat, in no long time departed this life. How grievous was the distress of the girl who loved him more than herself, you, my ladies, may well imagine. With many a tear she mourned him, and many times she vainly called him by his name. But when, having felt his body all over, and found it cold in every part, she could no longer doubt that he was dead. Knowing not what to say or do, she went, tearful and woebegone, to call the maid to whom she had confided her love, and showed her the woeful calamity that had befallen her. Piteously awhile they wept together over the dead face of Gabriotto, and then the girl said to the maid, "Now that God has reft him from me, I have no mind to linger in this life, but before I slay myself, I would we might find apt means to preserve my honour and the secret of our love, and to bury the body from which the sweet soul has fled." "My daughter," said the maid, "speak not of slaying thyself, for so wouldst thou lose in the other world also him that thou hast lost here. Seeing that thou wouldst go to hell, whither, sure I am, his soul is not gone, for a good youth he was. Far better were it to put on a cheerful courage, and bethink thee to succour his soul with thy prayers or pious works, if perchance he have need thereof by reason of any sin that he may have committed. We can bury him readily enough in this garden, nor will anyone ever know, for none knows that we ever came hither. And if thou wilt not have it so, we can bear him forth of the garden, and leave him there, and on the morrow he will be found, and carried home, and buried by his kinsfolk." The girl, heavy laden though she was with anguish, and still weeping, yet gave ear to the counsels of her maid, and rejecting the former alternative, made answer to the latter on this wise: "Now God forbid that a youth so dear, whom I have so loved and made my husband, should with my consent be buried like a dog, or left out there in the street. He has had my tears, and so far as I may avail, he shall have the tears of his kinsfolk, and already wot I what we must do." And forthwith she sent the maid for a piece of silken cloth, which she had in one of her boxes, and when the maid returned with it, they spread it on the ground, and laid Gabriotto's body thereon, resting the head upon a pillow. She then closed the eyes and mouth, shedding the while many a tear, wove for him a wreath of roses, and strewed upon him all the roses that he and she had gathered. Which done, she said to the maid, "'Tis but a short way hence to the door of his house, so thither we will bear him, thou and I, thus as we might have dight him, and will lay him at the door. Day will soon dawn, and they will take him up, and, though 'twill be no consolation to them, I, in whose arms he died, shall be glad of it." So saying, she burst once more into a torrent of tears, and fell with her face upon the face of the dead, and so long time she wept. Then, yielding at last to the urgency of her maid, for day was drawing nigh, she arose, drew from her finger the ring with which she had been wedded to Gabriotto, and set it on his finger, saying with tears, "Dear my lord, if thy soul be witness of my tears, or if, when the spirit is fled, aught of intelligence or sense shall lurk in the body, graciously receive the last gift of her whom in life thou didst so dearly love." Which said, she swooned, and fell upon the corpse. But, coming after a while to herself, she arose, and then she and her maid took the cloth whereon the body lay, and so burying it, quitted the garden, and bent their steps towards the dead man's house. As thus they went, it chanced that certain of the Podesta's guard, that for some reason or other were abroad at that hour, met them, and arrested them with the corpse. Andreola, to whom death was more welcome than life, no sooner knew them for the officers of the Signory, and she frankly said, "I know you, who you are, and that flight would avail me nothing. I am ready to come with you before the Signory, and to tell all there is to tell. But let none of you presume to touch me, so long as I obey you, or to take away aught that is on this body, if he would not that I accuse him." And so, none venturing to lay hand upon either her person or the corpse, she entered the palace. As soon as the Podestà was apprised of the affair, he arose, had her brought into his room, and there made himself conversant with the circumstances. And certain physicians being charged to inquire whether the good man had met his death by poison or otherwise, all with one accord averred that 'twas not by poison, but that he was choked by the bursting of an imposthume near the heart. Which, when the Podestà heard, perceiving that the girl's guilt could be but slight, he sought to make a pretence of giving what it was not lawful for him to sell her, and told her that he would set her at liberty, so she were consenting to pleasure him. But finding that he did but waste his words, he cast aside all decency, and would have used force. Whereupon Andreola, kindling with scorn, waxed exceeding brave, and defended herself with a virile energy, and with high and contumelious words drove him from her. When 'twas broad day, the affair reached the ears of Messer Negro, who, half dead with grief, hied him with not a few of his friends to the palace, where, having heard all that Podestà had to say, he required him peremptorily to give him back his daughter. The Podestà, being minded rather to be his own accuser, than that he should be accused by the girl of the violence that he had meditated towards her, began by praising her and her constancy, and in proof thereof went on to tell what he had done. He ended by saying that, marking her admirable firmness, he had fallen mightily in love with her, and so, notwithstanding she had been wedded to a man of low degree, he would, if 'twere agreeable to her and to her father, Messer Negro, gladly make her his wife. While they thus spoke, Andreola made her appearance, and, weeping, threw herself at her father's feet, saying, "My father, I wot I need not tell you the story of my presumption and the calamity that has befallen me, for sure I am that you have heard it and know it. Wherefore, with all possible humility, I crave your pardon of my fault, to wit, that without your knowledge I took for my husband him that pleased me best. And this I crave, not that my life may be spared, but that I may die as your daughter, and not as your enemy." And so, weeping, she fell at his feet. Messer Negro, now an old man, and naturally kindly and affectionate, heard her not without tears, and weeping, raised her tenderly to her feet, saying, "Daughter mine, I had much liefer had it that thou hadst had a husband that I deemed a match for thee, and in that thou hadst taken one that pleased thee, I too had been pleased. But thy concealing thy choice from me is grievous to me, by reason of my distrust of me, and yet more so, seeing that thou hast lost him before I have known him. But as 'tis even so, to his remains be paid the honour which, while he lived for thy contentment, I had gladly done him as my son-in-law." Then, turning to his sons and kinsmen, he bade them order Gabriotto's obsequies with all pomp and honourable circumstance. Meanwhile, the young man's kinsmen and kinswomen, having heard the news, had flocked thither, bringing with them almost all the rest of the folk, men and women alike, that were in the city. And so his body, resting on Andreola's cloth, and covered with her roses, was laid out in the middle of the courtyard, and there was mourned, not by her and his kinsfolk alone, but publicly, by well nigh all the women of the city, and not a few men, and shouldered by some of the noblest of the citizens, as it had been the remains of no plebeian but of a noble, was borne from the public yard to the tomb with exceeding great pomp. Some days afterwards, as the podestà continued to urge his suit, Messer Negro would have discussed the matter with his daughter, but, as she would hear none of it, and he was minded in this matter to defer to her wishes, she and her maid entered a religious house of great repute for sanctity, where in just esteem they lived long time thereafter. End of Day 4, the 6th story.
Day 4, the 7th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 4, the 7th story. Simone loves Pasquino. They are together in a garden. Pasquino rubs a leaf of sage against his teeth and dies. Simone is arrested, and, with intent to show the judge how Pasquino died, rubs one of the leaves of the same plant against her teeth, and likewise dies.
When Pamphilo had done with his story, the king, betraying no compassion for Androla, glancing at Emilia, signified to her his desire that she should now continue the sequence of narration. Emilia made no demur, and thus began.
Dear gossips, Pamphilo's story puts me upon telling you another, in no wise like thereto, save in this, that as Andriola lost her lover in a garden, so also did she of whom I am to speak, and, being arrested like Andriola, did also deliver herself from the court, albeit 'twas not by any vigour or firmness of mind, but by a sudden death. And as 'twas said among us a while ago, albeit love affects the mansions of the noble, he does not, therefore, disdain the dominion of the dwellings of the poor, nay, does there at times give proof of his might no less signal than when he makes him feared of the wealthiest as a most potent lord. Which, though not fully, will in some degree appear in my story, wherewith I am minded to return to our city, from which today's discourse, roving from matter to matter, and one part of the world to another, has carried us so far. Know then that no great while ago there dwelt in Florence a maid most fair, and for her rank debonair. She was but a poor man's daughter, whose name was Simone, and though she must needs win with her own hands the bread she ate, and maintain herself by spinning wool, yet was she not therefore of so poor a spirit but that she dared to give harbourage in her mind to Love, who for some time had sought to gain entrance there by means of the gracious deeds and words of a young man of her own order that went about distributing wool to spin for his master, a woolmonger. Love being thus, with a pleasant image of her beloved Pasquino, admitted into her soul, mightily did she yearn, albeit she hazarded no advance, and heaved 1,000 sighs fiercer than fire with every skein of yarn that she wound upon her spindle, while she called to mind who he was that had given her that wool to spin. Pasquino on his part became, meanwhile, very anxious that his master's wool should be well spun, and most particularly about that which Simone span, as if, indeed, it and it alone was to furnish forth the whole of the cloth. And so, what with the anxiety which the one evinced, and the gratification that it afforded to the other, it befell that, the one waxing unusually bold, and the other casting off not a little of her wonted shyness and reserve, they came to an understanding for their mutual solace, which proved so delightful to both that neither waited to be bidden by the other, but was rather which should be the first to make the overture. While thus they spent their days in an even tenor of delight, and ever grew more ardently enamoured of one another, Pasquino chanced to say to Simone that he wished of all things she would contrive how she might betake her to a garden, whither he would bring her, that there they might be more at their ease, and in greater security. Simone said that she was agreeable, and, having given her father to understand that she was minded to go to San Gallo for the pardoning, she hied her with one of her gossips, Lagina by name, to the garden of which Pasquino had told her. Here she found Pasquino awaiting her with a friend, one Puccino, otherwise Stramba. And Stramba and Lagina falling at once to love-making, Pasquino and Simona left a part of the garden to them, and withdrew to another part for their own solace. Now there was in their part of the garden a very fine and lovely sage-bush, at foot of which they sat them down and made merry together a great while, and talked much of a junketing they meant to have in the garden quite at their ease. By and by Pasquino, turning to the great sage-bush, plucked therefrom a leaf, and fell to rubbing his teeth and gums therewith, saying that sage was an excellent detergent of aught that remained upon them after a meal. Having done so, he returned to the topic of the junketing of which he had spoken before. But he had not pursued it far before his countenance entirely changed, and forthwith he lost sight and speech, and shortly after died. Whereupon Simona fell a-weeping and shrieking, and calling Stramba and Lagina, who, notwithstanding they came up with all speed, found Pasquino not only dead, but already swollen from head to foot, and covered with black spots both on the face and on the body. Whereupon Stramba broke forth with, "Ah, wicked woman, thou hast poisoned him," and made such a din that was heard by not a few that dwelt hard by the garden, who also hasted to the spot, and seeing Pasquino dead and swollen, and hearing Stramba bewail himself, and accuse Simona of having maliciously poisoned him, while she, all but beside herself for grief to be thus suddenly bereft of her lover, knew not how to defend herself, did all with one accord surmise that 'twas even as Stramba said. Wherefore they laid hands on her, and brought her, still weeping bitterly, to the palace of the Podesta, where at the instant suit of Stramba, backed by Atticciato and Malaghevole, two other newly arrived friends of Pasquino, a judge forthwith addressed himself to question her of the matter, and being unable to discover that she had used any wicked practice, or was guilty, he resolved to take her with him and go see the corpse, and the place, and the manner of the death, as she had recounted it to him, for by her words he could not well understand it. So, taking care that there should be no disturbance, he had her brought to the place where Pasquino's corpse lay swollen like a tun, whither he himself presently came, and marvelling as he examined the corpse, asked her how the death had come about. Whereupon, standing by the sage-bush, she told him all that had happened, and that he might perfectly apprehend the occasion of the death, she did as Pasquino had done, plucked one of the leaves from the bush, and rubbed her teeth with it. Whereupon Stramba and Atticciato, and the rest of the friends and comrades of Pasquino, making in the presence of the judge open mock of what she said, as an idle and vain thing, and being more than ever instant to affirm her guilt, and to demand the fire as the sole condign penalty, the poor creature that, between grief for her lost lover and dread of the doom demanded by Stramba, stood mute and helpless, was stricken no less suddenly, and in the same manner, and for the same cause, to wit, that she had rubbed her teeth with the sage-leaf, as Pasquino, to the no small amazement of all that were present. O happy souls for whom one and the same day was the term of ardent love and earthly life! Happier still, if to the same bourne ye fared. Ay, and even yet more happy, if love there be in the other world, and there, even as here, ye love. But happiest of all Simona, so far as we, whom she has left behind, may judge, in that fortune brooked not that the witness of Stramba, Atticciato, and Malaghevole, carders, perchance, or yet viler fellows, should bear down her innocence, but found a more seemly issue, and appointing her a like lot with her lover, gave her at once to clear herself from their foul accusation, and to follow whither the soul that she so loved of her Pasquino had preceded her. The judge, and all else that witnessed the event, remained long time in a sort of stupefaction, knowing not what to say of it. But at length, recovering his wits, the judge said, "'Twould seem that this sage is poisonous, which the sage is not used to be. Let it be cut down to the roots and burned, lest another suffer by it in like sort." Which the gardener, proceeding to do in the judge's presence, no sooner had he brought the great bush down, than the cause of the death of the two lovers plainly appeared. For underneath it was a toad of prodigious dimensions, from whose venomous breath, as they conjectured, the whole of the bush had contracted a poisonous quality. Around which toad none venturing to approach it, they set a stout ring fence of faggots, and burned it together with the sage. So ended Master Judge's inquest on the death of hapless Pasquino, who, with his Simona, swollen as they were buried by Stramba, Aticiato, Guccio Umbratta, and Malagevole in the church of San Paolo, of which, as it so happened, they were parishioners. End of Day 4, the 7th story.
Day 4, the 8th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 4, the 8th story. Girolamo loves Salvestra. Yielding to his mother's prayers, he goes to Paris. He returns to find Salvestra married. He enters her house by stealth, lays himself by her side, and dies. He is borne to the church, where Salvestra lays herself by his side, and dies.
When Emilia's story was done, Neifile, at a word from the king, thus began.
Some there are, noble ladies, who, methinks, deem themselves to be wiser than the rest of the world, and are, in fact, less so, and by consequence presume to measure their wit against not only the counsels of men, but the nature of things; which presumption has from time to time been the occasion of most grievous mishaps, but nought of good was ever seen to betide thereof. And as there is nought in nature that brooks to be schooled or thwarted so ill as love, the quality of which is such that it is more likely to die out of its own accord than to be done away of set purpose, I am minded to tell you a story of a lady, who, while she sought to be more wise than became her, and than she was, and indeed than the nature of the matter wherein she studied to show her wisdom allowed, thinking to unseat love from the heart that he had occupied, and wherein perchance the stars had established him, did in the end banish at one and the same time love and life from the frame of her son. Know then that, as 'tis related by them of old time, there was once in our city a very great and wealthy merchant, Leonardo Sigieri by name, who had by his lady a son named Girolamo, after whose birth he departed this life, leaving his affairs in meet and due order. And well and faithfully were they afterwards administered in the interest of the boy by his mother and guardians. As he grew up, consorting more frequently with the neighbours' children than any others of the quarter, he made friends with a girl of his own age that was the daughter of a tailor, and in course of time this friendship ripened into a love so great and vehement that Girolamo was ever ill at ease when he saw her not. Nor was her love for him a whit less strong than his for her, which his mother perceiving would not seldom chide him therefore, and chastise him, and as Girolamo could not give it up, she confided her distress to his guardians, speaking, for by reason of her boy's great wealth she thought to make, as it were, an orange tree out of a bramble, on this wise: This boy of ours, who is now scarce 14 years old, is so in love with a daughter of one of our neighbours, a tailor, Salvestra is the girl's name, that if we part them not, he will, peradventure, none else witting, take her to wife some day, and I shall never be happy again. Or if he see her married to another, he will pine away. To prevent which, methinks you could do well to send him away to distant parts on the affairs of the shop. For so, being out of sight, she will come at length to be out of mind, and then we can give him some well-born girl to wife. Whereto the guardians answered that 'twas well said, and that it should be so done to the best of their power. So they called the boy into the shop, and one of them began talking to him very affectionately on this wise: My son, thou art now almost grown up. 'twere well thou shouldst now begin to learn something for thyself of thy own affairs. Wherefore we should be very well pleased if thou wert to go stay at Paris a while, where thou wilt see how we trade with not a little of thy wealth, besides which thou wilt there become a much better, finer, and more complete gentleman than thou couldst here. And when thou hast seen the lords and barons and seigneurs that there are in plenty, and hast acquired their manners, thou canst return hither. The boy listened attentively, and then answered shortly that he would have none of it, for he supposed he might remain at Florence as well as another. Whereupon the worthy men plied him with fresh argument, but were unable to elicit other answer from him, and told his mother so. Whereat she was mightily incensed, and gave him a great scolding, not for his refusing to go to Paris, but for his love. Which done, she plied him with soft wheedling words, and endearing expressions, and gentle entreaties, that he would be pleased to do as his guardians would have him. Whereby at length she prevailed so far that he consented to go to Paris for a year and no more, and so 'twas arranged. To Paris accordingly our ardent lover went, and there under one pretext or another was kept for 2 years. He returned more in love than ever, to find his Salvestra married to a good youth that was a tent maker. Whereat his mortification knew no bounds. But seeing that what must be, he sought to compose his mind, and having got to know where she lived, he took to crossing her path, according to the wont of young men in love, thinking that she could no more have forgotten him than he her. 'Twas otherwise, however. She remembered him no more than if she had never seen him, or if she had any recollection of him she dissembled it, whereof the young man was very soon ware to his extreme sorrow. Nevertheless he did all that he could to recall himself to her mind, but as thereby he seemed to be nothing advantaged, he made up his mind, though he should die for it, to speak to her himself. So, being instructed as to her house by a neighbour, he entered it privily one evening, when she and her husband were gone to spend the earlier hours with some neighbours, and hid himself in her room behind some tent cloths that were stretched there, and waited till they were come back and gone to bed, and he knew the husband to be asleep. Whereupon he got him to the place where he had seen Salvestra lie down, and said, as he gently laid his hand upon her bosom, "O my soul, art thou yet asleep?" The girl was awake, and was on the point of uttering a cry, when he forestalled her, saying, "Hush, for God's sake, I am thy Girolamo." Whereupon she, trembling in every limb, "Nay, but for God's sake, Girolamo, be gone. 'Tis past the time of our childhood, when our love was excusable. Thou seest I am married, wherefore 'tis no longer seemly that I should care for any other man than my husband. And so by the one God I pray thee be gone, for if my husband were to know that thou art here, the least evil that could ensue would be that I should never more be able to live with him in peace or comfort, whereas, having his love, I now pass my days with him in tranquil happiness." Which speech caused the young man grievous distress, but 'twas in vain that he reminded her of the past, and of his love that distance had not impaired, and therewith mingled many a prayer and the mightiest protestations. Wherefore, yearning for death, he besought her at last that she would suffer him to lie a while beside her, till he got some heat, for he was chilled through and through, waiting for her, and promised her that he would say never a word to her, nor touch her, and that as soon as he was a little warmed he would go away. On which terms Salvestra, being not without pity for him, granted his request. So the young man lay down beside her, and touched her not, but gathering up into one thought the love he had so long borne her, the harshness with which she now requited it, and his ruined hopes, resolved to live no longer, and in a convulsion, without a word and with fists clenched, expired by her side. After a while the girl, marvelling at his continence, and fearing lest her husband should awake, broke silence, saying, "Nay, but Girolamo, why goest thou not?" But receiving no answer, she supposed that he slept. Wherefore, reaching forth her hand to arouse him, she touched him, and found him, to her great surprise, cold as ice. And touching him again and again, somewhat rudely, and still finding that he did not stir, she knew that he was dead. Her grief was boundless, and 'twas long before she could bethink her how to act. But at last she resolved to sound her husband's mind as to what should be done in such a case, without disclosing that 'twas his own. So she awakened him, and told him how he was then bested, as if it were the affair of another, and then asked him, if such a thing happened to her, what course he would take. The good man answered that he should deem it best to take the dead man privily home, and there leave him, bearing no grudge against the lady, who seemed to have done no wrong. "And even so," said his wife, "it is for us to do." And taking his hand, she laid it on the corpse, whereat he started up in consternation and struck a light, and without further parley with his wife, clapped the dead man's clothes upon him, and forthwith, confident in his own innocence, raised him on his shoulders and bore him to the door of his house, where he set him down and left him. Day came, and the dead man being found before his own door, there was a great stir made, particularly by his mother. The body was examined with all care from head to foot, and no wound or trace of violence being found on it, the physicians were on the whole of opinion that, as the fact was, the man had died of grief. So the corpse was borne to a church, and thither came the sorrowing mother and other ladies, her kinswomen and neighbours, and began to wail and mourn over it without restraint, after our Florentine fashion. And when the wailing had reached its height, the good man in whose house the death had occurred said to Salvestra, "Go wrap a mantle about thy head, and hie thee to the church, whither Girolamo has been taken, and go about among the women and list what they say of this matter, and I will do the like among the men, that we may hear if aught be said to our disadvantage." The girl assented, for with tardy tenderness she now yearned to look on him dead, whom living she would not solace with a single kiss, and so to the church she went. Ah, how marvellous to whoso ponders it is the might of love, and how unsearchable his ways! That heart, which, while fortune smiled on Girolamo, had remained sealed to him, opened to him now that he was fordone, and kindling anew with all its old flame, melted with such compassion that no sooner saw she his dead face, as she there stood wrapped in her mantle, than, edging her way forward through the crowd of women, she stayed not till she was beside the corpse, and there, uttering a piercing shriek, she threw herself upon the dead youth, and as her face met his, and before she might drench it with her tears, grief that had reft life from him had even so reft it from her. The women strove to comfort her, and bade her raise herself a little, for as yet they knew her not. Then, as she did not arise, they would have helped her, but found her stiff and stark, and so, raising her up, they in one and the same moment saw her to be Salvestra, and dead. Whereat all the women that were there, overborne by a redoubled pity, broke forth in wailing new and louder far than before. From the church the bruit spread itself among the men, and reached the ears of Salvestra's husband, who, deaf to all that offered comfort or consolation, wept a long while. After which he told to not a few that were there what had passed in the night between the youth and his wife. And so 'twas known of all how they came to die, to the common sorrow of all. So they took the dead girl, and arrayed her as they are wont to array the dead, and laid her on the same bed beside the youth, and long time they mourned her. Then they were both buried in the same tomb, and thus those whom love had not been able to wed in life were wedded by death in indissoluble union. End of Day 4, the 8th story. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Day 4, the 9th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 4, the 9th story. Sieur Guillaume de Roussillon slays his wife's paramour, Sieur Guillaume de Cabestang, and gives her his heart to eat. She, coming to wit thereof, throws herself from a high window to the ground, and dies, and is buried with her lover.
Nay, Philip's story, which had not failed to move the gossips to no little pity, being ended, none now remained to speak but the king, and Dionego, whose privilege the king was minded not to infringe. Wherefore he thus began.
I propose, compassionate my ladies, to tell you a story, which, seeing that you so commiserate ill-starred loves, may claim no less a share of your pity than the last, insomuch as they were greater folks of whom I shall speak, and that which befell them was more direful. You are to know then, as the Provençals relate, that there was in Provence 2 noble knights, each having castles and vassals under him, the one Sieur Guillaume de Roussillon, and the other Sieur Guillaume de Cabestang. And being both most doughty warriors, they were as brothers, and went ever together, and bearing the same device to tournament or joust, or other passages of arms. And albeit each dwelt in his own castle, and the castles were a good 10 miles apart, it nevertheless came to pass that Sieur Guillaume de Roussillon, having a most lovely lady, and amorous withal, to wife, Sieur Guillaume de Cabestang, for all they were such friends and comrades, became inordinately enamoured of the lady, who by this, that, and the other sign that he gave, discovered his passion. And knowing him for the most complete knight, was flattered, and returned it, insomuch that she yearned and burned for him above all else in the world, and waited only till he should make his suit to her, as before long he did, and so they met from time to time, and great was their love. Which intercourse they ordered with so little discretion that 'twas discovered by the husband, who was very wroth, insomuch that the great love which he bore to Cabestang was changed into mortal enmity, and, dissembling it better than the lovers their love, he made his mind up to kill Cabestang. Now it came to pass that, while Roussillon was in this frame, a great tourney was proclaimed in France, whereof Roussillon sent forth word to Cabestang, and bade him to his castle. So he reminded to come, that there they might discuss whether or no to go to the tourney, and how. Cabestang was overjoyed, and made answer that he would come to sup with him the next day without fail. Which message being delivered, Roussillon wist that the time was come to slay Cabestang. So next day he armed himself, and attended by a few servants took horse, and about a mile from his castle lay in ambush in a wood through which Cabestang must needs pass. He waited for some time, then he saw Cabestang approach, unarmed, with 2 servants behind, also unarmed, for he was without thought of peril on Roussillon's part. So Cabestang came unto the place of Roussillon's choice, and then, fell and vengeful, Roussillon leapt forth lance in hand, and fell upon him, exclaiming, "Thou art a dead man!" And the words were no sooner spoken than the lance was through Cabestang's breast. Powerless either to defend himself, or even utter a cry, Cabestang fell to the ground, and soon expired. His servants waited not to see who had done the deed, but turned their horses' heads, and fled with all speed to their lord's castle. Roussillon dismounted, and opened Cabestang's breast with a knife, and took out the heart with his own hands, wrapped it up in a banderole, and gave it to one of his servants to carry. He then bade none make bold to breathe a word of the affair, mounted his horse and rode back, 'twas not night, to his castle. The lady, who had been told that Cabestang was to come to supper that evening, was all impatience till he should come, and was greatly surprised to see her husband arrive without him. Wherefore, "How is this, my lord?" said she. "Why tarries Cabestang?" "Madam," answered her husband, "I have tidings from him that he cannot be here until tomorrow." Whereat the lady was somewhat disconcerted. Having dismounted, Roussillon called the cook, and said to him, "Here is a boar's heart, take it, and make thereof the daintiest and most delicious dish thou canst, and when I am set at table serve it in a silver porringer." So the cook took the heart and expended all his skill and pains upon it, mincing it and mixing with it plenty of good seasoning, and made thereof an excellent ragout. And in due time Sieur Guillaume and his lady sat them down to table. The meat was served, but Sieur Guillaume, his mind engrossed with his crime, ate but little. The cook set the ragout before him, but he, feigning that he cared to eat no more that evening, had it passed on to the lady, and highly commended it. The lady, nothing loath, took some of it, and found it so good that she ended by eating the whole. Whereupon, "Madam," quoth the knight, "how liked you this dish?" "In good faith, my lord," replied the lady, "not a little." "So help me God," returned the knight, "I dare to be sworn you did. 'Tis no wonder that you should enjoy that dead which you living enjoyed more than aught else in the world." For a while the lady was silent. Then, "How say you?" said she. "What is it you have caused me to eat?" "That which you have eaten," replied the knight, "was in good sooth the heart of Sieur Guillaume de Cabestang, whom you, disloyal woman that you are, did so much love. For assurance whereof I tell you that, but a short while before I came back, I plucked it from his breast with my own hands." It boots not to ask if the lady was sorrow stricken to receive such tidings of her best beloved. But after a while she said, "'Twas the deed of a disloyal and recreant knight. For if I, unconstrained by him, made him lord of my love, and thereby did you wrong, 'twas I, not he, who should have borne the penalty. But God forbid that fare, of such high excellence as the heart of a knight, so true and courteous as Sieur Guillaume de Cabestang, be followed by aught else." So saying, she started to her feet, and stepping back to a window that was behind her, without a moment's hesitation let herself drop backwards therein. The window was at a great height from the ground, so the lady was not only killed by the fall, but almost reduced to atoms. Stunned and conscience-stricken by the spectacle, and fearing the vengeance of the country folk and the Count of Provence, Sieur Guillaume had his horses saddled and rode away. On the morrow the whole countryside knew how the affair had come about. Wherefore folk from both of the castles took the two bodies, and bore them with grief and lamentation exceeding great to the church in the lady's castle, and laid them in the same tomb, and caused verses to be inscribed thereof, signifying who they were that were there interred, and the manner and occasion of their death. End of Day 4, the 9th story.
Day 4, the 10th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 4, the 10th story. The wife of a leech, deeming her lover, who has taken an opiate, to be dead, puts him in a chest, which, with him therein, two usurers carry off to their house. He comes to himself, and is taken for a thief. But, the lady's maid giving the Signory to understand that she had put him in the chest, which the usurers stole, he escapes the gallows, and the usurers are mulcted in moneys for the theft of the chest.
Now that the king had told his tale, it only remained for Dioneo to do his part, which he witting, and being thereto bidden by the king, thus began.
So have I, to say naught of you, my ladies, been of iron and heart, to hear the woeful histories of ill-starred love, insomuch that I have desired of all things that they might have an end. Wherefore, now that, thank God, ended they are, unless I were minded, which God forbid, to add to such pernicious stuff a supplement of the like evil quality, no such dolorous theme do I purpose to ensue, but to make a fresh start with somewhat of a better and more cheerful sort, which perchance may serve to suggest to-morrow's argument. You are to know then, fairest my damsels, that 'tis not long since there dwelt at Salerno a leech most eminent in surgery, his name Master Mazzeo della Montagna, who in his extreme old age took to a wife a fair damsel of the same city, whom he kept in nobler and richer array of dresses and jewels, and all other finery that the sex affects, than any other lady in Salerno. Howbeit she was none too warm most of her time, being ill covered abed by the doctor, who gave her to understand, even as Messer Ricciardo de Cinzica, of whom we spoke a while since, taught his lady the feasts, that for once a man lay with a woman, he needed I know not how many days to recover, and the like nonsense, whereby she lived as ill content as might be, and lacking neither sense nor spirit, she determined to economise at home, and taking to the street, to live at others' expense. So, having passed in review divers young men, she at last found one that was to her mind, on whom she set all her heart and hopes of happiness, which the gallant perceiving was mightily flattered, and in like manner gave her all his love. Rogero de Gheroli, such was the gallant's name, was of noble birth, but of life and conversation so evil and reprehensible that kinsman or friend he had none left that wished him well, or cared to see him, and all Salerno knew him for a common thief and rogue of the vilest character. Whereof the lady took little heed, having a mind to him for another reason, and so, with the help of her maid, she arranged a meeting with him. But after they had solaced themselves a while, the lady began to censure his past life, and to implore him for love of her to depart from such evil ways, and to afford him the means thereto, she from time to time furnished him with money. While thus with all discretion they continued their intercourse, it chanced that a man halt of one of his legs was placed under the leech's care. The leech saw what was amiss with him, and told his kinsfolk that unless a gangrened bone that he had in his leg were taken out, he must die, or have the whole leg amputated; that if the bone were removed he might recover, but that otherwise he would not answer for his life. Whereupon the relatives assented that the bone should be removed, and left the patient in the hands of the leech, who, deeming that by reason of the pain 'twas not possible for him to endure the treatment without an opiate, caused to be distilled in the morning a certain water of his own concoction, whereby the patient, drinking it, might be ensured sleep during such time as he deemed the operation, which he meant to perform about vespers, would occupy. In the meantime he had the water brought into his house, and set it in the window of his room, telling no one what it was. But when the vesper hour was come, and the leech was about to visit his patient, a messenger arrived from some very great friends of his at Amalfi, bearing tidings of a great riot there had been there, in which not a few had been wounded, and bidding him on no account to omit to hie him thither forthwith. Wherefore the leech put off the treatment of the leg to the morrow, and took boat to Amalfi; and the lady, knowing that he would not return home that night, did as she was wont in such a case, to wit, brought Ruggieri in privily, and locked him in her chamber until certain other folk that were in the house had gone to sleep. Ruggieri, then, being thus in the chamber awaiting the lady, and having, whether it was that he had a fatiguing day, or eaten something salt, or perchance that 'twas his habit of body, a mighty thirst, glancing at the window, caught sight of the bottle containing the water which the leech had prepared for the patient, and taking it to be drinking water, set it to his lips, and drank it all, and in no long time fell into a deep sleep. So soon as she was able, the lady hied her to the room, and there, finding Ruggieri asleep, touched him, and softly told him to get up. To no purpose, however; he neither answered nor stirred a limb. Wherefore the lady, rather losing patience, applied somewhat more force, and gave him a push, saying, "Get up, sleepy head. If thou hadst a mind to sleep, thou shouldst have gone home, and not have come hither." Thus pushed, Ruggieri fell down from a box on which he lay, and falling showed no more sign of animation than if he had been a corpse. The lady, now somewhat alarmed, essayed to lift him, and shook him roughly, and took him by the nose, and pulled him by the beard, again to no purpose. He had tethered his ass to a stout pin, so the lady began to fear he must be dead. However, she went on to pinch him shrewdly, and singe him with the flame of a candle. But when these methods also failed, she, being, for all she was a leech's wife, no leech herself, believed for sure that he was dead. And as there was naught in the world that she loved so much, it boots not to ask if she were sore distressed. Wherefore, silently, for she dared not lament aloud, she began to weep over him, and bewail such a misadventure. But after a while, fearing lest her loss should not be without sequel of shame, she bethought her that she must contrive without delay to get the body out of the house, and standing in need of another's advice, she quietly summoned her maid, showed her the mishap that had befallen her, and craved her counsel. Whereat the maid marvelled not a little, and she too fell to pulling Ruggieri this way and that, and pinching him, and, as she found no sign of life in him, concurred with her mistress that he was verily dead, and advised her to remove him from the house. "And where," said the lady, "shall we put him, that to-morrow, when he is discovered, it be not suspected that 'twas hence he was carried?" "Madam," answered the maid, "late last evening I marked in front of our neighbour the carpenter's shop a chest, not too large, which, if he have not put it back in the house, will come in very handy for our purpose, for we will put him inside, and give him 2 or 3 cuts with a knife, and so leave him. When he is found, I know not why it should be thought that 'twas from this house rather than from any other that he was put there. Nay, as he was an evil liver, 'twill be more likely supposed that, as he hied him on some evil errand, some enemy slew him, and then put him in the chest." The lady said that there was naught in the world she might so ill brook as that Ruggieri should receive any wound; but with that exception she approved her maid's proposal, and sent her to see if the chest was still where she had seen it. The maid, returning, reported that it was, and being young and strong, got Ruggieri, with the lady's help, upon her shoulders, and so the lady going before, to espy if any folk came that way, and the maid following, they came to the chest, and having laid Ruggieri therein, closed it, and left him there. Now, a few days before, 2 young men that were usurers had taken up their quarters in a house a little further on. They had seen the chest during the day, and being short of furniture, and having a mind to make great gain with little expenditure, they had resolved that if it was still there at night, they would take it home with them. So at midnight forth they hied them, and finding the chest, were at no pains to examine it closely, but forthwith, though it seemed somewhat heavy, bore it off to their house, and set it down beside a room in which their women slept, and without being at pains to adjust it too securely, they left it there for the time, and went to bed. Towards matins, Ruggieri, having had a long sleep, and digested the draught, and exhausted its efficacy, awoke; but albeit his slumber was broken, and his senses had recovered their powers, yet his brain remained in a sort of torpor, which kept him bemused for some days; and when he opened his eyes, and saw nothing, and stretched his hands hither and thither, and found himself in the chest, it was with difficulty that he collected his thoughts. "How is this?" he said to himself. "Where am I? Do I sleep or wake? I remember coming this evening to my lady's chamber, and now it seems I am in a chest. What means it? Can the leech have returned, or somewhat else have happened that caused the lady, while I slept, to hide me here?" That was it, I suppose. Without a doubt it must have been so. And having come to this conclusion, he composed himself to listen, if haply he might hear something; and being somewhat ill at ease in the chest, which was none too large, and the side on which he lay paining him, he must needs turn over to the other, and did so with such adroitness that, bringing his loins smartly against one of the sides of the chest, which was set on an uneven floor, he caused it to tilt and then fall, and such was the noise it made as it fell that the women that slept there awoke, albeit for fear they kept silence. Ruggieri was not a little disconcerted by the fall, but, finding that thereby the chest was come open, he judged that, happen what might, he would be better out of it than in it, and not knowing where he was, and being otherwise at his wits' end, he began to grope about the house, if haply he might find a stair or door, whereby he might take himself off. Hearing him thus groping his way, the alarmed women gave tongue with "Who is there?" Ruggieri, not knowing the voice, made no answer. Wherefore the women fell to calling the two young men, who, having had a long day, were fast asleep, and heard naught of what went on, which served to increase the fright of the women, who rose and got them to divers windows, and raised the cry, "Take thief! Take thief!" At which summons there came running from divers quarters not a few of the neighbours, who got into the house by the roof, or otherwise, as each best might. Likewise the young men, aroused by the din, got up, and Ruggieri, being now all but beside himself for sheer amazement, and not knowing whither to turn him to escape them, they took him and delivered him to the officers of the governor of the city, who, hearing the uproar, had hasted to the spot. And so he was brought before the governor, who, knowing him to be held of all a most arrant evildoer, put him forthwith to the torture, and upon his confessing that he had entered the house of the usurers with intent to rob, was minded to make short work of it, and have him hanged by the neck. In the morning 'twas bruited throughout all Salerno that Ruggieri had been taken a thieving in the house of the usurers, whereat the lady and her maid were all amazement and bewilderment, insomuch that they were within an ace of persuading themselves that what they had done the night before they had not done, but had only dreamt it. Besides which, the peril in which Ruggieri stood caused the lady such anxiety as brought her to the verge of madness. Shortly after half tierce, the leech, being returned from Amalfi, and minded now to treat his patient, called for his water, and finding the bottle empty, made a great commotion, protesting that naught in his house could be left alone. The lady, having other cause of annoy, lost temper, and said, "What would you say, master, of an important matter, when you raise such a din because a bottle of water has been upset? Is there never another to be found in the world?" "Madam," replied the leech, "thou takest this to have been mere water. 'Twas no such thing, but an artificial water of a soporiferous virtue." And he told her for what purpose he had made it. Which the lady no sooner heard than, guessing that Ruggieri had drunk it, and so had seemed to them to be dead, she said, "Master, we know it not. Wherefore make you another?" And so the leech, seeing there was no help for it, had another made. Not long after, the maid, who by the lady's command had gone to find out what folk said of Ruggieri, returned, saying, "Madam, of Ruggieri they say naught but evil, nor, by what I have been able to discover, has he friend or kinsman that has or will come to his aid, and 'tis held for certain that tomorrow the static will have him hanged. Besides which I have to tell you, which will surprise you, for methinks I have found out how he came into the usurer's house. List, then, how it was. You know the carpenter in front of whose shop stood the chest we put Ruggieri in? He had today the most violent altercation in the world with one to whom it would seem the chest belongs, by whom he was required to make good the value of the chest. To which he made answer that he had not sold it, but that it had been stolen from him in the night. 'Not so,' said the other. 'Thou soldst it to the two usurers, as they themselves told me last night, when I saw it at their house at the time Ruggieri was taken.' 'They lie,' replied the carpenter. 'I never sold it to them, but they must have stolen it from me last night. Go we to them.' So with one accord off they went to the usurer's house, and I came back here. And so, you see, I make out that 'twas on such wise that Ruggieri was brought when he was found. But how he came to life again I am at a loss to conjecture." The lady now understood exactly how things were, and accordingly told the maid what she had learnt from the leech, and besought her to aid her to get Ruggieri off, for so she might, if she would, and at the same time preserve her honour. "Madam," said the maid, "do but show me how, and glad I shall be to do just as you wish." Whereupon the lady, to whom necessity taught invention, formed her plan on the spur of the moment, and expounded it in detail to the maid, who, as the first step, hied her to the leech, and weeping thus addressed him: "Sir, it behoves me to ask your pardon of a great wrong that I have done you." "And what may that be?" inquired the leech. "Sir," said the maid, who ceased not to weep, "you know what manner of man is Ruggieri de' Jeroli. Now he took a fancy to me, and partly for fear, partly for love, I this year agreed to be his mistress, and knowing yester eve that you were from home, he coaxed me into bringing him into your house to sleep with me in my room. Now he was athirst, and I, having no mind to be seen by your lady, who was in the hall, and knowing not whether I might sooner betake me for wine or water, bethought me that I had seen a bottle of water in your room, and ran and fetched it, and gave it to him to drink, and then put the bottle back in the place whence I had taken it, touching which I find that you have made a great stir in the house. Verily, I confess that I did wrong, but who is there that does not wrong sometimes? Sorry indeed am I to have so done, but 'tis not for such a cause, and that which ensued thereon, that Ruggieri should lose his life. Wherefore I do most earnestly beseech you pardon me, and suffer me to go help him as best I may be able." Wroth though he was at what he heard, the leech replied in a bantering tone, "Thy pardon thou hast by thine own deed. For whereas thou didst last night think to have with thee a gallant that would thoroughly dust thy pelisse for thee, he was but a sleepy head. Wherefore get thee gone, and do what thou mayest for the deliverance of thy lover, and for the future look thou bring him not into the house, else I will pay thee for that turn and this to boot." The maid, deeming that she had come off well in the first brush, hied her with all speed to the prison where Ruggieri lay, and by her cajoleries prevailed upon the warders to let her speak with him; and having told him how he must answer the static if he would get off, she succeeded in obtaining pre-audience of the static, who, seeing that the baggage was lusty and mettlesome, was minded, before he heard her, to grapple her with the hook, to which she was by no means averse, knowing that such a preliminary would secure her a better hearing. When she had undergone the operation and was risen, "Sir," said she, "you have here Ruggieri da Jeroli, apprehended on a charge of theft, which charge is false." Whereupon she told him the whole story from beginning to end, how she, being Ruggieri's mistress, had brought him into the leech's house, and had given him the opiate, not knowing it for such, and taking him to be dead, had put him in the chest. And then, recounting what she had heard pass between the carpenter and the owner of the chest, she showed him how Ruggieri came into the house of the usurers. Seeing that 'twas easy enough to find out whether the story were true, the static began by questioning the leech as to the water, and found that 'twas as she had said. He then summoned the carpenter, the owner of the chest, and the usurers, and after much further parley ascertained that the usurers had stolen the chest during the night and brought it into their house. Finally he sent for Ruggieri, and asked him where he had lodged that night, to which Ruggieri answered that where he had lodged he knew not, but he well remembered going to pass the night with Master Mazzeo's maid, in whose room he had drunk some water by reason of a great thirst that he had. But what happened to him afterwards, except that when he awoke he found himself in a chest in the house of the usurers, he knew not. All which matters the static heard with great interest, and caused the maid and Ruggieri and the carpenter and the usurers to rehearse them several times. In the end, seeing that Ruggieri was innocent, he released him, and mulcted the usurers in 15 ounces for the theft of the chest. How glad Ruggieri was thus to escape it boots not to ask, and glad beyond measure was his lady, and so many a time did they laugh and make merry together over the affair, she and he and the dear maid that had proposed to give him a taste of the knife, and remaining constant in their love, they had ever better and better solace thereof. The like whereof befalls me, sans the being put in the chest. End of Day 4, the 10th story.
Day 4, the conclusion of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by Ejam Rigg. Day the 4th, the conclusion. Heartsore as the gentle ladies had been made by the preceding stories, this last of Dioneo provoked them to such merriment, more especially the passage about the static on the hook, that they lacked not relief of the piteous mood engendered by the others. But the king observing that the sun was now taking a yellowish tinge, and that the end of his sovereignty was come, in terms most courtly made his excuse to the fair ladies, that he had made so direful a theme, as lovers in felicity the topic of their discourse. After which he rose, took the laurel wreath from his head, and while the ladies watched to see to whom he would give it, set it graciously upon the blonde head of Fiammetta, saying, "Herewith I crown thee, as deeming that thou, better than any other, will know how to make tomorrow console our fair companions for the rude trials of today." Fiammetta, whose wavy tresses fell in a flood of gold over her white and delicate shoulders, whose softly rounded face was all radiant with the very tints of the white lily, blended with the red of the rose, who carried two eyes in her head that matched those of the peregrine falcon, while her tiny sweet mouth shewed a pair of lips that shone as rubies, replied with a smile, "And gladly take I the wreath, Philostrato, and that thou mayst more truly understand what thou hast done, it is my present will and pleasure that each make ready to discourse tomorrow of good fortune befalling lovers after divers direful or disastrous adventures." The theme propounded was approved by all, whereupon the queen called the seneschal, and having made with him all the meet arrangements, rose and gaily dismissed all the company until the supper hour. Wherefore, some straying about the garden, the beauties of which were not such as soon to pall, others bending their steps towards the mills that were grinding without, each as and where it seemed best, they took meanwhile their several pleasures. The supper hour come, they all gathered in their wonted order by the fair fountain, and in the gayest of spirits and well served they supped. Then, rising, they adversed them, as was their wont, to dance and song, and while Philomela led the dance, "Philostrato," said the queen, "being minded to follow in the footsteps of our predecessors, and that as by their, so by our command a song be sung, and well witting that thy songs are even as thy stories, to the end that no day but this be vexed with thy misfortunes, we ordain that thou give us one of them, whichever thou mayst prefer." Philostrato answered that he would gladly do so, and without delay began to sing on this wise:
Full well my tears attest, O traitor love, with what just cause the heart, with which thou once hath broken faith, doth smart. Love, when thou first didst in my heart enshrine her for whom I still sigh, alas, in vain, nor any hope do know, a damsel so complete thou didst me show, that light as air I counted every pain, wherewith, behest of thine, condemned my soul to pine. Ah, but I gravely erred, the which to know, too late, alas, doth but enhance my woe. The cheat I knew not, ere she did leave me, she in whom alone my hopes were placed, for 'twas when I did most flatter myself with hope, and proudly boast myself her vassal lowliest and most graced, nor thought love might begrieve, nor dreamed he e'er might grieve. 'Twas then I found that she another's worth into her heart had taken, and cast me forth. A plant of pain, alas, my heart did bear, what time my hapless self cast forth I knew, and there it doth remain, and day and hour I curse and curse again. When first that front of love shone on my view, that front so queenly fair, and bright beyond compare, wherefore at once my faith, my hope, my fire, my soul doth imprecate, ere she expire. My lord, thou knowest how comfortless my woe. Thou, love, my lord, whom thus I supplicate, with many a piteous groan, telling thee how I anguish, sore I groan, yearning for death my pain to mitigate. Come, death, and with one blow cut short my span, and so with my cursed life me of my frenzy ease, for wheresoever I go 'twill sure decrease. Save death, no way of comfort doth remain, no anodyne beside for this sore smart. The boon then, love bestow, and presently by death annul my woe, and from this abject life release my heart, since from me joy is ta'en, and every solace ta'en. My prayer to grant, and let my death the cheer complete that she now hath of her new fare. Song, it may be that no one shall thee learn, nor do I care, for none I wot so well, as I may chant thee so. This one behest I lay upon thee, go, hie thee to love, and him in secret tell, how I my life do spurn, my bitter life, and yearn, that to a better harborage he bring me of all might and grace that owe him king. Full well my tears attest.
Philostratus' mood and its cause were made abundantly manifest by the words of this song, and perchance they had been made still more so by the looks of a lady that was among the dancers, had not the shades of night, which had now overtaken them, concealed the blush that suffused her face. Other songs followed until the hour for slumber arrived, whereupon, at the behest of the queen, all the ladies sought their several chambers. End of Day 4, the conclusion.
Day the 5th. The Introduction of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by M. Rigg. Day the 5th. The Introduction. Endeth here the 4th day of the Decameron, beginneth the 5th, in which, under the rule of Fiammetta, discourse is had of good fortune befalling lovers after divers direful or disastrous adventures. All the east was white, nor any part of our hemisphere unillumined by the rising beams, when the carolling of the birds that in a gay chorus saluted the dawn among the baths induced Fiammetta to rise, and rose the other ladies and the three gallants, with whom adown the hill and about the dewy meads of the broad champaign she sauntered, talking gaily of divers matters, until the sun had attained some height. Then, feeling his rays grow somewhat scorching, they retraced their steps and returned to the villa, where, having repaired their slight fatigue with excellent wines and comfits, they took their pastime in the pleasant garden until the breakfast hour, when, all things being made ready by the discreet seneschal, they, after singing a stampita and a balladette or two, gaily at the queen's behest, sat them down to eat. Meetly ordered and gladsome was the meal, which done, heedful of their rule of dancing, they trod a few short measures with accompaniment of music and song. Thereupon, being all dismissed by the queen until after the siesta, some hied them to rest, while others tarried taking their pleasure in the fair garden. But shortly after noon, all at the queen's behest reassembled, according to their wont, by the fountain, and the queen, having seated herself on her throne, glanced towards Pamphilo, and bade him, with a smile, lead off with the stories of good fortune. Whereto Pamphilo gladly asserted himself, and thus began. End of Introduction of the Day 5.
Day 5. The first story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eugene Smith. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 5, the first story. Cimon, by loving, waxes wise, wins his wife Iphigenia by capture on the high seas, and is imprisoned at Rhodes. He is delivered by Lysimachus, and the twain capture Cassandra and recapture Iphigenia in the hour of their marriage. They flee with their ladies to Crete, and having there married them, are brought back to their homes. Many stories, sweet my ladies, occur to me as meet for me to tell by way of ushering in a day so joyous as this will be, of which one does most commend itself to my mind, because not only has it one of those happy endings of which today we are in quest, but 'twill enable you to understand how holy, how mighty, and how salutary are the forces of love, which not a few, witting not what they say, do most unjustly reprobate and reviled, which, if I err not, should to you, for that I take you to be enamoured, be indeed welcome. Once upon a time, then, as we have read in the ancient histories of the Cypriots, there was in the island of Cyprus a very great noble named Aristippus, a man rich in all worldly goods beyond all other of his countrymen, and who might have deemed himself incomparably blessed, but for a single sore affliction that fortune had allotted him, which was that among his sons he had one, the best grown and handsomest of them all, that was well nigh a hopeless imbecile. His true name was Galesus, but as neither his tutor's pains, nor his father's coaxing or chastisement, nor any other method had availed to imbue him with any tincture of letters or manners, but he still remained gruff and savage of voice, and in his bearing liker to a beast than to a man, all, as in derision, were wont to call him Cimon, which in their language signifies the same as bestione, brute, in ours. The father, grieved beyond measure to see his son's life thus blighted, and having abandoned all hope of his recovery, nor caring to have the cause of his mortification ever before his eyes, bade him betake him to the farm, and there keep with his husbandmen. To Cimon the change was very welcome, because the manners and habits of the uncouth hinds were more to his taste than those of the citizens. So to the farm Cimon hied him, and addressed himself to the work thereof. And being thus employed, he chanced one afternoon, as he passed, staff on shoulder, from one domain to another, to enter a plantation, the like of which for beauty there was not in those parts, and which was then, for 'twas the month of May, a mass of greenery. And as he traversed it, he came, as fortune was pleased to guide him, to a meadow girt in with trees exceeding tall, and having in one of its corners a fountain most fair and cool, beside which he espied a most beautiful girl, lying asleep on the green grass, clad only in a vest of such fine stuff that it scarce in any measure veiled the whiteness of her flesh, and below the waist naught but an apron most white and fine of texture, and likewise at her feet there slept 2 women and a man, her slaves. No sooner did Cimon catch sight of her, than, as if he had never before seen form of woman, he stopped short, and leaning on his cudgel, regarded her intently, saying never a word, and lost in admiration. And in his rude soul, which, despite 1,000 lessons, had hitherto remained impervious to every delight that belongs to urbane life, he felt the awakening of an idea that bade his gross and coarse mind acknowledge that this girl was the fairest creature that had ever been seen by mortal eye. And thereupon he began to distinguish her several parts, praising her hair, which showed to him as gold, her brow, her nose and mouth, her throat and arms, and above all her bosom, which was as yet but in bud. And as he gazed, he changed of a sudden from a husbandman into a judge of beauty, and desired of all things to see her eyes, which the weight of her deep slumber kept close shut, and many a time he would fain have awakened her, that he might see them. But so much fairer seemed she to him than any other woman that he had seen, that he doubted she must be a goddess. and he was not so devoid of sense but that he deemed things divine more worthy of reverence than things mundane. He forbore, and waited until she should wake of her own accord, and though he found the delay overlong, yet, enthralled by so unwonted a delight, he knew not how to be going. However, after he had tarried a long while, it so befell that Iphigenia, such was the girl's name, her slave still sleeping, awoke, and raised her head, and opened her eyes, and seeing Cimon standing before her, leaning on his staff, was not a little surprised, and said, "Cimon, what seekest thou in this wood at this hour?" For Cimon she knew well, as indeed did almost all in the countryside, by reason alike of his uncouth appearance as of the rank and wealth of his father. To Iphigenia's question he answered never a word, but as soon as her eyes were open, naught could he do but intently regard them, for it seemed to him that a soft influence emanated from them, which filled his soul with a delight that he had never before known, which the girl marking, began to misdoubt that by so fixed a scrutiny his boorish temper might be prompted to some act that should cause her dishonour. Wherefore she roused her women, and got up, saying, "Keep thy distance, Cimon, in God's name." Whereto Cimon made answer, "I will come with thee." And albeit the girl refused his escort, being still in fear of him, she could not get quit of him. But he attended her home, after which he hied him straight to his father's house, and announced that he was minded on no account to go back to the farm, which intelligence was far from welcome to his father and kinsmen, but nevertheless they suffered him to stay, and waited to see what might be the reason of his change of mind. So Cimon, whose heart, closed to all teaching, love's shaft, sped by the beauty of Iphigenia, had penetrated, did now graduate in wisdom with such celerity as to astonish his father and kinsmen, and all that knew him. He began by requesting his father to let him go clad in the like apparel, and with, in all respects, the like personal equipment as his brothers, which his father very gladly did. Mixing thus with the gallants, and becoming familiar with the manners proper to gentlemen, and especially to lovers, he very soon, to the exceeding great wonder of all, not only acquired the rudiments of letters, but waxed most eminent among the philosophic wits. After which, for no other cause than the love he bore to Iphigenia, he not only modulated his gruff and boorish voice to a degree of smoothness suitable to urbane life, but made himself accomplished in singing and music. In riding also, and in all matters belonging to war, as well by sea as by land, he waxed most expert and hardy. And in sum, that I go not about to enumerate each of his virtues in detail, he had not completed the 4th year from the stay of his first becoming enamoured, before he was grown the most gallant and courteous, aye, and the most perfect in particular accomplishments of the young cavaliers that were in the island of Cyprus. What then, gracious ladies, are we to say of Cimon? Verily, naught else but that the high faculties with which heaven had endowed his noble soul, invidious fortune had bound with the strongest of cords, and circumscribed within a very narrow region of his heart. All which cords love, more potent than fortune, burst and break in pieces, and then, with the might wherewith he wakens dormant powers, he brought them forth of the cruel obfuscation in which they lay, into clear light, plainly showing thereby whence he may withdraw, and whither he may guide, by his beams the souls that are subject to his sway. Now, albeit by his love for Iphigenia Cimon was betrayed, as young lovers very frequently are, into some peccadilloes, yet Aristippus, reflecting that it had turned him from a booby into a man, not only bore patiently with him, but exhorted him with all his heart to continue steadfast in his love. And Cimon, who still refused to be called Galesus, because 'twas as Cimon that Iphigenia had first addressed him, being desirous to accomplish his desire by honourable means, did many a time urge his suit upon her father, Chipsius, that he would give her him to wife. Whereto Chipsius always made the same answer, to wit, that he had promised her to Pasimondas, a young Rhodian noble, and was not minded to break faith with him. However, the time appointed for Iphigenia's wedding being come, and the bridegroom having sent for her, Cimon said to himself, "'Tis now for me to show thee, Iphigenia, how great is my love for thee. 'Tis by thee that I am grown a man, nor doubt I, if I shall have thee, that I shall wax more glorious than a god, and verily thee I will have, or die." Having so said, he privily enlisted in his cause certain young nobles that were his friends, and secretly fitted out a ship with all equipment meet for combat, and put to sea on the lookout for the ship that was to bear Iphigenia to Rhodes and her husband. And at length, when her father had done lavishing honours upon her husband's friends, Iphigenia embarked, and the mariners, shaping their course for Rhodes, put to sea. Cimon was on the alert, and overhauled them the very next day, and standing on his ship's prow, shouted amain to those that were aboard Iphigenia's ship, "Bring to, strike sails, or look to be conquered and sunk in the sea." Then, seeing that the enemy had gotten their arms above deck, and were making ready to make a fight of it, he followed up his words by casting a grapnel upon the poop of the Rhodians, who were making great way, and having thus made their poop fast to his prow, he sprang, fierce as a lion, reckless whether he were followed or no, onto the Rhodian ship, making, as it were, no account of them, and animated by love, hurled himself, sword in hand, with prodigious force among the enemy, and cutting and thrusting right and left, slaughtered them like sheep. Insomuch that the Rhodians, marking the fury of his onset, threw down their arms, and as with one voice did all acknowledge themselves his prisoners. To whom Cimon, "Gallants," quoth he, "'twas neither lust or beauty nor enmity to you that caused me to put out from Cyprus to attack you here with force of arms on the high seas. Moved was I thereto by that which to gain is to me a matter great indeed, which peaceably to yield me is to you but a slight matter. For 'tis even Iphigenia, whom more than aught else I love, whom, as I might not have her of her father in peaceable and friendly sort, love has constrained me to take from you in this high-handed fashion, and by force of arms, to whom I mean to be even such as would have been your Pasimondas. Wherefore give her to me, and go your way, and God's grace go with you." Yielding rather to force than prompted by generosity, the Rhodians surrendered Iphigenia, all tears, to Cimon, who, marking her tears, said to her, "Grieve not, noble lady, thy Cimon am I, who, by my long love, have established a far better right to thee than Pasimondas by the faith that was plighted to him." So saying, he sent her aboard his ship, whither he followed her, touching naught that belonged to the Rhodians, and suffering them to go their way. To have gotten so dear a prize made him the happiest man in the world, but for a time 'twas all he could do to assuage her grief. Then, after taking counsel with his comrades, he deemed it best not to return to Cyprus for the present, and so, by common consent, they shaped their course for Crete, where most of them, and especially Cimon, had alliances of old or recent date, and friends not a few, whereby they deemed that they might tarry with Iphigenia in security. But fortune, that had accorded Cimon so gladsome a capture of the lady, suddenly proved fickle, and converted the boundless joy of the enamoured gallant into woeful and bitter lamentation. 'Twas not yet full 4 hours since Cimon had parted from the Rhodians, when, with the approach of night, that night from which Cimon hoped such joyance as he had never known, came weather most turbulent and tempestuous, which wrapped the heavens in cloud, and swept the sea with scathing blasts, whereby 'twas not possible for any to see how the ship was to be worked or steered, or to steady himself so as to do any duty upon her deck. Whereat what grief was Chimon's, it boots not to ask. Indeed, it seemed to him that the gods had granted his heart's desire only that it might be harder for him to die, which had else been to him but a light matter. Not less downcast were his comrades, but most of all Iphigenia, who, weeping bitterly, and shuddering at every wave that struck the ship, did cruelly curse Chimon's love, and censure his rashness, averring that this tempest was come upon them for no other cause than that the gods had decreed that, as 'twas in despite of their will that he purposed to espouse her, he should be frustrate of his presumptuous intent, and having lived to see her expire, should then himself meet a woeful death. While thus, and yet more bitterly, they bewailed them, and the mariners were at their wits' end, as the gale grew hourly more violent, nor knew they, nor might conjecture, whither they went, they drew nigh the island of Rhodes, albeit that Rhodes it was they wist not, and set themselves, as best and most skilfully they might, to run the ship aground. In which enterprise fortune favoured them, bringing them into a little bay, where, shortly before them, was arrived the Rhodian ship that Cimon had let go. Nor were they sooner aware that 'twas Rhodes they had made, than day broke, and the sky thus brightening a little, they saw that they were about a bow shot from the ship that they had released on the preceding day. Whereupon Cimon, vexed beyond measure, being apprehensive of that which in fact befell them, bade make every effort to win out of the bay, and let fortune carry them whither she would, for nowhere might they be in worse plight than there. So might and main they strove to bring the ship out, but all in vain. The violence of the gale thwarted them to such purpose as not only to preclude their passage out of the bay, but to drive them, willing-nilling, ashore, whither no sooner were they come than they were recognized by the Rhodian mariners who had already landed, of whom one ran with all speed to a farm hard by, whither the Rhodian gallants were gone, and told them that fortune had brought Cimon and Iphigenia aboard their ship into the same bay to which she had guided them. Whereat the gallants were overjoyed, and taking with them not a few of the farm servants, hied them in hot haste to the shore, where, Cimon and his men being already landed with intent to take refuge in a neighbouring wood, they took them all, with Iphigenia, and brought them to the farm. Whence, pursuant to an order of the Senate of Rhodes, to which, so soon as he received the news, Pasimondus made his complaint, Cimon and his men were all marched off to prison by Lysimachus, chief magistrate of the Rhodians for that year, who came down from the city for the purpose with an exceeding great company of men-at-arms. On such wise did our hapless and enamoured Cimon lose his so lately won Iphigenia, before he had had of her more than a kiss or two. Iphigenia was entertained and comforted of the annoy, occasioned as well by her recent capture as by fury of the sea, by not a few noble ladies of Rhodes, with whom she tarried until the day appointed for her marriage. In recompense of the release of the Rhodian gallants on the preceding day, the lives of Cimon and his men were spared, notwithstanding that Pasimondus pressed might and main for their execution, and instead they were condemned to perpetual imprisonment, wherein, as may be supposed, they abode in dolorous plight, and despaired of ever again knowing happiness. However, it so befell that, Pasimondus accelerating his nuptials to the best of his power, fortune, as if repenting her that in her haste she had done Cimon so evil a turn, did now by a fresh disposition of events compass his deliverance. Pasimondus had a brother, by name Hormisdas, his equal in all respects save in years, who had long been contract to marry Cassandra, a fair and noble damsel of Rhodes, of whom Lysimachus was in the last degree enamoured, but owing to divers accidents the marriage had been from time to time put off. Now Pasamondas, being about to celebrate his nuptials with exceeding great pomp, bethought him that he could do no better than, to avoid a repetition of the pomp and expense, arrange, if so he might, that his brother should be wedded on the same day with himself. So, having consulted anew with Cassandra's kinsfolk, and come to an understanding with them, he and his brother and they conferred together, and agreed that on the same day that Pasamondas married Iphigenia, Hormisdas should marry Cassandra. Lysimachus, getting wind of this arrangement, was mortified beyond measure, seeing himself thereby deprived of the hope which he cherished of marrying Cassandra himself, if Hormisdas should not forestall him. But like a wise man he concealed his chagrin, and cast about how he might frustrate the arrangement, to which end he saw no other possible means but to carry Cassandra off. It did not escape him that the office which he held would render this easily feasible, but he deemed it all the more dishonourable than if he had not held the office. But, in short, after much pondering, honour yielded place to love, and he made up his mind that, come what might, he would carry Cassandra off. Then, as he took thought what company he should take with him, and how he should go about the affair, he remembered Cimon, whom he had in prison with his men, and it occurred to him that he could not possibly have a better or more trusty associate in such an enterprise than Cimon. Wherefore, the same night, he caused Cimon to be brought privily to him in his own room, and thus addressed him: "Cimon, as the gods are most generous and liberal to bestow their gifts on men, so are they also most sagacious to try their virtue, and those whom they find to be firm and steadfast in all circumstances they honour, as the most worthy, with the highest rewards. They have been minded to be certified of thy worth by better proofs than thou couldst afford them, as long as thy life was bounded by thy father's house, amid the superabundant wealth which I know him to possess. Wherefore, in the first place, they so wrought upon thee with the shrewd incitements of love, that from an insensate brute, as I have heard, thou grewest to be a man. Since when it has been, and is their intent, to try whether evil fortune and harsh imprisonment may avail to change thee from the temper that was thine, when for a short while thou hadst joyance of the prize thou hadst won. And so thou prove the same that thou wast then, they have in store for thee a boon incomparably greater than aught that they vouchsafed thee before. What that boon is, to the end thou mayst recover heart and thy wonted energies, I will now explain to thee. Pasamondas, exultant in thy misfortune, and eager to compass thy death, hastens to the best of his power his nuptials with thy Iphigenia, that so may he enjoy the prize that fortune, erstwhile smiling, gave thee, and forthwith, frowning, reft from thee. Whereat how sore must be thy grief, if rightly I gauge thy love, I know by my own case, seeing that his brother Hormisdas addresses himself to do me on the same day a like wrong in regard of Cassandra, whom I love more than aught else in the world. Nor see I that fortune has left us any way of escape from this her unjust and cruel spite, save what we may make for ourselves by a resolved spirit and the might of our right hands. Take we then the sword, and therewith make we each prize of his lady, thou for the second, I for the first time. For so thou value the recovery, I say not of thy liberty, for without thy lady I doubt thou wouldst hold it cheap, but of thy lady the gods have placed it in thine own hands, if thou art but minded to join me in my enterprise." These words restored to Cimon all that he had lost of heart and hope, nor pondered he long before he replied: "Lysimachus, comrade stouter or more staunch than I thou mightest not have in such an enterprise, if such indeed is be as thou sayest. Wherefore lay upon me such behest as thou shalt deem meet, and thou shalt marvel to witness the vigour of my performance." Whereupon Lysimachus: "On the third day from now," quoth he, Their husbands' houses will be newly entered by the brides, and on the same day, at even, we too will enter them in arms, thou with thy men, and I with some of mine, in whom I place great trust. And forcing our way among the guests, and slaughtering all that dare to oppose us, will bear the ladies off to a ship which I have had privily got ready. Cimon approved the plan, and kept quiet in prison until the appointed time, which being come, the nuptials were celebrated with great pomp and magnificence that filled the houses of the two brothers with festal cheer. Then Lysimachus, having made ready all things meet, and fired Cimon and his men and his own friends for the enterprise by a long harangue, disposed them in due time, all bearing arms under their cloaks, in 3 companies. And having privily dispatched one company to the port, that when the time should come to embark he might meet with no let, he marched with the other 2 companies to the house of Pazimondas, posted the one company at the gate, that being entered they might not be shut in or debarred their egress, and with the other company and Cimon ascended the stairs, and gained the saloon, where the brides and not a few other ladies were set at several tables to sup in meet order. Whereupon in they rushed, and overthrew the tables, and seized each his own lady, and placed them in charge of their men, whom they bade bear them off forthwith to the ship that lay ready to receive them. Whereupon the brides and the other ladies and the servants, with one accord, fell a sobbing and shrieking, insomuch that a confused din and lamentation filled the whole place. Cimon, Lysimachus, and their band, none withstanding, but all giving way before them, gained the stairs, which they were already descending when they encountered Pazimondas, who, carrying a great staff in his hand, was making in the direction of the noise. But one doughty stroke of Cimon's sword sufficed to cleave his skull in twain, and lay him dead at Cimon's feet. And another stroke disposed of hapless Hormisdas, as he came running to his brother's aid. Some others who ventured to approach them were wounded and beaten off by the retinue. So forth of the house, that reeked with blood and resounded with tumult and lamentation and woe, sped Cimon and Lysimachus with all their company, and without any let, in close order, with their fair booty in their midst, made good their retreat to the ship. Whereon with the ladies they one and all embarked, for the shore was now full of armed men come to rescue the ladies, and the oarsmen, giving way, put to sea elate. Arrived at Crete, they met with a hearty welcome on the part of their many friends and kinsfolk, and having married their ladies, they made greatly merry, and had gladsome joyance of their fair booty. Their doings occasioned, both in Cyprus and in Rhodes, no small stir and commotion, which lasted for a long while. But in the end, by the good offices of their friends and kinsfolk in both islands, 'twas so ordered as that after a certain term of exile, Cimon returned with Iphigenia to Cyprus, and in like manner Lysimachus returned with Cassandra to Rhodes. And long and blithely thereafter lived they, each well contented with his own wife in his own land. End of Day 5, the first story.
Day 5, the second story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 5, the second story. Costanza loves Martuccio Gomito, and hearing that he is dead, gives way to despair, and hies her alone aboard a boat, which is wafted by the wind to Susa. She finds him alive in Tunis, and makes herself known to him, who, having by his counsel gained high place in the king's favour, marries her, and returns with her wealthy to Lipari.
Pamphilo's story being ended, the queen, after commending it not a little, called for one to follow from Emilia, who thus began.
Meet and right it is that one should rejoice when events so fall out that passion meets with its due reward, and as love merits in the long run rather joy than suffering, far gladlier obey I the queen's than I did the king's behest, and address myself to our present theme. You are to know then, dainty ladies, that not far from Sicily there is an islet called Lipari, in which, no great while ago, there dwelt a damsel, Costanza by name, fair as fair could be, and of one of the most honourable families in the island. And one Mortuccio Gomito, who was also of the island, a young man most gallant and courteous, and worthy for his condition, became enamoured of Costanza, who in like manner grew so afire for him that he was ever ill at ease except she saw him. Martuccio, craving her to wife, asked her of her father, who made answer that, Martuccio being poor, he was not minded to give her to him. Mortified to be thus rejected by reason of poverty, Martuccio took an oath in presence of some of his friends and kinsfolk that Liparo should know him no more until he was wealthy. So away he sailed, and took to scouring the seas as a rover on the coast of Barbary, preying upon all whose force matched not his own. In which way of life he found fortune favourable enough, had he but known how to rest and be thankful. But 'twas not enough that he and his comrades in no long time waxed very wealthy. Their covetousness was inordinate, and, while they sought to gratify it, they chanced in an encounter with certain Saracen ships to be taken after a long defence, and despoiled, and, most part of them, thrown into the sea by their captors, who, after sinking his ship, took Martuccio with them to Tunis, and clapped him in prison, and there kept him a long time in a very sad plight. Meanwhile, not by one or two, but by divers and not a few persons, tidings reached Lipari that all that were with Martuccio aboard his bark had perished in the sea. The damsel, whose grief on Martuccio's departure had known no bounds, now hearing that he was dead with the rest, wept a great while, and made up her mind to have done with life. But, lacking the resolution to lay violent hands upon herself, she bethought her how she might devote herself to death by some novel expedient. So one night she stole out of her father's house, and hied her to the port, and there by chance she found, lying a little apart from the other craft, a fishing boat, which, as the owners had but just quitted her, was still equipped with mast and sails and oars. Aboard which boat she forthwith got, and being, like most of the women of the island, not altogether without nautical skill, she rowed some distance out to sea, and then hoisted sail, and cast away oars and tiller, and let the boat drift, deeming that a boat without lading or steersman would certainly be either capsized by the wind, or dashed against some rock and broken in pieces, so that escape she could not, even if she would, but must perforce drown. And so, her head wrapped in a mantle, she stretched herself weeping on the floor of the boat. But it fell out quite otherwise than she had conjectured, for, the wind being from the north and very equable, with next to no sea, the boat kept an even keel, and next day about vespers bore her to land hard by a city called Susa, full 100 miles beyond Tunis. To the damsel 'twas all one whether she were at sea or ashore, for since she had been aboard she had never once raised, nor, come what might, meant she ever to raise, her head. Now it so chanced that, when the boat grounded, there was on the shore a poor woman that was in the employ of some fishermen, whose nets she was just taking out of the sunlight. Seeing the boat under full sail, she marvelled how it should be suffered to drive ashore, and conjectured that the fishermen on board were asleep. So to the boat she hied her, and finding therein only the damsel fast asleep, she called her many times, and at length awakened her. And perceiving by her dress that she was a Christian, she asked her in Latin how it was that she was come thither all alone in the boat. Hearing the Latin speech, the damsel wondered whether the wind had not shifted and carried her back to Lipari. So up she started, gazed about her, and finding herself ashore and the aspect of the country strange, asked the good woman where she was. To which the good woman made answer, "My daughter, thou art hard by Susa in Barbary." Whereupon the damsel, sorrowful that God had not seen fit to accord her the boon of death, apprehensive of dishonour, and at her wit's end, sat herself down at the foot of her boat, and burst into tears. Which the good woman saw not without pity, and persuaded her to come with her into her hut, and there by coaxing drew from her how she was come thither, and knowing that she could not but be fasting, she set before her her own coarse bread and some fish and water, and prevailed upon her to eat a little. Costanza thereupon asked her who she was that thus spoke Latin, whereto she answered that her name was Carapresa, and that she was from Trapani, where she had served some Christian fishermen. To the damsel, sad indeed though she was, this name Carapresa, wherefore she knew not, seemed to be of happy augury, so that she began to take hope, she knew not why, and to grow somewhat less fain of death. Wherefore, without disclosing who or whence she was, she earnestly besought the good woman for the love of God to have pity on her youth, and advise her how best to avoid insult. Whereupon Carapresa, good woman that she was, left her in her hut, while with all speed she picked up her nets, and on her return she wrapped her in her own mantle and led her to Susa. Arrived there, she said to her, "Costanza, I shall bring thee to the house of an excellent Saracen lady, for whom I frequently do bits of work, as she has occasion. She is an old lady and compassionate. I will commend thee to her care as best I may, and I doubt not she will right gladly receive thee, and entreat thee as her daughter, and thou wilt serve her, and, while thou art with her, do all thou canst to gain her favour, until such time as God may send thee better fortune." And as she said, so she did. The old lady listened, and then, gazing steadfastly in the damsel's face, shed tears, and taking her hand, kissed her forehead, and led her into the house, where she and some other women dwelt quite by themselves, doing divers kinds of handiwork in silk and palm leaves and leather, wherein the damsel in a few days acquired some skill, and thenceforth wrought together with them, and rose wondrous high in the favour and good graces of all the ladies, who soon taught her their language. Now while the damsel, mourned at home as lost and dead, dwelt thus at Susa, it so befell that, Mariabdella being then king of Tunis, a young chieftain in Granada, of great power, and backed by mighty allies, gave out that the realm of Tunis belonged to him, and having gathered a vast army, made a descent upon Tunis with intent to expel the king from the realm. Matuccio Gomito, who knew the language of Barbary well, heard the tidings in prison, and learning that the king of Tunis was mustering a mighty host for the defence of his kingdom, said to one of the warders that were in charge of him and his comrades, "If I might have speech of the king, I am confident that the advice that I should give him would secure him the victory." The warder repeated these words to his chief, who forthwith carried them to the king. Wherefore by the king's command Martuccio was brought before him, and being asked by him what the advice of which had spoken might be, answered on this wise: "Sire, if in old days, when I was wont to visit this country of yours, I duly observed the manner in which you order your battle, methinks you place your main reliance upon archers, and therefore if you could contrive that your enemy's supply of arrows should give out, and your own continue plentiful, I apprehend that you would win the battle." "Ay, indeed," replied the king, "I make no doubt that, could I but accomplish that, I should conquer." "Nay, but sire," returned Matuccio, "you may do it, if you will. Listen, and I will tell you how. You must fit the bows of your archers with strings much finer than those that are in common use, and match them with arrows the notches of which will not admit any but these fine strings, and this you must do so secretly that your enemy may not know it, else he will find means to be even with you. Which counsel I give you for the following reason: when your and your enemy's archers have expended all their arrows, you wot that the enemy will fall to picking up the arrows that your men have shot during the battle, and your men will do the like by the enemy's arrows, but the enemy will not be able to make use of your men's arrows, by reason that their fine notches will not suffice to admit the stout strings, whereas your men will be in the contrary case in regard of the enemy's arrows, for the fine string will very well receive the large notched arrow, and so your men will have an abundant supply of arrows, while the enemy will be at a loss for them." The king, who lacked not sagacity, appreciated Martuccio's advice, and gave full effect to it, whereby he came out of the war a conqueror, and Martuccio, being raised to the chief place in his favour, waxed rich and powerful. Which matters being bruited throughout the country, it came to the ears of Costanza that Matuccio Gomito, whom she had long supposed to be dead, was alive, whereby her love for him, some embers of which still lurked in her heart, burst forth again in sudden flame, and gathered strength, and revived her dead hope. Wherefore she frankly told all her case to the good lady with whom she dwelt, saying that she would fain go to Tunis, that her eyes might have assurance of that which the report received by her ears had made them yearn to see. The lady fell heartily in with the girl's desire, and, as if she had been her mother, embarked with her for Tunis, where on their arrival they were honourably received in the house of one of her kinswomen. Carapresa, who had attended her, being sent to discover what she might touching Matuccio, brought back word that he was alive, and high in honour and place. The gentlewoman was minded that none but herself should apprise Martuccio of the arrival of his Costanza, Wherefore she hied her one day to Martuccio, and said, Martuccio, there is come to my house a servant of thine from Lipari, who would fain speak with thee here privily, and for that he would not have me trust another, I am come hither myself to deliver his message. Martuccio thanked her, and forthwith hied him with her to her house. Where no sooner did the girl see him than she all but died for joy, and carried away by her feelings, fell upon his neck with open arms and embraced him. And, what with sorrow of his past woes and her present happiness, said never a word, but softly wept. Martuccio regarded her for a while in silent wonder. Then, heaving a sigh, he said, Thou livest then, my Costanza. Long since I heard that thou wast lost, nor was aught known of thee at home. Which said, he tenderly and with tears embraced her. Costanza told him all her adventures, and how honourably she had been entreated by the gentlewoman with whom she had dwelt. And so long time they conversed, and then Martuccio parted from her, and hied him back to his lord the king, and told him all, to wit, his own adventures and those of the girl, adding that with his leave he was minded to marry her according to our law. Which matters the king found passing strange, and having called the girl to him, and learned from her that 'twas even as Martuccio had said, Well indeed, quoth he, hast thou won thy husband. Then caused he gifts most ample and excellent to be brought forth, part of which he gave to Costanza and part to Martuccio, leaving them entirely to their own devices in regard of one another. Then Martuccio, in terms most honourable, bade farewell to the old lady with whom Costanza had dwelt, thanking her for the service she had rendered to Costanza, and giving her presents suited to her condition, and commending her to God, while Costanza shed many a tear. After which, by leave of the king, they went aboard a light bark, taking with them Carapresa, and, sped by a prosperous breeze, arrived at Lipari, where they were received with such cheer as 'twere vain to attempt to describe. There were Martuccio and Costanza, wedded with all pomp and splendour, and there long time in easeful peace they had joyance of their love. End of Day 5, the second story.
Day 5, the third story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 5, the third story. Pietro Boccamazza runs away with Agnolella and encounters a gang of robbers. The girl takes refuge in a wood and is guided to a castle. Pietro is taken but escapes out of the hands of the robbers, and after some adventures arrives at the castle where Agnolella is, marries her, and returns with her to Rome.
Ended Emilia's story, which none of the company spared to commend. The queen, turning to Elisa, bade her follow suit, and she, with glad obedience, thus began.
'Tis a story sweet, ladies, of a woeful night passed by two indiscreet young lovers that I have in mind, but as thereon ensued not a few days of joy, 'tis not inapposite to our argument, and shall be narrated. 'Tis no long time since at Rome, which albeit now the tale was of yore the head of the world, there dwelt a young man, Pietro Boccamazza by name, a scion of one of the most illustrious of the Roman houses, who became enamoured of a damsel exceeding fair, and amorous withal. Her name Agnolella, the daughter of one Giliuzzo Saulo, a plebeian, but in high repute among the Romans. Nor loving thus did Pietro lack the address to inspire in Agnolella a love as ardent as his own. Wherefore, overmastered by his passion, and minded no longer to endure the sore suffering that it caused him, he asked her in marriage. Whereof his kinsfolk were no sooner apprised, than with one accord they came to him, and strongly urged him to desist from his purpose. They also gave Giliuzzo Saulo to understand that he were best to pay no sort of heed to Pietro's words, for that if he so did, they would never acknowledge him as friend or relative. Thus, to see himself debarred of the one way by which he deemed he might attain to his desire, Pietro was ready to die for grief, and, all his kinsfolk notwithstanding, he would have married Giliuzzo's daughter, had but the father consented. Wherefore at length he made up his mind that if the girl were willing, naught should stand in the way, and having through a common friend sounded the damsel and found her apt, he brought her to consent to elope with him from Rome. The affair being arranged, Pietro and she took horse betimes one morning, and sallied forth for Anagni, where Pietro had certain friends in whom he placed much trust; and as they rode, time not serving for full joyance of their love, for they feared pursuit, they held converse thereof, and from time to time exchanged a kiss. Now it so befell that the way being none too well known to Pietro, when perhaps 8 miles from Rome they should have turned to the right, they took instead a leftward road. Whereon, when they had ridden but little more than 2 miles, they found themselves close to a petty castle, whence, so soon as they were observed, there issued some dozen men at arms. And as they drew near, the damsel, espying them, gave a cry, and said, "We are attacked, Pietro, let us flee." And guiding her nag as best she knew towards a great forest, she planted the spurs in his sides, and so, holding on by the saddle bow, was borne by the goaded creature into the forest at a gallop. Pietro, who had been too engrossed with her face to give due heed to the way, and thus had not been aware, as soon as she, of the approach of the men at arms, was still looking about to see whence they were coming, when they came upon him, and took him prisoner, and forced him to dismount. Then they asked who he was, and when he told them, they conferred among themselves, saying, "This is one of the friends of our enemies. What else can we do but relieve him of his nag and of his clothes, and hanging on one of these oaks in scorn of the Orsini?" To which proposal all agreeing, they bade Pietro strip himself, but while already divining his fate, he was so doing, an ambuscade of full 25 men at arms fell suddenly upon them, crying, "Death! Death!" Thus surprised, they let Pietro go and stood on the defensive, but, seeing that the enemy greatly outnumbered them, they took to their heels, the others giving chase. Whereupon Pietro hastily resumed his clothes, mounted his nag, and fled with all speed in the direction which he had seen the damsel take. But finding no road or path through the forest, nor discerning any trace of a horse's hoofs, he was, for that he found not the damsel, albeit he deemed himself safe out of the clutches of his captors and their assailants, the most wretched man alive, and fell a weeping and wandering hither and thither about the forest, uttering Agnolella's name. None answered, but turn back he dared not, so on he went, not knowing whither he went, besides which he was in mortal dread of the wild beasts that infest the forest, as well on account of himself as of the damsel, whom momently he seemed to see throttled by some bear or wolf. Thus did our unfortunate Pietro spend the whole day wandering about the forest, making it to resound with his cries of Agnolella's name, and harking at times back when he thought to go forward, until at last, what with his cries and his tears and his fears and his long fasting, he was so spent that he could go no further. 'Twas then nightfall, and as he knew not what else to do, he dismounted at the foot of an immense oak, and having tethered his nag to the trunk, climbed up into the branches, lest he should be devoured by the wild beasts during the night. Shortly afterwards the moon rose with a very clear sky, and Pietro, who dared not sleep lest he should fall, and indeed had he been secure from that risk, his misery and his anxiety on account of the damsel would not have suffered him to sleep, kept watch, sighing and weeping and cursing his evil luck. Now the damsel, who, as we said before, had fled she knew not whither, allowing her nag to carry her whithersoever he would, strayed so far into the forest that she lost sight of the place where she had entered it, and spent the whole day just as Pietro had done, wandering about the wilderness, pausing from time to time, and weeping and uttering his name, and bewailing her evil fortune. At last, seeing that 'twas now the vesper hour and Pietro came not, she struck into a path which the nag followed, until, after riding some 2 miles, she espied at some distance a cottage, for which she made with all speed, and found there a good man, well stricken in years, with his wife, who was likewise aged. Seeing her ride up alone, they said, "Daughter, wherefore ridest thou thus alone at this hour in these parts?" Weeping, the damsel made answer that she had lost her companion in the forest, and asked how far might Anagni be from there. "My daughter," returned the good man, "this is not the road to Anagni. 'Tis more than 12 miles away." "And how far off," inquired the damsel, "are the nearest houses in which one might find lodging for the night?" "There are none so near," replied the good man, "that thou canst reach them today." "Then, so please you," said the damsel, "since go elsewhither I cannot, for God's sake let me pass the night here with you." Whereto the good man made answer, "Damsel, welcome art thou to tarry the night with us, but still thou art to know that these parts are infested both by day and by night by bands, which, be they friends or be they foes, are alike ill to meet with, and not seldom do much despite and mischief, and if by misadventure one of these bands should visit us while thou wert here, and marking thy youth and beauty should do thee despite and dishonor, we should be unable to afford thee any succor. This we would have thee know, that if it should so come to pass, thou mayst not have cause to reproach us." The damsel heard not the old man's word without dismay, but, seeing that the hour was now late, she answered, "God, if he be so pleased, will save both you and me from such molestation, and if not, 'tis a much lesser evil to be maltreated by men than to be torn in pieces by the wild beasts in the forest." So saying, she dismounted and entered the cottage, where, having supped with the poor man and his wife on such humble fare as they had, she laid herself in her clothes beside them in their bed. She slept not, however, for her own evil plight and that of Pietro, for whom she knew not how to augur aught but evil, kept her sighing and weeping all night long. And towards matins she heard a great noise as of men that marched. So up she got, and hied her into a large courtyard that was in the rear of the cottage, and part of which was covered with a great heap of hay, which she espying hid herself therein, that, if the man came there, they might not so readily find her. Scarce had she done so than the man, who proved to be a strong company of marauders, were at the door of the cottage, which they forced open, and having entered and found the damsel's nag still saddled, they asked who was there. The damsel being out of sight, the good man answered, "There is none here but my wife and I, but this nag, which has given some one the slip, found his way hither last night, and we housed him, lest he should be devoured by the wolves." "So," said the chief of the band, "as he has no owner, he will come in very handy for us." Whereupon, in several parties, they ransacked the cottage from top to bottom, and one party went out into the courtyard, where, as they threw aside their lances and targets, it so befell that one of them, not knowing where else to bestow his lance, tossed it into the hay, and was within an ace of killing the damsel that lay hid there, as likewise she of betraying her whereabouts, for the lance all but grazing her left breast, insomuch that the head tore her apparel, she doubted she was wounded, and had given a great shriek. but that, remembering where she was, she refrained for fear. By and by the company cooked them a breakfast of kids and other meat, and having eaten and drunken, dispersed in diverse directions as their affairs required, taking the girl's nag with them. And when they were gotten some little way off, the good man asked his wife, "What became of the damsel, our guest of last night, that I have not seen her since we rose?" The good woman answered that she knew not where the damsel was, and went to look for her. The damsel, discovering that the men were gone, came forth of the hay, and the good man, seeing her, was overjoyed that she had not fallen into the hands of the ruffians, and, as the day was breaking, said to her, "Now that the day is at hand, we will, so it like thee, escort thee to a castle some 5 miles hence, where thou wilt be in safety, but thou must needs go afoot, because these villains that are but just gone have taken thy nag with them." The damsel, resigning herself to her loss, besought them for God's sake to take her to the castle, whereupon they set forth and arrived there about half tierce. Now the castle belonged to one of the Orsini, Liello di Campo di Fiore by name, whose wife, as it chanced, was there. A most kindly and good woman she was, and recognizing the damsel as soon as she saw her, gave her a hearty welcome, and would fain have from her a particular account of how she came there. So the damsel told her the whole story. The lady, to whom Pietro was also known as being a friend of her husband, was distressed to hear of his misadventure, and being told where he was taken, gave him up for dead. So she said to the damsel, "Since so it is that thou knowest not how Pietro has fared, thou shalt stay here with me until such time as I may have opportunity to send thee safely back to Rome." Meanwhile Pietro, perched on his oak in as woeful a plight as might be, had espied, when he should have been in his first sleep, a full score of wolves that, as they prowled, caught sight of the nag, and straightway were upon him on all sides. The horse, as soon as he was ware of their approach, strained on the reins till they snapped, and tried to make good his escape, but being hemmed in, was brought to bay, and made a long fight of it with his teeth and hoofs, but in the end they bore him down, and throttled him, and forthwith eviscerated him, and the whole pack falling upon him, devoured him to the bone before they had done with him. Whereat Pietro, who felt that in the nag he had lost a companion and a comfort in his travail, was sorely dismayed, and began to think that he should never get out of the forest. But towards dawn he perched there in the oak, almost dead with cold, looking around him, as he frequently did, espied about a mile off a huge fire, wherefore as soon as 'twas broad day he got down, not without trepidation, from the oak, and bent his steps towards the fire, and being come to it, he found, gathered about it, a company of shepherds, eating and making merry, who took pity on him, and made him welcome. And when he had broken his fast and warmed himself, he told them the mishap that had befallen him, and how it was that he was come there alone, and asked them if there was a farm or castle in those parts whither he might betake him. The shepherds said that about 3 miles away there was a castle belonging to Liello di Campo di Fiore, where his lady was then tarrying. Pietro, much comforted, requested to be guided thither by some of their company, whereupon 2 of them right gladly escorted him. So Pietro arrived at the castle, where he found some that knew him, and while he was endeavoring to set on foot a search for the damsel in the forest, the lady summoned him to her presence, and he, forthwith obeying, and seeing Agnolella with her, was the happiest man that ever was. He yearned till he all but swooned to go and embrace her, but refrained for bashfulness in the lady's presence. And overjoyed as he was, the joy of the damsel was no less. The lady received him with great cheer, and though when she had heard the story of his adventures from his own lips, she chid him not a little for having set at naught the wishes of his kinsfolk, yet, seeing that he was still of the same mind, and that the damsel was also constant, she said to herself, "To what purpose give I myself all this trouble? They love one another, they know one another, they love with equal ardor, their love is honorable, and I doubt not is well pleasing to God, seeing that the one has escaped the gallows, and the other the lance, and both the wild beasts. Wherefore be it as they would have it." Then turning to them, she said, "If 'tis your will to be joined in wedlock as man and wife, mine jumps with it. Here shall your nuptials be solemnized, and at Liello's charges, and for the rest I will see that your peace is made with your kinsfolk." So in the castle the pair were wedded, Pietro only less blithe than Agnolella, the lady ordering the nuptials as honorably as might be in her mountain home, and there they had most sweet joyance of the first fruits of their love. So some days they tarried there, and then, accompanied by the lady with a strong escort, they took horse and returned to Rome, where, very wroth though she found Pietro's kinsfolk for what he had done, the lady re-established solid peace between him and them, and so at Rome Pietro and Agnolella lived together to a good old age in great tranquillity and happiness. End of Day 5, the third story.
Day 5, the fourth story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 5, the fourth story. Ricciardo Monardi is found by Messer Lizio de Valbona with his daughter, whom he marries and remains at peace with her father.
In silence Elisa received the praise bestowed on her story by her fair companions, and then the queen called for a story from Philostrato, who with a laugh began on this wise.
Chiden have I been so often, and by so many of you, for the sore burden which I have laid upon you, of discourse harsh and meet for tears, that, as some compensation for such annoy, I deem myself bound to tell you somewhat that may cause you to laugh a little. Wherefore my story, which will be of the brightest, shall be of a love, the course whereof, save for sighs and a brief passage of fear mingled with shame, ran smooth to a happy consummation. Know then, noble ladies, 'tis no long time since there dwelt in Romagna a right worthy and courteous knight, Messer Lizio de Valbona by name, who was already verging upon old age, when there was born to him of his wife, Madonna Giacomina, a daughter, whom, as she grew up, became the fairest and most debonair of all girls of those parts, and for that she was the only daughter left to him, was most dearly loved and cherished by her father and mother, who guarded her with the most jealous care, thinking to arrange some great match for her. Now there was frequently in Messer Lizio's house, and much in his company, a fine, lusty young man, one Ricciardo de Menardi da Bretinoro, whom Messer Lizio and his wife would as little have thought of mistrusting as if he had been their own son, who, now and again taking note of the damsel, that she was very fair and graceful, and in bearing and behavior most commendable, and of marriageable age, fell vehemently in love with her, which love he was most very careful to conceal. The damsel detected it, however, and in like manner plunged headlong into love with him, to Ricciardo's no small satisfaction. Again and again he was on the point of speaking to her, but refrained for fear. At length, however, he summoned up his courage, and seizing his opportunity, thus addressed her: "Caterina, I implore thee, suffer me not to die for love of thee." Whereto the damsel forthwith responded: "Nay, God grant that it be not rather that I die for love of thee." Greatly exhilarated and encouraged, Ricardo made answer, 'Twill never be by default of mine that thou lackest aught that may pleasure thee, but it rests with thee to find the means to save thy life and mine." Then said the damsel, "Thou seest, Ricciardo, how closely watched I am, insomuch that I see not how 'twere possible for thee to come to me; but if thou seest aught that I may do without dishonour, speak the word and I will do it." Ricciardo was silent for a while, pondering many matters; then of a sudden he said, "Sweet Caterina, there is but one way that I can see, to wit, that thou shouldest sleep either on or where thou mightest have access to the terrace by thy father's garden, where, so I but knew that thou wouldest be there at night, I would not fail contrive to meet thee, albeit 'tis very high." "As for my sleeping there," replied Caterina, "I doubt not that it may be managed, if thou art sure that thou canst join me." Ricciardo answered in the affirmative, whereupon they exchanged a furtive kiss and parted. On the morrow, it being now towards the close of May, the damsel began complaining to her mother that by reason of the excessive heat she had not been able to get any sleep during the night. "Daughter," said the lady, "what heat was there? Nay, there was no heat at all." "Had you said 'to my thinking,' mother," rejoined Caterina, "you would perhaps have said sooth; but you should bethink you how much more heat girls have in them than ladies that are advanced in years." "True, my daughter," returned the lady, "but I cannot order that it should be hot or cold, as thou perchance wouldst like. We must take the weather as we find it, and as the seasons provide it. Perchance tonight it will be cooler, and thou wilt sleep better." "God grant it be so," said Caterina, "but 'tis not wanted for the nights to grow cooler as the summer comes on." "What then," said the lady, "wouldst thou have me do?" "With your leave and my father's," answered Caterina, "I should like to have a little bed made up on the terrace by his room and over his garden, where, hearing the nightingale sing, and being in a much cooler place, I should sleep much better than in your room." Whereupon, "Daughter, be of good cheer," said the mother, "I will speak to thy father, and we will do as he shall decide." And so the lady told Messer Lizio what had passed between her and the damsel; but he, being old, and perhaps for that reason a little morose, said, "What nightingale is this, to whose chant she would fain sleep? I will see to it that the cicales shall yet lull her to sleep." Which speech coming to Caterina's ears gave such offence, that for anger rather than for reason of the heat, she not only slept not herself that night, but suffered not her mother to sleep, keeping up a perpetual complaint of the great heat. Wherefore her mother hied her in the morning to Messer Lizio, and said to him, "Sir, you hold your daughter none too dear. What difference can it make to you that she lie on the terrace? She has tossed about all night long by reason of the heat; and besides, can you wonder that she, girl that she is, loves to hear the nightingale sing? Young folk naturally affect their likes." Whereto Messer Lizio made answer, "Go, make her a bed there to your liking, and set a curtain round it, and let her sleep there and hear the nightingale sing to her heart's content." Which the damsel no sooner learned than she had a bed made there with intent to sleep there that same night; wherefore she watched until she saw Ricciardo, whom by a concerted sign she gave to understand what he was to do. Messer Lizio, as soon as he heard the damsel go to bed, locked a door that led from his room to the terrace, and went to sleep himself. When all was quiet, Ricciardo, with the help of a ladder, got upon a wall, and standing thereon laid hold of certain toothings of another wall, and not without great exertion and risk had he fallen, clambered up on to the terrace, where the damsel received him quietly with the heartiest of cheer. Many a kiss they exchanged, and then got them to bed, where well nigh all night long they had solace and joyance of one another, and made the nightingale sing not a few times. But, brief being the night and great their pleasure, towards dawn, albeit they wist it not, they fell asleep, Caterina's right arm encircling Ricciardo's neck, while with her left hand she held him by that part of his person which your modesty, my ladies, is most averse to name in the company of men. So peacefully they slept, and were still asleep when day broke and Messer Lizio rose, and calling to mind that his daughter slept on the terrace, softly opened the door, saying to himself, "Let me see what sort of night's rest the nightingale has afforded our Caterina." And having entered, he gently raised the curtain that screened the bed, and saw Ricciardo asleep with her and in her embrace as described, both being quite naked and uncovered, and having taken note of Ricciardo, he went away and hied him to his lady's room, and called her, saying, "Up, up, wife, come and see, for thy daughter has fancied the nightingale to such purpose that she has caught him, and holds him in her hand." "How can this be?" said the lady. "Come quickly, and thou shalt see," replied Messer Lizio. And so the lady huddled on her clothes, and silently followed Messer Lizio, and when they came to the bed, and had raised the curtain, Madonna Giacomia saw plainly enough how her daughter had caught and did hold the nightingale, whose song she had longed to hear. Whereat the lady, deeming that Ricciardo had played her a cruel trick, would have cried out and upbraided him, but Messer Lizio said to her, "Wife, as thou valuest my love, say not a word, for in good sooth, seeing that she has caught him, he shall be hers. Ricciardo is a gentleman and wealthy. An alliance with him cannot but be to our advantage. If he would part from me on good terms, he must first marry her, so that the nightingale shall prove to have been put in his own cage, and not in that of another." Whereby the lady was reassured, seeing that her husband took the affair so quietly, and their daughter had had a good night, and was rested, and had caught the nightingale. So she kept silence. Nor had they long to wait before Ricciardo awoke, and seeing 'twas broad daylight, and deemed 'twas as much as his life was worth, aroused Caterina, saying, "Alas, my soul! What shall we do, now that day has come and surprised me here?" Which question Messer Lizio answered by coming forward and saying, "We shall do well." At sight of him Ricciardo felt as if his heart were torn out of his body, and sate up in the bed, and cried, "My lord, I cry for mercy for God's sake. I wot that my disloyalty and delinquency had merited death. Wherefore deal with me even as it may seem best to you. However, I pray to you, if so it may be, to spare my life, that I die not." "Ricciardo," replied Messer Lizio, "the love I bore thee, and the faith I reposed in thee, merited a better return. But still, as so it is, and youth has seduced thee into such a transgression, redeem thy life and preserve thy honor, by making Caterina thy lawful spouse, that thine, as she has been for this past night, she may remain for the rest of her life. In this way thou mayst securest my peace and thy safety. Otherwise, commend thy soul to God." Pending this colloquy, Caterina let go the nightingale, and having covered herself, began with many a tear to implore her father to forgive Ricciardo, and Ricciardo to do as Messer Lizio required, that thereby they might securely count upon a long continuance of such nights of delight. But there needed not much supplication, for, with what remorse for the wrong done, and the wish to make amends, and the fear of death, and the desire to escape it, and above all his ardent love, and the craving to possess his beloved one, Ricciardo lost no time in making a frank avowal of his readiness to do as Messer Lizio would have him. Wherefore, Messer Lizio having borrowed a ring from Madonna Giacomina, Ricciardo did there and then in their presence wed Caterina. Which done, Messer Lizio and the lady took their leave, saying, "Now rest ye awhile, for so perchance 'twere better for you than if ye rose." And so they left the young folks, who forthwith embraced, and not having travelled more than 6 miles during the night, went 2 miles further before they rose, and so concluded their first day. When they were arisen, Ricciardo and Messer Lizio discussed the matter with more formality, and some days afterwards Ricciardo, as was meet, married the damsel anew in the presence of their friends and kinsfolk, and brought her home with great pomp, and celebrated his nuptials with due dignity and splendor. And so for many a year thereafter he lived with her in peace and happiness, and snared the nightingale's day and night to her heart's content. End of Day 5, the 4th story.
Day 5, the 5th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 5, the 5th story. Guidotto da Cremona dies, leaving a girl to Giacomino da Pavia. She has 2 lovers in Faenza, to wit Gianole di Severino and Minghino di Mingole, who fight about her. she is discovered to be Gianole's sister, and is given to Minghino to wife.
All the ladies laughed so heartily over the story of the nightingale, that even when Philostrato had finished, they could not control their merriment. However, when the laughter was somewhat abated, the queen said, "Verily, if thou didst yesterday afflict us, today thou hast tickled us to such purpose that none of us may justly complain of thee." Then, as the turn had now come round to Neifile, she bade her give them a story, and thus blithely Neifile began.
As Philostrato went to Romagna for the matter of his discourse, I too am fain to make a short journey through the same country in what I am about to relate to you. I say then that there dwelt of yore in the city of Fano 2 Lombards, the one yclept Guidotto da Cremona, and the other Giacomino da Pavia, men advanced in life, who, being soldiers, had spent the best part of their youth in feats of arms. Now Guidotto, being at the point of death, and having no son or any friend or kinsman in whom he placed more trust than in Giacomino, left him a girl of about 10 years, and all that he had in the world. And so, having given him to know not a little of his affairs, he died. About the same time, the city of Faenza, which had long been at war, and in a most sorry plight, began to recover some measure of prosperity, and thereupon liberty to return thither on honourable terms was accorded to all that were so minded. Whither accordingly Giacomino, who had dwelt there aforetime and liked the place, returned with all his goods and chattels, taking with him the girl left him by Guidotto, whom he loved and entreated as his daughter. The girl grew up as beautiful a maiden as was to be found in the city, and no less debonair and modest was she than fair. Wherefore she lacked not admirers, but above all 2 young men, both very gallant and of equal merit, the one Gianole di Severino, the other Minghino di Mingole, affected her with so ardent a passion that, growing jealous, they came to hate one another with an inordinate hatred. Right gladly would each have espoused her, she being now 15 years old, but that his kinsman forbade it. Wherefore, seeing that neither might have her in an honourable way, each determined to compass his end as best he might. Now Giacomino had in his house an ancient maid, and a man by name Crivello, a very pleasant and friendly sort of fellow, with whom Gianole grew familiar, and in due time confided to him all his love, praying him to further the attainment of his desire, and promising to reward him handsomely if he did so. Crivello made answer, "Thou must know that there is but one way in which I might be of service to thee in this affair. I might contrive that thou shouldst be where she is when Giacomino is gone off to supper, but were I to presume to say aught to her on thy behalf, she would never listen to me. This, if it please thee, I promise to do for thee, and will be as good as my word, and then thou canst do whatever thou mayst deem most expedient." Gianole said that he asked no more, and so 'twas arranged. Meanwhile, Minghino, on his part, had made friends with the maid, on whom he had so wrought that she had carried several messages to the girl, and had gone far to kindle her to his love, and furthermore had promised to contrive that he should meet her when for any cause Giacomino should be from home in the evening. And so it befell that no long time after these parleys, Giacomino, by Crivello's management, was to go sup at the house of a friend, and by preconcert between Crivello and Gianole, upon signal given, Gianole was to come to Giacomino's house and find the door open. The maid, on her part, witting naught of the understanding between Crivello and Gianole, let Minghino know that Giacomino would not sup at home, and bade him be near the house, so that he might come and enter it on sight of a signal from her. The evening came. Neither of the lovers knew aught of what the other was about, but being suspicious of one another, they came to take possession, each with his own company of armed friends. Minghino, while awaiting the signal, rested with his company in the house of one of his friends, hard by the girl's house. Giannole, with his company, was posted a little farther off. Crivello and the maid, when Giacomino was gone, did each their endeavour to get the other out of the way. Crivello said to the maid, "How is it thou takest not thyself to bed, but goest still hither and thither about the house?" And the maid said to Crivello, "Nay, but why goest thou not after thy master? Thou hast supped, what awaitest thou here?" And so, neither being able to make the other quit the post, Crivello, the hour concerted with Giannole being come, said to himself, "What care I for her? If she will not keep quiet, 'tis like to be the worse for her." Whereupon he gave the signal, and hied him to the door, which he had no sooner opened than Giannole entered with two of his companions, and finding the girl in the saloon, laid hands on her with intent to carry her off. The girl struggled and shrieked amain, as did also the maid. Minghino, fearing the noise, hasted to the spot with his companions, and seeing that the girl was already being borne across the threshold, they drew their swords and cried out in chorus, "Ha! traitors that ye are all dead men! 'Twill go otherwise than ye think for. What means this force?" Which said, they fell upon them with their swords, while the neighbours, alarmed by the noise, came hurrying forth with lights and arms, and protested that 'twas an outrage, and took Minghino's part. So, after a prolonged struggle, Minghino wrested the girl from Giannole, and set her again in Giacomino's house. Nor were the combatants separated before the officers of the governor of the city came up and arrested not a few of them, among them Minghino and Giannole and Crivello, whom they marched off to prison. However, peace being restored, and Giacomino returned, 'twas with no little chagrin that he heard of the affair. But finding upon investigation that the girl was in no wise culpable, he was somewhat reassured, and determined, lest the like should again happen, to bestow the girl in marriage as soon as might be. On the morrow, the kinsfolk of the two lovers, having learned the truth of the matter, and knowing what evil might ensue to the captives if Giacomino should be minded to take the course which he reasonably might, came and gave him good words, beseeching him to let the kindly feeling, the love, which they believed he bore to them, his suppliants, count for more with him than the wrong that the harebrained gallants had done him, and on their part and their own offering to make any amend that he might require. Giacomino, who had seen many things in his time, and lacked not sound sense, made answer briefly, "Gentlemen, were I in my own country as I am in yours, I hold myself in such sort your friend, that naught would I do in this matter, or in any other, save what might be agreeable to you. Besides which, I have the more reason to consider your wishes, because 'tis against you yourselves that you have offended, inasmuch as this damsel, whatever many folk may suppose, is neither of Cremona nor of Pavia, but is of Faenza, albeit neither I nor she, nor he from whom I had her, did ever wot whose daughter she was. Wherefore, touching that you ask of me, I will even do just as you bid me." The worthy men found it passing strange that the girl should be of Faenza, and having thanked Giacomino for his handsome answer, they besought him that he would be pleased to tell them how she had come into his hands, and how he knew that she was of Faenza. To whom Giacomino replied on this wise: "A comrade and friend I had, Guidotto da Cremona, who, being at the point of death, told me that, when this city of Faenza was taken by the Emperor Frederick, he and his comrades, entering one of the houses during the sack, found there good store of booty, and never a soul save this girl, who, being 2 years old or thereabouts, greeted him as father as he came up the stairs. Wherefore he took pity on her, and carried her with whatever else was in the house away with him to Fano, where on his deathbed he left her to me, charging me in due time to bestow her in marriage and give her all his goods and chattels by way of dowry. But, albeit she is now of marriageable age, I have not been able to provide her with a husband to my mind, though right glad should I be to do so, that naught like the event of yesterday may again befall me. Now among the rest of those present was one Guglielmo da Medicina, who had been with Guidotto on that occasion, and knew well whose house it was that Guidotto had sacked. And seeing the owner there among the rest, he went up to him and said, "Dost hear, Bernabuccio, what Giacomino says?" "Ay," answered Bernabuccio, and I gave the more heed thereto, for that I call to mind that during those disorders I lost a little daughter of just the age that Giacomino speaks of. "'Tis verily she, then," said Guglielmo, "for once when I was with Guidotto, I heard him describe what house it was that he had sacked, and I wist that 'twas thine. Wherefore search thy memory if there be any sign by which thou thinkest to recognise her, and let her be examined, that thou mayst be assured that she is thy daughter." So Bernabuccio pondered a while, and then recollected that she ought to have a scar showing like a tiny cross above her left ear, being where he had excised a tumour a little while before that affair. Wherefore, without delay, he went up to Giacomino, who was still there, and besought him to let him go home with him and see the damsel. Giacomino gladly did so, and no sooner was the girl brought into Bernabuccio's presence than, as he beheld her, 'twas as if he saw the face of her mother, who was still a beautiful woman. However, he would not rest there, but besought Giacomino of his grace to permit him to lift a lock or two of hair above her left ear, whereto Giacomino consented. So Bernabuccio approached her where she stood somewhat shamefast, and with his right hand lifted her locks, and seeing the cross, wist that in very truth she was his daughter, and tenderly wept and embraced her, albeit she withstood him. And then, turning to Giacomino, he said, "My brother, the girl is my daughter. 'Twas my house that Guidotto sacked, and so sudden was the assault that my wife, her mother, forgot her, and we have always hitherto supposed that my house being burned that same day, she perished in the flames." Catching his words, and seeing that he was advanced in years, the girl inclined to believe him, and, impelled by some occult instinct, suffered his embraces, and melting, mingled her tears with his. Bernabuccio forthwith sent for her mother and her sisters and other kinswomen and her brothers, and having shown her to them all and told the story, after they had done her great cheer and embraced her 1,000 times, to Giacomino's no small delight, he brought her home with him. Which, coming to the ears of the governor of the city, the worthy man, knowing that Giannole, whom he had in ward, was Bernabuccio's son and the girl's brother, made up his mind to deal leniently with Giannole. Wherefore he took upon himself the part of mediator in the affair, and having made peace between Bernabuccio and Giacomino, and Giannole and Minghino, gave Agnesa, such was the damsel's name, to Minghino to wife, to the great delight of all Minghino's kinsfolk, and set at liberty not only Giannole and Minghino, but Crivello and the others their confederates in the affair. Whereupon Minghino, with the blithest of hearts, wedded Agnesa with all due pomp and circumstance, and brought her home, where for many a year thereafter he lived with her in peace and prosperity. End of Day 5, the 5th story. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Day 5, the 6th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miette. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 5, the 6th story. Giovanni de Procida, being found with a damsel that he loves, and who had been given to King Frederick, is bound with her to a stake, so to be burned. He is recognized by Ruggieri de Loria, is delivered, and marries her.
Nephilus' story, with which the ladies were greatly delighted, being ended, the queen called for one from Pampinea, who forthwith raised her noble countenance, and thus began.
Mighty indeed, gracious ladies, are the forces of love, and great are the labours, and excessive, and unthought of, the perils which they induce lovers to brave, as is manifest enough by what we have heard to-day, and on other occasions. Howbeit I mean to show you the same once more, by a story of an enamoured youth. Hard by Naples is the island of Ischia, in which there dwelt aforetime with other young damsels once, Restituta by name, daughter of one Marin Bulgaro, a gentleman of the island. Very fair was she, and blithe of heart, and by a young gallant, Giovanni by name, of the neighbouring islet of Procida, was beloved more dearly than life, and in like measure returned his love. Now, not to mention his daily resort to Ischia to see her, there were times not a few when Giovanni, not being able to come by a boat, would swim across from Procida by night, that he might have sight, if of naught else, at least of the walls of her house. And while their love burned thus fervently, it so befell that one summer's day, as the damsel was all alone on the seashore, picking her way from rock to rock, detaching as she went shells from their beds with a knife, she came to a recess among the rocks, where, for the sake as well of the shade as of the comfort afforded by a spring of most cool water that was there, some Sicilian gallants that were come from Naples had put in with their felucca, who, having taken note of the damsel, that she was very fair, that she was not yet aware of them, and was alone, resolved to capture her and carry her away. Nor did they fail to give effect to their resolve, but, albeit she shrieked amain, they laid hands on her, and set her aboard their boat and put to sea. Arrived at Calabria, they fell a-wrangling as to whose agreement, and fearing that worse might befall them, and she bring misfortune upon them, they resolved with one accord to give her to Frederick, King of Sicily, who was then a young man, and took no small delight in commodities of that quality, And so, being come to Palermo, they did. Marking her beauty, the king set great store by her. But as she was somewhat indisposed, he commanded that, till she was stronger, she should be lodged and attended in a very pretty villa that was in one of his gardens, which he called Cuba. And so 'twas done. The purloining of the damsel caused no small stir in Istria, more especially because 'twas impossible to discover by whom she had been carried off. But Gianni, more concerned than any other, despairing of finding her in Istria, and being apprised of the course the felucca had taken, equipped one himself, and put to sea, and in hot haste scoured the whole coast from Minerva to Scalea in Calabria, making everywhere diligent search for the damsel, and in Scalea learned that she had been taken by Sicilian mariners to Palermo, whither, accordingly, he hied him with all speed, and there, after long search, discovering that she had been given to the king, who kept her at Cuba, he was sore troubled, insomuch that he now scarce ventured to hope that he should ever set eyes on her, not to speak of having her for his own again. But still, holden by love, and seeing that none there knew him, he sent the felucca away and tarried there, and frequently passing by Cuba, he chanced one day to catch sight of her at a window, and was seen of her, to their great mutual satisfaction. And Gianni, taking note that the place was lonely, made up to her, and had such speech of her as he might, and being taught by her after what fashion he must proceed, if he would have further speech of her, he departed, but not till he had made himself thoroughly acquainted with the configuration of the place. And having waited until night was come, and indeed far spent, he returned thither. And though the ascent was such that 'twould scarce have afforded lodgment to a woodpecker, won his way up and entered the garden, where, finding a pole, he set it against the window which the damsel had pointed out as hers, and thereby swarmed up easily enough. The damsel had aforetime shown herself somewhat distant towards him, being careful of her honour, but now deeming it already lost, she had bethought her that there was none to whom she might more worthily give herself than to him, and reckoning upon inducing him to carry her off, she had made up her mind to gratify his every desire, and to that end had left the window open that his ingress might be unimpeded. So, finding it open, Gianni softly entered, lay down beside the damsel, who was awake, and before they went further, opened to him all in her mind, beseeching him most earnestly to take her thence and carry her off. Gianni replied that there was naught that would give him so much pleasure, and that without fail, upon leaving her, he would make all needful arrangements for bringing her away when he next came. Whereupon, with exceeding great delight, they embraced one another, and plucked that boon that which love has no greater to bestow. And having so done divers times, they unwittingly fell asleep in one another's arms. Now, towards daybreak, the king, who had been greatly charmed with the damsel at first sight, happened to call her to mind, and feeling himself fit, resolved, notwithstanding the hour, to go lie with her a while. and so, attended by a few of his servants, he hied him privily to Cuba. Having entered the house, he passed, the door being softly opened, into the room in which he knew the damsel slept. A great blazing torch was borne before him, and so, as he bent his glance on the bed, he espied the damsel and Giovanni lying asleep, naked, and in one another's arms. Whereat he was seized with a sudden and vehement passion of wrath, insomuch that, albeit he said never a word, he could scarce refrain from slaying both of them then and there with a dagger that he had with him. Then, bethinking him that 'twere the depth of baseness in any man, not to say a king, to slay two naked sleepers, he mastered himself, and determined to do them to death in public and by fire. Wherefore, turning to a single companion that he had with him, he said, "What thinkest thou of this base woman in whom I had placed my hope?" And then he asked whether he knew the gallant that had presumed to enter his house to do him such outrage and despite. Whereto the other replied that he minded not ever to have seen him. Thereupon the king hied him out of the room in a rage, and bade take the two lovers, naked as they were, and bind them, and, as soon as 'twas broad day, bring them to Palermo, and bind them back to back on a stake in the piazza, there to remain until tierce, that all might see them, after which they were to be burned, as they had deserved. And having so ordered, he went back to Palermo and shut himself up in his room, very wroth. No sooner was he gone, than there came unto the two lovers folk not a few, who, having awakened them, did forthwith ruthlessly take and bind them, whereat how they did grieve and tremble for their lives, and weep and bitterly bewail their fate, may readily be understood. Pursuant to the king's commandment, they were brought to Palermo and bound to a stake in the piazza, and before their eyes faggots and fire were made ready to burn them at the hour appointed by the king. Great was the concourse of the folk of Palermo, both men and women, that came to see the two lovers, the men all agog to feast their eyes on the damsel, whom they lauded for shapeliness and loveliness, and no less did the women commend the gallant, whom in like manner they crowded to see for the same qualities. Meanwhile, the two hapless lovers, both exceeding shamefast, stood with bent heads bitterly bewailing their evil fortune, and momently expecting their death by the cruel fire. So they awaited the time appointed by the king. But their offence being bruited abroad, the tidings reached the ears of Ruggieri de Loria, a man of peerless worth, and at that time the king's admiral, who, being likewise minded to see them, came to the place where they were bound, and after gazing on the damsel and finding her very fair, turned to look at the gallant, whom with little trouble he recognized. And drawing near to him, he asked him if he were Giovanni de Procida. Giovanni raised his head, and recognizing the admiral, made answer, "My lord, he of whom you speak I was, but I am now as good as no more." The admiral then asked him what it was that he had brought him to such a pass. The admiral then asked him what it was that had brought him to such a pass. Whereupon, "Love and the king's wrath," quoth Giovanni. The admiral induced him to be more explicit, and having learned from him exactly how it had come about, was turning away when Giovanni called him back, saying, "Oh, my lord, if it so may be, procure me one favour of him by whose behest I thus stand here." "What favour?" demanded Ruggieri. "I see," returned Giovanni, "that die I must, and that right soon I crave, then as a favour that, whereas this damsel and I, that have loved one another more dearly than life, are here set back to back, we may be set face to face, that I may have the consolation of gazing on her face as I depart." Ruggieri laughed as he replied, "With all my heart, I will so order it that thou shalt see enough of her to tire of her." He then left him and charged the executioners to do nothing more without further order of the king. And being assured of their obedience, he hied him forthwith to the king, to whom, albeit he found him in a wrathful mood, he spared not to speak his mind, saying, "Sire, wherein have they wronged thee, these two young folk, whom thou hast ordered to be burned down there in the piazza?" The king told him, whereupon Ruggieri continued, "Their offence does indeed merit such punishment, but not at thy hands. And if misdeeds should go unpunished, services should not go unrewarded. Nay, may warrant indulgences and mercy. Knowst thou who they are whom thou wouldst have burned?" The king signified that he did not know. Whereupon Ruggieri, "But I," quoth he, "am minded that thou shouldst know them, to the end that thou mayst know with what discretion thou surrenderest thyself to a transport of rage. The young man is the son of Landolfo du Procida, brother of Messer Giovanni du Procida, to whom thou owest it that thou art lord and king of this island. The damsel is a daughter of Marin Bulgaro, whose might alone today prevents Ischia from throwing off thy yoke. Moreover, these young folk have long been lovers, and 'tis for that the might of love constrained them, and not that they would do despite to thy lordship, that they have committed this offence, if indeed 'tis met to call that an offence which young folk do for love's sake. Wherefore, then, wouldst thou do them to death, when thou shouldst rather do them all cheer, and honour them with lordly gifts?" The king gave ear to Ruggieri's words, and being satisfied that he spoke sooth, repented him, not only of his evil purpose, but of what he had already done, and forthwith gave order to loose the two young folk from the stake, and bring them before him, and so 'twas done. And having finally apprised himself of their case, he saw fit to make them amends of the wrong he had done them, with honours and largesse. Wherefore he caused them to be splendidly arrayed, and being assured that they were both minded to wed, he himself gave Giovanni his bride, and loading them with rich presents, set them well content back to Ischia, where they were welcomed with all festal cheer, and lived a long time thereafter to their mutual solace and delight. End of Day 5, the 6th story. Recording by Miette.
Day 5, the 7th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 5, the 7th story. Teodoro, being enamoured of Violante, daughter of Messer Amerigo his lord, gets her with child and is sentenced to the gallows. But while he is being scourged thither, he is recognised by his father, and being set at large, takes Violante to wife.
While they doubted whether the two lovers would be burned, the ladies were all fear and suspense. But when they heard of their deliverance, they all with one accord put on a cheerful countenance, praising God. The story ended, the queen ordained that the next should be told by Lauretta, who blithely thus began.
Fairest ladies, what time good King Guglielmo ruled Sicily, there dwelt on the island a gentleman, Messer Amerigo Abate da Trapani by name, who was well provided, as with other temporal goods, so also with children. For which cause, being in need of servants, he took occasion of the appearance in Trapani waters of certain Genoese corsairs from the Levant, who, scouring the coast of Armenia, had captured not a few boys, to purchase of them some of these youngsters, supposing them to be Turks, among whom, albeit most showed as mere shepherd boys, there was one, Teodoro by name, whose less rustic mien seemed to betoken gentle blood, who, though still treated as a slave, was suffered to grow up in the house with Messer Amerigo's children, and nature getting the better of circumstance, bore himself with such grace and dignity, that Messer Amerigo gladly gave him his freedom, and, still deeming him to be a Turk, had him baptized and named Pietro, and made him his major domo, and placed much trust in him. Now, among the other children that grew up in Messer Amerigo's house was his fair and dainty daughter Violante, and as her father was in no hurry to give her in marriage, it so befell that she became enamoured of Pietro. But for all her love and the great conceit she had of his qualities and conduct, she nevertheless was too shamefast to discover her passion to him. However, love spared her the pains, for Pietro had cast many a furtive glance in her direction, and had grown so enamoured of her that 'twas never well with him except he saw her. But great was his fear lest any should detect his passion, for he deemed 'twould be the worse for him. The damsel, who was fain indeed of the sight of him, understood his case, and to encourage him dissembled not her exceeding great satisfaction. On which footing they remained a great while, neither venturing to say aught to the other, much as both longed to do so. But while they both burned with a mutual flame, Fortune, as if their entanglement were of her preordaining, found means to banish the fear and hesitation that kept them tongue-tied. Messer Amerigo possessed, a mile or so from Trapani, a goodly estate, to which he was wont not seldom to resort with his daughter and other ladies by way of recreation, and on one of these days, while there they tarried with Pietro, whom they had brought with them, suddenly, as will sometimes happen in summer, the sky became overcast with black clouds, insomuch that the lady and her companions, lest the storm should surprise them there, set out on their return to Trapani, making all the haste they might. But Pietro and the girl, being young, and sped perchance by love no less than by fear of the storm, completely outstripped her mother and the other ladies. And when they were gotten so far ahead as to be well nigh out of sight of the lady and all the rest, the thunder burst upon them, peal on peal, hard upon which came a fall of hail very thick and close, from which the lady sought shelter in the house of a husbandman. Pietro and the damsel, finding no more convenient refuge, betook them to an old and all but ruinous, and now deserted, cottage, which, however, still had a bit of roof left, whereunder they both took their stand, in such close quarters, owing to the exiguity of the shelter, that they perforce touched one another. Which contact was the occasion that they gathered somewhat more courage to disclose their love, and so it was that Pietro began on this wise: "Now would to God that this hail might never cease, so that I might stay here for ever." "And well content were I," returned the damsel. And by their hands met, not without a tender pressure, and then they fell to embracing, and so to kissing one another, while the hail continued. And, not to dwell on every detail, the sky was not clear before they had known the last degree of love's felicity, and had taken thought how they might secretly enjoy one another in the future. The cottage being close to the city gate, they hied them thither as soon as the storm was overpast, and having there awaited the lady, returned home with her. Nor, using all discretion, did they fail thereafter to meet from time to time in secret, to their no small solace, and the affair went so far that the damsel conceived, whereby they were both not a little disconcerted, insomuch that the damsel employed many artifices to arrest the course of nature, but to no effect. Wherefore Pietro, being in fear of his life, saw nothing for it but flight, and told her so. Whereupon, "If thou leave me," quoth she, "I shall certainly kill myself." Much as he loved her, Pietro answered, "Nay, but my lady, wherefore wouldst thou have me tarry here? Thy pregnancy will discover our offence. Thou wilt be readily forgiven, but 'twill be my woeful lot to bear the penalty of thy sin and mine." "Pietro," returned the damsel, "too well will they wot of my offence, but be sure that if thou confess not, none will ever wot of thine." Then quoth he, "Since thou givest me this promise, I will stay, but mind thou keep it." The damsel, who had done her best to keep her condition secret, saw at length by the increase of her bulk that 'twas impossible. Wherefore one day, most piteously bewailing herself, she made her avowal to her mother, and besought her to shield her from the consequences. Distressed beyond measure, the lady chid her severely, and then asked her how it had come to pass. The damsel, to screen Pietro, invented a story by which she put another complexion on the affair. The lady believed her, and that her fall might not be discovered, took her off to one of their estates, where the time of her delivery being come, and she, as women do in such a case, crying out for pain, it so befell that Messer Amerigo, whom the lady expected not, as indeed he was scarce ever wont to come there, did so, having been out a-hawking, and passing by the chamber where the damsel lay, marvelled to hear her cries, and forthwith entered, and asked what it meant. On sight of whom the lady rose, and sorrowfully gave him her daughter's version of what had befallen her. But he, less credulous than his wife, averred that it could not be true that she knew not by whom she was pregnant, and was minded to know the whole truth, let the damsel confess, and she might regain his favour, otherwise she must expect no mercy, and prepare for death. The lady did all she could to induce her husband to rest satisfied with what she had told him, but all to no purpose. Mad with rage, he rushed, drawn sword in hand, to his daughter's bedside, she, pending the parley, having given birth to a boy, and cried out, "Declare whose this infant is, or forthwith thou diest." Overcome by fear of death, the damsel broke her promise to Pietro, and made a clean breast of all that had passed between him and her. Whereat the knight, grown fell with rage, could scarcely refrain from slaying her. However, having given vent to his wrath in such words as it dictated, he remounted his horse and rode to Trapani, and there, before one Messer Curado, the king's lieutenant, laid information of the wrong done him by Pietro, in consequence whereof Pietro, who suspected nothing, was forthwith taken, and being put to the torture, confessed all. Some days later the lieutenant sentenced him to be scourged through the city, and then hanged by the neck. And Messer Amerigo, being minded that one and the same hour should rid the earth of the two lovers and their son, for to have compassed Pietro's death was not enough to appease his wrath, mingled poison and wine in a goblet, and gave it to one of his servants with a drawn sword, saying, "Get thee with this gear to Violante, and tell her from me to make instant choice of one of these two deaths, either the poison or the steel. Else I will have her burned as she deserves, in view of all the citizens. Which done, thou wilt take the boy that she bore a few days ago, and beat his brains out against the wall, and cast his body for a prey to the dogs." Hearing the remorseless doom thus passed by the angry father upon both his daughter and his grandson, the servant, prompt to do evil rather than good, hied him thence. Now, as Pietro, in execution of his sentence, was being scourged to the gallows by the sergeants, 'twas so ordered by the leaders of the band, that he passed by an inn, where were 3 noblemen of Armenia, sent by the king of that country as ambassadors to Rome, to treat with the Pope of matters of the highest importance touching a crusade that was to be, who, having there alighted to rest and recreate them for some days, had received not a few tokens of honour from the nobles of Trapani, and most of all from Messer Amerigo. Hearing the tramp of Pietro's escort, they came to a window to see what was toward, and one of them, an aged man and of great authority, Fineo by name, looking hard at Pietro, who was stripped from the waist up and had his hands bound behind his back, espied on his breast a great spot of scarlet, not laid on by art, but wrought in the skin by operation of nature, being such as the ladies call a rose, which he no sooner saw than he was reminded of a son that had been stolen from him by corsairs on the coast of Lazistan some 15 years before, nor had he since been able to hear tidings of him. And guessing the age of the poor wretch that was being scourged, he set it down as about what his son's would be were he living, and what with the mark and the age, he began to suspect that 'twas even his son, and bethought him that if so, he would scarce as yet have forgotten his name or the speech of Armenia. Wherefore, as he was within earshot, he called to him, "Teodoro!" At the word, Pietro raised his head, whereupon Fineo, speaking in Armenian, asked him, "Whence and whose son art thou?" The sergeants that were leading him paused in deference to the great man, and so Pietro answered, "Of Armenia was I, son of one Fineo, brought hither by folk I wot not of, when I was but a little child." Then Fineo, witting that in very truth 'twas the boy that he had lost, came down with his companions weeping, and all the sergeants making way, he ran to him and embraced him, and doffing a mantle of richest texture that he wore, he prayed the captain of the band to be pleased to tarry there until he should receive orders to go forward, and was answered by the captain that he would willingly so wait. Fineo already knew, for 'twas bruited everywhere, the cause for which Pietro was being led to the gallows, wherefore he straightway hied him with his companions and their retinue to Messer Curado, and said to him, "Sir, this lad whom you are sending to the gallows like a slave is free born and my son, and is ready to take to wife her whom, as 'tis said, he has deflowered. So please you, therefore, delay the execution until such time as it may be understood whether she be minded to have him for a husband, lest, should she be so minded, you be found to have broken the law." Messer Curado marvelled to hear that Pietro was Fineo's son, and not without shame, albeit 'twas not his but fortune's fault, confessed that 'twas even as Fineo said, and having caused Pietro to be taken home with all speed, and Messer Amerigo to be brought before him, told him the whole matter. Messer Amerigo, who supposed that by this time his daughter and grandson must be dead, was the saddest man in the world to think that 'twas by his deed, witting that were the damsel still alive, all might very easily be set right. However, he sent post haste to his daughter's abode, revoking his orders if they were not yet carried out. The servant, whom he had earlier dispatched, had laid the sword and poison before the damsel, and, for that she was in no hurry to make her choice, was giving her foul words and endeavouring to constrain her thereto, when the messenger arrived. But on hearing the injunction laid upon him by his lord, he desisted and went back and told him how things stood. Whereupon Messer Amerigo, much relieved, hied him to Fineo, and well nigh weeping, and excusing himself for what had befallen as best he knew how, craved his pardon, and professed himself well content to give Teodoro, so he were minded to have her, his daughter to wife. Fineo readily accepted his excuses, and made answer, "'Tis my will that my son espouse your daughter, and, so he will not, let thy sentence passed upon him be carried out." So Fineo and Messer Amerigo being agreed, while Teodoro still languished in fear of death, albeit he was glad at heart to have found his father, they questioned him of his will in regard of this matter. When he heard that if he would he might have Violante to wife, Teodoro's delight was such that he seemed to leap from hell to paradise, and said that if 'twas agreeable to them all, he should deem it the greatest of favours. So they sent to the damsel to learn her pleasure, who, having heard how it had fared, and was now like to fare with Teodoro, albeit saddest of women, she looked for naught but death, began at length to give some credence to their words, and to recover heart a little, and answered that, were she to follow the bent of her desire, naught that could happen would delight her more than to be Teodoro's wife, but, nevertheless, she would do as her father bade her. So, all agreeing, the damsel was espoused with all pomp and festal cheer, to the boundless delight of all the citizens, and was comforted, and nurtured her little boy, and in no long time waxed more beautiful than ever before. And her confinement being ended, she presented herself before Fineo, who was then about to quit Rome on his homeward journey, and did him such reverence as is due to a father. Fineo, mightily well pleased to have so fair a daughter-in-law, caused celebrate her nuptials most bravely and gaily, and received, and did ever thereafter entreat her as his daughter. And so he took her, not many days after the festivities were ended, with his son and little grandson, aboard a galley, and brought them to Lazistan, and there thenceforth the two lovers dwelt with him in easeful and lifelong peace. End of Day 5, the 7th story.
Day 5, the 8th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 5, the 8th story. Nastagio degli Onesti, loving a damsel of the Traversari family, by lavish expenditure gains not her love. At the instance of his kinsfolk he hies him to Chiasi, where he sees a knight hunt a damsel and slay her, and cause her to be devoured by 2 dogs. He bids his kinsfolk and the lady that he loves to breakfast. During the meal the said damsel is torn in pieces before the eyes of the lady, who, fearing a like fate, takes Nastagio to husband.
Lauretta was no sooner silent than thus at the queen's behest began Philomela.
Sweet ladies, as in us pity has ever its meed for praise, even so divine justice suffers not our cruelty to escape severe chastisement, the which that I may show you, and thereby dispose you utterly to banish that passion from your souls. I am minded to tell you a story no less touching than delightsome. In Ravenna, a most ancient city of Romagna, there dwelt of yore noblemen and gentlemen not a few, among whom was a young man, Nastagio degli Onesti by name, who by the death of his father and one of his uncles inherited immense wealth. Being without a wife, Nastagio, as 'tis the way with young men, became enamored of a daughter of Messer Pablo Traversaro, a damsel of much higher birth than his, whose love he hoped to win by gifts and the like modes of courting, which, albeit they were excellent and fair and commendable, not only availed him not, but seemed rather to have the contrary effect, so harsh and ruthless and unrelenting did the beloved damsel show herself towards him, for whether it was her uncommon beauty or her noble lineage that puffed her up, so haughty and disdainful was she grown, that pleasure she had none either in him or in aught that pleased him, the burden of which disdain Nastagio found so hard to bear, that many a time, when he had made his moan, he longed to make away with himself. However, he refrained therefrom, and many a time resolved to give her up altogether, or, if so he might, to hold her in despite, as she did him. But 'twas in vain, for it seemed as if the more his hope dwindled the greater grew his love, and as thus he continued, loving and spending inordinately, certain of his kinsfolk and friends, being apprehensive lest he should waste both himself and his substance, did many a time counsel and beseech him to depart to Ravenna, and go tarry for a time elsewhere, that so he might at once cool his flame and reduce his charges. For a long while Nastagio answered their admonitions with banter, but as they continued to ply him with them, he grew weary of saying no so often, and promised obedience. Whereupon he equipped himself as for a journey to France or Spain, or other distant parts, got on horseback, and sallied forth of Ravenna, accompanied by not a few of his friends, and being come to a place called Chiasi, about 3 miles from Ravenna, he halted, and having sent for tents and pavilions, told his companions that there he meant to stay, and they might go back to Ravenna. So Nastaggio pitched his camp, and there commenced to live after as fine and lordly a fashion as did ever any man, bidding divers of his friends from time to time to breakfast or sup with him, as he had been wont to do. Now it so befell that about the beginning of May, the season being very fine, he fell a brooding on the cruelty of his mistress, and, that his meditations might be the less disturbed, he bade all his servants leave him, and sauntered slowly, wrapped in thought, as far as the pine wood, which he had threaded for a good half-mile, when, the 5th hour of the day being well nigh past, yet he, recking neither of food nor of aught else, 'twas as if he heard a woman wailing exceedingly, and uttering most piercing shrieks, whereat, the train of his sweet melancholy being broken, he raised his head to see what was toward, and wondered to find himself in the pine wood, and saw moreover before him, running through a grove, close set with underwood and brambles, towards the place where he was, a damsel most comely, stark naked, her hair dishevelled, and her flesh all torn by the briars and brambles, who wept and cried piteously for mercy. And at her flanks he saw 2 mastiffs, exceedingly great and fierce, that ran hard upon her track, and not seldom came up with her and bit her cruelly, and in the rear he saw, riding a black horse, a knight sadly accoutred, and very wrathful of mien, carrying a rapier in his hand, and with despiteful blood-curdling words threatening her with death. Whereat he was at once amazed and appalled, and then filled with compassion for the hapless lady, whereof was bred a desire to deliver her, if so he might, from such anguish and peril of death. Wherefore, as he was unarmed, he ran and took in lieu of a cudgel a branch of a tree, with which he prepared to encounter the dogs and the knight, which the knight observing, called to him before he was come to close quarters, saying, "Hold off, Nastaggio, leave the dogs and me alone to deal with this vile woman as she has deserved." And even as he spoke, the dogs gripped the damsel so hard on either flank that they arrested her flight, and the knight, being come up, dismounted. Whom Nastaggio approached, saying, "I know not who thou art, that knowest me so well, but thus much I tell thee, 'tis a gross outrage for an armed knight to go about to kill a naked woman, and set his dogs upon her as if she were a wild beast. Rest assured that I shall do all I can to protect her." Whereupon, "Nastaggio," replied the knight, "of the same city as thou was I, and thou wast yet a little lad when I, Messer Guido degli Anastagi by name, being far more enamoured of this damsel than thou art now of her, of the Traversan, was by her haughtiness and cruelty brought to so woeful a pass that one day in a fit of despair I slew myself with this rapier which thou seest in my hand, for which cause I am condemned to the eternal pains. Nor was it long after my death that she, who exulted therein over measure, also died, and for that she repented her not of her cruelty and the joy she had of my sufferings, for which she took not blame to herself but merit, was likewise condemned to the pains of hell. Nor had she sooner made her descent, than for her pain and mine 'twas ordained that she should flee before me, and that I, who so loved her, should pursue her, not as my beloved lady, but as my mortal enemy. And so, as often as I come up with her, I slay her with this same rapier with which I slew myself, and having ripped her up by the back, I take out that hard and cold heart, to which neither love nor pity had ever access, and therewith her other inward parts, as thou shalt forthwith see, and cast them to these dogs to eat. And in no long time, as the just and mighty God decrees, she rises even as if she had not died, and recommences her dolorous flight, I and the dogs pursuing her. And it so falls out that every Friday about this hour I here come up with her, and slaughter her as thou shalt see. But ween not that we rest on other days, for there are other places in which I overtake her, places in which she used or devised how she might use me cruelly, on which wise, changed as thou seest from her lover into her foe, I am to pursue her for years as many as the months during which she showed herself harsh to me. Wherefore leave me to execute the decree of the divine justice, and presume not to oppose that which thou mayst not avail to withstand." Affrighted by the knight's words, insomuch that there was scarce a hair on his head but stood on end, Nastasio shrank back, still gazing on the hapless damsel, and waited all a tremble to see what the knight would do. Nor had he long to wait, for the knight, as soon as he had done speaking, sprang, rapier in hand, like a mad dog upon the damsel, who, kneeling, while the two mastiffs gripped her tightly, cried him mercy. But the knight, thrusting with all his force, struck her between the breasts, and ran her clean through the body. Thus striken, the damsel fell forthwith prone on the ground, sobbing and shrieking, whereupon the knight drew forth a knife, and having therewith opened her in the back, took out the heart and all the circumjacent parts, and threw them to the two mastiffs, who, being famished, forthwith devoured them. And in no time the damsel, as if naught thereof had happened, started to her feet, and took to flight towards the sea, pursued, as ever and anon bitten, by the dogs, while the knight, having gotten him to horse again, followed them as before, rapier in hand, and so fast sped they that they were quickly lost to Nastasia's sight. Long time he stood, musing on what he had seen, divided between pity and terror. And then it occurred to him that, as this passed every Friday, it might avail him not a little. So, having marked the place, he rejoined his servants, and in due time thereafter sent for some of his kinsfolk and friends, and said to them, "'Tis now a long while that you urge me to give up loving this lady that is no friend to me, and therewith make an end of my extravagant ways of living, and I am now ready to do so, provided you procure me one favour, to wit, that next Friday Messer Paolo Traversaro, and his wife and daughter, and all the ladies, their kinswomen, and as many other ladies as you may be pleased to bid, come hither to breakfast with me, when you will see for yourselves the reason why I so desire." A small matter this seemed to them, and so, on their return to Ravenna, they lost no time in conveying Nastasia's message to his intended guests, and, albeit she was hardly persuaded, yet in the end the damsel that Nastasia loved came with the rest. Nastasio caused a lordly breakfast to be prepared, and had the table set under the pines about the place where he had witnessed the slaughter of the cruel lady, and in ranging the ladies and gentlemen at table he so ordered it that the damsel whom he loved was placed opposite the spot where it should be enacted. The last course was just served, when the despairing cries of the hunted damsel became audible to all, to their no small amazement, and each asking, and none knowing, what it might import. Up they all started intent to see what was toward, and perceived the suffering damsel, and the knight and the dogs, who in a trice were in their midst. They hallooed amain to dogs and knight, and not a few advanced to succour the damsel. But the words of the knight, which were such as he had used to Nastasio, caused them to fall back, terror-stricken and lost in amazement. And when the knight proceeded to do as he had done before, all the ladies that were there, many of whom were of kin to the suffering damsel and to the knight, and called to mind his love and death, wept as bitterly as if 'twere their own case. When 'twas all over, and the lady and the knight had disappeared, the strange scene set those that witnessed it pondering many and diverse matters. But among them all none was so appalled as the cruel damsel that Nastasio loved, who, having clearly seen and heard all that had passed, and being ware that it touched her more nearly than any other by reason of the harshness that she had ever shown to Nastasio, seemed already to be fleeing from her angered lover, and to have the mastiffs on her flanks. And so great was her terror that, lest the like fate should befall her, she converted her aversion into affection, and as soon as occasion served, which was that very night, sent a trusty chambermaid privily to Nastagio with a request that he would be pleased to come to her, for that she was ready in all respects to pleasure him to the full. Nastagio made answer that he was greatly flattered, but that he was minded with her consent to have his pleasure of her in an honourable way, to wit, by marrying her. The damsel, who knew that none but herself was to blame that she was not already Nastagio's wife, made answer that she consented. Wherefore, by her own mouth, she acquainted her father and mother that she agreed to marry Nastagio, and they, heartily approving her choice, Nastagio wedded her on the ensuing Sunday, and lived happily with her many a years. Nor was it in her instance alone that this terror was productive of good. On the contrary, it so wrought among the ladies of Ravenna that they all became, and have ever since been, much more compliant with men's desires than they had been wont to be. End of Day 5. The 8th Story.
Day 5, the 9th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 5, the 9th story. Federigo degli Alberighi loves and is not loved in return. He wastes his substance by lavishness until naught is left but a single falcon, which, his lady being come to see him at his house, he gives for her to eat. She, knowing his case, changes her mind, takes him to husband, and makes him rich.
So ended Philomela, and the queen, being aware that besides herself only Dioneo, by virtue of his privilege, was left to speak, said with gladsome mien,
"'Tis now for me to take up my parable, which, dearest ladies, I will do with a story like in some degrees to the foregoing, and that not only that you may know how potent are your charms to sway the gentle heart, but that you may also learn how upon fitting occasions to make bestowal of your guerdons of your own accord, instead of always waiting for the guidance of fortune, which most times, not wisely, but without rule or measure, scatters her gifts. You are then to know that Coppo di Borghese Dominici, a man that in our day was, and perchance still is, had in respect and great reverence in our city, being not only by reason of his noble lineage, but, and yet more, for manners and merit most illustrious, and worthy of eternal renown, was in his old age not seldom wont to amuse himself by discoursing of things past with his neighbours and other folk, wherein he had not his match for accuracy, and compass of memory and concinnity of speech. Among other good stories, he would tell how that there was of yore in Florence a gallant named Federigo di Messer Filippo Alberighi, who for feats of arms and courtesy had not his peer in Tuscany, who, as is the common lot of gentlemen, became enamoured of a lady named Monna Giovanna, who in her day held rank among the fairest and most elegant ladies of Florence, to gain whose love he jousted, tilted, gave entertainments, scattered largesse, and, in short, set no bounds to his expenditure. However, the lady, no less virtuous than fair, cared not a jot for what he did for her sake, nor yet for him. Spending thus greatly beyond his means, and making nothing, Federigo could hardly fail to come to lack, and was at length reduced to such poverty that he had nothing left but a little estate, on the rents of which he lived very straitly, and a single falcon, the best in the world. The estate was at Campi, and thither, deeming it no longer possible for him to live in the city as he desired, he repaired, more in love than ever before, and there in complete seclusion diverting himself with hawking, he bore his poverty as patiently as he might. Now Federigo being thus reduced to extreme poverty, it so happened that one day Monna Giovanna's husband, who was very rich, fell ill, and seeing that he was nearing his end, made his will, whereby he left his estate to his son, who was now growing up, and in the event of his death without lawful heir, named Monna Giovanna, whom he dearly loved, heir in his stead, and having made these dispositions he died. Monna Giovanna, being thus left a widow, did as our ladies are wont, and repaired in the summer to one of her estates in the country, which lay very near to that of Federigo. And so it befell that the urchin began to make friends with Federigo, and to show a fondness for hawks and dogs, and having seen Federigo's falcon fly not a few times, took a singular fancy to him, and greatly longed to have him for his own, but still did not dare to ask him of Federigo, knowing that Federigo prized him so much. So the matter stood when by chance the boy fell sick, whereby the mother was sore distressed, for he was her only son, and she loved him as much as might be, insomuch that all day long she was beside him, and ceased not to comfort him, and again asked him if there were aught that he wished for, imploring him to say the word, and, if it might by any means be had, she would assuredly do her utmost to procure it for him. Thus repeatedly exhorted, the boy said, "Mother mine, do but get me Federigo's falcon, and I doubt not I shall soon be well." Whereupon the lady was silent a while, bethinking her what she should do. She knew that Federigo had long loved her, and had never so much as a single kind look from her. Wherefore she said to herself, "How can I send or go to beg of him this falcon, which by what I hear is the best that ever flew, and moreover is his sole comfort? And how could I be so unfeeling as to seek to deprive a gentleman of the sole solace that is now left him?" And so, albeit she very well knew that she might have the falcon for the asking, she was perplexed, and knew not what to say, and gave her son no answer. At length, however, the love she bore the boy carried the day, and she made up her mind, for his contentment, come what might, not to send, but to go herself and fetch him the falcon. So, "Be of good cheer, my son," she said, "and doubt not thou wilt soon be well, for I promise thee that the very first thing that I shall do tomorrow morning will be to go and fetch thee the falcon." Whereat the child was so pleased that he began to mend that very day. On the morrow the lady, as if for pleasure, hied her with another lady to Federigo's little house, and asked to see him. 'Twas still, as for some days past, no weather for hawking, and Federigo was in his garden, busy about some small matters which needed to be set right there. When he heard that Monna Giovanna was at the door, asking to see him, he was not a little surprised and pleased, and hied him to her with all speed. As soon as she saw him, she came forward to meet him with a womanly grace, and having received his respectful salutation, said to him, "Good morning, Federigo," and continued, "I am come to requite thee for what thou hast lost by loving me more than thou shouldst, which compensation is this, that I and this lady that accompanies me will breakfast with thee without ceremony this morning." "Madam," Federigo replied with all humility, "I mind not ever to have lost aught by loving you, but rather to have been so much profited that, if I ever deserved well in aught, 'twas to your merit that I owed it, and to the love that I bore you. And of a surety, had I still as much to spend as I have spent in the past, I should not prize it so much as this visit you so frankly pay me, come as you are to one who can afford you but a sorry sort of hospitality." Which said, with some confusion, he bade her welcome to his house, and then led her into his garden, where, having none else to present to her, by way of companion, he said, "Madam, as there is none other here, this good woman, wife of this husbandman, will bear you company, while I go to have the table set." Now, albeit his poverty was extreme, yet he had not known as yet how sore was the need to which his extravagance had reduced him. But this morning 'twas brought home to him, for that he could find nought wherewith to do honour to the lady, for love of whom he had done the honours of his house to men without number. Wherefore, distressed beyond measure, and inwardly cursing his evil fortune, he sped hither and thither like one beside himself, but never a coin found he, nor yet aught to pledge. Meanwhile it grew late, and sorely he longed that the lady might not leave his house altogether unhonoured, and yet to crave help of his husbandman was more than his pride could brook. In these desperate straits his glance happened to fall on his brave falcon, on his perch in his little parlour. And so, as a last resource, he took him, and finding him plump, deemed that he would make a dish meet for such a lady. Wherefore, without thinking twice about it, he wrung the bird's neck, and caused his maid forthwith pluck him and set him on a spit, and roast him carefully, and having still some spotless table linen, he had the table laid therewith, and with a cheerful countenance hied him back to his lady in the garden, and told her that such breakfast as he could give her was ready. So the lady and her companion rose and came to table, and there, with Federigo, who was waiting on them most faithfully, ate the brave falcon, knowing not what they ate. When they were risen from table, and had dallied a while in gay converse with him, the lady deemed it time to tell the reason of her visit, wherefore, graciously addressing Federigo, thus began she: "Federigo, by what thou rememberest of thy past life and my virtue, which, perchance, thou hast deemed harshness and cruelty, I doubt not thou must marvel at my presumption when thou hearest the main purpose of my visit. But if thou hadst sons, or hadst had them, so that thou mightest know the full force of the love that is borne them, I should make no doubt that thou wouldst hold me in part excused. Now, having a son, may I, for that thou hast none, claim exemption from the laws to which all other mothers are subject, and being thus bound to own their sway, I must, though fain were I not, and though 'tis neither meet nor right, crave of thee that which I know thou dost of all things and with justice prize most highly, seeing that this extremity of thy adverse fortune has left thee naught else wherewith to delight, divert, and console thee, which gift is no other than thy falcon, on which my boy has set his heart, that if I bring him it not, I fear lest he grow so much worse of the malady that he has, that thereby it may come to pass that I lose him. And so, not for the love which thou dost bear me, and which may no wise bind thee, but for that nobleness of temper whereof in courtesy more conspicuously than that aught else thou hast given me proof, I implore thee that thou be pleased to give me the bird, that thereby I may say that I have kept my son alive, and thus made him for aye thy debtor." No sooner had Federigo apprehended what the lady wanted, than for grief that 'twas not in his power to serve her, because he had given her the falcon to eat, he fell a weeping in her presence, before he could so much as utter a word. At first the lady supposed that 'twas only because he was loath to part with the brave falcon that he wept, and as good as made up her mind that he would refuse her. However, she awaited with patience Federigo's answer, which was on this wise: "Madam, since it pleased God that I should set my affections upon you, there have been matters not a few, in which to my sorrow I have deemed fortune adverse to me. But they have all been trifles in comparison of the trick that she now plays me, the which I shall never forgive her, seeing that you are come here to my poor house, where while I was rich you deigned not to come, and ask a trifling favour of me, which she has put it out of my power to grant. How 'tis so, I will briefly tell you. When I learned that you, of your grace, were minded to breakfast with me, having respect for your high dignity and desert, I deemed it due and seemly that in your honour I should regale you, to the best of my power, with fare of more excellent quality than is commonly set before others, and, calling to mind the falcon which you now ask of me, and his excellence, I judged him meet food for you, and so you have had him roasted on the trencher this morning, and well indeed I thought I had bestowed him, but as I now see that you would fain have had him in another guise, so mortified am I that I am not able to serve you, that I doubt I shall ever know peace of mind more. In witness whereof he had the feathers and feet and beak of the bird brought in and laid before her. The first thing the lady did, when she had heard Federigo's story and seen the relics of the bird, was to chide him that he had killed so fine a falcon to furnish a woman with a breakfast. After which the magnanimity of her host, which poverty had been and was powerless to impair, elicited no small share of inward commendation. Then, frustrate of her hopes of possessing the falcon, and doubting of her son's recovery, she took her leave with the heaviest of hearts, and hied her back to the boy, who, whether for fretting that he might not have the falcon, or by the unaided energy of his disorder, departed this life not many days after, to the exceeding great grief of his mother. For a while she would do naught but weep and bitterly bewail herself, but being still young and left very wealthy, she was often urged by her brothers to marry again, and though she would rather have not done so, yet being importuned, and remembering Federigo's high desert, and the magnificent generosity with which he had finally killed his falcon to do her honour, she said to her brothers, "Gladly, with your consent, would I remain a widow, but if you will not be satisfied except I take a husband, rest assured that none other will I ever take save Federigo degli Alberighi." Whereupon her brothers derided her, saying, "Foolish woman, what is't thou sayest? How should thou want Federigo, who has not a thing in the world?" To whom she answered, "My brothers, well wot I that 'tis as you say, but I had rather have a man without wealth than wealth without a man." The brothers, perceiving that her mind was made up, and knowing Federigo for a good man and true, poor though he was, gave her to him with all her wealth. And so Federigo, being mated with such a wife, and one that he had so much loved, and being very wealthy to boot, lived happily, keeping more exact accounts, to the end of his days. End of Day 5, the 9th story.
Day 5, the 10th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 5, the 10th story. Pietro da Vinciolo goes from home to sup. His wife brings a boy into the house to bear her company. Pietro returns, and she hides her gallant under a hen-coop. Pietro explains that in the house of Ercolano, with whom he was to have supped, there was discovered a young man, bestowed there by Ercolano's wife. The lady thereupon censures Ercolano's wife, but unluckily an ass treads on the fingers of the boy that is hidden under the hen-coop, so that he cries for pain. Pietro runs to the place, sees him, and apprehends the trick played on him by his wife, which, nevertheless, he finally condones, for that he is not himself free from blame.
When the queen had done speaking, and all had praised God that he had worthily rewarded Federigo, Dioneo, who never waited to be bidden, thus began.
I know not whether I am to term it a vice accidental and superinduced by bad habits in us mortals, or whether it be a fault seated in nature, that we are more prone to laugh at things dishonourable than at good deeds, and that more especially when they concern not ourselves. However, as the sole scope of all my efforts has been, and still shall be, to dispel your melancholy, and in lieu thereof to minister to you laughter and jollity, therefore, enamoured, my damsels, albeit the ensuing story is not altogether free from matter that is scarce seemly, yet, as it may afford you pleasure, I shall not fail to relate it, premonishing you, my hearers, that you take it with the like discretion, as when, going into your gardens, you stretch forth your delicate hands and cull the roses, leaving the thorns alone, which, being interpreted, means that you will leave the caitiff husband to abide in sorry plight with his dishonour, and will gaily laugh at the amorous wiles of his wife, and commiserate her unfortunate gallant, when occasion requires. 'Tis no great while since there dwelt at Perugia a rich man named Pietro da Vinciolo, who rather, perchance, to blind others and mitigate the evil repute in which he was held by the citizens of Perugia, than for any desire to wed, took a wife; and such being his motive, fortune provided him with just such a spouse as he merited. For the wife of his choice was a stout red-haired young woman, and so hot-blooded that two husbands would have been more to her mind than one, whereas one fell to her lot that gave her only a subordinate place in his regard; which she perceiving, while she knew herself to be fair and lusty, and felt herself to be gamesome and fit, waxed very wroth, and now and again had high words with her husband, and led but a sorry life with him at most times. Then, seeing that thereby she was more like to fret herself than to dispose her husband to conduct less base, she said to herself, "This poor creature deserts me to go walk in pattens in the dry, wherefore it shall go hard but I will bring another aboard the ship for the wet weather. I married him, and brought him a great and goodly dowry, knowing that he was a man, and supposing him to have the desires which men have, and ought to have. And had I not deemed him to be a man, I should never have married him. He knew me to be a woman. Why then took he me to wife, if women were not to his mind? 'Tis not to be endured. Had I not been minded to live in the world, I had become a nun; and being minded there to live, as I am, if I am to wait until I have pleasure or solace of him, I shall wait perchance until I am old, and then too late I shall bethink me to my sorrow that I have wasted my youth. And as to the way in which I should seek its proper solace, I need no better teacher and guide than him, who finds his delight where I should find mine, and finds it to his own condemnation, whereas in me 'twere commendable. 'Tis but the laws that I shall set at naught, whereas he sets both them and nature herself at naught." So the good lady reasoned, and peradventure more than once; and then, casting about how she might privily compass her end, she made friends with an old beldam, that showed as a veritable Santa Verdiana, foster mother of vipers, who was ever to be seen going to pardonings with a parcel of paternosters in her hand, and talked of nothing but the lives of the holy fathers and the wounds of St. Francis, and was generally reputed a saint, to whom in due time she opened her whole mind. "My daughter," replied the beldam, "God, who knows all things, knows that thou wilt do very rightly indeed. Were it for no other reason, 'twould be meet for thee and every other young woman so to do, that the heyday of youth be not wasted; for there is no grief like that of knowing that it has been wasted. And what the devil are we women fit for when we are old, except to pore over the cinders on the hearth? The which, if any know and may attest, 'tis I, who, now that I am old, call to mind the time that I let slip from me, not without most sore and bitter and fruitless regret. And albeit 'twas not all wasted, for I would not have thee think that I was entirely without sense, yet I did not make the best use of it, whereof when I bethink me, and that I am now, even as thou seest me, such a hag that never a spark of fire may I hope to get from any, God knows how I rue it. Now with men 'tis otherwise. They are born meet for 1,000 uses, not for this alone, and the more part of them are of much greater consequence in old age than in youth. But women are fit for naught but this, and 'tis but for that they bear children that they are cherished. Whereof, if not otherwise, thou mayst assure thyself, if thou do but consider that we are ever ready for it, which is not the case with men. Besides which, one woman will tire out many men without being herself tired out. Seeing then that 'tis for this we are born, I tell thee again that thou wilt do very rightly to give thy husband thy loaf for his cake, that in thy old age thy soul may have no cause of complaint against thy flesh. Every one has just as much of this life as he appropriates, and this is especially true of women, whom therefore it behoves much more than men to seize the moment as it flies. Indeed, as thou mayest see for thyself, when we grow old, neither husband nor any other man will spare us a glance, but on the contrary they banish us to the kitchen, there to tell stories to the cat, and to count the pots and pans; or worse, they make rhymes about us, to the damsel Daintybits, to the beldam Ague fits, and such like catches. But to make no more words about it, I tell thee at once that there is no person in the world to whom thou couldst open thy mind with more advantage than to me. For there is no gentleman so fine but I dare speak my mind to him, nor any so harsh and forbidding but I know well how to soften him and fashion him to my will. Tell me only what thou wouldst have, and leave the rest to me. But one word more. I pray thee to have me in kindly remembrance, for that I am poor, and thou shalt henceforth go shares with me in all my indulgences and every paternoster that I say, that God may make thereof light and tapers for thy dead. Wherewith she ended. So the lady came to an understanding with the beldam, that as soon as she set eyes on a boy that often came along that street, and of whom the lady gave her a particular description, she would know what she was to do; and thereupon the lady gave her a chunk of salt meat, and bade her God speed. The beldam before long smuggled into the lady's chamber the boy of whom she had spoken, and not long after another, such being the humour of the lady, who, standing in perpetual dread of her husband, was disposed in this particular to make the most of her opportunities. And one of these days, her husband being to sup in the evening with a friend called Ercolano, the lady bade the beldam bring her a boy as pretty and dainty as was to be found in Perugia, and so the beldam forthwith did. But the lady and the boy being set at table to sup, lo! Pietro's voice was heard at the door bidding open to him. Whereupon the lady gave herself up for dead, but being fain, if she might, to screen the boy, and knowing not where else to convey or conceal him, bestowed him under a hen coop that stood in a verandah hard by the chamber in which they were supping, and threw over it a sorry mattress that she had that day emptied of its straw; which done, she hastened to open the door to her husband, saying to him as he entered, "You have gulped your supper mighty quickly to night." Whereto Pietro replied, "We have not so much as tasted it." "How so?" inquired the lady. "I will tell thee," said Pietro. "No sooner were we set at table, Ercolano, his wife, and I, than we heard a sneeze close to us, to which, though 'twas repeated, we paid no heed. But as the sneezer continued to sneeze a third, a fourth, a fifth, and many another time to boot, we all began to wonder; and Ercolano, who was somewhat out of humour with his wife, because she had kept us a long time at the door before she opened it, burst out in a sort of rage with 'What means this? Who is't that thus sneezes?' and made off to a stair hard by, beneath which, and close to its foot, was a wooden closet, of the sort which, when folk are furnishing their houses, they commonly cause to be placed there, to stow things in upon occasion. And as it seemed to him that the sneezing proceeded thence, he undid the wicket, and no sooner had he opened it than out flew never so strong a stench of brimstone, albeit we had already been saluted by a whiff of it, and complained thereof, but had been put off by the lady with, "'Tis but a while ago I bleached my veils with brimstone, having sprinkled it on a dish that they might catch its fumes, which dish I then placed under the stair, so that it still smells a little." However, the door being now, as I have said, open, and the smoke somewhat less dense, Ercolano, peering in, espied the fellow that had sneezed, and who still kept sneezing, being thereto constrained by the pungency of the brimstone. And for all he sneezed, yet was he by this time so well nigh choked with the brimstone that he was like neither to sneeze nor to do aught else again. As soon as he caught sight of him, Ercolano bawled out, "Now I see, madam, why 'twas that a while ago, when we came here, we were kept waiting so long at the gate before 'twas opened. But woe betide me for the rest of my days if I pay you not out." Whereupon the lady, perceiving that her offence was discovered, ventured no excuse, but fled from the table, whither I know not. Ercolano, ignoring his wife's flight, bade the sneezer again and again to come forth, but he, being by this time fairly spent, budged not an inch for aught that Ercolano said. Wherefore Ercolano caught him by one of his feet and dragged him forth, and ran off for a knife with intent to kill him. But I, standing in fear of the Signory on my own account, got up and would not suffer him to kill the fellow, or to do him any hurt, and for his better protection raised the alarm, whereby some of the neighbours came up and took the lad, more dead than alive, and bore him off, I know not whither. However, our supper being thus rudely interrupted, not only have not gulped it, but I have not so much as tasted it, as I said before. Her husband's story showed his wife that there were other ladies as knowing as she, albeit misfortune might sometimes overtake them, and gladly would she have spoken out in defence of Ercolano's wife, but thinking that by censuring another's sin she would secure more scope for her own, she launched out on this wise: "Fine doings indeed! A right virtuous and saintly lady she must be. Here is the loyalty of an honest woman, and one to whom I lief have confessed, so spiritual I deemed her. And the worst of it is that, being no longer young, she sets a rare example to those that are so. Curses on the hour that she came into the world! Curses upon her that she makes not away with herself! Basest, most faithless of women she must needs be. The reproach of her sex, the opprobrium of all the ladies in this city, to cast aside all regard for her honour, her marriage vow, her reputation before the world, and lost to all sense of shame, to scruple not to bring disgrace upon a man so worthy, a citizen so honourable, a husband by whom she was so well treated, ay, and upon herself to boot. By my hope of salvation, no mercy should be shown to such women. They should pay the penalty with their lives. To the fire with them while they yet live, and let them be burned to ashes." Then, calling to mind the lover that she had close at hand in the hen coop, she fell to coaxing Pietro to get him to bed, for the hour grew late. Pietro, who was more set on eating than sleeping, only asked whether there was aught he might have by way of supper. "Supper, forsooth!" replied the lady. "Ay, of course, 'tis our way to make much of supper when thou art not at home. As if I were Ercolano's wife! Now, wherefore tarry longer? Go, get thy night's rest. 'Twere far better for thee." Now, so it was that some of Pietro's husbandmen had come to the house that evening with divers things from the farm, and had put up their asses in a stable that adjoined the verandah, but had neglected to water them. And one of the asses, being exceeding thirsty, got his head out of the halter and broke loose from the stable, and went about nosing everything, if haply he might come by water, whereby he came upon the hen coop, beneath which was the boy, who, being constrained to stand on all fours, had the fingers of one hand somewhat protruding from under the hen coop, and so, as luck, or rather ill luck, would have it, the ass trod on them, whereat, being sorely hurt, he set up a great howling, much to the surprise of Pietro, who perceived that 'twas within his house. So forth he came, and hearing the boy still moaning and groaning, for the ass still kept his hoof hard down on the fingers, called out, "Who is there?" and ran to the hen coop and raised it, and espied the fellow, who, besides the pain that the crushing of his fingers by the ass's hoof occasioned him, trembled in every limb for fear that Pietro should do him a mischief. He was one that Pietro had long been after for his foul purposes. So Pietro, recognizing him, asked him, "What dost thou here?" The boy, making no answer, save to beseech him for the love of God to do him no hurt, Pietro continued, "Get up, have no fear that I shall hurt thee, but tell me how and for what cause camest thou to be here?" The boy then confessed everything, whereupon Pietro, as elated by the discovery as his wife was distressed, took him by the hand, and led him into the room where the lady, in the extremity of terror, awaited him, and, having seated himself directly in front of her, said, "'Twas but a moment ago that thou didst curse Ercolano's wife, and averred that she ought to be burned, and that she was the reproach of your sex. Why saidst thou not of thyself? Or if thou wast not minded to accuse thyself, how hadst thou the effrontery to censure her, knowing that thou hadst done even as she? Verily, 'twas for no other reason than that ye are all fashioned thus, and study to cover your own misdeeds with the delinquency of others. Would that fire might fall from heaven and burn you all, brood of iniquity that ye are!" The lady, marking that in the first flush of his wrath he had given her nothing worse than hard words, and discerning as she thought that he was secretly overjoyed to hold so beautiful a boy by the hand, took heart of grace, and said, "I doubt not indeed that thou wouldst be well pleased that fire should fall from heaven and devour us all, seeing that thou art as fond of us as a dog is of the stick, though by the holy rood thou wilt be disappointed. But I would fain have a little argument with thee, to know whereof thou complainest. Well indeed were it for me, didst thou but place me on an equality with Ercolano's wife, who is an old sanctimonious hypocrite, and has of him all that she wants, and is cherished by him as a wife should be. But that is not my case; for granted that thou givest me garments and shoes to my mind, thou knowest how otherwise ill bested I am, and how long it is since last thou didst lie with me, and far liefer had I go barefoot and in rags, and have thy benevolence abed, than have all that I have, and be treated as thou dost treat me. Understand me, Pietro, be reasonable, consider that I am a woman like other women, with a like craving, whereof if thou deny me the gratification, 'tis no blame to me that I seek it elsewhere, and at least I do thee so much honour as not to foregather with stable boys or scurvy knaves." Pietro perceived that she was like to continue in this vein the whole night, wherefore, indifferent as he was to her, he said, "Now, madam, no more of this. In the matter of which thou speakest I will content thee, but of thy great courtesy let us have something to eat by way of supper, for methinks the boy, as well as I, has not yet supped." "Ay, true enough," said the lady, "he has not supped, for we were but just sitting down to table to sup, when, beshrew thee, thou madest thy appearance." "Go then," said Pietro, "get us some supper, and by I will arrange this fare in such a way that thou shalt have no more cause of complaint." The lady, perceiving that her husband was now tranquil, rose, and soon had the table laid again, and spread with the supper which she had ready, and so they made a jolly meal of it, the caitiff husband, the lady, and the boy. What, after supper, Pietro devised for their mutual satisfaction has slipped from my memory, but as much as this I know, that on the morrow, as he wended his way to the piazza, the boy would have been puzzled to say whether of the twain, the wife or the husband, had had the most of his company during the night. But this I would say to you, dear my ladies, that whoso gives you tit, why, just give him tat, and if you cannot do it at once, why, bear it in mind until you can, that even as the ass gives, so he may receive. End of Day 5, the 10th story.
Day 5. The conclusion of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by M. Rigg. Day 5. The conclusion. Dioneo's story, whereat the ladies laughed, the less for shamefastness rather than for disrelish, being ended, the queen, taking note that the term of her sovereignty was come, rose to her feet, and took off the laurel wreath, and set it graciously upon Elisa's head, saying, "Madam, 'tis now your turn to bear sway." The dignity accepted, Elisa followed in all respects the example of her predecessors. she first conferred with the seneschal and directed him how meetly to order all things during the time of her sovereignty, which done to the satisfaction of the company. Oft times, quoth she, have we heard how with bright sallies, and ready retorts, and sudden devices, not a few have known how to repugn, with apt checks, the bites of others, or to avert imminent perils; and because 'tis an excellent argument, and may be profitable, I ordain that to morrow, God helping us, the following be the rule of our discourse, to wit, that it be of such as by some sprightly sally have repulsed an attack, or by some ready retort or device have avoided loss, peril, or scorn. The rule being heartily approved by all, the Queen rose and dismissed them till supper time. So the honourable company, seeing the Queen risen, rose all likewise, and as their wont was, betook them to their diversions as to each seemed best. But when the cicales had hushed their chirping, all were mustered again for supper, and having blithely feasted, they all addressed them to song and dance. And the Queen, while Emilia led a dance, called for a song from Dioneo, who at once came out with "Monna Audruda, come perk up thy mood, a piece of glad tidings I bring thee." Whereat all the ladies fell a laughing, and most of all the Queen, who bade him give them no more of that, but sing another. Quoth Dioneo, "Madam, had I a tabret, I would sing 'Up with your smoke, Monna Lapa,' or 'Oh, the greensward under the olive.' Or perchance you had liefer I should give you 'Woe is me, the wave of the sea.' But no tabret have I, wherefore choose which of these others you will have. Perchance you would like, 'Now hie thee to us forth, that so it may be cut, as may the fields about.'" "No," returned the Queen, "give us another." "Then," said Dioneo, "I will sing 'Monna Simona, embarrel,' why, 'tis not the month of October." "Now a plague upon thee," said the Queen, with a laugh, "give us a proper song will do, for we will have none of these." "Never fear, madam," replied Dioneo, "only say which you prefer. I have more than 1,000 songs by heart. Perhaps you would like 'This my little covert, make I never it overt,' or 'Gently, gently, husband mine,' or '£100 were none too high a price for me a cock to buy.'" The Queen now shewed some offence, though the other ladies laughed, and "A truce to thy jesting, Dioneo," said she, "and give us a proper song, else thou mayst prove the quality of my ire." Whereupon Dioneo forthwith ceased his fooling, and sang on this wise:
So ravishing a light doth from the fair eyes of my mistress move, as keeps me slave to her and thee, O love. A beam from those bright orbs did radiate that flame that through mine own eyes to my breast did whilom entrance gain. Thy majesty, O love, thy might, how great they be! 'Twas her fair face did manifest, whereon to brood still fain I felt thee take, and chain each sense, my soul enthralling on such wise, that she alone henceforth evokes my sighs. Wherefore, O dear my love, myself I own thy slave, and all obedience wait and yearn till thy might me console. Yet wot I not, if it be truly known, how noble is the flame wherewith I burn. My loyalty how whole to her that doth control even in such sort my mind that shall I none, nor would I peace receive save hers alone. And so I pray thee, sweet my lord, that thou give her to feel thy fire, and show her plain how grievous my disease. This service deign to render, for that now thou seest me waste for love, and in the pain dissolve me by degrees, and then the apt moment seize my cause to plead with her, as is but due from thee to me, who fain with thee would sue.
When Dioneo's silence shewed that his song was ended, the Queen accorded it no stinted meed of praise, after which she caused not a few other songs to be sung. Thus passed some part of the night, and then the Queen, taking note that its freshness had vanquished the heat of the day, bade all go to rest them, if they would, till the morning. End of conclusion of Day 5.
Day 6. The Introduction of the Decameron. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by H. M. Rigg. Day the 6th. The Introduction. Endeth here the 5th day of the Decameron, beginneth the 6th, wherein, under the rule of Elisa, discourse is had of such as by some sprightly sally have repulsed an attack, or by some ready retort or device have avoided loss, peril, or scorn. Still in mid-heaven the moon had lost her radiance, nor was any part of our world unillumined by the fresh splendour of the dawn, when the Queen being risen and having mustered her company, they hied them, gently sauntering across the dewy mead some distance from the beautiful hill, conversing now of this, now of the other matter, canvassing the stories, their greater or less degree of beauty, and laughing afresh at divers of their incidents, until, the sun being now in his higher ascendant, they began to feel his heat, and turning back by common consent, retraced their steps to the palace, where the tables being already set, and fragrant herbs and fair flowers strewn all about, they, by the Queen's command, before it should grow hotter, addressed themselves to their meal. So having blithely breakfasted, they first of all sang some dainty and jocund ditties, and then, as they were severally minded, composed them to sleep or set them down to chess or dice, while Dioneo and Lauretta fell a singing of Troilus and Cressida. The hour of session being come, they took their places, at the Queen's summons, in their wonted order by the fountain. But when the Queen was about to call for the first story, that happened which had not happened before, to wit, there being a greater uproar in the kitchen among the maids and men, the sound thereof reached the ears of the Queen and all the company. Whereupon the Queen called the seneschal and asked him who bawled so loud, and what was the occasion of the uproar. The seneschal made answer that it was some contention between Lyciska and Tindaro, but the occasion he knew not, having but just come to quiet them, when he received her summons. The Queen then bade him cause Lyciska and Tindaro to come thither forthwith. So they came, and the Queen inquired of them the cause of the uproar. Tindaro was about to make answer, when Lyciska, who was somewhat advanced in years and disposed to give herself airs, and heated to the strife of words, turned to Tindaro and scowling upon him said, "Unmannerly varlet, that makest bold to speak before me, leave me to tell the story." Then turning to the Queen she said, "Madam, this fellow would fain instruct me as to Sycophante's wife, and neither more or less, as if I had not known her well, would have me believe that, the first night that Sycophante lay with her, it was by force and not without effusion of blood that Master Yard made his way into Dusky Hill, which I deny, averring that he met with no resistance, but on the contrary, with a hearty welcome on the part of the garrison. And such a numbskull is he as fondly to believe that the girls are so simple as to let slip their opportunities, while they wait on the caprice of father or brothers, who 6 times out of 7 delay to marry them for 3 or 4 years after they should. Ay, indeed, doubtless they were well advised to tarry so long. Christ's face, I should know the truth of what I swear. There is never a woman in my neighbourhood whose husband had her virginity, and well I know how many and what manner of tricks our married dames play their husbands, and Eustace Booby would fain teach me to know woman as if I were but born yesterday." While Lyciska thus spoke, the ladies laughed, till all their teeth were ready to start from their heads. 6 times at least the queen bade her be silent, but all in vain. She halted not till she had said all that she had a mind to. When she had done, the queen turned with a smile to Dioneo, saying, This is a question for thee to deal with, Dioneo. So hold thyself in readiness to give final judgment upon it when our stories are ended. Madame, replied Dioneo forthwith, I give judgment without more ado. I say that Lyciska is in the right. I believe that it's even as she says, and that Tindaro is a fool. Whereupon Lyciska burst out laughing, and turning to Tindaro, Now did I not tell thee so? quoth she. Begone, in God's name. Dost think to know more than I, thou that art but a sucking babe? Thank God, I have not lived for nothing, not I. And had not the queen sternly bade her be silent, and make no more disturbance, unless she had a mind to be whipped, and send both her and Tindaro back to the kitchen, the whole day would have been spent in naught but listening to her. So Lyciska and Tindaro having withdrawn, the queen charged Philomela to tell the first story, and gaily thus Philomela began. End of Day 6, the introduction.
Day 6, the first story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 6, the first story. A knight offers to carry Madonna Oretta a horseback with a story, but tells it so ill that she prays him to dismount her. As stars are set for an ornament in the serene expanse of heaven, and likewise in springtime flowers and leafy shrubs in the green meadows, so damsels in the hour of rare and excellent discourse is wit with its bright sallies, which, being brief, are much more proper for ladies than for men, seeing that prolixity of speech, where brevity is possible, is much less allowable to them. But for whatever cause, be it the sorry quality of our understanding, or some especial enmity that heaven bears to our generation, few ladies or none are left to-day that when occasion prompts are able to meet it with apt speech, or if aught of the kind they hear, can understand it aright. To our common shame be it spoken. But as, touching this matter, enough has already been said by Pampinea, I purpose not to enlarge thereon, but, that you may know that excellence resides in speech apt for the occasion, I am minded to tell you after how courteous a fashion a lady imposed silence upon a gentleman. 'Tis no long time since there dwelt in our city a lady, noble, debonair, and of excellent discourse, whom not a few of you may have seen or heard of, whose name, for such high qualities merit not oblivion, was Madonna Oretta, her husband being Messer Geri Spina. Now this lady, happening to be, as we are, in the country, moving from place to place for pleasure with a company of ladies and gentlemen, whom she had entertained the day before at breakfast at her house, and the place of their next sojourn, whither they were to go afoot, being some considerable distance off, one of the gentlemen of the company said to her, Madonna Oretta, so please you, I will carry you great part of the way a horseback with one of the finest stories in the world. Indeed, sir, replied the lady, I pray you do so, and I shall deem it the greatest of favours. Whereupon the gentleman, who perhaps was no better master of his weapon than of his story, began a tale, which in itself was indeed excellent, but which, by repeating the same word 3, 4, or 6 times, and now and again harking back, saying, I say not well, and erring not seldom in the names, setting one in place of another, he utterly spoiled, besides which his mode of delivery accorded very ill with the character of the persons and incidents, insomuch that Madonna Oretta, as she listened, did oft sweat, and was like to faint, as if she were ill, and at the point of death. and being at length able to bear no more of it, witting that the gentleman had got into a mess and was not like to get out of it, she said pleasantly to him, "Sir, this horse of yours trots too hard. I pray you be pleased to set me down." The gentleman, being perchance more quick of apprehension than he was skilful in narration, missed not the meaning of her sally, and took it in all good and gay humour. So, leaving unfinished the tale which he had begun, and so mishanded, he addressed himself to tell her other stories. End of Day 6, the first story.
Day 6. The second story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miette. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 6. The second story. Sisti, a baker, by an apt speech gives Messer Jerry Spina to know that he has by inadvertence asked that of him which he should not.
All the ladies and the men alike, having greatly commended Madonna Oretta's apt saying, the queen bade Pampinea follow suit, and thus she began.
Fair ladies, I cannot myself determine whether nature or fortune be the more at fault, the one in furnishing a noble soul with a vile body, or the other in allotting a base occupation to a body endowed with a noble soul, whereof we may have seen an example among others in our fellow citizen Sisti, whom, furnished though he was with a most lofty soul, fortune made a baker. And verily I should curse nature and fortune alike, did I not know that nature is most discreet, and that fortune, albeit the foolish imagine her blind, has 1,000 eyes. For it is, I suppose, that, being wise above a little, they do as mortals ofttimes do, who, being uncertain as to their future, provide against contingencies by burying their most precious treasures in the basest places in their houses, as being the least likely to be suspected, whence in the hour of their greatest need they bring them forth, the base place having kept them more safe than the dainty chamber would have done. And so these two arbitresses of the world would seldom hide their most precious commodities in the obscurity of their crafts, that are reputed most base, that thence being brought to light they may shine with a brighter splendour. Whereof how in a trifling matter Sisti, the baker, gave proof, restoring the eyes of the mind to Messer Jerry Spina, whom the story of his wife, Madonna Oretta, has brought to my recollection. I am minded to show you in a narrative which shall be of the briefest. I say then that Pope Boniface, with whom Messer Jerry Spina stood very high in favour and honour, having sent drivers of his courtiers to Florence as ambassadors to treat of certain matters of great moment, and they being lodged in Messer Jerry's house, where he treats with them of the said affairs of the Pope, 'twas for some reason or other the wont of Messer Jerry and the ambassadors of the Pope to pass almost every morning by Santa Maria Ugi, where Sisti the baker had his bakehouse, and plied his craft in person. Now, albeit fortune had allotted him a very humble occupation, she had nevertheless prospered him therein to such a degree that he was grown most wealthy, and without ever aspiring to change it for another, lived in most magnificent style, having among his other good things a cellar of the best wines, white and red, that were to be found in Florence or the country parts. And marking Messer Jerry and the ambassadors of the Pope pass every morning by his door, he bethought him that, as 'twas very hot, 'twould be a very courteous thing to give them to drink of his good wine. But comparing his rank with that of Messer Jerry, he deemed it unseemly to presume to invite him, and cast about how he might lead Messer Jerry to invite himself. So, wearing always the whitest of doublets, and a spotless apron, he denoted rather the miller than the baker. He let bring every morning about the hour that he expected Messer Jerry and the ambassadors to pass by his door, a spick and span bucket of fresh and cool spring water, and a small Bolognese flagon of his good white wine, and 2 beakers that shone like silver, so bright were they. And there down he sat him, as they came by, and after hawking once or twice, fell a-drinking his wine with such gusto that 'twould have raised a thirst in a corpse. Which Messer Jerry, having observed on 2 successive mornings, said on the 3rd, "What is it, Sisty? Isn't it good?" Whereupon Sisty jumped up and answered, "Ay, sir, good it is, but in what degree I might no means make you understand unless you tasted it." Messer Jerry, in whom either the heat of the weather or unwonted fatigue, or perchance the gusto with which he had seen Sisty drink, had bred a thirst, turned to the ambassadors and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, 'twere well to test the quality of this worthy man's wine. It may be such that we shall not repent us." And so, in a body, they came up to see where Sisty stood, who, having caused a goodly bench to the beakers, said, "Stand back, comrades, and leave this office to me, for I know as well how to serve wine as to bake bread, and expect not to taste a drop yourselves." Which said, he washed 4 fine new beakers with his own hands, and having sent for a small flagon of his good wine, he heedfully filled the beakers and presented them to Messer Jerry and his companions, who deemed the wine the best that they had drunk for a good while. So Messer Jerry, having praised the wine not a little, came there to drink every morning with the ambassadors as long as they tarried with him. Now, when the ambassadors had received their congé and were about to depart, Messer Jerry gave a grand banquet, to which he bade some of the most honourable of the citizens, and also Sisty, who could by no means be induced to come. However, Messer Jerry bade one of his servants go fetch a flask of Sisty's wine, and serve half a beaker thereof to each guest at the first course. The servant, somewhat offended perhaps that he had not been suffered to taste any of the wine, took with him a large flask, which Sisty no sooner saw than, "Son," quoth he, "Messer Jerry does not send thee to me." And often as the servant affirmed that he did, he could get no other answer, wherewith he was fain at last to return to Messer Jerry. "Go, get thee back," said Messer Jerry, "and tell him that I do send thee to him, and if he answers thee so again, ask him to whom I send thee." So the servant came back and said, Sisty, Monsieur Jerry does for sure send me to thee. Son, answered Sisty, Monsieur Jerry does for sure not send thee to me. To whom then, said the servant, does he send me? To Arno, returned Sisty. Which being reported by the servant to Monsieur Jerry, the eyes of his mind were straightway opened, and, Let me see, quoth he to the servant, what flask it is thou takest there. And when he had seen it, Sisty says sooth, he added, and having sharply chidden him, he caused him take with him a suitable flask, which when Sisty saw, Now know I, quoth he, that 'tis indeed Monsieur Jerry that sends thee to me, and blithely filled it. And having replenished the rundlet that same day with wine of the same quality, he had it carried with due care to Monsieur Jerry's house, and followed after himself, where finding Monsieur Jerry, he said, I would not have you think, sir, that I was appalled by the great flask your servant brought me this morning. 'Twas but that I thought you had forgotten that which by my little beakers I gave you to understand, when you were with me of late, to wit, that this is no table wine, and so wished this morning to refresh your memory. Now, however, being minded to keep the wine no longer, I have sent you all I have of it to be henceforth entirely at your disposal. Monsieur Jerry set great store by Sisty's gift, and thanked him accordingly, and ever made much of him, and entreated him as his friend. End of Day 6, the second story. Recording by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast.
Day 6, the third story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 6, the third story. Monna nonne di Pulci, by a ready retort, silences the scarce seemly jesting of the Bishop of Florence.
Pampinia's story ended, and praise not a little bestowed on Sisty, alike for his apt speech and for his handsome present, the queen was pleased to call forthwith for a story from Lauretta, who blithely thus began.
Debonair my ladies, the excellency of wit, and our lack thereof, have been noted with no small truth, first by Pampinea, and after her by Philomela, to which topic 'twere bootless to return. Wherefore, to that which has been said touching the nature of wit, I purpose but to add one word, to remind you that its bite should be as a sheep's bite, and not as a dog's. For if it bite like a dog, 'tis no longer wit, but discourtesy. With which maxim the words of Madonna Oretta and the apt reply of Cisti accorded excellently. True indeed it is that if 'tis by way of retort, and one that has received a dog's bite gives the biter a like bite in return, it does not seem to be reprehensible, as otherwise it would have been. Wherefore one must consider how and when and on whom, and likewise where, one exercises one's wit. By ill observing which matters, one of our prelates did once upon a time receive no less shrewd a bite than he gave, as I will show you in a short story. While Messer Antonio d'Orso, a prelate both worthy and wise, was Bishop of Florence, there came thither a Catalan gentleman, Messer Diego de la Rata by name, being King Ruberto's marshal. Now, Dego being very goodly of person and inordinately fond of women, it so befell that of the ladies of Florence, she that he regarded with especial favour was the very beautiful niece of a brother of the said bishop. And having learned that her husband, though of a good family, was but a caitiff and avaricious in the last degree, he struck a bargain with him, that he should lie one night with the lady for 500 florins of gold. Whereupon he had the same number of popolins of silver, which were then current, gilded, and having lain with the lady, albeit against her will, gave them to her husband. Which coming to be generally known, the caitiff husband was left with the loss and the laugh against him, and the bishop, like a wise man, feigned to know naught of the affair. And so the bishop and the marshal being much together, it befell that on St. John's Day, as they rode side by side down the street whence they start to run the Palio, and took note of the ladies, the bishop espied a young gentlewoman, whom this present pestilence has reft from us, Monna Nonna de Pulci by name, a cousin of Messer Alesso Rinucci, whom you must all know, whom, for that she was lusty and fair, and of excellent discourse and good courage, and but just settled with her husband in Porta San Piero, the bishop presented to the marshal, and then, being close beside her, he laid his hand on the marshal's shoulder, and said to her, Nonna, what thinkest thou of this gentleman, that thou mightst make a conquest of him? Which words the lady resented as a gibe at her honour, and like to tarnish it in the eyes of those who were not a few, in whose hearing they were spoken. Wherefore, without bestowing a thought upon the vindication of her honour, but being minded to return blow for blow, she retorted hastily, Perchance, sir, he might not make a conquest of me, but if he did so, I should want good money. The answer stung both the marshal and the bishop to the quick, the one as contriver of the scurvy trick played upon the bishop's brother in regard of his niece, the other as thereby outraged in the person of his brother's niece, insomuch that they dared not look one another in the face, but took themselves off in shame and silence, and said never a word more to her that day. In such a case, then, the lady having received a bite, 'twas allowable in her wittily to return it. End of Day 6, the third story.
Day 6, the fourth story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 6, the fourth story. Cicibio, cook to Corrado Gianfigliazzi, owes his safety to a ready answer, whereby he converts Corrado's wrath into laughter, and evades the evil fate with which Corrado had threatened him.
Lauretta being now silent, all lauded Nonna to the skies, after which Neifile received the queen's command to follow suit, and thus began.
Albeit, loving ladies, ready wit not seldom ministers words apt and excellent and congruous with the circumstances of the speakers, 'tis also true that fortune at times comes to the aid of the timid, and unexpectedly sets words upon the tongue which in a quiet hour the speaker could never have found for himself. The which 'tis my purpose to show you by my story. Corrado Gianfigliazzi, as the eyes and ears of each of you may bear witness, has ever been a noble citizen of our city, open-handed and magnificent, and one that lived as a gentleman should with hounds and hawks, in which, to say nothing at present of more important matters, he found unfailing delight. Now, having one day hard by Peretola dispatched a crane with one of his falcons, finding it young and plump, he sent it to his excellent cook, a Venetian, Cicibio by name, bidding him roast it for supper, and make a dainty dish of it. Cicibio, who looked, as he was, a very green head, had dressed the crane and set it to the fire, and was cooking it carefully, when, the bird being all but roasted and the fumes of the cooking very strong, it so chanced that a girl, Brunetta by name, that lived in the same street, and of whom Cicibio was greatly enamoured, came into the kitchen, and perceiving the smell and seeing the bird, began coaxing Cicibio to give her a thigh. By way of answer, Cicibio fell a singing, "You get it not from me, Madame Brunetta, you get it not from me." Whereat Madame Brunetta was offended, and said to him, "By God, if thou givest it me not, thou shalt never have aught from me to pleasure thee." In short, there was not a little altercation, and in the end Cicibio, fain not to vex his mistress, cut off one of the crane's thighs and gave it to her. So the bird was set before Corrado and some strangers that he had at table with him, and Corrado, observing that it had but one thigh, was surprised, and sent for Cicibio, and demanded of him what was become of the missing thigh. Whereto the mendacious Venetian answered readily, "The crane, sir, has but one thigh and one leg." "What the devil!" rejoined Corrado in a rage. "So the crane has but one thigh and one leg? Think'st thou I never saw crane before this?" But Cicibio continued, "'Tis even so as I say, sir, and so please you, I will show you that so it is in the living bird." Corrado had too much respect for his guests to pursue the topic. He only said, "Since thou promisest to show me in the living bird what I have never seen or heard tell of, I bid thee do so to-morrow, and I shall be satisfied. But if thou fail, I swear to thee by the body of Christ that I will serve thee so that thou shalt ruefully remember my name for the rest of thy days." No more was said of the matter that evening, but on the morrow at daybreak, Corrado, who had by no means slept off his wrath, got up still swelling therewith, and ordered his horses, mounted Cicibio on a hackney, and saying to him, "We shall soon see which of us lied yesternight, thou or I," set off with him for a place where there was much water, beside which there were always cranes to be seen about dawn. Cicibio, observing that Corrado's ire was unabated, and knowing not how to bolster up his lie, rode by Corrado's side in a state of the utmost trepidation, and would gladly, had he been able, have taken to flight. But, as he might not, he glanced now ahead, now aback, now aside, and saw everywhere naught but cranes standing on 2 feet. However, as they approached the river, the very first thing they saw upon the bank was a round dozen of cranes, standing each and all on 1 foot, as is their wont when asleep. When Cicibio presently pointed out to Corrado, saying, "Now may you see well enough, sir, that 'tis true as I said yesternight, that the crane has but one thigh and one leg. Mark but how they stand over there." Whereupon Corrado, "Wait," quoth he, "and I will show thee that they have each thighs and legs twain." So having drawn a little nigher to them, he ejaculated, "Oh!" which caused the cranes to bring each the other foot to the ground, and after hopping a step or two, to take to flight. Corrado then turned to Cicibio, saying, "How now, rogue? Art satisfied that the bird has thighs and legs twain?" Whereto Cicibio, all but beside himself with fear, made answer, "Ay, sir, but you cried not 'Oh ho!' to our crane of yestereve. Had you done so, it would have popped its other thigh and foot forth, as these have done." Which answer Corrado so much relished, that all his wrath changed to jollity and laughter. "Cicibio," quoth he, "thou art right. Indeed I ought to have so done." Thus did Cicibio by his ready and jocund retort arrest impending evil, and make his peace with his master. End of Day 6, the 4th story. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Day 6, the fifth story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eugene Smith. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 6, the fifth story. Messer Forese de Rabatta and Master Giotto, the painter, journeying together from Mugello, deride one another's scurvy appearance.
Nay, Phila being silent, and the ladies having made very merry over Shisibio's retort, Pamphilo at the queen's command thus spoke.
Dearest ladies, if fortune, as Pampanea has shown us, does sometimes hide treasures most rich of native worth in the obscurity of base occupations, so, in like manner, 'tis not seldom found that nature has enshrined prodigies of wit in the most ignoble of human forms. Whereof a notable example is afforded by two of our citizens, of whom I purposed for a brief while to discourse. The one, Messer Forese da Rabatta by name, was short and deformed of person, and withal flat-cheeked and flat-nosed, insomuch that never a Baroncio had a visage so misshapen, but his would have showed as hideous beside it. Yet so conversant was this man with the laws, that by not a few of those well able to form an opinion, he was reputed a veritable storehouse of civil jurisprudence. The other, whose name was Giotto, was of so excellent a wit that, let nature, mother of all, operant ever by continual revolution of the heavens, fashion what she would, he, with his style and pen and pencil, would depict its like on such wise that it showed not as its like, but rather as the thing itself, insomuch that the visual sense of men did often err in regard thereof, mistaking for real that which was but painted. Wherefore, having brought back to light that art which had for many ages lain buried beneath the blunders of those who painted rather to delight the eyes of the ignorant than to satisfy the intelligence of the wise, he may deservedly be called one of the lights that compose the glory of Florence, and the more so, the more lowly was the spirit in which he won that glory, who, albeit he was, while he yet lived, the master of others, yet did ever refuse to be called their master. And this title that he rejected adorned him with a lustre the more splendid in proportion to the avidity with which it was usurped by those who were less knowing than he, or were his pupils. But for all the exceeding greatness of his art, yet in no particular had he the advantage of Messer Forese, either in form or in feature. But to come to the story. 'Twas in Mugello that Messer Forese, as likewise Giotto, had his country seat, whence, returning from a sojourn that he had made there during the summer vacation of the courts, and being, as it chanced, mounted on a poor jade of a draught horse, he fell in with the said Giotto, who was also on his way back to Florence, after a like sojourn on his own estate, and was neither better mounted, nor in any other wise better equipped, than Messer Forese. And so, being both old men, they jogged on together at a slow pace, and being surprised by a sudden shower, such as we frequently see fall in summer, they presently sought shelter in the house of a husbandman that was known to each of them, and was their friend. But after a while, as the rain gave no sign of ceasing, and they had a mind to be at Florence that same day, they borrowed of the husbandman 2 old cloaks of Romagnole cloth, and 2 hats, much the worse for age, there being no better to be had, and resumed their journey. Whereon they had not proceeded far, when, taking note that they were soaked through and liberally splashed with the mud cast up by their nags' hoofs, circumstances which are not of a kind to add to one's dignity, they, after a long silence, the sky beginning to brighten a little, began to converse, and Messer Forese, as he rode and hearkened to Giotto, who was an excellent talker, surveyed him sideways, and from head to foot, and all over, and seeing him in all points in so sorry and scurvy a trim, and recking naught of his own appearance, broke into a laugh, and said, "Giotto, would e'er a stranger that met us, and had not seen thee before, believe, think'st thou, that thou wert, as thou art, the greatest painter in the world?" Whereto Giotto answered promptly, "Methinks, sir, he might, if, scanning you, he gave you credit for knowing the ABC." Which hearing, Messer Forese recognized his error, and perceived that he had gotten as good as he brought. End of Day 6, the 5th story.
Day 6, the 6th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. The Decameron, by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 6, the 6th story. Michele Scalza proves to certain young men that the Baronci are the best gentlemen in the world and the Maremma, and wins a supper.
The ladies were still laughing over Giotto's ready retort, when the queen charged Fiammetta to follow suit, wherefore thus Fiammetta began.
Pamphilus' mention of the Baronci, who to you, damsels, are perchance not so well known as to him, has brought to my mind a story in which 'tis shown how great is their nobility, and for that it devolves no deviation from our rule of discourse, I am minded to tell it you. 'Tis no long time since there dwelt in our city a young man, Michele Scalza by name, the pleasantest and merriest fellow in the world, and the best furnished with quaint stories, for which reason the Florentine youth set great store in having him with them when they foregathered in company. Now it so befell that one day, he being with a party of them at Montughi, they fell a disputing together on this wise, to wit, who were the best gentlemen and of the longest descent in Florence. One said the Uberti, another the Lamberti, or some other family, according to the predilection of the speaker. Whereat Scalza began to smile, and said, "Now out upon you, blockheads that ye are, ye know not what ye say. The best gentleman and of longest descent in all the world and the Maremma, let alone Florence, are the Baronci by the common consent of all philosophers and all that know them as I do. And lest ye should otherwise conceive me, I say that 'tis of your neighbours the Baronci of Santa Maria Maggiore that I speak." Whereupon the young men, who had looked for somewhat else from him, said derisively, "Thou dost but jest with us, as if we did not know the Baronci as well as thou." Quoth Scalza, "By the Gospels I jest not, but speak sooth, and if there is any of you will wager a supper to be given to the winner and 6 good fellows whom he shall choose, I will gladly do the like, and, what is more, I will abide by the decision of such one of you as you may choose." Then said one of them, whose name was Neri Mannini, "I am ready to adventure this supper," and so they agreed together that Piero di Fiorentino, in whose house they were, should be judge, and hied them to him, followed by all the rest, eager to see Scalza lose, and triumph in his discomfiture, and told Piero all that had been said. Piero, who was a young man of sound sense, heard what Neri had to say, and then turning to Scalza, "And how," quoth he, "mayst thou make good what thou averest?" "I will demonstrate it," returned Scalza, "by reasoning so cogent that not only you, but he that denies it, shall acknowledge that I say sooth. You know, and so they were saying but now, that the longer men's descent, the better is their gentility, and I say that the Baronci are of longer descent, and thus better gentlemen than any other men. If, then, I prove to you that they are of longer descent than any other men, without a doubt the victory in this dispute will rest with me. Now you must know that when God made the Baronci, he was but a novice in his art, of which, when he made the rest of mankind, he was already master. And to assure yourself that herein I say sooth, you have but to consider the Baronci, how they differ from the rest of mankind, who all have faces well composed and duly proportioned, whereas of the Baronci you will see one with a face very long and narrow, another with a face inordinately broad, one with a very long nose, another with a short one with a protruding and upturned chin and great jaws like an ass's, and again there will be one that has one eye larger than its fellow, or set on a lower plane, so that their faces resemble those that children make when they begin to learn to draw. Whereby, as I said, 'tis plainly manifest that when God made them, he was but novice in his art, and so they are of longer descent than the rest of mankind, and by consequence better gentlemen. By which entertaining argument Piero the judge, and Neri, who had wagered the supper, and all the rest, calling to mind the Baronci's ugliness, were so tickled that they fell a-laughing, and averred that Scalza was in the right, and that he had won the wager, and that without a doubt the Baronci were the best gentlemen, and of the longest descent, not merely in Florence, but in the world and the Maremma to boot. Wherefore 'twas not without reason that Pamphilo, being minded to declare Messer Forese's ill-favouredness, said that he would have been hideous beside a Baroncio. End of Day 6, the 6th story.
Day 6, the 7th story of the Decameron. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 6, the 7th story. Madonna Philippa, being found by her husband with her lover, is cited before the court, and by a ready and jocund answer acquits herself, and brings about an alteration of the statute.
Fiammetta had been silent some time, but Scalza's novel argument to prove the preeminent nobility of the Baronci kept all still laughing, when the queen called for a story from Philostrato, who thus began:
Noble ladies, an excellent thing is apt speech on all occasions, but to be proficient therein I deem then most excellent when the occasion does most imperatively demand it, as was the case with the gentlewoman, of whom I propose to speak to you, who not only ministered gaiety and merriment to her heroes, but extricated herself, as you saw here, from the toils of an ignominious death. There was aforetime in the city of Prato a statute, no less censurable than harsh, which, making no distinction between the wife whom her husband took in adultery with her lover, and the woman found pleasuring a stranger for money, condemned both alike to be burned. While this statute was in force, it befell that a gentlewoman, fair and beyond measure enamoured, Madonna Philippa by name, was by her husband, Rinaldo de Pugliese, found in her own chamber one night in the arms of Lazarino de Guazzagliotri, a handsome young noble of the same city, whom she loved even as herself. Whereat Rinaldo, very wroth, scarce refrained from falling upon them and killing them on the spot, and indeed, but that he doubted how he should afterwards fare himself, he had given way to the vehemence of his anger, and so done. Nor, though he so far mastered himself, could he forbear recourse to the statute, thereby to compass that he might not otherwise lawfully compass, to wit, the death of his lady. Wherefore, having all the evidence needful to prove her guilt, he took no further counsel, but as soon as 'twas day, he charged the lady, and had her summoned. Like most ladies that are veritably enamoured, the lady was of high courage, and though not a few of her friends and kinsfolk sought to dissuade her, she resolved to appear to the summons, having Lifer die bravely, confessing the truth, then basely free, and for defiance of the law live in exile, and show herself unworthy of such a lover as had in her arms that night. And so, attended by many ladies and gentlemen, who all exhorted her to deny the charge, she came before the podesta, and with a composed air and unfaltering voice asked whereof he would interrogate her. The podesta, surveying her, and taking note of her extraordinary beauty and exquisite manners, and the high courage that her words evinced, was touched with compassion for her, fearing that she might make some admission, by reason whereof, to save his honor, he must needs do her to death. But still, as he could not refrain from examining her of which was laid to her charge, he said, "Madam, here, as you see, is your husband Rinaldo, who prefers a charge against you, alleging that he has taken you in adultery, and so he demands that, pursuant to a statute which is in force here, I punish you with death. But this I may not do, except you confess. Wherefore be very careful what you answer, and tell me if what your husband alleges against you be true." The lady, nowise dismayed, and in a tone not a little jocund, thus made answer: "True it is, sir, that Rinaldo is my husband, and that last night he found me in the arms of Lazarino, in whose arms for the whole-hearted love that I bear him I have oftentimes laid. Nor shall I ever deny, but as well I wot you know, the laws ought to be common and enacted with the common consent of all they affect, which conditions are wanting to this law, insomuch as it binds only us poor women, in whom to be liberal is much less reprehensible than it were in men. And therefore the consent of no woman was, I say not had, but so much as asked before 'twas made, for which reasons it justly deserves to be called a bad law. However, if in scathe of my body and your own soul you are minded to put it to force, 'tis your own affair; but I pray you, go not on to try this matter in any wise, until you have granted me this trifling grace, to wit, to ask my husband if I ever gainsaid him, and did not rather accord him, when and so often he crave it, complete enjoyment of myself." Whereto Rinaldo, having awaited the podesta's question, forthwith answered that assuredly the lady had granted him all that he had asked of her for his gratification. "Then," promptly continued the lady, "if he has ever had of me as much as sufficed for his solace, what was I or am I to do with the surplus? Am I to cast it to the dogs? Is it not better to bestow it on a gentleman that loves me more dearly than himself, than to suffer it to come to naught, or worse?" Which jocund question being heard by well nigh all the folk of Prato, who had flocked thither all agog to see a dame so fair and of such quality on her trial for such an offence, they laughed loud and long, and then all with one accord, and as with one voice, exclaimed that the lady was in the right, and said well; nor left they the court until, in concert with the podesta, they had so altered the harsh statute as thenceforth only such women as should wrong their husbands for money should be within its purview. Wherefore Rinaldo left the court, discomfited of his foolish enterprise, and the lady, blithe and free, as if rendered back to life from the burning, went home triumphant. End of Day 6, the 7th story.
Day 6, the 8th story of the Decameron. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 6, the 8th story. Fresco admonishes his niece not to look at herself in the glass if 'tis, as she says, grievous to her to see nasty folk.
It was not at first without some flutterings of shame, evinced by the modest blush mantling on their cheeks, that the ladies heard Philostratos' story, but afterwards, exchanging glances, they could scarce forbear to laugh, and hearkened tittering. However, when he had done, the queen turning to Emilia bade her follow suit. Whereupon Emilia, fetching a deep breath, as if she were roused from sleep, thus began.
Loving ladies, brooding thought has kept my spirit for so long time remote from here, that perchance I may make a shift to satisfy our queen with a much shorter story than would have been forthcoming but for my absence of mind, wherein I propose to tell you how a young woman's folly was corrected by her uncle with a pleasant jest, had she but had the sense to apprehend it. My story, then, is of one, Fresco da Celatico by name, that had a niece, Cesca, as she was playfully called, who, being fair of face and person, albeit she had none of those angelical charms that we ofttimes see, had so superlative a conceit of herself, that she had contracted a habit of disparaging both men and women, and all that she saw, entirely regardless of her own defects, though for odiousness, tiresomeness, and petulance she had not her match among women, insomuch that there was naught that could be done to her mind. Besides which, such was her pride, that had she been of the blood royal of France, 'twould have been inordinate. And when she walked abroad, so fastidious was her humour, that she was ever averting her head, as if there was never a soul she saw or met but reeked with a foul smell. Now one day, not to speak of other odious and tiresome ways that she had, it so befell that being come home, where Fresco was, she sat herself down beside him with a most languishing air, and did naught but fume and chafe. Whereupon, "Cesca," quoth he, "what means this, that, though 'tis a feast day, yet thou art come back so soon?" She, all but dissolved with her vapourish humours, made answer, "Why, the truth is, that I am come back early, because never, I believe, were there such odious and tiresome men and women in this city as there are to-day. I cannot pass a soul in the street that I loathe not like ill luck, and I believe there is not a woman in the world that is so distressed by the sight of odious people as I am, and so I am come home thus soon to avoid the sight of them." Whereupon Fresco, to whom his niece's bad manners were distasteful in the extreme, "Daughter," quoth he, "if thou loathe odious folk as much as thou sayest, thou wert best, so thou wouldst live happy, never to look at thyself in the glass." But she, empty as a reed, albeit in her own conceit a match for Solomon in wisdom, was as far as any sheep from apprehending the true sense of her uncle's jest, but answered that on the contrary she was minded to look at herself in the glass like other women. And so she remained, and yet remains, hidebound in her folly. End of Day 6, the 8th story.
Day 6, the 9th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 6, the 9th story. Guido Cavalcanti, by a quip, meetly rebukes certain Florentine gentlemen who had taken him at a disadvantage.
The queen, perceiving that Emilia had finished her story, and that none but she, and he who had the privilege of speaking last, now remained to tell, began on this wise.
Albeit debonair, my ladies, you have forestalled me today of more than two of the stories, of which I had thought to tell one, yet one is still left me to recount, which carries at the close of it a quip of such a sort that perhaps we have as yet heard not so pregnant. You are to know then that in former times there obtained in our city customs excellent and commendable not a few, whereof today not one is left to us, thanks to the greed which, growing with the wealth of our folk, has banished them all from among us. One of which customs was that in divers quarters of Florence the gentlemen that there resided would assemble together in companies of a limited number, taking care to include therein only such as might conveniently bear the expenses, and today one, another tomorrow, each in his turn for a day, would entertain the rest of the company, and so they would not seldom do honor to gentlemen from distant parts when they visited the city, and also to their fellow citizens, and in like manner they would meet together at least once a year, all in the same trim, and on the most notable days would ride together through the city, and now and again they would tilt together, more especially on the greater feasts, or when the city was rejoiced by tidings of victory or some other glad event. Among which companies was one of which Messer Betto Brunelleschi was the leading spirit, into which Messer Betto and his comrades had striven hard to bring Guido, son of Cavalcante de Cavalcanti, and not without reason, inasmuch as, beside being one of the best logicians in the world, and an excellent natural philosopher, qualities of which the company made no great account, he was without a peer for gallantry and courtesy and excellence of discourse and aptitude for all manners which he might set his mind to, and that belonged to a gentleman. And therewithal he was very rich, and when he deemed any worthy of honour, knew how to bestow it to the uttermost. But as Messer Betto had never been able to gain him over, he and his comrades supposed that 'twas because Guido, being addicted to speculation, was thereby estranged from men, and for that he was somewhat inclined to the opinion of the Epicureans. The vulgar averred that these speculations of his had no other scope than to prove that God did not exist. Now one day it so befell that, Guido being come, as was not seldom his wont, from Or San Michele by the Corso degli Adimari as far as San Giovanni, around which were then the great tombs of marble that are today in Santa Reparata, besides other tombs not a few, and Guido being between the columns of porphyry that are there and the tombs and the door of San Giovanni, which was locked, Messer Betto and his company came riding on to the piazza of Santa Reparata, and seeing him among the tombs, said, "Go we and flout him." So they set spurs to their horses, and making a mock onset were upon him almost before he saw them. Whereupon, "Guido," they began, "thou wilt be none of our company, but, lo now, when thou hast proved that God does not exist, what wilt thou have achieved?" Guido, seeing that he was surrounded, presently answered, "Gentlemen, you may say to me what you please in your own house." Thereupon he laid his hand on one of the great tombs, and being very nimble, vaulted over it, and so evaded them, and went his way, while they remained gazing in one another's faces, and some said that he had taken leave of his wits, and that his answer was but naught, seeing that the ground on which they stood was common to them with the rest of the citizens, and among them Guido himself. But Messer Betto, turning to them, "Nay, but," quoth he, "'tis ye that have taken leave of your wits, if ye have not understood him, for meetly and in few words he has given us never so shrewd a reprimand, seeing that if you consider it well, these tombs are the houses of the dead that are laid and tarry therein, which he calls our house, to show us that we and all other simple unlettered men are, in comparison of him and the rest of the learned, in sorrier case than dead men, and so being here we are in our own house." Then none was there but understood Guido's meaning, and was abashed, insomuch that they flouted him no more, and thenceforth reputed Messer Betto a gentleman of a subtle and discerning wit. End of Day 6, the 9th story.
Day 6, the 10th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 6. The 10th Story. Fra Cipollo promises to show certain country folk a feather of the angel Gabriel, in lieu of which he finds coals, which he avers to be those with which St. Lawrence was roasted.
All the company, save Dioneo, being delivered of their several stories, he wist that it was his turn to speak; wherefore, without awaiting any very express command, he enjoined silence on those that were commending Guido's pithy quip, and thus began.
Sweet my ladies, albeit 'tis my privilege to speak of what likes me most, I purpose not today to deviate from that theme whereon you have all discoursed most appositely; but, following in your footsteps, I am minded to show you with what adroitness and readiness of resource one of the friars of St. Anthony avoided a pickle that two young men had in readiness for him. Nor, if in order to do the story full justice I be somewhat prolix of speech, should it be burdensome to you, if you will but glance at the sun, which is yet in mid heaven. Certaldo, as perchance you may have heard, is a town of Valdezza within our countryside, which, small though it is, had in it aforetime people of rank and wealth. Thither, for that there he found good pasture, 'twas long the wont of one of the friars of St. Anthony to resort once every year, to collect the alms that fools gave him. Fra Cipollo, so hight the friar, met with a hearty welcome, no less perchance by reason of his name than for other cause, the onions produced in that district being famous throughout Tuscany. He was little of person, red-haired, jolly-visaged, and the very best of good fellows; and therewithal, though learning he had none, he was so excellent and ready a speaker that whoso knew him not would not only have esteemed him a great rhetorician, but would have pronounced him Tully himself, or perchance Quintilian, and in all the countryside there was scarce a soul to whom he was not either gossip, or friend, or lover. Being thus wont from time to time to visit Certaldo, the friar came there once upon a time in the month of August, and on a Sunday morning, all the good folk of the neighbouring farms being come to mass in the parish church, he took occasion to come forward and say, "Ladies and gentlemen, you wot 'tis your custom to send year by year to the poor of Baron Master St. Anthony somewhat of your wheat and oats, more or less according to the ability and devoutness of each, that blessed St. Anthony may save your oxen and asses and pigs and sheep from harm. And you are also accustomed, and especially those whose names are on the books of our confraternity, to pay your trifling annual dues, to collect which offerings I am hither sent by my superior, to wit, Master Abbot, wherefore, with the blessing of God, after none, when you hear the bells ring, you will come out of the church to the place where, in the usual way, I shall deliver you my sermon, and you will kiss the cross. And therewithal, knowing as I do that you are one and all most devoted to Baron Master St. Anthony, I will, by way of especial grace, show you a most holy and goodly relic, which I brought myself from the Holy Land overseas, which is none other than one of the feathers of the angel Gabriel, which he left behind him in the room of the Virgin Mary, when he came to make her the Annunciation in Nazareth." And having said thus much, he ceased, and went on with the mass. Now, among the many that were in the church, while Fra Cipollo made this speech, were two very wily young wags, the one Giovanni del Bragioniere by name, and the other Biagio Pizzini, who, although they were on the best of terms with Fra Cipollo, and much in his company, had a sly laugh together over the relic, and resolved to make game of him and his feather. So, having learnt that Fra Cipollo was to breakfast that morning in the town with one of his friends, as soon as they knew that he was at table, down they hied them into the street, and to the inn where the friar lodged, having complotted that Biagio should keep the friar's servant in play, while Giovanni made search among the friar's goods and chattels for this feather, whatever it might be, to carry it off, that they might see how the friar would afterwards explain the matter to the people. Now, Fra Cipollo had for servant one Guccio, whom some called by way of addition Balena, others Imbrata, others again Porco, and who was such a rascallion that sure it is that Lippo Topo himself never painted his like. Concerning whom Fra Cipollo would ofttimes make merry with his familiars, saying, My servant has 9 qualities, any one of which in Solomon, Aristotle, or Seneca would have been enough to spoil all their virtue, wisdom, and holiness. Consider, then, what sort of man he must be that has these 9 qualities, and yet never a mark of either virtue, or wisdom, or holiness. And being asked upon divers occasions what these 9 qualities might be, he strung them together in rhyme, and answered, I will tell you, lazy, uncleanly, and a liar he is, negligent, disobedient, and foul-mouthed, I wis, and reckless, and witless, and mannerless. And therewithal he has some other petty vices, which were best to pass over. And the most amusing thing about him is that wherever he goes he is for taking a wife and renting a house, and on the strength of a big, black, greasy beard, he deems himself so very handsome a fellow and seductive that he takes all the women that see him to be in love with him, and if he were left alone he would slip his girdle and run after them all. True it is that he is of great use to me, for that, be any minded to speak with me never so secretly, he must still have his share of the audience, and if perchance aught is demanded of me, such is his fear lest I should be at a loss what answer to make, that he presently replies, ay or no, as he deems meet. Now, when he left this knave at the inn, Fra Chipolo had strictly enjoined him on no account to suffer any one to touch aught of his, and least of all his wallet, because it contained the holy things. But Guccio Imbrata, who was fonder of the kitchen than any nightingale of the green boughs, and most particular if he espied there a maid, and in the host kitchen had caught sight of a coarse fat woman, short and misshapen, with a pair of breasts that showed as 2 buckets of muck, and a face that might have belonged to one of the Baronchi, all reeking with sweat and grease and smoke, left Fra Chipolo's room and all his things to take care of themselves, and like a vulture swooping down upon the carrion, was in the kitchen in a trice, where, though 'twas August, he sat him down by the fire, and fell a gossiping with Nuta, such was the maid's name, and told her that he was a gentleman by procuration, and had more florins than could be reckoned, besides those that he had to give away, which were rather more than less, and that he could do and say such things as never were or might be seen or heard for ever, Lord and a day, and all heedless of his cowl, which had as much grease upon it as would have furnished forth the cauldron of Altopascio, and of his rent and patched doublet, inlaid with filth about the neck and under the armpits, and so stained that it showed hues more various than did ever silk from Tartary or the Indies, and of his shoes that were all to pieces, and of his hose that were all in tatters. He told her, in a tone that would have become Sieur de Chatillon, that he was minded to rehabit her, and put her in trim, and raise her from her abject condition, and place her where, though she would not have much to call her own, at any rate she would have hope of better things, and with much more to the like effect. Which professions, though made with every appearance of good will, proved, like most of his schemes, insubstantial as air, and came to nothing. Finding Guccio Porco thus occupied with Nuta, the 2 young men gleefully accounted their work half done, and, none gainsaying them, entered Fra Chipolo's room, which was open, and lit at once upon the wallet, in which was the feather. The wallet opened, they found, wrapped up in many folds of taffeta, a little casket, on opening which they discovered one of the tail feathers of a parrot, which they deemed must be that which the friar had promised to show the good folk of Certaldo. And in sooth he might well have so imposed upon them, for in those days the luxuries of Egypt had scarce been introduced into Tuscany, though they have since been brought over in prodigious abundance, to the grave hurt of all Italy. And though some conversance with them there was, yet in those parts folk knew next to nothing of them, but adhering to the honest simple ways of their forefathers, had not seen, nay, for the most part, had not so much as heard tell of a parrot. So the young men, having found the feather, took it out with great glee, and looking around for something to replace it, they espied in a corner of the room some pieces of coal, wherewith they filled the casket, which they then closed, and having set the room in order exactly as they had found it, they quitted it unperceived, and hied them merrily off with the feather, and posted themselves where they might hear what Fra Chipolo would say when he found the coals in its stead. Mass said, the simple folk that were in the church went home with the tidings that the feather of the angel Gabriel was to be seen after noon, and this good man telling his neighbour, and that good wife her gossip, By the time every one had breakfasted, the town could scarce hold the multitude of men and women that flocked thither all agog to see this feather. Fra Cipolla, having made a hearty breakfast and had a little nap, got up shortly after noon, and marking the great concourse of country folk that were come to see the feather, sent word to Guccio Imbrata to go up there with the bells and bring him the wallet. Guccio, though it was with difficulty that he tore himself away from the kitchen and Nuta, hied him up with the things required; and though, when he got up, he was winded, for he was corpulent with drinking naught but water, he did Fra Cipolla's bidding by going to the church door and ringing the bells amain. When all the people were gathered about the door, Fra Cipolla, all unwitting that aught of his was missing, began his sermon, and after much said in glorification of himself, caused the Confiator to be recited with great solemnity, and 2 torches to be lit by way of preliminary to the showing of the feather of the angel Gabriel. He then bared his head, carefully unfolded the taffeta, and took out the casket, which, after a few prefatory words in praise and laudation of the angel Gabriel and his relic, he opened. When he saw that it contained naught but coals, he did not suspect Guccio Balena of playing the trick, for he knew that he was not clever enough. Nor did he curse him that his carelessness had allowed another to play it, but he only imprecated himself that he had committed his things to the keeping of one whom he knew to be negligent and disobedient, reckless and witless. Nevertheless, he changed not colour, but with face and hands upturned to heaven, he said, in a voice that all might hear, "O God, blessed be thy might for ever and ever." Then, closing the casket and turning to the people, "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "you ought to know that when I was yet a very young man, I was sent by my superior into those parts where the sun rises, and I was expressly bidden to search until I should find the privileges of porcellana, which, though they cost nothing to seal, are of much more use to others than to us. On which errand I set forth, taking my departure from Venice, and traversing the Borgo di Greci, and thence on horseback the realm of the Algarve, and so by Baldaccia I came to Parione, whence, somewhat athirst, I after a while got on to Sardinia. But wherefore go I about to enumerate all the lands in which I pursued my quest? Having passed the Straits of San Giorgio, I arrived at Trufia and Bufia, countries thickly populated and with great nations, whence I pursued my journey to Menzonia, where I met with many of our own brethren, and of other religious not a few, intent, one and all, on eschewing hardship for the love of God, making little account of others' toil, so that they might ensue their own advantage, and paying in naught but unminted coin throughout the length and breadth of the country. And so I came to the land of the Abruzzi, where the men and women go in pattens on the mountains, and clothe the hogs with their own entrails. And a little further on I found folk that carried bread in staves and wine in sacks. And leaving them, I arrived at the mountains of the Bacci, where all the waters run downwards. In short, I penetrated so far that I came at last to India Pastinaccia, where I swear to you by the habit that I wear, that I saw pruning hooks fly, a thing that none would believe that had not seen it. Whereof be my witness that I lie not, Maso de Saggio, that great merchant, whom I found there cracking nuts and selling the shells by retail. However, not being able to find that whereof I was in quest, because from thence one must travel by water, I turned back, and so came at length to the Holy Land, where in summer cold bread costs 4 deniers, and hot bread is to be had for nothing. And there I found the venerable father, Non mi blasmet se voi piace, the most worshipful patriarch of Jerusalem, who, out of respect for the habit that I have ever worn, to wit, that of Baron Master St. Anthony, was pleased to let me see all the holy relics that he had by him, which were so many that were I to enumerate them all I should not come to the end of them in some miles. However, not to disappoint you, I will tell you a few of them. In the first place, then, he showed me the finger of the Holy Spirit, as whole and entire as it ever was, and the tuft of the seraph that appeared to St. Francis, and one of the nails of the cherubim, and one of the ribs of the verbum cario, hie thee to the casement, and some of the vestments of the Holy Catholic faith, and some of the rays of the star that appeared to the Magi in the east, and a phial of the sweat of St. Michael, a battling with the devil, and the jaws of death of St. Lazarus, and other relics. And for that I gave him a liberal supply of the acclivities of Monte Morello in the Vulgar, and some chapters of the Capriccio, of which he had long been in quest, he was pleased to let me participate in his holy relics, and gave me one of the teeth of the Holy Cross, and in a small phial a bit of the sound of the bells of Solomon's temple, and this feather of the angel Gabriel, whereof I have told you, and one of the patterns of San Gerardo de Villamagna, which not long ago I gave at Florence to Gerardo de Monsi, who holds him in prodigious veneration. He also gave me some of the coals with which the most blessed martyr St. Lawrence was roasted. All which things I devoutly brought thence, and have them all safe. True it is that my superior hath not hitherto permitted me to show them, until he should be certified that they are genuine. However, now that this is avouched by certain miracles wrought by them, of which we have tidings by letter from the patriarch, he has given me leave to show them. But, fearing to trust them to another, I always carry them with me, and, to tell you the truth, I carry the feather of the angel Gabriel, lest it should get spoiled, in a casket, and the coals with which St. Lawrence was roasted in another casket, which caskets are so like the one to the other that not seldom I mistake one for the other, which has befallen me on this occasion. For whereas I thought to have brought with me the casket wherein is the feather, I have brought instead that which contains the coals. Nor deem I this a mischance. Nay, methinks 'tis by the interposition of God, and that he himself put the casket of coals in my hand. For I mind me that the feast of St. Lawrence falls but 2 days hence. Wherefore God, being minded that by showing you the coals with which he was roasted, I should rekindle in your souls the devotion that you ought to feel towards him, guided my hand not to the feather which I meant to take, but to the blessed coals that were extinguished by the humours that exuded from that most holy body. And so, blessed children, bear your heads, and devoutly draw nigh to see them. But first of all I would have you know that whoso has the sign of the cross made upon him with these coals may live secure for the whole of the ensuing year, that fire shall not touch him, that he feel it not. Having so said, the friar, chanting a hymn in praise of St. Lawrence, opened the casket and showed the coals. Whereon the foolish crowd gazed awhile in awe and reverent wonder, and then came pressing forward in a mighty throng about Fra Cipolla with offerings beyond their wont, each and all praying him to touch them with the coals. Wherefore Fra Cipolla took the coals in his hand, and set about making on their white blouses, and on their doublets, and on the veils of the women, crosses as big as might be, averring the while that whatever the coals might thus lose would be made good to them again in the casket, as he had often proved. On this wise, to his exceeding great profit, he marked all the folk of Certaldo with the cross, and, thanks to his ready wit and resource, had his laugh at those who, by robbing him of the feather, thought to make a laughing stock of him. They, indeed, being among his hearers, and marking his novel expedient, and how voluble he was, and what a long story he made of it, laughed till they thought their jaws would break. And when the congregation was dispersed, they went up to him, and never so merrily told him what they had done, and returned him his feather, which next year proved to be no less lucrative to him than that day the coals had been. End of Day 6, the 10th story.
Day the 6th, the conclusion of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by H. M. Rigg. Day the 6th. The conclusion. Immense was the delight and diversion which this story afforded to all the company alike, and great and general was the laughter over Fra Cipolla, and more especially at his pilgrimage, and the relics, as well those that he had but seen as those that he had brought back with him. Which being ended, the Queen, taking note that therewith the close of their sovereignty was come, stood up, took off the crown, and set it on Dioneo's head, saying with a laugh, "'Tis time, Dioneo, that thou prove the weight of the burden of having ladies to govern and guide. Be thou king then, and let thy rule be such, that when 'tis ended, we may have cause to commend it." Dioneo took the crown, and laughingly answered, "Kings worthier far than I you may well have seen many a time ere now. I speak of the kings in chess. But let me have of you that obedience which is due to a true king, and of a surety I will give you to taste of that solace, without which perfection of joy there may not be in any festivity. But enough on this. I will govern as best I may." Then, as was the wont, he sent for the seneschal and gave him particular instruction how to order matters during the term of his sovereignty, which done, he said, "Noble ladies, such and so diverse has been our discourse of the ways of men and their various fortunes, that but for the visit that we had a while ago from Madame Lekiska, who by what she said has furnished me with matter of discourse for tomorrow, I doubt I had been not a little put to it to find a theme. You heard how she said that there was not a woman in her neighborhood whose husband had her virginity, adding that well she knew how many and what manner of tricks they, after marriage, played their husbands. The first count we may well leave to the girls whom it concerns. The second, methinks, should prove a diverting topic. Wherefore I ordain that, taking our cue from Madame Lekiska, we discourse tomorrow of the tricks that either for love or for their deliverance from peril ladies have heretofore played their husbands, and whether they were by the said husbands detected or no. To discourse of such a topic, some of the ladies deemed unmeet for them, and besought the king to find another theme. But the king made answer, "Ladies, what manner of theme I have prescribed I know as well as you, nor was I to be diverted from prescribing it by that which you now think to declare unto me. For I wot the times are such that so only men and women have a care to do naught that is unseemly, 'tis allowable to them to discourse of what they please. For in sooth, as you must know, so out of joint are the times that the judges have deserted the judgment seat, the laws are silent, and ample license to preserve his life as best he may is accorded to each and all. Wherefore, if you are somewhat less strict of speech than is your wont, not that aught unseemly in act may follow, but that you may afford solace to yourselves and others, I see not how you can be open to reasonable censure on the part of any. Furthermore, naught that has been said from the first day to the present moment has, methinks, in any degree sullied the immaculate honour of your company, nor, God helping us, shall aught ever sully it. Besides, who is there that knows not the quality of your honour, which were proof, I make no doubt, against not only the seductive influence of diverting discourse, but even the terror of death? And to tell you the truth, whoso wist that you refused to discourse of these like matters for a while, would be apt to suspect that it was but for that you had yourselves erred in like sort. And truly a goodly honour would you confer upon me, obedient as I have ever been to you, if after making me your king and your lawgiver, you were to refuse to discourse of the theme which I prescribe. Away then with the scruple fitter for low minds than yours, and let each study how she may give us a goodly story, and fortune prosper her therein." So spake the king, and the ladies, hearkening, said that, even as he would, so it should be. Whereupon he gave all leave to do as they might be severally minded until the supper hour. The sun was still quite high in the heaven, for they had not enlarged in their discourse. Wherefore, Dioneo with the other gallants being set to play at dice, Elisa called the other ladies apart and said, There is a nook hard by this place, where I think none of you has ever been. 'Tis called the Ladies' Vale, whither, ever since we have been here, I have desired to take you, but time meet I have not found until to-day, when the sun is still so high. If then you are minded to visit it, I have no manner of doubt that, when you are there, you will be very glad you came. The ladies answered that they were ready, and so, saying no to the young men, they summoned one of their maids and set forth. Nor had they gone much more than a mile when they arrived at the Vale of Ladies. They entered it by a very straight gorge, through which there issued a rivulet, clear as crystal, and a sight than which naught more fair and pleasant, especially at that time when the heat was great, could be imagined, met their eyes. Within the valley, as one of them afterwards told me, was a plain about half a mile in circumference, and so exactly circular that it might have been fashioned according to the compass, though it seemed a work of nature's art, not man's. It was girdled about by 6 hills of no great height, each crowned with a palace that shewed as a goodly little castle. The slopes of the hills were graduated from summit to base after the manner of the successive tiers, ever abridging their circle, that we see in our theatres, and as many as fronted the southern rays were all planted so close with vines, olives, almond trees, cherry trees, fig trees, and other fruit-bearing trees not a few, that there was not a hand's breadth of vacant space. Those that fronted the north were in like manner covered with copses of oak saplings, ashes, and other trees, as green and straight as might be. Besides which the plain, which was shut in on all sides, save that on which the ladies had entered, was full of firs, cypresses, and bay trees, with here and there a pine, in order and symmetry so meet and excellent, as had they been planted by an artist, the best that might be found in that kind, wherethrough, even when the sun was in the zenith, scarce a ray of light might reach the ground, which was all one lawn of the finest turf, pranked with the hyacinths and divers other flowers. Add to which, nor was there aught there more delightsome, a rivulet, that issuing from one of the gorges between the 2 hills, descended over ledges of living rock, making, as it fell, a murmur most gratifying to the ear, and seen from a distance, shewed as a spray of finest powdered quicksilver, and no sooner reached the little plain than it was gathered into a tiny channel, by which it sped with great velocity to the middle of the plain, where it formed a diminutive lake, like the fish-ponds that townsfolk sometimes make in their gardens, when they have occasion for them. The lake was not so deep, but that a man might stand therein with his breast above the water, and so clear, so pellucid was the water that the bottom, which was of the finest gravel, shewed so distinct, that one, had he wished, who had naught better to do, might have counted the stones. Nor was it only the bottom that was to be seen, but such a multitude of fishes, glancing to and fro, as was at once delight and a marvel to behold. Bank it had none, but its margin was the lawn, to which it imparted a goodlier freshness. So much of the water as it might not contain was received by another tiny channel, through which, issuing from the vale, it glided swiftly to the plain below. To which pleasaunce the damsels being come surveyed it with roving glance, and finding it commendable, and marking the lake in front of them, did, as it was very hot, and they deemed themselves secure from observation, resolve to take a bath. So having bidden their maid wait and keep watch over the access to the vale, and give them warning if haply any should approach it, they all 7 undressed and got into the water, which to the whiteness of their flesh was even such a whale as fine glass is to the vermeil of the rose. They being thus in the water, the clearness of which was thereby in no wise affected, did presently begin to go thither and thither after the fish, which had much ado where to bestow themselves so as to escape out of their hands. In which diversion they spent some time, and caught a few, and then they hid them out of the water, and dressed them again, and bethinking them that it was time to return to the palace, they began slowly sauntering thither, dilating much as they went upon the beauty of the place, albeit they could not extol it more than they had already done. It was still quite early when they reached the palace, so that they found the gallants yet at play where they had left them. To whom quoth Pampinea with a smile, "We have stolen a march upon you to-day." "So," replied Dioneo, "'tis with you do first and say after." "Ay, my lord," returned Pampinea, and told him at large whence they came, and what the place was like, and how far it was off, and what they had done. What she said of the beauty of the spot begat in the king a desire to see it. Wherefore he straightway ordered supper, whereof, when all had gaily partaken, the three gallants parted from the ladies, and hied them with their servants to the whale, where none of them had ever been before, and having marked all its beauties, extolled it as scarce to be matched in all the world. Then, as the hour was very late, they did but bathe, and as soon as they had resumed their clothes, returned to the ladies, whom they found dancing a carol to an air that Fiammetta sang. Which done, they conversed of the lady's whale, waxing eloquent in praise thereof, insomuch that the king called the seneschal, and bade him have some beds made ready, and carried thither on the morrow, that any that were so minded might there take their siesta. He then had lights and wine and comfits brought, and when they had taken a slight refection, he bade all address them to the dance. So at his behest Pamphilo led a dance, and then the king, turning with gracious mien to Elisa, "Fair damsel," quoth he, "it was thou to-day didst me this honour of the crown, and it is my will that thine to-night be the honour of the song. Wherefore sing us whatsoever thou hast most lief." "That gladly will I," replied Elisa smiling, and thus with dulcet voice began:
If of thy talents, love, be quit I may, I deem it scarce can be, but other fangs I may elude for aye. Service I took with thee, a tender maid, in thy war thinking perfect peace to find, and all my arms upon the ground I laid, yielding myself to thee with trustful mind. Thou, harpy tyrant, whom no faith may bind, eftsoons didst swoop on me, and with thy cruel claws madest me thy prey. Then thy poor captive, bound with many a chain, thou tookest and gavest to him whom fate did call hither my death to be, for that in pain and bitter tears I waste away this thrall. Nor have I ever sigh or tear let fall, so harsh a lord is he that him inclines a jot my grief to allay. My prayers upon the idle air are spent, he hears not, will not hear, wherefore in vain the more each hour my soul doth her torment. Nor may I die, albeit to die were gain. Ah, Lord, have pity of my bitter pain. Help have I none but thee, then take and bind, and at my feet him lay. But if thou wilt not, do my soul but loose from hope, that her still binds with triple chain. Sure, O my Lord, this prayer thou wilt not refuse, the which so thou to grant me do but deign, I look my wonted beauty to regain, and banish misery with those roses white and red, bedecked and gay.
So with a most piteous sigh ended Elisa her song, whereat all wondered exceedingly, nor might any conjecture wherefore she so sang. But the king, who was in a jolly humour, sent for Tindaro, and bade him out with his cornemuse, and caused them tread many a measure thereto, until, No small part of the night being thus spent, he gave leave to all to betake them to rest. End of conclusion of Day 6.
Day 7. The Introduction of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by M. Rigg. Day 7. The Introduction. Endeth here the 6th day of the Decameron, beginneth the 7th, in which, under the rule of Dioneo, discourse is had of the tricks which, either for love or for their deliverance from peril, ladies have heretofore played their husbands, and whether they were by the said husbands detected or no. Fled was now each star from the eastern sky, save only that which we call Lucifer, which still glowed in the whitening dawn, when up rose the seneschal, and with a goodly baggage train hied him to the Lady's Vale, there to make all things ready according to the ordinance and the commandment of the king. Nor was it long after his departure that the king rose, being awaked by the stir and bustle that the servants made in lading the horses; and being risen he likewise roused all the ladies and the other gallants. And so, when as yet it was scarce clear daybreak, they all took the road, nor seemed it to them that the nightingales and the other birds had ever chanted so blithely as this morning. By which hour they were attended to the Lady's Vale, where they were greeted by other warblers not a few, that seemed rejoiced at their arrival. Roving about the vale, and surveying its beauties afresh, they rated them higher than on the previous day, as indeed the hour was more apt to shew them forth. Then with good wine and comfits they broke their fast, and that they might not lag behind the songsters, they fell a singing, whereto the vale responded, ever echoing their strains, nor did the birds, as minded not to be beaten, fail to swell the chorus with notes of unwonted sweetness. However, breakfast time came, and then the tables being laid under a living canopy of trees, and besides other goodly trees that fringed the little lake, they sat them down in order as to the king seemed meet. So they took their meal, glancing from time to time at the lake, where the fish darted to and fro in multitudinous shoals, which afforded not only delight to their eyes, but matter for converse. Breakfast ended, and the tables removed, they fell a singing again more blithely than before. After which, there being set in divers places about the little vale, beds which the discreet seneschal had duly furnished and equipped, within and without with store of French coverlets, and other bed gear, all that were so minded, had leave of the king to go to sleep; and those that cared not to sleep might betake them, as each might choose, to any of their wonted diversions. But all at length being risen, and the time for addressing them to the story telling being come, the king had carpets spread on the sward no great way from the place where they had breakfasted, and all having set them down beside the lake, he bade Emilia begin, which, blithe and smiling, Emilia did on this wise. End of Introduction of the 7th Day.
Day 7, the first story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 7, the first story. Gianni Letteringhi hears a knocking at his door at night. He awakens his wife, who persuades him that 'tis the bogey, which they fall to exercising with a prayer, whereupon the knocking ceases. My lord, glad indeed had I been that, saving your good pleasure, some other than I had had precedence of discourse upon so goodly a theme as this of which we are to speak. I doubt I am but chosen to teach others confidence, but such being your will, I will gladly obey it. and my endeavour shall be, dearest ladies, to tell you somewhat that may be serviceable to you in the future. For if you are, as I am, timorous, and that most especially of the bogey, which God wot I know not what manner of thing it may be, nor yet have found any that knew, albeit we are all alike afraid of it, you may learn from this my story how to put it to flight, should it intrude upon you, with a holy, salutary, and most efficacious orison. That dwelt of yore at Florence, in the quarter of San Pancrazio, a master spinner, Giovanni Lotharingi by name, one that had prospered in his business, but had little understanding of aught else, insomuch that being somewhat of a simpleton, he had many a time been chosen leader of the band of laud singers of Santa Maria Novella, and had charge of their school, and not a few like offices had he often served, upon which he greatly plumed himself. Howbeit, 'twas all for no other reason than that, being a man of substance, he gave liberal doles to the friars, who, for what they got thereof, this one hose, another a cloak, and a third a hood, would teach him good orisons, or give him the paternoster in the vernacular, or the chant of St. Alexis, or the lament of St. Bernard, or the laud of Lady Matilda, or the like sorry stuff, which he greatly prized, and guarded with jealous care, deeming them all most conducive to the salvation of his soul. Now our simple master spinner had a most beautiful wife, and amorous withal, her name Monatessa. Daughter she was of Manuccio dalla Cuccola, and not a little knowing and keen-witted, and being enamoured of Federigo di Neri Pergolotti, a handsome and lusty gallant, as he also of her, she, knowing her husband's simplicity, took counsel with her maid, and arranged that Federigo should come to chat with her at a right goodly pleasure-house that the said Giovanni had at Camerata, where she was wont to pass the summer. Giovanni coming now and again to sup and sleep, and going back in the morning to his shop, or maybe to his laud singers. Federigo, who desired nothing better, went up there punctually on the appointed day about vespers, and, as the evening passed without Giovanni making his appearance, did most comfortably, and to his no small satisfaction, sup and sleep with the lady, who, lying in his arms, taught him that night some 6 of her husband's lauds. But as neither she nor Federigo was minded that this beginning should also be the end of their intercourse, and that it might not be needful for the maid to go each time to make the assignation with him, they came to the following understanding: to wit, that as often as he came and went between the house and an estate that he had a little higher up, he should keep an eye on a vineyard that was beside the house, where he would see an ass's head stuck on one of the poles of the vineyard, and as often as he observed the muzzle turned towards Florence, he might visit her without any sort of misgiving, and if he found not the door open, he was to tap it thrice, and she would open it. And when he saw the muzzle of the ass's head turned towards Fiesole, he was to keep away, for then Giovanni would be there. Following which plan, they foregathered not seldom. But on one of these evenings, when Federigo was to sup with Monatessa on 2 fat capons that she had boiled, it so chanced that Giovanni arrived there unexpectedly and very late, much to the lady's chagrin. So she had a little salt meat boiled apart, on which she supped with her husband, and the maid by her orders carried the 2 boiled capons, laid in a spotless napkin, with plenty of fresh eggs and a bottle of good wine, into the garden, to which there was access otherwise than from the house, and where she was wont at times to sup with Federigo. And there the maid set them down at the foot of a peach tree that grew beside a lawn. But in her vexation she forgot to tell the maid to wait till Federigo should come and let him know that Giovanni was there, and he must take his supper in the garden. And she and Giovanni and the maid were scarce gone to bed when Federigo came and tapped once at the door, which being hard by the bedroom, Giovanni heard the tap, as did also the lady, albeit that Giovanni might have no reason to suspect her, she feigned to be asleep. Federigo waited a little, and then gave a second tap, whereupon, wondering what it might mean, Giovanni nudged his wife, saying, "Tessa, dost thou hear what I hear? Methinks some one has tapped at our door." The lady, who had heard the noise much better than he, feigned to wake up, and, "How? What sayst thou?" quoth she. "I say," replied Giovanni, "that meseems some one has tapped at our door." "Tapped at it?" quoth the lady. "Alas, my Giovanni, wotst thou not what that is? 'Tis the bogey, which for some nights past has so terrified me as never was, insomuch that I never hear it but I pop my head under the clothes and venture not to put it out again until 'tis broad day." "Come, come, wife," quoth Giovanni, If such it is, be not alarmed, for before we got into bed I repeated the Telutsis, the Intemerata, and divers other good orisons, besides which I made the sign of the cross in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit at each corner of the bed, wherefore we need have no fear that it may avail to hurt us, whatever be its power. The lady, lest Federigo, perchance suspecting our rival, should take offence, resolved to get up and let him understand that Gianni was there, so she said to her husband, "Well, well, so sayest thou, but I for my part shall never deem myself safe and secure unless we exercise it, seeing that thou art here." "Oh," said Gianni, "and how does one exercise it?" "That," quoth the lady, "I know right well, for the other day, when I went to Fiesole for the pardoning, one of those anchoresses, the saintliest creatures, my Gianni, God be my witness, knowing how much afraid I am of the bogey, taught me a holy and salutary orison, which she said she had tried many a time before she was turned anchoress, and always with success. God wot, I should never have had courage to try it alone, but as thou art here, I propose that we go exercise it together." Gianni made answer that he was quite of the same mind, so up they got and stole to the door, on the outside of which Federigo, now suspicious, was still waiting. And as soon as they were there, "Now," quoth the lady to Gianni, "thou wilt spit when I tell thee." "Good," said Gianni, whereupon the lady began her orison, saying, "Bogey, bogey that goes by night, tail erect thou camest, tail erect take thy flight. Hie thee to the garden, and the great peach before, grease upon grease, and droppings 50 of my hand shalt thou find. Set the flask thy lips to, then away like the wind, and no scath unto me or my Gianni do." And when she had done, "Now, Gianni," quoth she, "spit," and Gianni spat. There was no more room for jealousy in Federigo's mind as he heard all this from without; nay, for all his disappointment, he was like to burst with suppressed laughter, and when Gianni spat, he muttered under his breath, "Now out with thy teeth." The lady, having after this fashion thrice exercised the bogey, went back to bed with her husband. Federigo, disappointed of the supper that he was to have had with her, and apprehending the words of the orison aright, hied him to the garden, and having found the 2 capons and the wine and the eggs at the foot of the peach tree, took them home with him, and supped very comfortably. And many a hearty laugh had he and the lady over the exorcism during their subsequent intercourse. Now, true it is that some say that the lady had in fact turned the ass's head towards Fiesole, but that a husbandman, passing through the vineyard, had given it a blow with his stick, whereby it had swung round, and remained fronting Florence. And so it was that Federigo thought that he was invited, and came to the house, and that the lady's orison was on this wise: "Bogey, a God's name away thee high, for whoever turned the ass's head, 'twas not I. Another it was, foul for his eyne, and here am I with Gianni mine." Wherefore Federigo was fain to take himself off, having neither slept nor supped. But a neighbour of mine, a lady well advanced in years, tells me that, by what she heard when she was a girl, both stories are true, but that the latter concerned not Gianni Lotharingi, but one Gianni di Nello, that lived at Porta San Piero, and was no less a numbskull than Gianni Lotharingi. Wherefore, dear my ladies, you are at liberty to choose which exorcism you prefer, or take both if you like. They are both of extraordinary and approved virtue in such cases, as you've heard. Get them by heart, therefore, and they may yet stand you in good stead. End of Day 7, the first story.
Day 7, the second story of the Decameron. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 7, the second story. Her husband returning home, Peronella bestows her lover in a tun, which, being sold by her husband, she avers to have been already sold by herself to one that is inside examining it to be sound. Whereupon the lover jumps out and causes the husband to scour the tun for him, and afterwards to carry it to his house.
Great, indeed, was the laughter with which Emilia's story was received, which being ended, and her orison commended by all as good and salutary, the king bade Philostrato follow suit, and thus Philostrato began.
Dearest my ladies, so much are the tricks that men play you, and most of all your husbands, that, when from time to time it so befalls that some lady plays her husband a trick, the circumstance, whether it come from your own cognizance, or be told you by another, should not only give you joy, but should incite you to publish it on all hands, that men may beware that, knowing as they are, their ladies also, on their part, know somewhat, which cannot be serviceable to you. For that one does not rashly essay to take another with guile, whom one wots not to lack that quality. Can we doubt then that, should but the converse that we hold today touching this matter should be bruited about among men, 'twould serve but a most notable check upon the tricks they play you, by doing them the wit of the tricks which you in like manner have been so minded may play them? Wherefore 'tis my intention to tell you in what manner a young girl, albeit she was but of low rank, did, on the spur of the moment, beguile her husband to her own deliverance. 'Twas not long time since at Naples a poor man, a mason by craft, took to wife a fair and amorous maiden, Perenella was her name, who eked out by spinning what her husband made by his craft; and so the pair managed as best they might on very slender means. And, as chance would have it, one of the gallants of the city, taking note of this Perenella one day, and being mightily pleased with her, fell in love with her, and by this means and that so prevailed that he won her to accord him her intimacy. Their times of foregathering they concerted as follows, to wit, that, her husband being wont to rise betimes of a morning to go to work or seek for work, the gallant was to be where he might see him go forth, and the street where she dwelt, which was called Avario, being scarcely inhabited, was to come into the house as soon as her husband was well out of it, and so times not a few they did. But one of these occasions it befell that, the good man being gone forth, and Gianello Signario, such was the gallant's name, being come into the house, and being with Perenella, after a while, back came the good man, though 'twas not his wont to return until the day was done, and finding the door locked, he knocked, and after knocking he fell a-saying to himself, O God be praised, thy name for ever, for that, albeit thou hast ordained that I be poor, at least thou hast accorded me the consolation of a good and honest girl for wife. Mark what haste she made to shut the door when I was gone, that none else might enter to give her trouble. Now Perenella knew by his knock that 'twas her husband, wherefore, Alas, Gianello mine, quoth she, I am a dead woman, for lo, here is my husband, foul fall him! Come back. What it may import I know not, for he is never wont to come back at this hour; perchance he caught sight of thee as thou camest in. However, for the love of God, be it as it may, get thee into this tun that thou seest here, and I will open to him, and we shall see what is the occasion of his sudden return this morning. So Gianello forthwith got into the tun, and Perenella went to the door, and let in her husband, and gave him black looks, saying, This is indeed a surprise, that thou art back so soon this morning. By what I see thou hast a mind to make this a holiday, that thou returnest tools in hand. If so, what are we to live on? Whence shall we get bread to eat? Thinkest thou I will let thee pawn my gown and other bits of clothes? Day and night I do naught else but spin, insomuch that the flesh is falling away from my nails, that at least I may have oil enough to keep our lamp alight. Husband, husband, there is never a woman in the neighborhood but marvels and mocks at me, that I am at such labor and pains, and thou comest home with me with thy hands hanging idle, when thou shouldest be at work. Which said, she fell a weeping, and repeating, Alas, alas, woe's me! In what evil hour was I born? In what luckless moment came I hither? I, that might have had so goodly a young man, I would not, to take up with one that bestows never a thought on her whom he made his wife. Other women have a good time with their lovers, and never a one have we here but has two or three. They take their pleasure, and make their husbands believe that the moon is the sun. And I, alas, that I am an honest woman, and have no such casual amours. I suffer, and am hard bested. I know not why I provide not myself with one of these lovers, as others do. Give good heed, husband, to what I say. Were I disposed to dishonour thee, I were at no loss to find the man. For here are gallants enough that love me and court me, and have sent me many an offer of money. No stint, or dresses, or jewels, should I prefer them, but my pride would never suffer it, because I was not born a woman of that sort. And now thou comest home to me when thou oughtest be at work. Whereto the husband said, Wife, wife, for God's sake distress not thyself. Thou shouldest give me credit for knowing what manner of woman thou art, as indeed I have partly seen this morning. True it is that I went out to work, but 'tis plain that thou knowest not, as indeed I knew not, that today is the feast of Saint Galeone, and a holiday, and that is why I have come home at this hour. But nevertheless I have found means to provide us with bread for more than a month, for I have sold to this gentleman, whom you seest with me, the tun thou wottest of, seeing that it has encumbered the house for so long, and he has given me 5 gigalots for it. Quoth then Perenella, And this but adds to my trouble, that our man, and goest abroad, and shouldest know affairs, hast sold for 5 gigalots a tun, which I, that am but a woman, and was scarce ever out of doors, have, for that it took up so much room in the house, sold it for 7 gigalots to a good man, that but now, as thou camest back, got therein to see if it were sound. So hearing, the husband was overjoyed, and said to the man that was come to take it away, Good man, I wish thee God speed, for, as thou hearest, my wife has sold the tun for 7 gigalots, whereas thou gavest me only 5. Whereupon, So be it, said the good man, and took himself off. Then Perenella said to her husband, Now, as thou art here, come up and arrange the matter with the good man. Now Gianello, who meanwhile had been all on the alert to discover if there were aught he ought to fear or be on his guard against, no sooner heard Perenella's last words than he sprung out of the tun, and feigning to know naught of her husband's return, began thus, Where art thou, good dame? Whereto the husband coming up answered, Here I am, what wouldest thou of me? Quoth Gianello, And who art thou? I would speak with the lady with whom I struck the bargain for this tun. Then said the good man, Have no fear, you can deal with me, for I am her husband. Quoth then Gianello, The tun seems to me sound enough, but I think that you must have let the lees remain in it, for 'tis all encrusted with I know not what that is so dry that I cannot raise in it the nail, wherefore I am not minded to take it unless I first see it scoured. Whereupon Perenella, To be sure, thou shalt not hinder the bargain, my husband will scour it clean. Well and good, said the husband. So he laid down his tools, stripped himself to his vest, sent for a light and a rasp, and was in the tun, scraping away in a trice. Whereupon Perenella, as if she were curious to see what he did, thrust her head into the vent of the tun, which was of no great size, and therewithal one of her arms up to the shoulder, and fell a-saying, Scrape here, and there too, and look, there is a bit left here. So, she being in this posture, directing and admonishing her husband, Gianello, who had not that morning fully satisfied his desire, when the husband arrived, now seeing that as he would, he might not, brought his mind to his circumstances, and resolved to take his pleasure as he might. Wherefore he made up to the lady, who completely blocked the vent of the tun, and even on such wise as on the open champaign the wild and lusty horses do amorously assail the mares of Parthia, he sated his youthful appetite. And so it was that almost at the same moment that he did so, and was off, the tun was scoured, the husband came forth, and Perenella withdrew her head from the vent, and turning to Gianello said, Take this light, good man, and see if it is scoured to thy mind. Whereupon Gianello, looking into the tun, said that it was in good turn, and that he was well content, and paid the husband the 7 gigalots, and caused him to carry the tun to his house. End of Day 7, the second story.
Day 7, the third story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 7, the third story. Fra Rinaldo lies with his gossip. Her husband finds him in the room with her, and they make him believe that he was curing his godson of worms by a charm.
Philostrato knew not how so to veil what he said touching the mayors of Parthia, but that the keen-witted ladies laughed thereat, making as if it was at somewhat else. However, his story being ended, the king called for one from Elisa, who, all obedience, thus began.
Debonair, my ladies, we heard from Emilia how the boogie is exercised, and it brought to my mind a story of another incantation. 'Tis not indeed so good a story as hers, but as no other germane to our theme occurs to me at present, I will relate it. You are to know then that there dwelt aforetime at Siena a young man right gallant and of honourable family, his name Rinaldo, who being in the last degree enamoured of one of his neighbours, a most beautiful gentlewoman and the wife of a rich man, was not without hopes that if he could but find means to speak with her privately, he might have of her all that he desired. But seeing no way, and the lady being pregnant, he cast about how he might become her child's godfather. Wherefore, having ingratiated himself with her husband, he broached the matter to him in as graceful a manner as he might, and 'twas arranged. So Rinaldo, being now godfather to Madonna Agnesa's child, and having a more colourable pretext for speaking to her, took courage and told her in words that message of his heart which she had long before read in his eyes. But though 'twas not displeasing to the lady to hear, it availed him but little. Now not long afterwards it so befell that, whatever may have been his reason, Rinaldo betook him to friarage, and whether it was that he found good pasture therein, or what not, he persevered in that way of life. And though for a while after he was turned friar he laid aside the love he bore his gossip and certain other vanities, yet in course of time, without putting off the habit, he resumed them, and began to take a pride in his appearance, and to go dressed in fine clothes, and to be quite the trim gallant, and to compose songs and sonnets and ballads, and to sing them, and to make a brave show in all else that pertained to his new character. But why enlarge upon our Fra Rinaldo of whom we speak? What friars are there that do not the like? Ah, opprobrium of a corrupt world! Sleek-faced and sanguine, daintily clad, dainty in all their accessories, they ruffle it shamelessly before the eyes of all, showing, not as doves, but as insolent cocks with raised crest and swelling bosom, and, what is worse, to say naught of the vases full of electuaries and unguents, the boxes packed with divers comfits, the pitchers and phials of artificial waters and oils, the flagons brimming with Malmsey and Greek and other wines of finest quality, with which their cells are so packed that they show not as the cells of friars, but rather as apothecaries' or perfumers' shops. They blush not to be known to be gouty, flattering themselves that other folk wot not that long fasts, and many of them, and coarse fare, and little of it, and sober living, make men lean and thin, and for the most part healthy, or if any malady come thereof, at any rate 'tis not the gout, the wanted remedy for which is chastity, and all beside that belongs to the regimen of a humble friar. They flatter themselves too that others wot not that over and above the meagre diet, long vigils, and orisons, and strict discipline, ought to mortify men and make them pale, and that neither Saint Dominic nor Saint Francis went clad in stuff dyed in grain or any other goodly garb, but in coarse woolen habits, innocent of the dyer's art, made to keep out the cold, and not for show. To which matters 'twere well God had a care, no less than to the souls of the simple folk by whom our friars are nourished. Fray Rinaldo then, being come back to his first affections, took to visiting his gossip very frequently, and gaining confidence, began with more insistence than before to solicit her to that which he craved of her. So, being much urged, the good lady, to whom Fray Rinaldo perhaps seemed now more handsome than of yore, had recourse one day, when she felt herself unusually hard pressed by him, to the common expedient of all that would fain concede what is asked of them, and said, "Oh, but Fray Rinaldo, do friars then do this sort of thing?" "Madam," replied Fra Rinaldo, "when I divest myself of this habit, which I shall do easily enough, you will see that I am a man, furnished as other men, and no friar." Whereto, with a truly comical air, the lady made answer, "Alas, woe's me! You are my child's godfather. How might it be? Nay, but 'twere a very great mischief, and many a time I have heard that 'tis a most heinous sin, and without a doubt, were it not so, I would do as you wish." "If," said Fra Rinaldo, "you forego it for such a scruple as this, you are a fool for your pains. I say not that 'tis no sin, but there is no sin so great but God pardons it, if one repent. Now tell me, whether is more truly father to your son, I that beheld him at the font, or your husband that begot him?" "My husband," replied the lady. "Sooth say you," returned the friar, "and does not your husband lie with you?" "Why, yes," said the lady. "Then," rejoined the friar, "I that am less truly your son's father than your husband, ought also to lie with you, as does your husband." The lady was no logician, and needed little to sway her. She therefore believed, or feigned to believe, that what the friar said was true. So, "Who might avail to answer your words of wisdom?" quoth she, and presently forgot the godfather in the lover, and complied with his desires. Nor had they begun their course to end it forthwith, but under cover of the friar's sponsorship, which set them more at ease, as it rendered them less open to suspicion, they foregathered again and again. But on one of these occasions it so befell that Fray Rinaldo, being come to the lady's house, where he espied none else save a very pretty and dainty little maid that waited on the lady, sent his companion away with her into the pigeon house, there to teach her the paternoster, while he and the lady, holding her little boy by the hand, went into the bedroom, locked themselves in, got them on to a divan that was there, and began to disport them. And while thus they sped the time, it chanced that the father returned, and, before any was aware of him, was at the bedroom door, and knocked, and called the lady by her name. Whereupon, "'Tis as much as my life is worth," quoth Madonna Agnesa. "Lo, here is my husband, and the occasion of our intimacy cannot but be now apparent to him." "Sooth say you," returned Fra Rinaldo, who was undressed, that is to say, had thrown off his habit and hood, and was in his tunic. "If I had but my habit and hood on me in any sort, 'twould be another matter; but if you let him in, and he finds me thus, 'twill not be possible to put any face on it." But with an inspiration as happy as sudden, "Now get them on you," quoth the lady, "and when you have them on, take your godson in your arms, and give good heed to what I shall say to him, that your words may accord with mine, and leave the rest to me." The good man was still knocking, when his wife made answer, "Coming, coming." And so up she got, and put on a cheerful countenance, and hied her to the door, and opened it, and said, "Husband mine, well indeed was it for us that in came Fra Rinaldo our sponsor. 'Twas God that sent him to us, for in sooth but for that we had today lost our boy. Which the poor simpleton almost swooned to hear, and, How so? quoth he. O husband mine, replied the lady, he was taken but now, all of a sudden, with a fainting fit, so that I thought he was dead, and what to do or say I knew not, had not Fray Rinaldo, our sponsor, come just in the nick of time, and set him on his shoulder, and said, Gossip, 'tis that he has worms in his body, and getting, as they do, about the heart, they might only too readily be the death of him. But fear not, I will say a charm that will kill them all, and before I take my leave you will see your boy as whole as you ever saw him. And because, to say certain of the prayers, thou shouldst have been with us, and the maid knew not where to find thee, he caused his companion to say them at the top of the house, and he and I came in here. And for that 'tis not meet for any but the boy's mother to assist at such a service, that we might not be troubled with any one else, we locked the door, and he yet has him in his arms. And I doubt not that he only waits till his companion have said his prayers, and then the charm will be complete, for the boy is already quite himself again. The good simple soul, taking all this for sooth, and overwrought by the love he bore his son, was entirely without suspicion of the trick his wife was playing him, and heaving a great sigh, said, I will go look for him. Nay, replied the wife, go not, thou wilt spoil the efficacy of the charm. Wait here, I will go see if thou mayst safely go, and will call thee. Whereupon Fray Rinaldo, who had heard all that passed, and was in his canonicals, and quite at his ease, and had the boy in his arms, having made sure that all was as it should be, cried out, Gossip, do I not hear the father's voice out there? Ay, indeed, sir, replied the simpleton. Come in then, said Fra Rinaldo. So in came the simpleton. Whereupon quoth Fra Rinaldo, I restore to you your boy, made whole by the grace of God, whom but now I scarce thought you would see alive at vespers. You will do well to have his image fashioned in wax, not less than life size, and set it for a thanksgiving to God before the statue of Master Saint Ambrose, by whose merits you have this favour of God. The boy, catching sight of his father, ran to him with joyous greetings, as little children are wont, and the father, taking him in his arms, and weeping as if he were restored to him from the grave, fell by turns a kissing him, and thanking his godfather that he had cured him. Fra Rinaldo's companion, who had taught the maid not one paternoster only, but peradventure 4 or more, and by giving her a little purse of white thread that a nun had given him, had made her his devotee, no sooner heard Fra Rinaldo call the simpleton into his wife's room, than he stealthily got him to a place whence he might see and hear what was going on. Observing that the affair was now excellently arranged, he came down and entered the chamber, saying, Fra Rinaldo, those 4 prayers that you bade me say, I have said them all. Then well done, my brother, quoth Fra Rinaldo, well breathed must thou be. For my part, I had but said 2 when my gossip came in. But what with thy travail and mine, God of his grace has vouchsafed us the healing or the boy. The simpleton then had good wine and comfits brought in, and did the honours to the godfather and his companion, in such sort as their occasion did most demand. He then ushered them forth of the house, commending them to God, and without delay had the waxen image made, and directed it to be set up, with the others, in front of the statue of Saint Ambrose, not, be it understood, Saint Ambrose of Milan. End of Day 7, the 3rd story.
Day 7, the 4th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 7, the 4th story. Tophano one night locks his wife out of the house. She, finding that by no entreaties may she prevail upon him to let her in, feigns to throw herself into a well, throwing therein a great stone. Tophano hies him forth out of the house and runs to the spot. She goes into the house and locks him out and hurls abuse at him from within.
The king no sooner wist that Eliza's story was ended, than, turning to Lauretta, he signified his will that she should tell somewhat, wherefore without delay she began.
O love, how great and signal is thy potency! How notable thy stratagems, thy devices! Was there ever, shall there ever be, philosopher or adept, competent to inspire, counsel, and teach in such sort as thou, by thine unpremeditated art, dost tutor those that follow thy lead? Verily laggard teachers are they all in comparison of thee, as by the matters heretofore set forth may very well be understood. To which store I will add, loving ladies, a stratagem used by a woman of quite ordinary understanding, and of such a sort that I know not by whom she could have been taught it, save by love. Know then, that there dwelt aforetime at Arezzo a rich man, Tophano by name, who took to wife Monna Ghita, a lady exceeding fair, of whom, for what cause he knew not, he presently grew jealous. Whereof the lady, being ware, waxed resentful, and having on divers occasions demanded of him the reason of his jealousy, and gotten from him naught precise, but only generalities and trivialities, resolved at last to give him cause enough to die of that evil which without cause he so much dreaded. And being ware that a gallant, whom she deemed well worthy of her, was enamoured of her, she, using due discretion, came to an understanding with him, which being brought to the point that it only remained to give effect to their words in act, the lady cast about to devise how this might be. And witting that, among other bad habits that her husband had, he was too fond of his cups, she would not only commend indulgence, but cunningly and not seldom incite him thereto, insomuch that well nigh as often as she was so minded, she led him to drink to excess, and when she saw that he was well drunken, she would put him to bed, and so not once only, but divers times without any manner of risk, she foregathered with her lover. Nay, presuming upon her husband's intoxication, she grew so bold, that not content with bringing her lover into her house, she would at times go spend a great part of the night with him at his house, which was not far off. Now, such being the enamoured lady's constant practice, it so befell that the dishonoured husband took note that while she egged him on to drink, she herself never drank a drop, whereby he came to suspect the truth, to wit, that the lady was making him drunk, that afterwards she might take her pleasure while he slept. And being minded to put his surmise to the proof, one evening, having drunken naught all day, he mimicked never so drunken a sot, both in speech and in carriage. The lady, deeming him to be really as he appeared, and that 'twas needless to ply him with liquor, presently put him to bed. Which done, she, as she at times was wont, hied her forth to her lover's house, where she tarried until midnight. Tophano no sooner perceived that his wife was gone, than up he got, hied him to the door, locked it, and then posted himself at the window to observe her return, and let her know that he was ware of her misconduct. So there he stood until the lady returned, and finding herself locked out, was annoyed beyond measure, and sought to force the door open. Tophano let her try her strength upon it a while, and then,
"Madam,"
quoth he,
"'tis all to no purpose, thou canst not get in. Go, get thee back thither where thou hast tarried all this while, and rest assured that thou shalt never recross this threshold until I have done thee such honour as is meet for thee in the presence of thy kinsfolk and neighbours."
Thereupon the lady fell entreating him to be pleased to open to her for the love of God, for that she was not come whence he supposed, but had only been passing the time with one of her gossips, because the nights were long, and she could not spend the whole time either in sleep or in solitary watching. But her supplications availed her nothing, for the fool was determined that all Arezzo should know their shame, whereof as yet none wist aught. So, as 'twas idle to entreat, the lady assumed a menacing tone, saying,
So thou open not to me, I will make thee the saddest man alive.
Whereto Tophano made answer,
And what then canst thou do?
The lady, her wits sharpened by love, rejoined,
Rather than endure the indignity to which thou wouldst unjustly subject me, I will cast myself into the well hard by here, and when I am found dead there, all the world will believe that 'twas thou that didst it in thy cups, and so thou wilt either have to flee and lose all that thou hadst and be outlawed, or forfeit thy head as guilty of my death, as indeed thou wilt be.
But for all she said, Tophano wavered not a jot in his foolish purpose. So at last,
Lo now,
quoth the lady,
I can no more abide thy surly humour. God forgive thee. I leave thee my distaff here, which be careful to bestow in a safe place.
So saying, away she hied her to the well, and, the night being so dark that wayfarers could scarce see one another as they passed, she took up a huge stone that was by the well, and ejaculating, God forgive me, dropped it therein. Tophano, hearing the mighty splash that the stone made as it struck the water, never doubted that she had cast herself in. So, bucket and rope in hand, he flung himself out of the house and came running to the well to her rescue. The lady had meanwhile hidden herself hard by the door, and seeing him make for the well, was in the house in a trice, and having locked the door, hied her to the window, and greeted him with,
"'Tis while thou art drinking, not now when the night is far spent, that thou shouldst temper thy wine with water."
Thus derided, Tophano came back to the door, and finding his ingress barred, began adjuring her to let him in. Whereupon, changing the low tone she had hitherto used for one so shrill that was well nigh a shriek, she broke out with,
"By the holy rood, tedious, drunken sot that thou art, thou gettest no admittance here to-night. Thy ways are more than I can endure. 'Tis time I let all the world know what manner of man thou art, and at what hour of the night thou comest home."
Tophano, on his part, now grew angry, and began loudly to upbraid her, insomuch that the neighbours, aroused by the noise, got up, men and women alike, and looked out of the windows, and asked what was the matter. Whereupon the lady fell a-weeping, and saying,
"'Tis this wicked man, who comes home drunk at even, or falls asleep in some tavern, and then returns at this hour. Long and to no purpose have I borne with him, but 'tis now past endurance, and I have done him this indignity of locking him out of the house, in the hope that perchance it may cause him to mend his ways."
Tophano, on his part, told, dolt that he was, just what had happened, and was mighty menacing. Whereupon,
"Now, mark," quoth the lady to the neighbours, "the sort of man he is. What would you say if I were as he is in the street, and he were in the house as I am? God's faith, I doubt you would believe what he said. Hereby you may gauge his sense. He tells you that I have done just what, I doubt not, he has done himself. He thought to terrify me by throwing I know not what into the well, wherein would to God he had thrown himself indeed, and drowned himself, whereby the wine, of which he has taken more than enough, had been watered to some purpose."
The neighbours, men and women alike, now with one accord gave tongue, censuring Tophano, throwing all the blame upon him, and answering what he alleged against the lady with loud recrimination. And, in short, the brute, passing from neighbour to neighbour, reached at last the ears of the lady's kinsfolk, who hied them to the spot, and being apprised of the fare, from this, that, and the other of the neighbours, laid hands on Tophano, and beat him till he was black and blue from head to foot. Which done, they entered his house, stripped it of all that belonged to the lady, and took her home with them, bidding Tophano look for worse to come. Thus hard bested, and ruing the plight in which his jealousy had landed him, Tophano, who loved his wife with all his heart, set some friends to work to patch matters up, whereby he did, in fact, induce his lady to forgive him and live with him again, albeit he was fain to promise her never again to be jealous, and to give her leave to amuse herself to her heart's content, provided she use such discretion that he should not be ware of it. On such wise, like the churl and booby that he was, being despoiled, he made terms. Now long live love, and perish war and all that wage it. End of Day 7, the 4th story.
Day 7, the 5th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 7, the 5th story. A jealous husband disguises himself as a priest, and hears his own wife's confession. She tells him that she loves a priest, who comes to her every night. The husband posts himself at the door to watch for the priest, and meanwhile the lady brings her lover in by the roof, and tarries with him.
When Lauretta had done speaking, and all had commended the lady, for that she had done well, and treated her caitiff husband as he had deserved, the king, not to lose time, turned to Fiammetta, and graciously bade her take up her parable, which she did on this wise.
Most noble ladies, the foregoing story prompts me likewise to discourse of one of these jealous husbands, deeming that they are justly requited by their wives, more especially when they grow jealous without due cause. And had our legislators taken account of everything, I am of opinion that they would have visited ladies in such a case with no other penalty than such as they provide for those that offend in self-defence, seeing that a jealous husband does cunningly practice against the life of his lady, and most assiduously machinate her death. All the week the wife stays at home, occupied with her domestic duties, after which, on the day that is sacred to joy, she, like every one else, craves some solace, some peace, some recreation, not unreasonably, for she craves but what the husbandmen take in the fields, the craftsmen in the city, the magistrates in the courts, nay, what God himself took when he rested from all his labours on the 7th day, and which laws human and divine, mindful alike of the honour of God and the common well-being, have ordained, appropriating certain days to work and others to repose. To which ordinance these jealous husbands will in no wise conform; on the contrary, by then most sedulously secluding their wives, they make those days, which to all other women are gladsome, to them most grievous and dolorous. And what an affliction it is to the poor creatures, they alone know who have proved it. For which reason, to sum up, I say that a wife is rather to be commended than censured, if she take her revenge upon a husband that is jealous without cause. Know then that at Rimini there dwelt a merchant, a man of great substance in lands and goods and money, who, having most beautiful woman to wife, waxed inordinately jealous of her, and that for no better reason than that, loving her greatly, and esteeming her exceeding fair, and knowing that she did her utmost endeavour to pleasure him, he must needs suppose that every man loved her, and esteemed her fair, and that she, moreover, was as zealous to stand well with every other man as with himself, whereby you may see that he was a poor creature, and of little sense. Being thus so deeply infected with jealousy, he kept so strict and close watch over her, that some, maybe, have lain under sentence of death, and been less rigorously confined by their warders. 'Twas not merely that the lady might not go to a wedding, or a festal gathering, or even to church, or indeed set foot out of doors of any sort, but she dared not so much as show herself at a window, or cast a glance outside the house, no matter for what purpose. Wherefore she led a most woeful life of it, and found it all the harder to bear because she knew herself to be innocent. Accordingly, seeing herself evilly entreated by her husband without good cause, she cast about how for her own consolation she might devise means to justify his usage of her. And for that, as she might not show herself at the window, there could be no interchange of amorous glances between her and any man that passed along the street. But she wist that in the next house there was a goodly and debonair gallant. She bethought that, if there were but a hole in the wall that divided the two houses, she might watch thereat until she should have sight of the gallant on such wise that she might speak to him, and give him her love, if he cared to have it, and, if so it might be contrived, foregather with him now and again, and after this fashion relieve the burden of her woeful life, until such time as the evil spirit should depart from her husband. So peering about, now here, now there, when her husband was away, she found in a very remote part of the house a place, where, by chance, the wall had a little chink in it. Peering through which, she made out, though not without great difficulty, that on the other side was a room, and said to herself, if this were Filippo's room, Filippo was the name of the gallant, her neighbour, I should be already half-way to my goal. So cautiously, through her maid, who was grieved to see her thus languish, she made quest, and discovered that it was indeed the gallant's room, where he slept quite alone. Wherefore she now betook her frequently to the aperture, and whenever she was ware that the gallant was in the room, she would let fall a pebble or the like trifle, whereby at length she brought the gallant to the other side of the aperture to see what the matter was. Whereupon she softly called him, and he, knowing her voice, answered, and so, having now the opportunity she had sought, she in few words opened to him all her mind. The gallant, being overjoyed, wrought at the aperture on such wise that albeit none might be ware thereof, he enlarged it, and there many a time they held converse together, and touched hands, though further they might not go by reason of the assiduous watch that the jealous husband kept. Now towards Christmas the lady told her husband that, if he approved, she would fain go on Christmas morning to church, and confess and communicate, like other Christians. And what sins, quoth he, hast thou committed, that wouldst be shriven? How? returned the lady, dost thou take me for a saint? For all thou keepest me so close, thou must know very well that I am like all other mortals. However, I am not minded to confess to thee, for that thou art no priest. Her husband, whose suspicions were excited by what she had said, cast about how he might discover these sins of hers, and having bethought him of what seemed an apt expedient, made answer that she had his consent, but he would not have her go to any church but their own chapel, where she might hie her betimes in the morning, and confess either to their own chaplain, or some other priest that the chaplain might assign her, but to none other, and presently return to the house. The lady thought she half understood him, but she answered only that she would do as he required. Christmas morning came, and with the dawn the lady rose, dressed herself, and hied her to the church appointed by her husband, who also rose and hied him to the same church, where he arrived before her, and having already concerted matters with the priest that was in charge, he forthwith put on one of the priest's robes, with a great hood overshadowing the face, such as we see priests wear, and which he pulled somewhat forward, and so disguised he seated himself in the choir. On entering the church the lady asked for the priest, who came, and learning that she was minded to confess, said that he could not hear her himself, but would send her one of his brethren. So away he hied him, and sent her, in an evil hour for him, her husband. For though he wore an air of great solemnity, and 'twas not yet broad day, and he had pulled a hood well over his eyes, yet all did not avail, but that the lady forthwith recognized him, and said to herself, God be praised! Why, the jealous rogue is turned priest, but leave it to me to give him that whereof he is in quest. So she feigned not to know him, and seated herself at his feet. I should tell you that he had put some pebbles in his mouth, that his speech, being impeded, might not betray him to his wife, and in all other respects he deemed himself so thoroughly disguised that there was naught whereby she might recognize him. Now, to come to the confession, the lady, after informing him that she was married, told him, among other matters, that she was enamoured of a priest, who came every night to lie with her. Which to hear was to her husband as if he was stricken through the heart with a knife, and had it not been that he was bent on knowing more, he would have forthwith given over the confession and taken himself off. However, he kept his place, and "How?" said he to the lady, "does not your husband lie with you?" The lady replied in the affirmative. "How then," quoth the husband, "can the priest also lie with you?" "Sir," replied she, "what art the priest employs I know not, but door there is none, however well locked, in the house, that comes not open at his touch, and he tells me that, being come to the door of my room, before he opens it, he says certain words, whereby my husband forthwith falls asleep, whereupon he opens the door and enters the room and lies with me, and so 'tis always, without fail." "Then 'tis very wrong, madam, and you must give it up altogether," said the husband. "That, sir," returned the lady, "I doubt I can never do, for I love him too much." "In that case," quoth the husband, "I cannot give you absolution." "The pity of it!" ejaculated the lady. "I came not hither to tell you falsehoods. If I could give it up, I would." "Madam," replied the husband, "indeed I am sorry for you, for I see that you're in a fair way to lose your soul. However, this I will do for you, I will make special supplication to God on your behalf, and perchance you may be profited thereby. And from time to time I will send you one of my young clerks, and you will tell him whether my prayers have been of any help to you, or no, and if they have been so, I shall know what to do next." "Nay, sir," quoth the lady, "do not so, send no man to me at home, for should my husband come to know it, he is so jealous that nothing in the world would ever disabuse him of the idea that he came but for an evil purpose, and so I should have no peace with him all the year long." "Madam," returned the husband, "have no fear; rest assured that I will so order matters that you shall never hear a word about it from him." "If you can make sure of that," quoth the lady, "I have no more to say." And so, her confession ended, and her penance enjoined, she rose and went to mass, while the luckless husband, fuming and fretting, hasted to divest himself of his priest's trappings, and then went home, bent upon devising some means to bring the priest and his wife together, and take his revenge upon them both. When the lady came home from church, she read in her husband's face that she had spoiled his Christmas for him, albeit he dissembled to the uttermost lest she should discover what he had done, and supposed himself to have learned. His mind was made up to keep watch for the priest that very night by his own front door. So to the lady he said, "I have to go out tonight to sup and sleep. So thou wilt take care that the front door, and the mid-stair door, and the bedroom door are well locked, and for the rest thou mayst go to bed at thine own time." "Well and good," replied the lady, and as soon as she was able, off she hied her to the aperture, and gave the wonted signal, which Filippo no sooner heard than he was at the spot. The lady then told him what she had done in the morning, and what her husband had said to her after breakfast, adding, "Sure I am that he will not stir out of the house, but will keep watch beside the door, wherefore contrive to come in tonight by the roof, that we may be together." "Madam," replied the gallant, nothing loath, "trust me for that." Night came. The husband armed and noiselessly hid himself in a room on the ground floor. The lady locked all the doors, being especially careful to secure the mid-stair door, to bar her husband's ascent. And in due time the gallant, having found his way cautiously enough over the roof, they got them to bed, and there had solace of one another and a good time, and at daybreak the gallant hied him back to his house. Meanwhile the husband, rueful and supperless, half dead with cold, kept his armed watch beside the door, momently expecting the priest for the best part of the night. But towards daybreak, his powers failing him, he lay down and slept in the ground-floor room. 'Twas hard upon tierce when he awoke, and the front door was then open, so, making as if he had just come in, he went upstairs and breakfasted. Not long afterwards he sent to his wife a young fellow, disguised as the priest's underling, who asked her if he of whom she wist had been with her again. The lady, who quite understood what that meant, made answer that he had not come that night, and that if he continued to neglect her so, 'twas possible he might be forgotten, though she had no mind to forget him. Now, to make a long story short, the husband passed many a night in the same way, hoping to catch the priest as he came in, the lady and her gallant meanwhile having a good time. But at last the husband, being able to stand it no longer, sternly demanded of his wife what she had said to the priest the morning when she was confessed. The lady answered that she was not minded to tell him, for that 'twas not seemly or proper so to do. Whereupon, "Sinful woman," quoth the husband, "in thy despite, I know what thou saidst to him, and know I must, and will, who this priest is, of whom thou art enamoured, and who by dint of his incantations lies with thee at nights, or I will sluice thy veins for thee." "'Tis not true," replied the lady, "that I am enamoured of a priest." "How?" quoth the husband, "saidst thou not as much to the priest that confessed thee?" "Thou canst not have had it from him," rejoined the lady. "Wast thou then present thyself? For sure I never told him so." "Then tell me," quoth the husband, "who this priest is, and lose no time about it." Whereat the lady began to smile, and "I find it not a little diverting," quoth she, "that a wise man would suffer himself to be led by a simple woman as a ram is led by the horns to the shambles. Albeit no wise man art thou, not since that fatal hour when thou gavest harbourage in thy breast, thou wist not why, to the evil spirit of jealousy. And the more foolish and insensate thou art, the less glory have I. Deemest thou, my husband, that I am as blind of the bodily eye as thou art of the mind's eye? Nay, but for sure I am not so. I knew at a glance the priest that confessed me, and that 'twas even thyself. But I was minded to give thee that of which thou wast in quest, and I gave it thee. Howbeit, if thou hadst been the wise man thou takest thyself to be, thou wouldst not have chosen such a way as that to worm out thy good lady's secrets, nor wouldst thou have fallen a prey to a baseless suspicion, but wouldst have understood that what she confessed was true, and she all the while guiltless. I told you that I loved a priest, and wast not thou, whom I love, though ill enough dost thou deserve it, turned priest? I told thee that there was no door in my house but would open when he was minded to lie with me. And when thou wouldst fain have access to me, what door was ever closed against thee? I told thee that the priest lay nightly with me, and what night was there that thou didst not lie with me? Thou sentest thy young clerk to me, and thou knowest that, as often as thou hadst not been with me, I sent word that the priest had not been with me. Who but thou, that hast suffered jealously to blind thee, would have been so witless as not to read such a riddle? But thou must needs mount guard at night beside the door, and think to make me believe that thou hadst gone out to sup and sleep. Consider thy ways, and court not the mockery of those that know them as I do, but turn a man again as thou wast wont to be. And let there be no more of this strict restraint in which thou keepest me, for I swear to thee by God that, if I were minded to set horns on thy brow, I should not fail so to take my pastime, that thou wouldst never find it out, though thou hadst 100 eyes, as thou hast but 2. Thus admonished, the jealous caitiff, who had flattered himself that he had very cunningly discovered his wife's secret, was ashamed and made no answer save to commend his wife's wit and honour. And thus, having cause for jealousy, he discarded it as he had erstwhile been jealous without cause. And so the adroit lady had, as it were, a charter of indulgence, and needed no more to contrive for her lover to come to her over the roof like a cat, but admitted him by the door, and, using due discretion, had many a good time with him, and sped her life gaily. End of Day 7, the 5th story.
Day 7, the 6th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miette. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 7, the 6th story. Madonna Isabella has with her Leonetto, her accepted lover, when she is surprised by one Messer Lambertuccio, by whom she is beloved. Her husband coming home about the same time, she sends Messer Lambertuccio forth of the house, drawn sword in hand, and the husband afterwards escorts Leonetto home.
Wondrous was the delight that all the company had of Fiammetta's story, nor was there any but affirmed that the lady had done excellent well, and dealt with her insensate husband as he deserved. However, it being ended, the king bade Pampinea follow suit, which she did on this wise.
Not a few there are that, in their simplicity, ever that love deranges the mind, insomuch that whoso loves becomes as it were witless, the folly of which opinion, albeit I doubt it not, and deem it abundantly proven by what has been already said, I purpose once again to demonstrate. In our city, rich in all manner of good things, there dwelt a young gentlewoman, fair exceedingly, and wedded to a most worthy and excellent gentleman. And, as it not seldom happens that one cannot keep ever to the same diet, but would fain at times vary it, so this lady, finding her husband not altogether to her mind, became enamoured of a gallant, Leonetto by name, who, though of no high rank, was not a little debonair and courteous, and he in like manner fell in love with her. And, as you know that 'tis seldom that what is mutually desired fails to come about, 'twas not long before they had fruition of their love. Now, the lady being, as I said, fair and winsome, it so befell that a gentleman, Messer Lambertuccio by name, grew mightily enamoured of her, but so tiresome and odious did she find him, that for the world she could not bring herself to love him. So, growing tired of fruitlessly soliciting her favour by ambassage, Messer Lambertuccio, who was a powerful signor, sent her at last another sort of message, in which he threatened to defame her if she complied not with his wishes. Wherefore the lady, knowing her man, was terrified, and disposed herself to pleasure him. Now it so chanced that Madonna Isabella, for such was the lady's name, being gone, as is our Florentine custom in the summer, to spend some time in a very goodly estate that she had in the Contado, one morning finding herself alone, for her husband had ridden off to tarry some days elsewhere, she sent for Leonetto to come and keep her company. And Leonetto came forthwith in high glee. But while they were together, Messer Lambertuccio, who, having got wind that the husband was away, had mounted his horse and ridden thither quite alone, knocked at the door. Whereupon the lady's maid hied her forthwith to her mistress, who was alone with Leonetto, and called her, saying, "Madam, Messer Lambertuccio is here below, quite alone." Whereat the lady was vexed beyond measure, and being also not a little dismayed, she said to Leonetto, "Prithee, let it not irk thee to withdraw behind the curtain, and there keep close until Messer Lambertuccio be gone." Leonetto, who stood in no less fear of Messer Lambertuccio than did the lady, got into his hiding-place, and the lady bade the maid to go open to Messer Lambertuccio. She did so, and having dismounted and fastened his palfrey to a pin, he ascended the stairs, at the head of which the lady received him with a smile, and as gladsome a greeting as she could find words for, and asked him on what errand he was come. The gentleman embraced and kissed her, saying, "My soul, I am informed that your husband is not here, and therefore I am come to stay a while with you." Which said, they went into the room, and locked them in, and Messer Lambertuccio fell a-toying with her. Now, while thus he sped the time with her, it befell that the lady's husband, albeit she nowise expected him, came home, and, as he drew nigh the palace, was observed by the maid, who forthwith ran to the lady's chamber and said, "Madam, the master will be here anon. I doubt he is already in the courtyard." Whereupon, for that she had 2 men in the house, and the knight's palfrey that was in the courtyard made it impossible to hide him, the lady gave herself up for dead. Nevertheless, she made up her mind on the spur of the moment, and springing out of bed, "Sir," quoth she to Messer Lambertuccio, "if you have any regard for me, and would save my life, you will do as I bid you. That is to say, you will draw your blade, and put on a fell and wrathful countenance, and hie you downstairs, saying, 'By God, he shall not escape me elsewhere.' And if my husband would stop you, or ask you aught, say naught but what I have told you, and get you on horseback, and tarry with him on no account." "To hear is to obey," quoth Messer Lambertuccio, who, with the flush of his recent exertion and the rage that he felt at the husband's return still on his face, and drawn sword in hand, did as she bade him. The lady's husband, being now dismounted in the courtyard, and not a little surprised to see the palfrey there, was about to go up the stairs when he saw Messer Lambertuccio coming down them, and marvelling both at his words and at his mien. "What means this, sir?" quoth he. But Messer Lambertuccio clapped foot in stirrup and mounted, saying naught but, "Zounds, but I will meet him elsewhere," and so he rode off. The gentleman then ascended the stairs, at the head of which he found his lady distraught with terror, to whom he said, "What manner of thing is this? After whom goes Messer Lambertuccio, so wrathful and menacing?" Whereto the lady, drawing nigher the room, that Leonetto might hear her, made answer, Never, sir, had I such a fright as this. There came running in here a young man, who to me is quite a stranger, and at his heels Mr. Lambertuccio with a drawn sword in hand. And as it happened, the young man found the door of this room open, and trembling in every limb, cried out, "Madam, your succour, for God's sake, that I die not in your arms." So up I got, and would have asked him who he was, and how bested, when up came Mr. Lambertuccio, exclaiming, "Where art thou, traitor?" I planted myself in the doorway, and kept him from entering, and seeing that I was not minded to give him admittance, he was courteous enough, after not a little parley, to take himself off, as you saw. Whereupon, "Wife," quoth the husband, "thou didst very right. Great indeed had been the scandal, had someone been slain here, and 'twas a gross affront on Mr. Lambertuccio's part to pursue a fugitive within the house." He then asked where the young man was, whereto the lady answered, "Nay, where he may be hiding, sir, I wot not." So, "Where art thou?" quoth the knight. "Fear not to show thyself." Then forth of his hiding place, all of a tremble, for in truth he had been thoroughly terrified, crept Lionetto, who had heard all that had passed. To whom, "What hast thou to do with Messer Lambertuccio?" quoth the knight. "Nothing in the world," replied the young man. "Wherefore I doubt he must be either out of his mind, or have mistaken me for another. For no sooner had he sight of me in the street hard by the palace, than he laid his hand on the sword, and exclaimed, 'Traitor, thou art a dead man!' Whereupon I sought not to know why, but fled with all speed, and got me here. And so, thanks to God and this gentlewoman, I escaped his hands." "Now away with thy fears," quoth the knight. "I will see thee home safe and sound, and then 'twill be for thee to determine how thou shalt deal with him." And so, when they had supped, he set him on horseback and escorted him to Florence, and left him not until he was safe in his own house. And the very same evening, following the lady's instructions, Lionetto spoke privily with Messer Lambertuccio, and so composed the affair with him, that, though it occasioned not a little talk, the knight never wist how he had been tricked by his wife. End of Day 7, the 6th story. Recording by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast.
Day 7, the 7th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Reg. Day 7, the 7th story. Lodovico discovers to Madonna Beatrice the love that he bears her. She sends Egano, her husband, into a garden disguised as herself, and lies with Lodovico, who thereafter, being risen, hies him to the garden and cudgels Egano.
This device of Madonna Isabella, thus recounted by Pampinea, was held nothing short of marvellous by all the company. But being bidden by the king to tell the next story, thus spake Philomela.
Loving ladies, if I mistake not, the device, of which you shall presently hear from me, will prove to be no less excellent than the last. You are to know, then, that there dwelt aforetime at Paris a Florentine gentleman, who, being by reason of poverty turned merchant, had prospered so well in his affairs that he was become very wealthy, and having by his lady an only son, Lodovico by name, whose nobility disrelished trade, he would not put him in any shop, but, that he might be with other gentlemen, he caused him to enter the service of the King of France, whereby he acquired very fine manners, and other accomplishments. Being in this service, Lodovico was one day with some other young gallants that talked of the fair ladies of France, and England, and other parts of the world, when they were joined by certain knights that were returned from the Holy Sepulchre, and hearing their discourse, one of the knights fell a saying, that of a surety in the whole world, so far as he had explored it, there was not any lady, of all that he had ever seen, that might compare for beauty with Madonna Beatrice, the wife of Egano de Galuzzi, of Bologna, wherein all his companions, who in common with him had seen the lady at Bologna, concurred. Which report Lodovico, who was as yet fancy-free, no sooner heard, that he burned with such a yearning to see the lady, that he was able to think of naught else, insomuch that he made up his mind to betake him to Bologna to see her, and if she pleased him, to remain there, to which end he gave his father to understand that he would fain visit the Holy Sepulchre, whereto his father after no little demur consented. So to Bologna Anicino, for so he now called himself, came, and, as fortune would have it, the very next day he saw the lady at a festal gathering, and deemed her vastly more beautiful than he had expected, wherefore he waxed most ardently enamoured of her, and resolved never to quit Bologna until he had gained her love. So, casting about how he should proceed, he could devise no other way but to enter her husband's service, which was the more easy that he kept not a few retainers. On this wise Lodovico surmised that, peradventure, he might compass his end. He therefore sold his horses and meetly bestowed his servants, bidding them make as if they knew him not, and being pretty familiar with his host, he told him that he was minded to take service with some worthy lord, in such he might find. Thou wouldst make, quoth the host, the very sort of retainer to suit a gentleman of this city, Egano by name, who keeps not a few of them, and will have all of them presentable like thee. I will mention the matter to him. And so he accordingly did, and before he took leave of Egano had placed Annuncio with him, to Egano's complete satisfaction. Being thus resident with Egano, and having abundant opportunities of seeing the fair lady, Annicino set himself to serve Egano with no little zeal, wherein he succeeded so well that Egano was more than satisfied, insomuch that by and by there was naught he could do without his advice, and he entrusted him the guidance not only of himself but of all his affairs. Now it so befell that one day when Egano was gone a-hawking, having left Annicino at home, Madonna Beatrice, who as yet wist naught of his love, albeit she had from time to time taken note of him and his manners, and had not a little approved and commended them, sat herself down with him to a game of chess, which to please her, Annicino most dexterously contrived to lose, to the lady's prodigious delight. After a while the lady's women, one and all, gave over watching their play, and left them to it, whereupon Annicino heaved a mighty sigh. The lady, looking hard at him, said, "What ails thee, Annicino? Is it then such a mortification to thee to be conquered by me?" "Nay, madam," replied Annicino, "my sigh was prompted by a much graver matter." "Then if thou hast any regard for me," quoth the lady, "tell me what it is." Hearing himself thus adjured by any regard he had for her whom he loved more than aught else, Annicino heaved a yet mightier sigh, which caused the lady to renew her request that he would be pleased to tell her the occasion of his sighs. Whereupon, "Madam," said Annicino, "I greatly fear me that, were I to tell you, 'twould but vex you, and, moreover, I doubt you might repeat it to some one else." "Rest assured," returned the lady, "that I shall neither be annoyed, nor, without thy leave, ever repeat to any other soul aught that thou mayst say." "Then," said Annicino, "having this pledge from you, I will tell it you." And while the tears all but stood in his eyes, he told her who he was, the report he heard of her, and where and how he had become enamored of her, and with what intent he had taken service with her husband. After which he humbly besought her that, if it might be, she would have pity on him, and gratify his secret and ardent desire, and that, if she were not minded to do so, she would suffer him to retain his place there, and love her. Ah, Bologna, how sweetly mixed are the elements in thy women! How commendable in such a case are they all! No delight have thine sighs and tears, but are ever inclinable to prayers, and ready to yield to the solicitations of love. Had I but words apt to praise them as they deserve, my eloquence were inexhaustible. The gentlewoman's gaze was fixed on Annicino as he spoke. She made no doubt at all he said was true, and, yielding to his appeal, she entertained his love within her heart in such a measure that she too began to sigh, and after a sigh or two made answer: "Sweet my Annicino, be of good cheer, neither presents, nor promises, nor any courting by gentleman, or lord, or whoso else, for I have been, and am still, courted by not a few, was ever able to sway my soul to love any of them. But thou, by the few words that thou hast said, hast so wrought with me, that, brief though the time has been, I am already in far greater measure thine than mine. My love I deem thee to have won right worthily, and so I give it thee, and vow to give thee joyance thereof, before the coming night be past. To which end thou wilt come to my room about midnight. I will leave the door open. Thou knowest the side of the bed on which I sleep. Thou wilt come there. Should I be asleep, thou hast but to touch me, and I shall awake, and give thee solace for thy long-pent desire. In earnest whereof I will even give thee a kiss." So saying, she threw her arms about his neck, and lovingly kissed him, as Annicino her. Their colloquy thus ended, Annicino betook him elsewhere about some matters which he had to attend to, looking forward to midnight with boundless exultation. Egano came in from his hawking, and after supper, being weary, he went straight to bed, whither the lady soon followed him, leaving, as she had promised, the door of the chamber open. Thither accordingly, at the appointed hour, came Annicino, and having softly entered the chamber, and closed the door behind him, stole up to where the lady lay, and laying his hand upon her breast, found that she was awake. Now as soon as she wist that Annicino was come, she took his hand in both her own, and keeping fast hold of him, she turned about in the bed, until she awoke Egano. Whereupon, "Husband," quoth she, "I would not say aught of this to thee yester eve, because I judged thou wast weary. But tell me, upon thy hope of salvation, Egano, whom deemest thou thy best and most loyal retainer, and the most attached to thee, of all that thou hast in the house?" "What a question is this, wife?" returned Egano. "Dost not know him? Retainer I have none, nor ever had so trusted or loved as Annicino. But wherefore put such a question?" Now, when Annicino wist that Egano was awake, and heard them talk of himself, he more than once tried to withdraw his hand, being mightily afraid lest the lady meant to play him false, but she held it so tightly that he might not get free, while thus she made answer to Egano: "I will tell thee what he is. I thought that he was all thou sayest, and that none was so loyal to thee as he, but he has undeceived me, for that yesterday, when thou was out a-hawking, he, being here, chose his time, and had the shamelessness to crave of me compliance with his wanton desires, and I, that I might not need other evidence than that of thine own senses to prove his guilt to thee, I made answer that I was well content, and that tonight after midnight I would get me into the garden, and wait him there at the foot of the pine. Now go thither I shall certainly not, but if thou wouldst prove the loyalty of thy retainer, thou canst readily do so, if thou but slip on one of my loose robes, and cover thy face with a veil, and go down and attend his coming, for come I doubt not he will. Whereto Egano: "Meet indeed it is," quoth he, "that I should go see," and straightway up he got, and, as best he might in the dark, he put on one of the lady's loose robes and veiled his face, and then hied him to the garden, and sate down at the foot of the pine to wait on Icino. The lady no sooner wist that he was out of the room than she rose and locked the door. Anichino, who had never been so terrified in all his life, and had struggled with all his might to disengage his hand from the lady's clasp, and had inwardly cursed her and his love, and himself for trusting her 1,000 times, was overjoyed beyond measure at this last turn that she had given the affair. And so, the lady having got her to bed again, and he, at her bidding, having stripped and laid him down beside her, they had solace and joyance of one another for a good while. Then the lady, deeming it unmeet for Anichino to tarry longer with her, caused him to get up and resume his clothes, saying to him, "Sweet my mouth, thou wilt take a stout cudgel, and get thee to the garden, and making as if I were there, and thy suit to me had been but to try me, thou wilt give Egano a sound rating with thy tongue, and a sound belabouring with thy cudgel, the sequel whereof will be wondrously gladsome and delightful." Whereupon Anichino hied him off to the garden, armed with a staff of wild willow, and as he drew nigh the pine, Egano saw him, and rose, and came forward to meet him as if he would receive him with the heartiest of cheer. But, "Ah, wicked woman," quoth Anichino, "so thou art come, thou didst verily believe then that I was, that I am, minded thus to wrong my lord. Foul fall thee 1,000 times." And wherewith he raised his cudgel and began to lay about him. Egano, however, had heard and seen enough, and without a word took to flight, while Anichino pursued him, crying out, "Away with thee! God send thee a bad year, lewd woman that thou art, and no doubt that Egano shall hear of this tomorrow." Egano, having received sundry round knocks, got him back to his chamber, and with what speed he might, and being asked by the lady whether Anichino had come into the garden, "Would to God he had not," quoth he, "for that, taking me for thee, he has beaten me blank and blue with his cudgel, and rated me like the vilest woman that ever was. Passing strange indeed it had seemed to me that he should have said those words to thee with intent to dishonour me, and now 'tis plain that 'twas but that, seeing thee so blithe and frolicsome, he was minded to prove thee. Whereto, God be praised," returned the lady, "that he proved me by words, as thee by acts, and I doubt not he may say that I bear his words with more patience than thou his acts. But since he is so loyal to thee, we must make much of him and do him honour." "Aye, indeed," quoth Egano, "thou sayest sooth." Thus was Egano fortified in the belief that never had any gentleman wife so true, or a retainer so loyal, as he, and many a hearty laugh had he with Anichino and his lady over this affair, which to them was the occasion that, with far less let than might else have been, they were able to have solace and joyance of one another, so long as it pleased Anichino to tarry at Bologna. End of Day 7. The 7th Story.
Day 7, the 8th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 7, the 8th story. A husband grows jealous of his wife and discovers that she has warning of her lover's approach by a piece of pack-thread, which she ties to her great toe o' nights. While he is pursuing her lover, she puts another woman in bed in her place. The husband, finding her there, beats her and cuts off her hair. He then goes and calls his wife's brothers, who, holding his accusation to be false, give him a rating.
Rare indeed was deemed by common consent the subtlety shown by Madonna Beatrice in the beguilement of her husband, and all affirmed that the terror of Anichino must have been prodigious, when, the lady still keeping fast hold of him, he had heard her say that he had made suit of love to her. However, Philomela being silent, the king turned to Nephele, saying, "'Tis now for you to tell." Whereupon Nephele, with a slight smile died away upon her lips, thus began:
Fair ladies, to entertain you with a goodly story, such as those which my predecessors have delighted you withal, is indeed a heavy burden; but, God helping me, I trust fairly well to acquit myself thereof. You are to know, then, that there dwelt aforetime in our city a most wealthy merchant, Arriguccio Berlinghieri by name, who foolishly, as we wot by daily experience is the way of merchants, thinking to compass gentility by matrimony, took to wife a young gentlewoman, by no means suited to him, whose name was Monna Sismonda. Now Monna Sismonda, seeing that her husband was much abroad, and gave her little of his company, became enamoured of a young gallant, Ruberto by name, who had long courted her. And she, being grown pretty familiar with him, and using perchance too little discretion, for she affected him extremely, it so befell that Arriguccio, whether it was that he detected somewhat, or howsoever, waxed of all men the most jealous, and gave up going abroad, and changed his way of life altogether, and made it his sole care to watch over his wife, insomuch that he never allowed himself a wink of sleep until he had seen her to bed, which occasioned the lady the most grievous dumps, because 'twas on no wise possible for her to be with her Ruberto. So, casting about in many ways how she might contrive to meet him, and being thereto not a little plied by Ruberto himself, she bethought her at last of the following expedient, to wit, her room fronting the street, and Arriguccio, as she had often observed, being very hard put to it to get him to sleep, but thereafter sleeping very soundly, she resolved to arrange with Ruberto that he should come to the front door about midnight, whereupon she would get her down and open the door, and stay some time with him while her husband was in his deep sleep. And that she might have tidings of his arrival, yet so as that none else might wot aught thereof, she adopted the device of lowering a pack-thread from the bedroom window, on such wise that, while with one end it should all but touch the ground, it should traverse the floor of the room until it reached the bed, and then be brought under the clothes, so that when she was abed she might attach it to her great toe. Having so done, she sent word to Ruberto that when he came he must be sure to jerk the pack-thread, and if her husband were asleep, she would loose it and go open to him. But if he were awake, she would hold it taut and draw it to herself, to let him know that he must not expect her. Ruberto fell in with the idea, came there many times, and now foregathered with her, and again did not. But at last, they still using this cunning practice, it so befell that one night, while the lady slept, Arriguccio, letting his foot stray more than he was wont about the bed, came upon the pack-thread, and laying his hand upon it, found that it was attached to his lady's great toe, and said to himself, "This must be some trick," and afterwards discovering that the thread passed out of the window, was confirmed in his surmise. Wherefore he softly severed it from the lady's toe, and affixed it to his own, and waited, all attention, to learn the result of his experiment. Nor had he long to wait before Ruberto came, and Arriguccio felt him jerk the thread according to his wont, and as Arriguccio had not known how to attach the thread securely, and Ruberto jerked it with some force, it gave way, whereby he understood that he was to wait, and did so. Arriguccio straightway arose, caught up his arms, and hasted to the door to see who might be there, intent to do him a mischief. Now Arriguccio, for all he was a merchant, was a man of spirit and of thews and sinews, and being come to the door, he opened it by no means gingerly, as the lady was wont, whereby Ruberto, who was in waiting, surmised the truth, to wit, that 'twas Arriguccio by whom the door was opened. Wherefore he forthwith took to flight, followed by Arriguccio. But at length, when he had run a long way, as Arriguccio gave not up the pursuit, he being also armed, drew his sword and faced about, and so they fell to, Arriguccio attacking, and Ruberto defending himself. Now when Arriguccio undid the bedroom door, the lady awoke, and finding the pack-thread cut loose from her toe, saw at a glance that her trick was discovered. And hearing Arriguccio running after Ruberto, she forthwith got up, foreboding what the result was like to be, and called her maid, who was entirely in her confidence, whom she so plied with her obsecrations that at last she got her into bed in her room, beseeching her not to say who she was, but to bear patiently all the blows that Arriguccio might give her, and she would so reward her that she should have no reason to complain. Then, extinguishing the light that was in the room, forth she hied her, and having found a convenient hiding place in the house, awaited the turn of events. Now, Arriguccio and Ruberto being hotly engaged in the street, the neighbours, roused by the din of the combat, got up and launched their curses upon them. Wherefore Arriguccio, fearing lest he should be recognised, drew off before he had so much as discovered who the young gallant was, or done him any scathe, and in a fell and wrathful mood betook him home. Stumbling into the bedroom, he cried out angrily, "Where art thou, lewd woman? Thou hast put out the light, that I may not be able to find thee, but thou hast miscalculated." And going to the bedside, he laid hold of the maid, taking her to be his wife, and fell a pummelling and kicking her with all the strength he had in his hands and feet, insomuch that he pounded her face well nigh to pulp, rating her the while like the vilest woman that ever was, and last of all he cut off her hair. The maid wept bitterly, as indeed she well might, and though from time to time she ejaculated an "Alas, mercy, for God's sake!" or "Spare me, spare me!" yet her voice was so broken by her sobs, and Arriguccio's hearing so dulled by his wrath, that he was not able to discern that 'twas not his wife's voice, but that of another woman. So, having soundly thrashed her and cut off her hair, as we said, "Wicked woman," quoth he, "I touch thee no more, but I go to find thy brothers, and shall do them to wit of thy good works, and then they may come here and deal with thee as they may deem their honour demands, and take thee hence. For be sure thou shalt no more abide in this house." With this he was gone, locking the door of the room behind him, and quitted the house alone. Now no sooner did Monna Sismonda, who had heard all that passed, perceive that her husband was gone, than she opened the door of the bedroom, rekindled the light, and finding her maid all bruises and tears, did what she could to comfort her, and carried her back to her own room, where, causing her to be privily waited on and tended, she helped her so liberally from Arriguccio's own store that she confessed herself content. The maid thus bestowed in her room, the lady presently hied her back to her own, which she set all in neat and trim order, remaking the bed so that it might appear as if it had not been slept in, relighting the lamp, and dressing and tiring herself, until she looked as if she had not been abed that night. Then, taking with her a lighted lamp and some work, she sat her down at the head of the stairs and began sewing, while she waited to see how the affair would end. Arriguccio, meanwhile, had hied him with all speed straight from the house to that of his wife's brothers, where by dint of much knocking he made himself heard, and was admitted. The lady's 3 brothers and her mother, being informed that 'twas Arriguccio, got up, and having set lights a-burning, came to him and asked him on what errand he was come there at that hour and alone. Whereupon Arriguccio, beginning with the discovery of the pack-thread attached to his lady's great toe, gave them the whole narrative of his discoveries and doings down to the very end, and to clinch the whole matter he put in their hands the locks which he had cut, as he believed, from his wife's head, adding that 'twas now for them to come for her and deal with her on such wise as they might deem their honour required, seeing that he would never more have her in his house. Firmly believing what he told them, the lady's brothers were very wroth with her, and having provided themselves with lighted torches, set out with Arriguccio, and hied them to his house with intent to scorn her, while their mother followed, weeping and beseeching now one, now another, not to credit these matters so hastily, until they had seen or heard somewhat more thereof, for that the husband might have some other reason to be wroth with her, and having ill-treated her might have trumped up this charge by way of exculpation, adding that, if true, 'twas passing strange, for well she knew her daughter, whom she had brought up from her tenderest years, and much more to the like effect. However, being come to Arriguccio's house, they entered, and were mounting the stairs, when Monna Sismonda, hearing them, called out, "Who is there?" Whereto one of the brothers responded, "Lewd woman, thou shalt soon have cause enough to know who it is." "Now, Lord love us," quoth Monna Sismonda, "what would he be at?" Then rising, she greeted them with, "Welcome, my brothers, but what seek ye abroad at this hour, all 3 of you?" They had seen her sitting and sewing with never a sign of a blow on her face, whereas Arriguccio had averred that he had pummelled her all over, wherefore their first impression was one of wonder, and refraining the vehemence of their wrath, they asked her what might be the truth of the matter which Arriguccio laid to her charge, and threatened her with direful consequences if she should conceal aught. Whereto the lady, "What you would have me tell you," quoth she, "or what Arriguccio may have laid to my charge, that know not I." Arriguccio could but gaze upon her as one that had taken leave of his wits, calling to mind how he had pummelled her about the face times without number, and scratched it for her, and mishandled her in all manner of ways, and there he now saw her, with no trace of aught of it all upon her. However, to make a long story short, the lady's brothers told her what Arriguccio had told them, touching the pack-thread and the beating and all the rest of it. Whereupon the lady turned to him with, "Alas, my husband, what is this that I hear? Why givest thou me, to thy own great shame, the reputation of a lewd woman, when such I am not, and thyself the reputation of a wicked and cruel man, which thou art not? Wast thou ever to-night, I say not in my company, but so much as in the house until now? Or when didst thou beat me? For my part, I mind me not of it." Arriguccio began, "How sayest thou, lewd woman? Did we not go to bed together? Did I not come back after chasing thy lover? Did I not give thee bruises not a few, and cut thy hair for thee?" But the lady interrupted him, saying, "Nay, thou didst not lie here to-night. But leave we this, of which my true words are my sole witness, and pass we to this of the beating thou sayest thou gavest me, and how thou didst cut my hair. Never a beating had I from thee, and I bid all that are here, and thee among them, look at me, and say if I have any trace of a beating on my person. Nor should I advise thee to dare lay hand upon me, for by the holy rood I would spoil thy beauty for thee. Nor didst thou cut my hair, for aught that I saw or felt. However, thou didst it perchance on such wise that I was not ware thereof. So let me see whether 'tis cut or no." Then, unveiling herself, she showed that her hair was uncut and entire. Wherefore her brothers and mother now turned to Ariguccio with, "What means this, Ariguccio? This accords not with what thou gavest us to understand thou hadst done, nor know we how thou wilt prove the residue." Ariguccio was lost, as it were, in a dream, and yet he would fain have spoken. But seeing that what he had thought to prove was otherwise, he essayed no reply. So the lady, turning to her brothers, "I see," quoth she, "what he would have. He will not be satisfied unless I do what I never would otherwise have done, to wit, give you to know what a pitiful caitiff he is, as now I shall not fail to do. I make no manner of doubt that, as he has said, even so it befell, and so he did. How, you shall hear. This worthy man, to whom worse luck you gave me to wife, a merchant as he calls himself, and as such would fain have credit, and who ought to be more temperate than a religious, and more continent than a girl, let scarce an evening pass but he goes a-boozing in the taverns, and consorting with this or the other woman of the town. And 'tis for me to await his return until midnight, or sometimes until matins, even as you now find me. I doubt not that, being thoroughly well drunk, he got him to bed with one of these wantons, and awaking found the pack-thread on her foot, and afterwards did actually perform all these brave exploits of which he speaks, and in the end came back to her and beat her and cut her hair off, and being not yet quite recovered from his debauch, believed, and I doubt not still believes, that 'twas I that he thus treated, and if you will but scan his face closely, you will see that he is still half drunk. But whatever he may have said about me, I would have you account it as nothing more than the disordered speech of a tipsy man, and forgive him as I do." Whereupon the lady's mother raised no small outcry, saying, "By the Holy Rood, my daughter, this may not be. A daughter such as thou to be mated with one so unworthy of thee. The pestilent insensate cur should be slain on the spot. A pretty state of things, indeed! Why, he might have picked thee up from the gutter. Now foul fall him! But thou shalt no more be vexed with the tedious drivel of a petty dealer in asses' dung. Some blackguard, belike, that came hither from the country, because he was dismissed the service of some petty squire, clad in romagnole, with belfry breeches, and a pen in his arse, and for that he has a few pence must needs have a gentleman's daughter and a fine lady to wife, and set up a coat of arms, and say, I am of the such and such, and my ancestors did thus and thus. Ah, had my sons but followed my advice, thy honour was safe in the house of the Count Sguidi, where they might have bestowed thee, though thou hadst but a morsel of bread to thy dowry. But they must needs give thee to this rare treasure, who, though better daughter and more chaste there is none than thou in Florence, has not blushed this very midnight, and in our presence, to call thee a strumpet, as if we knew thee not. God's faith! So I were hearkened to, he should shrewdly smart for it." Then turning to her sons, she said, "My sons, I told you plainly enough that this ought not to be. Now have you heard how your worthy brother-in-law treats your sister? Petty twopenny trader that he is! Were it for me to act as it is for you, after what he has said of her and done to her, naught would satisfy or appease me till I had rid the earth of him. And were I a man who am but a woman, none other but myself should meddle with the affair. God's curse upon him, the woeful, shameless sot!" Whereupon the young men, incensed by what they had seen and heard, turned to Ariguccio, and after giving him the soundest rating that ever was bestowed upon caitiff, concluded as follows: "This once we pardon thee, witting thee to be a drunken knave, but as thou holdest thy life dear, Have a care that henceforth we hear no such tales of thee, for rest assured that if aught of the kind do reach our ears, we will requite thee for both turns." Which said, they departed. Arriguccio, standing there like one dazed, not witting whether his late doings were actual fact or but a dream, made no more words about the matter, but left his wife in peace. Thus did she, by her address, not only escape imminent peril, but open a way whereby in time to come she was able to gratify her passion to the full, without any farther fear of her husband. End of Day 7, the 8th story. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Day 7, the 9th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eugene Smith. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 7, the 9th story. Lydia, wife of Nicostratus, loves Pyrrhus, who, to assure himself thereof, asks 3 things of her, all of which she does, and therewithal enjoys him in the presence of Nicostratus, and makes Nicostratus believe that what he saw was not real.
So diverting did the ladies find Neiphile's story, that it kept them still laughing and talking, though the king, having bidden Pamphilo tell his story, had several times enjoined silence upon them. However, as soon as they had done, Pamphilo thus began.
Methinks, worshipful ladies, there is no venture, though fraught with gravest peril, that whoso loves ardently will not make. Of which truth, exemplified though it has been in stories not a few, I purpose to afford you yet more signal proof in one which I shall tell you, wherein you will hear of a lady who, in her enterprises, owed far more to the favour of fortune than to the guidance of reason. Wherefore, I should not advise any of you rashly to follow in her footsteps, seeing that fortune is not always in a kindly mood, nor are the eyes of all men equally holden. In Argos, the most ancient city of Achaia, the fame of whose kings of old time is out of all proportion to its size, there dwelt of yore Nicostratus, a nobleman, to whom, when he was already verging on old age, fortune gave to wife a great lady, Lydia by name, whose courage matched her charms. Nicostratus, as suited with his rank and wealth, kept not a few retainers and hounds and hawks, and was mightily addicted to the chase. Among his dependents was a young man named Pyrrhus, a gallant of no mean accomplishment, and goodly of person, and beloved and trusted by Nicostratus above all other, of whom Lydia grew mightily enamoured, insomuch that neither by day nor by night might her thoughts stray from him. But whether it was that Pyrrhus wist not her love, or would have none of it, he gave no sign of recognition. Whereby the lady's suffering waxing more than she could bear, she made up her mind to declare her love to him, and having a chambermaid, Lusca by name, in whom she placed great trust, she called her, and said, "Lusca, tokens thou hast had from me of my regard that should ensure thy obedience and loyalty, wherefore have a care that what I shall now tell thee reach the ears of none but him to whom I shall bid thee impart it. Thou seest, Lusca, that I am in the prime of my youth and lusty head, and have neither lack nor stint of all such things as folk desire, save only, to be brief, that I have one cause to repine, to wit, that my husband's years so far outnumber my own. Wherefore, with that whereon young ladies take most pleasure, I am but ill provided, and as my desire is no less than theirs, 'tis now some while since I determined that, if fortune has shown herself so little friendly to me by giving me a husband so advanced in years, at least I will not be mine own enemy by sparing to devise the means whereby my happiness and health may be assured, and that herein, as in all other matters, my joy may be complete. I have chosen thereto to minister by his embraces our Pyrrhus, deeming him more worthy than any other man, and have so set my heart upon him that I am ever ill at ease, save when he is present, either to my sight or to my mind, insomuch that, unless I foregather with him without delay, I doubt that 'twill be the death of me. And so, if thou wouldst hold my life dear, thou wilt show him my love on such wise as thou mayest deem best, and make my suit to him that he be pleased to come to me, when thou shalt go to fetch him. That gladly will I, replied the chambermaid, and as soon as she found convenient time and place, she drew Pyrrhus apart, and as best she knew how, conveyed her lady's message to him, which Pyrrhus found passing strange to hear, for 'twas in truth a complete surprise to him, and he doubted the lady did but mean to try him. Wherefore he presently, and with some asperity, answered thus: Lusca, believe I cannot this message comes from my lady. Have a care, therefore, what thou sayest, and if perchance it does come from her, I doubt she does not mean it. And if perchance she does mean it, why, then I am bound by my Lord above what I deserve, and I would not for my life do him such a wrong. So have a care never to speak of such matters to me again. Lusca, nowise disconcerted by his uncompliant tone, rejoined, I shall speak to thee, Pyrrhus, of these and all other matters, wherewith I may be commissioned by my lady, as often as she shall bid me, whether it pleases or irks thee. But thou art a blockhead. So, somewhat chafed, Lusca bore Pyrrhus's answer back to her lady, who would fain have died when she heard it, and some days afterwards resumed the topic, saying, Thou knowest, Lusca, that 'tis not the first stroke that fells the oak. Wherefore, methinks, thou wert best go back to this strange man, who is minded to evince his loyalty at my expense, and choosing a convenient time, declare to him all my passion, and do thy best endeavour that the affair be carried through, for if it should thus lapse, 'twould be the death of me. Besides which, he would think we had but trifled with him, and whereas 'tis his love we would have, we should earn his hatred. So, after comforting the lady, the maid hied her in quest of Pyrrhus, whom she found in a gladsome and propitious mood, and thus addressed. 'Tis not many days, Pyrrhus, since I declared to thee how ardent is the flame with which thy lady and mine is consumed for love of thee, and now again I do thee wit thereof, and that, if thou shalt not relent of the harshness that thou didst manifest the other day, thou mayest rest assured that her life will be short. Wherefore, I pray thee to be pleased to give her solace of her desire, and shouldst thou persist in thy obduracy, I, that give thee credit for not a little sense, shall deem thee a great fool. How flattered thou shouldst be to know thyself beloved above all else by a lady so beauteous and high-born, and how indebted shouldst thou feel thyself to fortune, seeing that she has in store for thee a boon so great and so suited to the cravings of thy youth, aye, and so like to be of service to thee upon occasion of need. Bethink thee, if there be any of thine equals whose life is ordered more agreeably than thine will be if thou but be wise. Which of them wilt thou find so well furnished with arms and horses, clothes and money as thou shalt be, if thou but give my lady thy love? Receive then my words with open mind. Be thyself again. Bethink thee that 'tis fortune's way to confront a man but once with smiling mien and open lap, and if he then accept not her bounty, he has but himself to blame, if afterward he find himself in want, in beggary. Besides which, no such loyalty is demanded between servants and their masters as between friends and kinsfolk. Rather 'tis for servants, so far as they may, to behave towards their masters as their masters behave towards them. Thinkest thou that, if thou hadst a fair wife, or mother, or daughter, or sister, that found favour in Nicostratus's eyes, he would be so scrupulous on the point of loyalty as thou art disposed to be in regard of his lady? Thou art a fool, if so thou dost believe. Hold it for certain that if blandishments and supplications did not suffice, he would, whatever thou mightest think of it, have recourse to force. Observe we then towards them and theirs the same rule which they observe towards us and ours. Take the boon that fortune offers thee, repulse her not, rather go thou to meet her, and hail her advance. For be sure that if thou dost not do so, to say naught of thy lady's death, which will certainly ensue, thou thyself wilt repent thee thereof so often that thou wilt be fain of death. Since he had last seen Lusca, Pyrrhus had repeatedly pondered what she had said to him, and had made his mind up that, should she come again, he would answer her in another sort, and comply in all respects with the lady's desires, provided he might be assured that she was not merely putting him to the proof. Wherefore he now made answer. Lo now, Lusca, I acknowledge the truth of all that thou sayest, but on the other hand, I know that my lord is not a little wise and wary, and, as he has committed all his affairs to my charge, I sorely misdoubt me that 'tis with his approbation and by his advice, and but to prove me, that Lydia does this. Wherefore, let her do 3 things, which I shall demand of her for my assurance, and then there is naught that she shall crave of me, but I will certainly render her prompt obedience. Which 3 things are these. First, let her in Nicostratus's presence kill his fine sparrowhawk. Then she must send me a lock of Nicostratus's beard, and lastly, one of his best teeth. Hard seemed these terms to Lusca, and hard beyond measure to the lady, but love, that great fautor of enterprise and master of stratagem, gave her resolution to address herself to their performance. Wherefore, through the chambermaid, she sent him word that what he required of her she would do, and that without either reservation or delay. And therewithal she told him that, as he deemed Nicostratus so wise, she would contrive that they should enjoy one another in Nicostratus's presence, and the Nicostratus should believe that 'twas a mere show. Pyrrhus, therefore, anxiously expected what the lady would do. Some days thus passed, and then Nicostratus gave a great breakfast, as was his frequent wont, to certain gentlemen, and when the tables were removed, the lady, robed in green samite, and richly adorned, came forth of her chamber into the hall wherein they sat, and before the eyes of Pyrrhus and all the rest of the company, hied her to the perch on which stood the sparrowhawk that Nicostratus so much prized, and loosed him, and, as if she were minded to carry him on her hand, took him by the jesses and dashed him against the wall so that he died. Whereupon, Alas, my lady, what hast thou done? Exclaimed Nicostratus. But she vouchsafed no answer, save that, turning to the gentlemen that had sat at meat with him, she said, My lords, ill-fitted were I to take vengeance on a king that had done me despite, if I lacked the courage to be avenged on a sparrowhawk. You are to know that by this bird I have long been cheated of all the time that ought to be devoted by gentlemen to pleasuring their ladies, for with the first streaks of dawn Nicostratus has been up and got him to horse, and hawk on hand, hied him to the champaign to see him fly, leaving me, such as you see me, alone and ill content abed. For which cause I have oftentimes been minded to do that which I have now done, and have only refrained therefrom, that, biding my time, I might do it in the presence of men that should judge my case justly, as I trust you will do. Which hearing, the gentleman, who deemed her affections no less fixed on Nicostratus than her words imported, broke with one accord into a laugh, and turning to Nicostratus, who was sore displeased, fell a saying, "Now well done of the lady to avenge her wrongs by the death of the sparrowhawk." And so, the lady being withdrawn to her chamber, they passed the affair off with divers pleasantries, turning the wrath of Nicostratus to laughter. Pyrrhus, who had witnessed what had passed, said to himself, "Nobly indeed has my lady begun, and on such wise as promises well for the felicity of my love. God grant that she so continue." And even so Lydia did, for not many days after she had killed the sparrowhawk, she, being with Nicostratus in her chamber, from caressing passed to toying and trifling with him, and he, sportively pulling her by the hair, gave her occasion to fulfil the second of Pyrrhus's demands, which she did by nimbly laying hold of one of the lesser tufts of his beard, and, laughing the while, plucking it so hard that she tore it out of his chin. Which Nicostratus, somewhat resenting, "Now what cause hast thou," quoth she, "to make such a wry face? 'Tis but that I have plucked some half-dozen hairs from thy beard. Thou didst not feel it as much as did I, but now thy tugging of my hair." And so they continued jesting and sporting with one another, the lady jealously guarding the tuft that she had torn from the beard, which the very same day she sent to her cherished lover. The third demand caused the lady more thought, but, being amply endowed with wit, and powerfully seconded by love, she failed not to hit upon an apt expedient. Nicostratus had in his service 2 lads, who, being of gentle birth, had been placed with him by their kinsfolk that they might learn manners, one of whom, when Nicostratus sat at meat, carved before him, while the other gave him to drink. Both lads Lydia called to her, and gave them to understand that their breath smelt, and admonished them that, when they waited on Nicostratus, they should hold their heads as far back as possible, saying never a word of the matter to any. The lads, believing her, did as she bade them. Whereupon she took occasion to say to Nicostratus, "Hast thou marked what these lads do when they wait upon thee?" "Troth, that have I," replied Nicostratus. "Indeed, I have often had it in mind to ask them why they do so." "Nay," rejoined the lady, "spare thyself the pains, for I can tell thee the reason, which I have for some time kept close, lest it should vex thee. But as I now see that others begin to beware of it, it need no longer be withheld from thee. 'Tis for that thy breath stinks shrewdly, that they thus avert their heads from thee. 'Twas not wont to be so, nor know I why it should be so, and 'tis most offensive when thou art in converse with gentlemen, and therefore 'twould be well to find some way of curing it." "I wonder what it could be," returned Nicostratus. "Is it perchance that I have a decayed tooth in my jaw?" "That may well be," quoth Lydia, and taking him to a window, she caused him open his mouth, and after regarding it on this side and that, "O Nicostratus," quoth she, "how couldst thou have endured it so long? Thou hast a tooth here which, by what I see, is not only decayed, but actually rotten throughout. And beyond all manner of doubt, if thou let it remain long in thy head, 'twill infect its neighbours. So 'tis my advice that thou out with it before the matter grows worse." "My judgment jumps with thine," quoth Nicostratus. "Wherefore send without delay for a chirurgeon to draw it." "God forbid," returned the lady, "that chirurgeon come hither for such a purpose. Methinks the case is such that I can very well dispense with him, and draw the tooth myself. Besides which, these chirurgeons do these things in such a cruel way that I could never endure to see thee or know thee under the hands of any of them. Wherefore my mind is quite made up to do it myself, that, at least if thou shalt suffer too much, I may give it over at once, as a chirurgeon would not do." And so she caused the instruments that are used on such occasions to be brought her, and having dismissed all other attendants, save Lusca, from the chamber, and locked the door, made Nicostratus lie down on a table, set the pincers in his mouth, and clapped them on one of his teeth, which, while Lusca held him, so that, albeit he roared for pain, he might not move, she wrenched by main force from his jaw, and keeping it close, took from Luzca's hand another and horribly decayed tooth, which she showed him, suffering and half dead as he was, saying, "See what thou hadst in thy jaw. Mark how far gone it is." Believing what she said, and deeming that, now the tooth was out, his breath would no more be offensive, and being somewhat eased of the pain, which had been extreme, and still remained, so that he murmured not little, by divers comforting applications, he quitted the chamber. Whereupon the lady forthwith sent the tooth to her lover, who, having now full assurance of her love, placed himself entirely at her service. But the lady being minded to make his assurance yet more sure, and deeming each hour 1,000 till she might be with him, now saw fit, for the more ready performance of the promise she had given him, to feign sickness. And Nicostratus, coming to see her one day after breakfast, attended only by Pyrrhus, she besought him for her better solacement to help her down to the garden. Wherefore Nicostratus on one side and Pyrrhus on the other took her and bore her down to the garden, and set her on a lawn at the foot of a beautiful pear tree. And after they had sat there a while, the lady, who had already given Pyrrhus to understand what he must do, said to him, "Pyrrhus, I should greatly like to have some of those pears. Get thee up the tree and shake some of them down." Pyrrhus climbed the tree in a trice, and began to shake down the pears, and while he did so, "Fie, sir," quoth he, "what is this you do? And you, madam, have you no shame, that you suffer him to do so in my presence? Think you that I am blind? 'Twas but now that you were greatly indisposed. Your cure has been speedy indeed to permit of your so behaving. And as for such a purpose, you have so many goodly chambers, why betake you not yourselves to one of them, if you must needs so disport yourselves? 'Twould be much more decent than to do so in my presence." Whereupon the lady, turning to her husband, "Now what can Pyrrhus mean?" said she. "Is he mad?" "Nay, madam," quoth Pyrrhus, "mad am not I. Think you I see you not?" Whereat Nicostratus marvelled not a little, and, "Pyrrhus," quoth he, "I verily believe thou dreamest." "Nay, my lord," replied Pyrrhus, "not a whit do I dream, neither do you. Rather you wag it with such vigour, that if this pear tree did the like, there would be never a pear left on it." Then the lady, "What can this mean?" quoth she. "Can it be that it really seems to him to be as he says? Upon my hope of salvation, were I but in my former health, I would get me up there to judge for myself what these wonders are, which he professes to see." Whereupon, as Pyrrhus and the pear tree continued talking in the same strange strain, "Come down," quoth Nicostratus. And when he was down, "Now what," said Nicostratus, "is it thou sayest thou seest up there?" "I suppose," replied Pyrrhus, "that you take me to be deluded or dreaming, but as I must needs tell you the truth, I saw you lying upon your wife, and then when I came down, I saw you get up and sit you down here, where you now are." "Therein," said Nicostratus, "thou wast certainly deluded, for since thou clomest the pear tree, we have not budged a jot, save as thou seest." Then said Pyrrhus, "Why make more words about the matter? Saw you I certainly did, and seeing you, I saw you lying upon your own." Nicostratus's wonder now waxed momently, insomuch that he said, "I am minded to see if this pear tree be enchanted, so that whoso is in it sees marvels." And so he got him up into it. Whereupon the lady and Pyrrhus fell to disporting them, and Nicostratus, seeing what they were about, exclaimed, "Ah, lewd woman, what is this thou doest? And thou, Pyrrhus, in whom I so much trusted?" And so saying, he began to climb down. Meanwhile the lady and Pyrrhus made answer, "We are sitting here." And seeing him descending, they placed themselves as they had been when he had left them, whom Nicostratus, being come down, no sooner saw than he fell a rating them. Then quoth Pyrrhus, "Verily, Nicostratus, I now acknowledge that, as you said a while ago, what I saw when I was in the pear tree was but a false show, albeit I had never understood that so it was, but that I now see and know that thou hast also seen a false show, and that I speak truth you may sufficiently assure yourself, if you but reflect whether 'tis likely that your wife, who for virtue and discretion has not her peer among women, would, if she were minded so to dishonour you, see fit to do so before your very eyes. Of myself I say naught, albeit I had liefer be hewn in pieces than that I should so much as think of such a thing, much less do it in your presence. Wherefore 'tis evident that 'tis some illusion of sight that is propagated from the pear tree, for naught in the world would have made me believe that I saw not you lying there in carnal intercourse with your wife, had I not heard you say that you saw me doing that which most assuredly, so far from doing, I never so much as thought of. The lady then started up with a most resentful mien, and burst out, Foul fall thee, if thou knowest so little of me as to suppose that, if I were minded to do thee such foul dishonour as thou sayest thou didst see me do, I would come hither to do it before thine eyes. Rest assured that for such a purpose, were it ever mine, I should deem one of our chambers more meet, and it should go hard, but I would so order the matter that thou shouldst never know aught of it. Nicostratus, having heard both, and deeming that what they both averred must be true, to wit, that they would never have ventured upon such an act in his presence, passed from chiding to talk of the singularity of the thing, and how marvellous it was that the vision should reshape itself for everyone that clomb the tree. The lady, however, made a show of being distressed that Nicostratus should so have thought of her, and verily, quoth she, no woman, neither I nor another, shall again suffer loss of honour by this pear tree. Run, Pyrrhus, and bring hither an axe, and at one and the same time vindicate thy honour and mine by felling it, albeit 'twere better for Nicostratus' skull should feel the weight of the axe, seeing that in utter heedlessness he so readily suffered the eyes of his mind to be blinded, for albeit this vision was seen by the bodily eye, yet ought the understanding by no means to have entertained and affirmed it as real. So Pyrrhus presently hied him to fetch the axe, and returning therewith, felled the pear, whereupon the lady, turning towards Nicostratus, Now that this foe of my honour is fallen, quoth she, my wrath is gone from me. Nicostratus then craving her pardon, she graciously granted it him, bidding him never again to suffer himself to be betrayed into thinking such a thing of her, who loved him more dearly than herself. So the poor duped husband went back with her and her lover to the palace, where not seldom in time to come Pyrrhus and Lydia took their pastime together, more at ease. God grant us the like. End of Day 7, the 9th story.
Day 7, the 10th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Decameron, by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 7, the 10th story. Two Sienese love a lady, one of them being her gossip. The gossip dies, having promised his comrade to return to him from the other world, which he does, and tells him what sort of life is led there.
None was now left to tell, save the king, who, as soon as the ladies had ceased mourning over the fall of the pear tree that had done no wrong, and were silent, began thus.
Most manifest it is that 'tis the prime duty of a just king to observe the laws that he has made, and if he do not do so, he is esteemed no king, but a slave that has merited punishment, into which fault and under which condemnation I, your king, must of necessity fall. For indeed, when yesterday I made the law which governs our discourse of today, I thought not today to avail myself of my privilege, but to submit to the law no less than you, and to discourse of the same topic whereof you all have discoursed. But not only has the very story been told which I had intended to tell, but therewithal so many things else, and so very much goodlier have been said, that, search my memory as I may, I cannot mind me of aught, nor wot I, that touching such a matter there is indeed aught for me to say, that would be comparable with what has been said. Wherefore, as infringe I must the law that I myself have made, I confess myself worthy of punishment, and instantly declaring my readiness to pay any forfeit that may be demanded of me, am minded to have recourse to my wonted privilege. And such, dearest ladies, is the potency of Eliza's story of the godfather and his gossip, and therewith of the simplicity of the Sienese, that I am prompted thereby to pass from this topic of the beguilement of foolish husbands by their cunning wives, to a little story touching these same Sienese, which, albeit there is not a little therein which you were best not to believe, may yet be in some degree entertaining to hear. Know then that at Siena there dwelt in Porta Salia two young men of the people, named the one Tingoccio Mini, and the other Miuccio de Tura, who, by what appeared, loved one another not a little, for they were scarce ever out of one another's company, and being wont, like other folk, to go to church and listen to sermons, they heard from time to time of the glory and the woe which in the other world are allotted, according to merit, to the souls of the dead. Of which matters craving, but being unable to come by more certain assurance, they agreed together that whichever of them should die first should, if he might, return to the survivor, and certify him of that which he would fain know. And this agreement they confirmed with an oath. Now, after they had made this engagement, and while they were still constantly together, Tingoccio chanced to become sponsor to one Ambrogio Anselmini, that dwelt in Camporeggi, who had had a son by his wife Monomita. The lady was exceeding fair and amorous withal, and Tingoccio being wont sometimes to visit her as his gossip, and to take Miuccio with him, he, notwithstanding his sponsorship, grew enamoured of her, as did also Miuccio, for she pleased him not a little, and he heard her much commended by Tingoccio, which love each concealed from the other, but not for the same reason. Tingoccio was averse to discover it to Miuccio, for that he deemed it an ignominious thing to love his gossip, and was ashamed to let any one know it. Miuccio was on his guard for a very different reason, to wit, that he was already aware that the lady was in Tingoccio's good graces, wherefore he said to himself, if I avow my love to him, he will be jealous of me, and as, being her gossip, he can speak with her as often as he pleases, he will do all he can to make her hate me, and so I shall never have any favour of her. Now, the two young men being thus, as I have said, on terms of most familiar friendship, it befell that Tingoccio, being the better able to open his heart to the lady, did so order his demeanour and discourse that he had from her all that he desired. Nor was his friend's success hidden from Miuccio, much as it vexed him, yet still cherishing the hope of eventually attaining his end, and fearing to give Tingoccio occasion to balk or hamper him in some way, he feigned to know naught of the matter. So Tingoccio, more fortunate than his comrade and rival in love, did with such assiduity till his gossip's good land, that he got thereby a malady, which in the course of some days waxed so grievous that he succumbed thereto, and departed this life. And on the night of the third day after his decease, perchance because earlier he might not, he made his appearance, according to his promise, in Miuccio's chamber, and called Miuccio, who was fast asleep, by his name. Whereupon, "Who art thou?" quoth Miuccio as he awoke. "'Tis I, Tingoccio," replied he, "come back in fulfilment of the pledge I gave thee to give thee tidings of the other world." For a while Miuccio saw him not without terror; then, his courage reviving, "Welcome, my brother," quoth he, and proceeded to ask him if he were lost. "Naught is lost but what is irrecoverable," replied Tingoccio. "How then should I be here if I were lost?" "Nay," quoth then Miuccio, "I mean it not so. I would know of thee whether thou art of the number of souls that are condemned to the penal fire of hell." "Why, no," returned Tingocio, not just that, but still for the sins that I did I am in most sore and grievous torment. Miuccio then questioned Tingocio in detail of the pains there meted out for each of the sins done here, and Tingocio enumerated them all. Whereupon Miuccio asked if there were aught he might do for him here on earth. Tingocio answered in the affirmative, to wit, that he might have masses and prayers said and alms deeds done for him, for that such things were of great service to the souls there. That gladly will I, replied Miuccio, and then, as Tingocio was about to take his leave, he bethought him of the gossip, and raising his head a little, he said, I mind me, Tingocio, of the gossip with whom thou wast wont to lie when thou wast here. Now what is thy punishment for that? My brother, replied Tingocio, as soon as I got down there, I met one that seemed to know all my sins by heart, who bade me betake myself to a place where in direst torment I bewept my sins. I found comrades not a few, condemned to the same pains, and so, standing there among them, and calling to mind what I had done with the gossip, and foreboding in requital thereof a much greater torment than had yet been allotted me, albeit I was in a great and most vehement flame, I quaked for fear in every part of me, which one that was beside me observing, What, quoth he, hast thou done more than the rest of us that are here, that thou quakest thus as thou standest in the fire? My friend, quoth I am in mortal fear of the doom that I expect for a great sin that I once committed. He then asked what sin it might be. 'Twas on this wise, replied I lay with my gossip, and that so much that I died thereof. Whereat he did but laugh, saying, Go to, fool, make thy mind easy, for here there is no account taken of gossips, which completely revived my drooping spirits. 'Twas now near daybreak, wherefore, Adieu, Miuccio, quoth his friend, for longer tarry with thee I may not. And so he vanished. As for Miuccio, having learnt that no account was taken of gossips in the other world, he began to laugh at his own folly, in that he had already spared divers such, and so, being quit of his ignorance, he in that respect in course of time waxed wise. Which matters, had Fra Rinaldo but known, he would not have needed to go about syllogizing in order to bring his fair gossip to pleasure him. End of Day 7, the 10th story.